Chapter 151 Entering the Leilu Mountains again. Click, click. In the dark basement. The sound of gnawing continued for a long time. It wasn't until Catwoman's corpse had completely eaten a whole heart that this life, that should have been dead, turned its head slightly, and stared at Zhuang Yuan outside the 44 candles with those dead and empty eyes. Great night, Mother. Please hear my voice. Zhuang Yuan lowered his head, and an indifferent voice slowly sounded in the dark basement. I need the Dark Brotherhood to help me kill my student, Li Guanqi, and erase all traces after killing him, just like he has never appeared in this world. I don't want anything to go wrong, since Li Guanqi is invincible at the one-dimensional level. Please ask Night Mother to send a 4-elephant level killer. Don't worry. I can afford the money. The bright moon is like jade, and the night is like water. Leilu Mountains. After more than half a year, Li Guanqi set foot on this land again. Unlike the first time he came here, the Green Teeth mercenary group and others who accompanied him here have now fled to Daluo. I wonder if Wu Mo, Bulma, and the others have arrived in Daluo now. How are they living there? But they are all passers-by in life. There is no need to worry about it anymore. Come over. Li Guanqi leaned against a big tree and suddenly shouted into the air. It was late at night, and cursed spirits like to come out for a walk at this time. As it happened, 800 meters away from here, there happened to be an unattractive cursed spirit squatting by the stream to drink water. Li Guanqi felt that this cursed spirit was either mentally ill or had some special hobby for things like water, because the cursed spirit does not need to drink water. Even humans like Li Guanqi, who have developed the habit of drinking water after drinking water for more than 10 years, rarely drink water after becoming a magician, because his body does not need this substance. Soon, the surrounding bushes began to stir slightly. Under Li Guanqi's gaze, a cursed spirit that was about the size of a wild dog and looked a bit like a combination of a kangaroo and an owl ran out of the bushes. In fact, the cursed spirits are all kinds of strange and look like anything. The so-called, like kangaroos and owls, is just his subjective metaphor. This is an inferior cursed spirit. The intelligence is only that of a child. Forehead. Li Guanqi originally wanted to ask it something, but after thinking about it, what could he ask a child? Give up immediately. Go! Find someone of your kind who is stronger than you. Anger it, and lure it to me. Li Guanqi waved his hand. The little cursed spirit left and ran away. His talent for communicating with the underworld can only control the cursed spirits within a diameter of 2,000 meters. Beyond this distance, the cursed spirits will no longer listen to his orders. But exceptions may occur, because this cursed spirit is of low quality and has low intelligence. Maybe because he has this concept of command in his mind. He will do it subconsciously, even if he leaves the control range. Wait. Then, what if the one-level cursed spirit is really brought here? Li Guanqi stood at the outermost edge of the Leilu Mountains. Even strictly speaking, the area he was in could not be said to be the Leilu Mountains. It could only be said to be the entrance. Do you want to go in? Nonsense. Of course not. There is definitely something wrong with Zhuang Yuan. When Qi Xiaoxiao was still alive, he said that Zhuang Yuan had never accepted any students. But the insects in Zhuang Yuan's villa said that he often brought students back home. But the purpose is unknown. After all, those bugs are not so intelligent. If they know that Zhuang Yuan often brings students back, it is already difficult for their small brain capacity. But what does this mean? Although Zhuang Yuan has no students in name, he often brings students home. What is the purpose? Sleeping with female students? This is nonsense. Li Guanqi would not assume that a powerful 5-element level magician would become such a character who has no pursuit and is obsessed with his brain. That's some ulterior secret. Faced with such a person, Li Guanqi naturally did not dare to listen to the other person's opinion and really go to the Leilu Mountains. But he was still standing on the outskirts of Leilu Mountains at this moment. Teacher Xiaoho. Li Guanqi looked at the Leilu Mountains in the distance. His eyes narrowed slightly. The overall outline of this mountain range was almost completely different from when he first came here with the Green Fang mercenary group. Not only did several peaks collapse, but there were gaps and ravines everywhere, and the entire mountain range was in a mess. In addition to Xiahou Li's initial battle with the two thunder giant lizards, people from the southern Xinjiang headquarters were later sent to probably cleanse the mountain range. Why does Li Guanqi come here? Because Xiahou Li taught him the method of refining his spiritual power. In a sense, it was Xiahou Li who gave him the opportunity to be invincible at his level, which was a great favor to him. He wanted to know how Xiahou Li died in the first place. He wanted to know the characteristics of the thunderous giant lizard that killed Xiahou Li. If you are kind, you must repay the kindness. When he becomes stronger in the future, he can use this characteristic to find a way to find the Thunder Dragon Lizard and avenge Xiaoholi. This is Li Guanqi's character. Or principle. Li Guanqi suddenly turned his head. In the distance, the low-grade cursed spirit ran over with a crazy one-level cursed spirit. Well done! Li Guanqi grinned softly. Then activated his talent to connect to the underworld. Controlled the one-level cursed spirit. And ordered the other party to come here. Soon, a forest-white skeleton appeared from the dark forest. This is the one-level cursed spirit. I've seen a lot of strange cursed spirits. This kind of skeleton cursed spirit, which at least has the shape of a human, seems quite friendly. The skeletal cursed spirit has no flesh and blood. Where is the strange blood in your heart? In the past, Li Guanqi would have had to dismantle the skeleton cursed spirit to solve his doubts. But after reading more books in Zhuang Yuan's library, he no longer had such doubts. Cursed spirit blood is just a symbolic word, representing the core source of power of the cursed spirit. This is the most widely circulated name, so everyone is using it. But strictly speaking, the academic name of this thing should be Origin of Power. For example, the skeletal cursed spirit in front of me. Although it has no flesh and blood or a heart, there must be a part of its body that contains the source of its power. Li Guanqi looked at the skeleton cursed spirit and quickly found the location. The fire in the eyes. By crushing these two balls of blue ghost fire, he will surely get the source of the opponent's power, which is the hard blood. But now we still need to ask questions. Tell me! Li Guanqi stared at the skeleton cursed spirit and asked in a deep voice. Did you see what happened in the mountains a while ago? Chapter 152. The cursed spirit that shocked people from all over the country. Tell me! Did you see what happened in the mountains a while ago? Have! Hearing Li Guanqi's words, the skeleton cursed spirit nodded quickly, and the two blue fires in its eyes trembled violently, as if to express the deep fear in its heart. Half a year ago, a one-legged old man came here and started a battle with two thunder giant lizards deep in the mountains. In the aftermath of the battle, I don't know how many cursed spirits and demon species were crushed to death. If I hadn't escaped quickly, I would have been killed. Died. The one-level cursed spirit possesses adult wisdom and speaks with clear logic. Does the surviving Thunder Dragon Lizard have any characteristics? Li Guanqi continued to ask. Have! To Li Guanqi's surprise, the skeleton cursed spirit nodded vigorously. The Thunder Monitor Lizard has no horns on its head, but the surviving male Monitor Lizard actually has a single purple horn on its head. A Thunder Dragon with horns on its head? Li Guanqi fell into thinking. A monster race may have individual differences, but it is unlikely to grow such an organ that the entire race does not have. Therefore, the surviving Thunder Dragon Lizard is either not a Thunder Dragon Lizard at all, or it is a hybrid. If it is the former, it will be difficult. But if it's the latter, that's a good thing for him, because the Thunder Monitor Lizard has a single horn. This feature is too conspicuous. As long as this Monitor Lizard is still alive, it will one day be found. What else? Li Guanqi continued to ask the skeleton cursed spirit in front of him. Also, the horn of that Thunder Giant Lizard was broken in half by that old man. The skeleton cursed spirit replied. Well, it's still a broken horn, and its features are more obvious. Go on. Tell me everything you know. Li Guanqi continued to ask. The skeleton cursed spirit continued to reply. A few minutes later, Li Guanqi had already learned everything from the cursed spirit about Xiaoholi's death in the Leiluo Mountains. Wherever Monkey King went, he would knock on the ground and ask the Lord of the Land to come out and ask about the situation nearby. And he also has this similar ability. When you first arrive in a strange place, call a cursed spirit to come over and ask questions. What else? Tell me all the special things that have happened in the Leiluo Mountains recently. Li Guanqi looked at the skeleton cursed spirit in front of him and asked again. Special things? The skeleton cursed spirit was stunned. It scratched its skull, and after thinking for a while, the blue fire in its eye socket suddenly shook violently, and it said excitedly, Yes! Indeed there is! That guy is really awesome! Li Guanqi was also stunned for a moment. Where did you learn this word? A group of mercenaries passed by before, and I heard it from that group of humans. The skeleton cursed spirit seemed a little surprised. What happened to this word? Li Guanqi frowned. The language of the cursed spirit is completely different from human language, and he could only understand the thoughts of the cursed spirit by relying on his talent for communicating with ghosts. But just now, the 4 words, Yo beeps to the sky, spoken by this skull cursed spirit are in standard Chinese pronunciation. and any human being can understand it. In other words, the cursed spirit can learn things from humans as long as it wants to, and is even eager to learn enough to be able to communicate with humans. Speaking of which, the cursed spirit that became He Xian and married Tan Wenyin in reality learned human language and culture and behaved no differently from humans. What does this mean? This means that the mantra spirit not only has wisdom, but also has the ability to learn. Li Guanqi is not worried about the strange world. The human practitioners in this world have completely formed a hegemonic situation, and the cursed spirits cannot turn around. What he fears is reality. He was afraid that some cursed spirits would learn all kinds of human knowledge in reality, and then do some things that would have a bad impact. After all, in the internet age with the explosion of information, it was too easy for cursed spirits to learn things, coupled with all kinds of strange and unpredictable magical powers. If something really happened, the consequences would be serious. No. After returning to reality this time, I must discuss this matter with Lin Xianbai. Li Guanqi looked solemn. The weird world is not his world. Reality is our hometown that needs to be protected. Go on. Li Guanqi dispersed his cluttered thoughts and looked at the skeleton cursed spirit in front of him again. Which guy did you just say was awesome? It's a new cursed spirit. The skeleton cursed spirit quickly replied. It didn't live in the Leilu Mountains before. It is said that the battle between the old man and the thunder giant lizard spread to a nearby mountain range and destroyed the place where it lived. Then it left its original home and ran to us. The foreign cursed spirit who has just arrived will definitely be bullied. Although the spell masters of the southern Xinjiang headquarters killed a lot of cursed spirits and demons above the Liangyi level, they still missed one. The only remaining 3-level cursed spirit became our boss. So just 2 days after the foreign cursed spirit arrived, our boss came to our door and asked it to give up half of its power source. Otherwise he would kill it. Then, the foreign cursed spirit expanded its domain. Its domain was very special, and it seemed to complement its own abilities. In short, once it expands its territory, even our 3rd-level boss cannot break it and can only stare at its territory. And it has been more than 2 months, and its territory shows no sign of dissipating. That's outrageous. It's obviously just a 1-level cursed spirit, but both are at the 1-level level, and its field can be open for more than 2 months, while our field will run out of power after being open for a few hours and be forced to close. That guy was like a coward, hiding for more than 2 months. As soon as the boss leaves, it comes out. When the boss looks for it again, it shrinks into the field again. Our boss has no choice but to recognize its identity as the cursed spirit of the Leilu Mountains and allow it to live here permanently. When the skeleton cursed spirit said this, he raised his skeletal hand and scratched his skull. The blue fire in his eyes swayed slightly, as if to express his emotion. Even the 3rd-level boss can't do anything about it. What a bastard. What a wonderful curse. The more Li Guanqi listened, the more excited his expression became. A one-dimensional cursed spirit. He can control it. It also has this ability similar to absolute defense. Such a special cursed spirit, shouldn't he be captured and used as a follower to use the opponent's abilities for his own use? There was no way to explain why I couldn't carry a cursed spirit with me in the academy. But now that I'm outside, of course, I have to maximize my talent. Take me to find that alien cursed spirit. Li Guanqi looked at the skeleton cursed spirit in front of him, smiled and patted its shoulder blades. After you lead me to find it, I will spare your life. Oh? As soon as these words were spoken, the skeleton of the skeleton cursed spirit suddenly trembled. The blue fire in its eyes trembled violently, and the fear reached the extreme. It didn't expect that this similar person, who had been chatting with it for a long time, would still have such terrible thoughts. Lead the way quickly! Li Guanqi didn't say anything else, but just kicked the skeleton cursed spirit in the pelvis. If you can't find it, use your source of power to make up for it. Originally, he planned to kill the skeleton cursed spirit after asking questions, and then use the source of power to enhance his physical body. It's just that this guy's answer is too useful, so let's spare his life. Hurry up! Lead the way! Yes, yes! Chapter 153, the so-called absolute defense. Okay. You go! Yes, yes! Li Guanqi waved his hand, letting the skeleton cursed spirit beside him leave, and then took advantage of the night to walk into the hole of the giant tree in front of him. This towering giant tree is extremely strong, and the bottom is as huge as a house. Due to the special growth trajectory, the inside of the bottom seems to have been hollowed out, forming a tree hole. In the tree hole, a cursed spirit that looked like a tree demon turned around and stared blankly at Li Guanqi. The uninvited guest. This cursed spirit looks like a piece of fine wood, with two small branches growing under its body less than 1 meter. Like 2 feet. Tell me! Li Guanqi slowly stepped forward and activated his talent to connect to the underworld. His voice was like the devil's voice that can confuse people's hearts, and was transmitted into the mind of the tree demon. What exactly is your superpower? Me. The dryad cursed spirit spoke dumbly. However, this cursed spirit was a bit silly and spoke awkwardly. After listening to it for a long time, Li Guanqi finally figured out part of the reason for its absolute defense. 1-level cursed spirits have the ability to expand their domains. As for the abilities of the domains, they are all kinds of strange, and need to be developed by the cursed spirits themselves. Some are useless, and some have magical abilities. For some spell spirits, domain is equivalent to a second ability. The domain of the dryad cursed spirit possesses magical abilities. As long as its domain comes into contact with grass, spiritual power can be restored. What is the concept? Once the cursed spirit's domain expands, it will continue to consume power. When the power is exhausted, the domain will dissipate. This cannot be changed. It's like a hole. When the power is consumed, water is poured out of the hole. When you regain strength, pour water into the hole from the outside. You only have a hole, and you can either pour water out or fill it in. It is impossible to pour water in at the same time. But the dryad cursed spirit is not. After it expands its domain, as long as its domain is in contact with the grass, it is equivalent to having a second hole. One hole pours water out, and the other hole pours water in. In this way, it can continuously regain its strength. Moreover, the power consumed in its field is basically the same as the power restored, which is an infinite cycle, consuming and replenishing at the same time, and the power cannot be used up at all. This is why, as a one-dimensional cursed spirit, it can continuously expand its territory and maintain it for several months. Then another question comes. Even if you can maintain your domain for a long time with your domain abilities, how on earth do you do it so that even the 3-talented spell spirit cannot break your domain? Li Guanqi looked at the tree demon cursed spirit in front of him with surprise on his face. The domain barrier is very special. Physical attacks from outside cannot take effect, so even tanks and artillery cannot blast it. But neither the magicians nor the magic spirits in the strange world use physical attacks. Their spiritual power can easily break through the realm of cursed spirits of the same level, let alone a 3-level cursed spirit that can attack this 1-level cursed spirit. How on earth did this dryad cursed spirit do it? Because that 3rd-level curse and cursed spirit actually didn't find my domain. It just... Dryad cursed spirit stammered. Li Guanqi listened patiently for a long time before he understood the truth. It consumes power and restores power at the same time, which is its domain ability. And its ability is to create illusions. Every time it expands its domain, it creates an illusion. The 3-talented spell spirit in the Leilua Mountains was deceived by this illusion. It kept attacking the illusion, and the illusion was destroyed and reborn. Reborn and destroyed, making it mistakenly believe that it could not break through the domain barrier. But actually, the real domain of the dryad cursed spirit was never discovered by the Sankai-level cursed spirit from the beginning to the end. Do it again for me, Li Guanqi said to the tree demon cursed spirit. Oh! The dryad cursed spirit shook Mu Dun's body, and then a dazzling green light appeared all over his body. Boom! The next moment, the explosion exploded, directly blasting a large crater into the grass beneath him, sending countless dirt and grass clippings flying. Li Guanqi looked down. At the bottom of the pit, a suspended brown bark appeared. The appearance of the domain barrier is also strange. Anyone who sees this bark will think that this is the external manifestation of the domain barrier of the dryad cursed spirit. Then attack? Li Guanqi released a fireball technique towards the tree bark. Boom! The fire shone brightly, and the bark turned into countless small fragments and scattered in all directions. But then, the bark fragments gathered together again and turned into an intact bark again. Because these are all illusions. Then where are you? Li Guanqi looked around, somewhat curious. Buzz? At the exit of the tree hole, 100 meters away, a small piece of grass gave off a faint green light. Small grass? Oh! It was when the dryad cursed spirit expanded its domain and caused a small explosion that it flew out along with the blown soil and grass clippings. This is a blind eye. If there were no bark illusion, enemies who could not find their target would most likely raise everything nearby and spread to the domain. But if there is an illusion of bark as the target, the enemy will put all their thoughts on the bark and try to figure out how to break the bark. This dryad cursed spirit stumbles over his words. But his brain is quite good. Buzz? 100 meters away from the tree hole. The green light emitted by the grass became brighter and brighter. Finally, the grass dissipated, and the tree demon's cursed spirit reappeared in front of Li Guanqi. Interesting. Li Guanqi smiled lightly. The combination of this field ability and superpower is simply a life-saving magic skill that can be used as a turtle. Okay, hang out with me from now on. Li Guanqi walked out of the tree hole, smiled, and patted the tree demon's wooden head. When you go out, you may encounter fatal danger at some point. When you are tempered in a life and death crisis, at least the difference in combat power cannot be too outrageous. Otherwise, it is not a life and death crisis, but a court of death. When that happens, it would be best to follow the dryad cursed spirit into the realm to hide. Oh, by the way, take me into your domain to have a look. Li Guanqi patted dryad cursed spirit's head again. Buzz. Green light flashes. Boom! There was an explosion, and the ground was blown open, sending grass clippings and dirt flying. A piece of grass, which was not surprising at all, also flew 100 meters away along with the grass clippings. At this time, Li Guanqi had already entered the grass and entered the realm of the tree demon's cursed spirit. This place is about 1,000 meters in radius. As far as you can see, it is a lush area with blue sky, green grass and lush trees. Li Guanqi looked at this small green domain and smiled at the tree demon cursed spirit beside him. I have decided that from now on you will be called the little tree spirit, and your domain will be called the big tree domain. Hack with me from now on. A few hours later, the night is dark. A slender man in black came slowly and stood outside the tree hole, looking at the big hole on the ground with an expressionless expression. The information is wrong. It's no longer in the Leilua Mountains. His name is Ming Yen. The Dark Brotherhood. 4-star killers. Of course, for outsiders, it would be clearer to simply say that he is a 4-elephant level alien-blooded warrior. Fortunately, we didn't go far. Ming Yen turned his head and looked into the distance, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Let me, a powerful 4-elephant level killer, kill a 1-element level conjurer? Huh? Those academic magicians are really stupid and rich. Leilua Mountains. Tens of thousands of meters away. The ground shook slightly, and in the darkness deep underground, a huge figure covered in bruises could be vaguely seen turning over. He opened his eyes, and blood-red vertical pupils appeared, revealing an indescribable murderous intent. The taste of Xiahuli? If you kill my wife and children, then I will kill all your relatives and friends. Chapter 154. The 4-star killer attacks. Is he dead? The moon and stars are sparse. Leilua Mountains. Tens of thousands of meters away. Li Guanqi took the tree demon cursed spirit he named Little Tree Spirit, and walked together in the forest under the moonlight, heading towards the distant mountain range that was looming in the night. That's another monster mountain. Li Guanqi didn't want to stay in the Leilua Mountains for too long. God knew what Zhuang Yuan was thinking, so he might as well go to another demonic mountains to find an opportunity to break through. The first time I went to the Leilua Mountains, I met the Green Fang mercenary group. I wonder if I will meet some people and things this time when I go to another demon mountain range. After all, the unknown during the journey is the most exciting place. Hey, good evening, kid. Suddenly, a man's whisper sounded in Li Guanqi's ears, and his warm breath even touched his earlobes. Who is it? Li Guanqi's pupils shrank suddenly. They all got close to him, but didn't notice at all. Boom! Li Guanqi's hair suddenly erupted with chills, and he was extremely horrified. He made seals with his hands, and the spiritual energy all over his body surged like a tsunami. 2-level spell, wave of spiritual power. The terrifying power of the spiritual power wave instantly exploded the ground, causing countless rubbles to fly and smoke to fill the air. At the same time, Li Guanqi also gave the order to the little tree spirit beside him to expand the field and pull him in together. But it didn't work, because his shoulder is being grasped by a big hand. And in the case of physical contact, if he expands the area, he will only pull the other person into it. Who is it? Li Guanqi looked forward, feeling the strange presence behind him. His expression turned extremely ugly, and a few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Can't the power of the spiritual waves close-to-body explosion make the opponent take even half a step back? He is indeed a genius. The strange man's chuckle sounded behind Li Guanqi, with a hint of joking. You are obviously a 1-level magician. but you can cast 2-level spells. No wonder someone paid to buy your life. Li Guanqi's pupil shrank suddenly. Buy your life? Who is it? A member of the elite faction of Nanjiang headquarters? I have a bad habit that I can't get rid of. That is, I like to make people die clearly. The strange man clasped Li Guanqi's shoulder with his right hand, leaned forward at the same time, leaned into his ear, and chuckled. Listen up. My name is Ming Yan, a 4-elephant level alien blood warrior, and a 4-star killer of the Dark Brotherhood. Someone paid for your life. I followed the Night Mother's instructions and came to complete the contract. We have an old saying in our organization. Silence is golden, my friend. But I don't like silence. Blood spurts. A blood-stained hand penetrated Li Guanqi's body and broke out from the heart on his chest. While blood spattered, a heart that was still beating slightly appeared in the palm of his hand. Then, boom! Li Guanqi looked horrified and watched helplessly as his heart was crushed to pieces by this big blood-stained hand. His own blood splashed on his own face. Die. Li Guanqi could almost clearly feel that his vitality was rapidly passing away, and his strength faded away instantly. He seemed to feel the approach of death. The alien blood warrior only has 2 fatal wounds. Head. Heart. But now, his heart has been crushed to death by the Dark Brotherhood killer behind him, who calls himself Ming Yan. Puff! Without the heart's pumping function, Li Guanqi's body's energy and blood were extremely disordered. His face suddenly turned pale, and he couldn't help but vomit blood. Isn't it? Is he going to hand over his first blood in the strange world like this? Although it is not a real death. It is the first time in my life that I have died. Boom! Ming Yan withdrew the hand that penetrated Li Guanqi's heart, then kicked him on the back, knocking him directly to the ground, and his face fell heavily on the grass. Actually, you should feel honored. Ming Yan looked at Li Guanqi, who was losing his life rapidly, and chuckled. After all, not every 1 yuan level conjurer can die in the hands of the 4-elephant level. Your life is very valuable. Li Guanqi fell to the ground. His eyes were blurred. Blood continued to spill from the corners of his mouth, and the blood spilled on the grass around his mouth. The green grass blades were stained with blood. Death seemed not far away from him. The first blood in this strange world. Are we really going to hand it over like this? Buzz? At this time, the little tree spirit next to him suddenly jumped next to Li Guanqi, and then green light emerged and exploded. The field expands. Boom! There was a loud bang, and there was an explosion on the spot. Countless grass clippings and soil flew everywhere. Meng Yan, who was standing next to him, subconsciously raised his hand to block it. At the same time, he quickly retreated, dodging every piece of soil and grass flying towards him like a ghost. Years of being a killer have not allowed him to get rid of his bad habit of talking nonsense before killing people. But he also has the qualities that a killer should have. At least, he will never let strange things touch him. However, but Ming Yan avoided all the grass clippings and dirt. And after putting his arms down, he looked at the empty grass with nothing but a big pit. And he suddenly froze on the spot. Where are the people? The 4-elephant level killer rushed over, only to find a small suspended piece of bark at the bottom of the pit. Boom! He punched the bark of the tree, and the ground within a radius of 100 meters suddenly shattered, with cracks as dense as a spider web. But it's no use. After the bark exploded, it quickly returned to its original state. Cursed spirit realm? Realm barrier? Meng Yan looked ugly. The domain barrier of the cursed spirit cannot be broken with physical attacks. But his superpower as a different blood warrior is not applicable to this situation at all, because his superpower is not an attack method like controlling fire and ice. It can only be broken through with mental force. Call. Meng Yan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then the space in front of him seemed to be slightly distorted. This was the manifestation of mental power materializing and refracting the air. Gradually, a spiral cone forcibly condensed with mental power appeared in front of the bark. Roar! But at this moment, a shocking roar exploded. Puff! Meng Yan was concentrating his mental power, but was interrupted by such a roar. Not only did his mental power spiral, but his soul was also damaged to a certain extent, and he couldn't help but spit blood. Damn! Who? He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned his head with a ferocious expression. Then his expression changed drastically, covering the sky and the moon. An extremely huge monster stood on the top of the mountain. Its giant wings spread out, covering the sky and the bright moon. 30 meters long, purple all over, like a lizard, covered in bruises. That's the Thunder Dragon Lizard. Ming Yan's pupil shrank suddenly, and he instantly thought of what happened recently. The 5 elements level Thunder Lizard killed Xia Holi, the 5 elements level Conjurer, and then escaped with serious injuries. Where are Xia Holi's relatives and friends? The Thunder Giant Lizard stood on the top of the mountain and roared at Ming Yan full of hatred and murderous intent. Where is he? I smell Xia Holi. Those must be his relatives and friends. They are his descendants. He killed my wife and children. I want his descendants to be cut off and all his relatives and friends to die. Hand over the people to me. Roar! Rumble. The Thunder Lizard raised its head and roared. And suddenly thick dark clouds gathered in the entire sky. Waves of purple and blue thunder exploded in the clouds. And the thunder shone, lighting up the night sky. Grass! On the ground. Ming Yan's expression turned extremely ugly. Could this Thunder Giant Lizard think that he was protecting Li Guanqi? No! This is not the case at all. Hey! Listen to me! That person! Roar! The Thunder Lizard's roar echoed through the sky, overwhelming Ming Yan's voice. He roared angrily. Human beings deserve to die. You deserve to die too. All die to me. All of them will be buried with my wife and children. All of them will die. Hack! Are you hacking crazy? Ming Yan's anger also rose. He took out the blood-colored dagger from his waist and looked at the wounds on the Thunder Dragon Lizard that had not completely healed and were even bleeding continuously, with a sinister look in his eyes. What about the 5 elements level? This Thunder Monitor Lizard has not recovered from serious injuries, and he was a peak 4 elephant level different blood warrior in his heyday. The corpse of a 5 element level demon species was covered in treasures, and those items were hundreds of times more expensive than the price it would cost him to kill a person. Find wealth in danger, then kill. Chapter 155, Natural Magic. Complete Awakening. Call. Li Guanqi lost consciousness. He could hear his heavy breathing more and more clearly. In his hazy vision, the spots in his hazy vision had turned into green halo spots. Could they be trees? Did the little tree spirit pull him into the realm of the big tree? But it makes no sense. His heart was crushed. This was a fatal injury that could not heal on its own. He was going to die. Li Guanqi vaguely saw the little tree spirit in front of him, constantly bumping against him with its brown wooden body, as if calling his name, as if telling him not to sleep and to wake up. Feel sorry. Li Guanqi's consciousness became increasingly blurred. I just used my talent to forcibly control you, and brought you from the Leilua Mountains to this dangerous situation. Sorry, little tree spirit. In the lush forest, Li Guanqi was lying on the ground. His face was pale, and there was a big empty hole in his heart. Blood was seeping out, forming a pool of blood under him. In the anxious shouts of the little tree spirit, Li Guanqi completely closed his eyes. King, how, why, we obviously can. Vaguely, Li Guanqi seemed to hear some kind of sound. No, it wasn't something. It was the voices of 2 people. Someone is talking. Li Guanqi felt very weak and couldn't open his eyes. He could only calm down and focus all his attention on listening. Soon, the conversation gradually became clearer. King! We are still fighting to the death. Why did you surrender first? It's not about surrendering. It's just about making plans in advance. But why? Lord Pluto? We clearly still have a chance of winning. The human emperor's army may not win, and the outcome is still unknown. Hell, yes. We haven't started the decisive battle yet. But what happens after the decisive battle begins? Blow up the world. Make the world look like the underworld again? Look. Look up. Gray sky. Look down again. The red earth. What creature would like such a world? Why are we fighting for the world? Because the environment in the underworld is too bad. But if in order to compete for the human world is destroyed into the appearance of the underworld, then what is the point of attacking the human world? That wouldn't make any sense. So are we giving up? King? It's not about giving up. It's about waiting. My subordinates don't understand. You don't need to understand. Go ahead. Close the door to the underworld, and give orders to everyone to calm down and wait for the day when I come back. Yes, Lord Pluto, where are you going? From now on, you are no longer the top general in the underworld. You are the new king of Hades. As for me, I want to go to the human world to see it. What? After living for a long time, you don't want to die? The human emperor thinks very highly of himself, but I believe that he is not exempt from the secular world. He must not be willing to die of old age. He will definitely choose to reincarnate with power. Reincarnate indefinitely. And then firmly hold the power of the world in his own hands. I also want to go to the human world. Once he reincarnates, I will kill him once. And I want to reincarnate as a human being and control the power of the human world. When I become the master of the human world and cooperate with you internally and externally, we in the underworld will be able to occupy the human world without any bloodshed. So be it. This king is leaving. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. I do not know how long it has been. Li Guanqi seemed to have finally regained some strength. And he heard the sound of water drops coming from his ears. No. It didn't sound like water drops. The sound was too deep. It was more like the sound of some viscous liquid dripping. This thick sound, blood? Li Guanqi slowly opened his eyes. His blurry vision filled with red. He rubbed his eyes. After his vision became clear, what he saw was a scarlet world with no distinction between heaven and earth. Above him was the scarlet ocean. And below him were the same scarlet waves. Blood dripped from above. Like raindrops of blood. Li Guanqi wiped his face, which was soaked by the rain of blood, and looked down. His hands were full of scarlet, and the left side of his chest was empty. The heart inside was no longer there. Before he had time to feel any emotions about this, Li Guanqi's attention was attracted by something in front of him. Above the sea of blood, a blood-red scale as tall as a man drifted with the current. There were blood stains. The right tray was filled with blood, and the left tray had a floating scale. This was the scale that Li Guanqi saw twice in the depths of his soul. What the hell are you? Li Guanqi stood up in the sea of blood. Yes. Stand. He stepped on the sea of blood that was constantly making waves. Every time he stepped on the sea, the turbulent sea surface would ripple, and a large area of the sea would become calm. Take 9 steps. The sea of blood was completely calm, like a bloody mirror, and Li Guanqi had already arrived in front of the bloody balance. He looked down, looking at an unbalanced scale. Look at the floating tray on the left. Look at the tray on the right that has sunk to the bottom because it is filled with blood. When Li Guanqi saw this scene, he frowned at first, and then suddenly smiled. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Li Guanqi raised his head and laughed. At this moment, he suddenly felt the interesting fate. What is fate? The unexpected is fate. Who would have thought that Ming Yan, the killer of the Dark Brotherhood, crushed his heart and completely fulfilled his wish? No one could have imagined it. So, this is fate. Unexpected fate. Scales. Scales. A balance is a weighing instrument used to measure whether the weight of objects on the left and right sides are equal. But you expressed it too abstractly. You can't blame me for understanding it now. Li Guanqi looked at the bloody scale in front of him and smiled helplessly. Twice. Exactly twice. The bloody scale appeared once in Gu City. And again, when he saw An's underworld cursed spirit. His body had reminded him twice. The bloody scales are unbalanced. The left pallet floats and the right pallet sinks. Because there is a pool of blood on the right tray. Because he had an extra heart that he didn't need at all. It turns out that the weight of this blood is the weight of my heart. You have been reminding me that my heart is superfluous. But who can understand such an abstract expression? Li Guanqi looked at the empty tray on the left and laughed dumbly. Buzz? As soon as he finished speaking, little bits of blood condensed and turned into a slightly beating heart, which appeared on the left tray. And the left tray immediately sank. The next moment, the right tray filled with blood floated up, completely reaching a level with the left tray containing the heart. Blood scale. Balance. Boom! The bloody scale exploded, turning into countless fragments and flying out, merging with the surrounding blood sea and world. And this peaceful blood sea once again stirred up turbulent waves. The scarlet ocean shrank sharply and condensed into a scarlet light spot. At the same time, a round bulge suddenly appeared on Li Guanqi's chest, as if a ball was moving in his chest. The round protrusion turned left and right, and then it seemed that it finally found the correct route and started heading towards Li Guanqi's left heart. Buzz? Soon, a black ball involving many nerves and blood vessels appeared in Li Guanqi's empty left heart, occupying the original position of the heart, emitting a hazy black light. He recognized this thing. Ethan had dissected his body and dug it out to show him. This is his surgical organ. Call out! The next moment, the red light spots condensed from the boundless sea of blood instantly escaped into Li Guanqi's black ball, completely becoming one with this magical organ. A natural technique. Until today, Li Guanqi's innate magic technique finally completed its true awakening and began to take effect. Chapter 156 Ming Yin, was seriously injured. Call. Li Guanqi breathed rapidly and suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up from the grass, looked at the lush forest around him, then lowered his head and looked at his heart. Of course, the heart is long gone. Instead, there was a black and red ball. This is the core of his spell, his magic organ, which is the condensed form of his natural magic. But now, Li Guanqi's spell core is actually gradually becoming virtual, turning into a special substance between reality and reality. Buzz! The black and red ball gradually overflowed into hazy spots of light, blending into every inch of Li Guanqi's flesh and blood, blending into every strand of his soul, completely dispersing from his fixed form. There is no stereotype, but it's everywhere. When the core of the spell was completely integrated into his body, Li Guanqi's heart began to gradually heal itself, filling the inside with flesh and blood. Without a heart, he not only did not lose his blood-pumping function, but every drop of blood in his body gained the ability to pump blood independently. Just a few seconds, Li Guanqi's chest was completely healed. From now on, he no longer has a heart, and naturally he no longer has the weakness of the heart. The alien blood warrior has two fatal injuries: his head and heart. Destroy one, and you will either die or be seriously injured. Destroy two of them at the same time, and the 4-elephant level alien blood warrior will also die. And what about Li Guanqi now? No more heart. Moreover, the core of the spell that replaces the function of the heart is also integrated into the body's flesh and soul, so that every inch of flesh and soul has the function of a heart. This means that it is much more difficult to kill Li Guanqi now. It's no use just destroying his brain. You also have to crush all his flesh and blood at the same time. That is to say, there is no fatal injury on the body that can directly kill Li Guanqi today. Boom! Suddenly, the entire world in the big tree domain shook violently. We've been discovered. The little tree spirit ran over from the side in a hurry. That human discovered my domain body. Li Guanqi looked at it, slightly silent. The Mingyan, outside, is a 4-elephant level alien blood warrior. Not to mention that he has awakened his innate magic skills. Even if he breaks through 2 realms immediately, he still can't beat him. Maybe 3 realm-breaking talents are not enough. Although his heart was crushed by Mingyan, he was a blessing in disguise, and found the correct way to activate the natural technique. But the ending remains the same. Still have to die. This time the game over of the copy is inevitable. But it doesn't matter, right? It's not really death anyway. At least in this copy. He completed the 100 refinements of spiritual power and activated the natural spell. These 2 gains are already more generous than the rewards of the perfect ending. Oh, by the way, the space ring also contains the solid gold trophy and the $10,000 ticket for the Goo City champion, and 8 bottles of spiritual blood boiling potion for the first-year champion of Southern Xinjiang Main School. The harvest is abundant. It's not a loss even if you die. It's hard on you. Li Guanqi sighed softly and patted the little tree spirit on the head. He can still return to reality and resurrect after death. If this cursed spirit dies, it is probably really dead. Boom! The next moment, a big hole opened in the sky of the entire cursed spirit realm. And then the entire realm world collapsed completely. What comes into view is endless smoke. Ahem! Li Guanqi, who was forced to emerge from the cursed spirit realm, choked on the smoke. He subconsciously waved and patted the scene, then looked around, completely confused. Chaos. I saw that the night was still dark, but the surrounding forest was gone. All the forests with a radius of several thousand meters were razed to the ground. The earth was broken into pieces. Huge rocks were scattered everywhere, and ravines and abyss appeared one after another on the earth. Not far away there were 2 mountain peaks that collapsed. The ground was covered with charred marks. Not like fire, but like trees and rocks struck by lightning. And thick smoke kept rising. The surrounding ruins can only be described as chaotic. What happened? Puff! Just when Li Guanqi was surprised, there was a sound of vomiting blood in the thick smoke in front of him. And then, there was a vague outline of a human figure, staggering out of the thick smoke. It is the killer of the Dark Brotherhood, Ming Yin. But at this time, he completely lost the strength and grace of the 4-elephant level alien blood warrior, and his whole person could only be described as dripping with blood. At this time, Ming Yin didn't have any good flesh on his body. The skin and flesh were opened, and the bones were deeply visible, and scarlet blood was constantly flowing down. He even lost his left arm. In addition to blood flowing from all the wounds on Ming Yin's body, electric snakes would jump up from time to time. It was these residual electric currents that inhibited his body's ability to heal itself. Li Guan Ches Meng Yan, who was seriously injured, walked out of the thick smoke. His bloody face was extremely ferocious. As ferocious as an evil spirit. His voice was even hoarse due to his injured throat and damaged vocal cords. In order to kill you, the price I paid is really unexpected. Li Guanqi was silent, looking at Meng Yan, who was seriously injured. He slowly clenched his fists. What happened to the outside world when he entered the realm of big trees? Have no idea. No need to know. All he knew was that he had no power to fight back against a 4-elephant level warrior of different blood. But what about the Xixiang level, who was seriously injured and had a broken arm? Probably can't beat it either. But at least, facing Meng Yan like this, Li Guanqi would never surrender, at least. He would have to fight to the death. Otherwise, I would not be willing to die. Ha 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 ha! When Meng Yan saw Li Guanqi clenching his fists, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. The already injured skin on his face was torn open, causing the corners of his mouth to grin to the base of his ears, and blood flowed freely. What are you thinking about? Huh? What are you thinking about? Ha ha ha! You don't think you can fight just because I'm injured, do you? Ha ha ha! Little brat. Did the Conjuration Academy teach you this? Didn't they teach you how big the gap is between the one-dimensional level and the 4-elephant level? Then let me tell you. The laughter stopped suddenly. Meng Yan stared at Li Guanqi, his bloodshot eyes full of murderous intent. Little flower in the greenhouse. If you don't learn things in school, go outside and someone will teach you. You will soon understand that the gap between the 4-elephant level and the 1-yuan level is completely between a god and a pig. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Yan flashed and appeared in front of Li Guanqi from 100 meters away. He kicked him several hundred meters away and smashed dozens of boulders along the way. Even if the 4-elephant level only has one breath, it's not something a one-dimensional pig like you can look up to. Meng Yan's roar sounded in the distance. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Yan stepped hard on the ground with his right foot, shattering the ground within 100 meters radius, and used the force to shoot out. Just for a moment, he once again crossed a distance of several hundred meters and appeared in front of Li Guanqi, as if teleporting. The 4-elephant level powerful body allowed this Dark Brotherhood killer to still possess terrifying combat power, even when he was almost seriously injured and dying. However, when Meng Yan arrived, what he saw was not Li Guanqi, whose spine was broken by a boulder along the way. But there was Li Guanqi, who was completely unscathed, and his whole body was wrapped in a layer of faint blue light. 2-level spell, Spiritual Shield. Buzz. Seeing Meng Yan's arrival, Li Guanqi made a secret with one hand and expanded the spiritual shield to form a circular light shield. It's useless. Meng Yan looked ferocious and punched hard, easily shattering the spiritual shield into pieces. But in the countless overflowing blue lights, Li Guanqi's figure disappeared completely. You think I can't detect the shadow following technique? Are you looking down on us different blood warriors? Bastard conjurer. Meng Yan turned around, roared and punched the shadow on the left. The terrifying power exploded into the wind, forming a powerful shock wave with blurred outlines. Bang 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 bang. Wherever the shock wave passed, the ground cracked and gravel flew. Call out! Seeing this, Li Guanqi hurriedly emerged from the shadows, his body covered with strong winds, and kept flying into the sky, quickly reaching an altitude of 300 meters. Then, dispersed the wind control technique. While falling freely from a high altitude, hold hands together. He wanted to use up all the spiritual power in his body, go 2 levels higher, and cast the first 3-level spell in his life, in order to kill the seriously injured Meng Yan. Chapter 157. The 4-elephant level alien blood warrior can be called immortal. Call. High in the sky. The wind is howling. Li Guanqi roared angrily, and while making seals with his hands, a majestic blue light erupted all over his body, making him look like a small blue sun in the night sky. Big body. More blood. The body of Tongyu. Higher blood tolerance. The spiritual power is refined hundreds of times, and after compression, it is equivalent to 100 times the massive spiritual power. The 3 factors superimposed on each other brought the total amount of Li Guanqi's spiritual power to a terrifying level, allowing him to use all his strength to cast a 3-level spell at the 1-dimensional level. Call. The squally wind became more and more powerful, swirling around Li Guanqi, and faintly formed a squally blue dragon with its head raised and roaring. The peak 3-level spell learned from Zhuang Yuan's library. Howling wind and dragon. Boom! The raging winds completely converged into a 10-meter-long wind dragon, roaring and roaring as it crashed into the ground. It quickly cut through the sky and erupted into a piercing scream between heaven and earth. The fierce wind suppressed the seriously injured Meng Yan in place, making it impossible for him to escape, and could only resist. Next moment, the violent black dragon hit the ground hard and exploded into a tornado. The raging wind completely submerged Meng Yan, and the ground within a radius of 100 meters exploded instantly. The wind is as strong as a knife. The rotating strong wind was like the sharpest steel knife, constantly whirling back and forth, cutting into Meng Yan's pieces of flesh. Flesh and blood kept flying out of the strong wind, all of which were the flesh and blood of Meng Yan. Boom! The tornado lasted for half a minute. It wasn't until the spiritual power in Li Guanqi's body was completely exhausted, with not even a little bit left, that this third-level spell slowly dissipated. The strong wind dispersed and took away the dust. Li Guanqi, who had long since fallen to the ground, was leaning against a boulder, breathing heavily. His face was extremely pale, and his head felt like needles pricking him with a splitting headache. Is he more than exhausted of his spiritual power? Almost exhausted. Puff! Li Guanqi suddenly spit out blood. But after spitting out the stagnant blood, he felt a lot better. Holding on to the boulder beside him, he slowly stood up and looked towards the place where the tornado had broken out. Dust and sand are flying. Within 100 meters of that piece of land, they were full of ravines, as if the piece of land had been turned over side by side. Countless blood stains were scattered on the ground, mixed with mincemeat. Should be dead? Li Guanqi gritted his teeth. For some reason, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Boom! Suddenly, several pieces of gravel rolled. A bloody palm poked out from the ruins. Then the whole figure pushed away the rubble completely, climbed out of the rubble, stood under the moonlight, and appeared in Li Guanqi's eyes. Meng Yan! I saw that at this time. Except for his human form, he was completely unrecognizable. His whole body was dripping with blood, and his nose, mouth, and even one eye had been chopped into pieces by the strong wind like a steel knife. But this one-eyed monster, who looked like he should have been dead long ago, was still standing, and even took steps to stagger towards Li Guanqi. The terrifying vitality of the 4-elephant-level alien blood warrior. Heh! Heh heh! At this time, Meng Yan looked like an evil ghost crawling out of H.L. And after laughing out loud, his hoarse voice was even more chilling. Third-level spell. Exceed 2 levels to perform a spell. Boy, you made history. People like you, hee, can't be killed, can't be killed. You? People like you, as long as they are sold to a foreigner's house. I will become prosperous in this life. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Yan shot out, spanning dozens of meters in an instant, rushed in front of Li Guanqi, grabbed his throat with his right hand, and lifted him up. Under the moonlight, Meng Yan's flat face was cut into a bloody mess, and his single eye was filled with unspeakable fanaticism and bloodthirsty. I really want to kill you! But venting your anger is far less important than being rich and wealthy in the rest of your life. Ha ha ha! Boom! Li Guanqi's face turned red, and he endured the pain of having his neck pinched. He raised his right hand and punched Meng Yan hard in the face, sending the opponent flying more than 10 meters. Damn it! You're just a half-dead bastard right now. What are you pretending to be? His face was ferocious, and he had no intention of escaping. Instead, he rushed straight towards Meng Yan. What if the spiritual power is exhausted? He is also a one-dimensional warrior with different blood. He still has this physical body with fists and legs. He still has mental power. Frost condenses. Power, control ice. After Li Guanqi ran for a few steps, an ice crystal sword appeared in his right hand, giving off a chilling chill in the moonlight. He rushed in front of Meng Yan and struck down with a violent wave of swordsmanship. He didn't hold back at all. The first sword directly cut a long bloody mark on Meng Yan's chest. 8 consecutive sword blows. Blood spurting out. The violent wave sword technique. The strength is superimposed layer by layer. The 9 swords coming out together are like the waves crashing on the shore. After the 9 swords, Meng Yan almost turned into a skeleton. Except for his head, there were only a few strips of flesh hanging all over his body, and all the rest of the flesh was cut off by Li Guanqi using the ice crystal sword. But why just cut the meat? Because Meng Yan's bones are too hard. Even the 9th sword, the most powerful and heavy sword of Quanlan sword technique, was unable to cut off Ming Yan's cervical vertebrae. After cutting into his neck, it got stuck on the bone. You have no idea at all about the 4 elephant-level warriors of different blood. Ming Yan looked at Li Guanqi in front of him and grinned ferociously. Boom! With one strike of his hand, he easily chopped the ice crystal sword that Li Guanqi had thrust into his neck into pieces. Boom! Ming Yan punched again, knocking Li Guanqi away several steps. Although he had lost his flesh and blood, muscles and nerves, his strength was no longer as strong as before. And the force that hit Li Guanqi was not that terrifying. But this is only relative. Even though he has lost his 4-image level combat power, the power he possesses now is at least at the level of the Liangyin realm. Bang 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 bang! Ming Yan roared with a ferocious face, and punched out with his remaining right arm crazily. His fist shadows were layered upon layers, and he fired hundreds of punches in just a few seconds. Puff 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 puff! Li Guanqi kept spitting blood. In a short time, his head was bleeding, and his whole face was bloody. Ming Yan kept punching him in the head, hitting him with each punch, making Li Guanqi's consciousness become increasingly blurred. Moreover, with Ming Yan's exquisite boxing skills, Li Guanqi had no power to fight back. He is a 4th-level alien-blooded warrior, and he is also a 4-star killer of the Dark Brotherhood. I'm licking blood on the tip of the knife. I have more than 80 years of fighting experience in life and death fights. What can you do to stop me? Huh? How can you, a hothouse flower who grew up in the academy, fight us? Ming Yan swung his fist like a shadow, and all kinds of exquisite boxing techniques poured out. The power of the fist is like a violent storm, and like thunder in thunder. Bang 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 bang! Punch after punch. Ming Yan's offensive was airtight, and did not give Li Guanqi any chance to breathe. In a short period of time, Li Guanqi was beaten to the point of being seriously injured and dying. Puff! Li Guanqi spat out another mouthful of blood. Scarlet blood drew an arc in the air, glowing with a strange luster under the moonlight. But Ming Yan showed no intention of stopping and punched him again. Boom! Ming Yan was stunned, because Li Guanqi actually raised his hand to catch his punch. The 5 fingers of his right hand turned into a fist, tightly wrapping his fist. How can it be? Ming Yan's face was full of disbelief. How could the ancestral boxing technique he had perfected for more than 80 years be caught by this little kid? You just said, more than 80 years of combat experience? Li Guanqi's face was covered in blood and flesh, and he leaned forward slightly, approaching Ming Yan's ferocious face that was also covered in blood and flesh, and grinned. What a good thing! Now, it's all mine! The natural technique is activated. Plunder. Chapter 158 3 heads and 6 arms. 2 Yin realms. Goyalu! Li Guanqi clutched Ming Yan's fist with his right hand. His face was ferocious. The blood in his body began to boil, and the sound of boiling water was extremely clear. The blood boils. His black hair instantly turned white, and his eyes were extremely blue. White hair and blue eyes. Roar! Li Guanqi glared at Ming Yan, and his aura suddenly exploded. Like a tiger in the mountains, he shook off Ming Yan's fist, waved his arms, and hit the opponent's heart hard with the force of a double dragon. Then he quickly connected with a forward elbow, forcefully knocking Ming Yan back several steps. And his fists were even more like a tiger's. Powerful. Bang 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 bang! Li Guanqi caught up with Ming Yan, swung his fist wildly. The shadows of his fists were superimposed layer by layer, and all kinds of exquisite boxing techniques poured out, like violent wind and rain, but also like thunder and thunder. This is the punch that Ming Yan just used. Puff! Li Guanqi punched Ming Yan hard on the sternum, and the latter immediately spit out blood, while his eyes were filled with unbelievable shock and horror. This is the ancestral boxing technique of his Ming family in southern Xinjiang. How could this kid do that? Did you just learn it? Impossible. It took him more than 80 years of practice to master this boxing technique. How could this fledgling guy learn it just by watching him fight it once? Boom! Li Guanqi punched Ming Yan hard in the face, causing Ming Yan to no longer think flawlessly, and began to focus all his attention on defense. But not useful at all. The situation of the battle seemed to have completely turned around in an instant. The previous situation was a unilateral beating of Li Guanqi by Ming Yan. After more than 80 years of life and death fighting, and extremely sophisticated boxing skills, Li Guanqi had no power to fight back, and no chance to breathe. But now, the one who has no chance to breathe is Ming Yan. Bang 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 bang! Li Guanqi looked like a crazy tiger, and the shadows of his fists covered the sky and the moon. Meng Yan was completely unable to dodge and resist, and was hit by hundreds of punches in a short period of time. The body that was already seriously injured became even more injured. Puff! Another punch. Meng Yan was punched in the cheek by Li Guanqi, while blood spurted from his mouth. He flew upside down for dozens of meters, like a kite with its string cut off. His eyes were full of horror and disbelief, because Li Guanqi has always used his boxing techniques from the moment he counterattacked to now. And his punching habits and tendency to connect moves are all conditioned reflexes that he has developed after practicing for more than 80 years. But now, Li Guanqi is almost a perfect reproduction. Moreover, Li Guanqi had 2 hands, but his left arm was eaten by that damn thunder dragon lizard before, and now only a lone right arm was left. There is almost no gap in combat experience between the 2 sides. 2 arms against 1. 2 to 1. Meng Yan was completely powerless to fight back. Boom! Li Guanqi smashed the ground with his foot, shot out in an instant, grabbed Meng Yan on the ground and threw it into the air, and then continued to beat like a madman. Bang, 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 bang. Punch after punch. Shadows of fists fill the sky. 3 minutes later, Meng Yan's skull has been severely deformed and full of cracks. In fact, he had been beaten to death by Li Guanqi's iron fists half a minute ago. After all, his skull was severely deformed. His brain tissue had been crushed, and he was already dead. The previous 3-level spell wind almost shattered Meng Yan's flesh and blood and internal organs, including his heart. Even for a 4-elephant level alien blood warrior, at least one of the brain and the heart must be retained at the same time in order to maintain immortality. First, Meng Yan's heart was shattered by the strong wind, and now his brain tissue was shattered. Even if he was a 4-elephant level alien blood warrior, he would still die. This 4-elephant level alien blood warrior probably never imagined until his death that he did not die from the revenge of his enemies, did not die at the scene of the failed assassination, or even died from the mouth of the 5-element level thunder giant lizard. But he died under the punch of a Liangya level alien blood warrior who had just broken through. If his 2 eyeballs had not been blown out long ago, Meng Yan would not be able to rest in peace even if he died. Bang, 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 bang. Meng Yan is dead. But Li Guanqi didn't seem to notice, and he swung his fists wildly. Still fighting. Still fighting. His face was ferocious, as if possessed by a demon. Boom! Suddenly, when Li Guanqi punched Meng Yan hard in the face, some purple-blue lines began to appear on the edge of his fist, and they spread to his forearm at an alarming speed. Bang, 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 bang. Several more punches were thrown out one after another. The strange purple-blue magic patterns have almost covered Li Guanqi's body. Even his face is no exception. The whole body is covered with magic marks. Boom! Li Guanqi grabbed Meng Yan's corpse by the neck with his left hand and threw it to the ground. The ground cracked. Immediately afterwards, the magic patterns all over his body lit up, bursting into dazzling purple light, and the pressure on his body began to rise steadily, as if there was no peak, and it kept climbing upwards. Roar! Li Guanqi roared and roared at Meng Yan's corpse on the ground, as ferocious as a wild beast and a tiger. His blue eyes shrank instantly at this moment, turning into beast-like vertical pupils. Boom! The next moment, pools of scarlet blood mist burst out from Li Guanqi's neck and shoulders. Blood spurted out. 2 heads burst out from the side of his neck, and 4 arms covered with magic patterns grew near his arms and shoulders. Counting his original head and arms, Li Guanqi now has the appearance of a demon god with 3 heads and 6 arms, and purple and blue magic patterns all over his body. The magic pattern is added to the body. The beast's pupils are erect. 3 heads and 6 arms. This is the second form of Li Guanqi's physical body. This is martial arts Liangyi. This represents the ultimate killing, the underworld. Ding! The world's first Liangya level warrior of different blood appears, and his name is King! Boom! Li Guanqi's 3 heads all look ferocious, with purple and blue light erupting from magic patterns all over his body. One left hand was holding down Meng Yan beneath him, and the other 5 arms were raised high and clenched into fists, aiming at the 4-elephant level alien blood warrior. His head was smashed hard. Boom! 5 punches were thrown together, and the head of Meng Yan's corpse was completely exploded by these 5 punches. Blood splattered, and the skull of the 4-elephant level shattered. The ground with a radius of 100 meters suddenly shattered. Cracks were dense like spider webs. The entire 100 meters of ground sank half a foot, and the sky was filled with smoke and dust. Call. Li Guanqi's 3 heads took a deep breath at the same time, and his 6 arms hung down. Magic patterns all over his body followed his breathing, and the purple and blue light flickered on and off, full of rhythmic charm. The evening breeze is cool. His white hair was gently blown by the breeze. Under the hair, deep in the vertical eyes of the azure beast, the crazy killing intent was slowly fading away, and the purple-blue magic lines that covered the body were also gradually dimming. 3 heads. In the middle, the emotion is usually oneself. The one on the left has a compassionate expression like a Buddha. The one on the right has a hideous face like an evil ghost. Magic pattern beast eyes. 3 heads and 6 arms. This is Li Guanqi's second form. To be precise, it is martial arts cultivation and the second form of the physical body. Li Guanqi slowly raised his right hand and spread his fingers. The flesh and blood on the fist edge and finger bones had long since fallen off. When Ming Yan's body was hit again and again, these flesh and blood had long been worn away. After all, Ming Yan's skeleton was too hard. However, when the blood slowly dripped, the finger bones of Li Guanqi's fist had a strange metallic luster. He raised his left hand and wiped the blood from his right fist. The color of the phalanges is clearly visible, as silver as steel. Iron bones! When Li Guanqi saw this scene, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a hint of smile flashed in his blue beast eyes. 1 Yuan level different blood warrior. Bronze skin martial arts realm. A Liangya level warrior of different blood, with an iron frame. Through a life and death fight with Ming Yan, he successfully opened the second form of his physical body and entered the Liangya level of martial arts. Now he is a Liangya level warrior of different blood. It's really outrageous. Li Guanqi raised his head, looking at the moonlight and breathing heavily, with a smile on his face. The purpose of this trip was to become a Liangya level conjurer. But before he had a clue about the second form of his spiritual power, he took the lead in activating the second form of his physical body. In the posture of a demon with 3 heads and 6 arms, he became the first to become a 2-level warrior of different blood. By the way, the second form of the physical body with 3 heads and 6 arms? Li Guanqi smiled. Not bad at all. At least, he didn't turn into the monsters mentioned in the book. Moreover, in Chinese mythology, 3 heads and 6 arms are not evil appearances. In many legends, they are divine appearances, such as Neza? Of course, when he transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms, his whole body was covered with purple magic lines. It really had nothing to do with a god, but more like a demon or an evil ghost. Call. Li Guanqi took a deep breath. His white hair turned black. His blue pupils returned to black. And the 2 extra heads and 4 arms quickly degraded and shrank until they completely disappeared. In the blink of an eye, recover as before. He became a normal person again. After this battle, Li Guanqi further confirmed his talent in martial arts. Only by reaching the level limit can one break through the realm more easily. But for some geniuses, this sentence does not apply. Just like Li Guanqi at this moment, his previous physical level was far from reaching the limit of the 1 Yuan level. But he still relied on a brutal life and death fight to activate the second form of his physical body in advance, and broke through to the 2-level martial arts level. Chapter 159. Li Guanqi kills enemies beyond the 3rd level. Physical body, LV17 LV.20, 20.3. Comprehensive level, LV30 LV.32. Li Guanqi's original physical body was only level 17. However, now that I have broken through the realm in advance and opened the second form in advance, the physical strength has naturally skyrocketed, rising to about 3 levels, directly breaking the limit of the 1 Yuan level, reaching the level of the 2 Yield level, reaching LV20 level. But it also represents new limits. The Liangya level physical limit of 29.9. Now, it's time to continue improving. Li Guanqi turned to look at the headless corpse of Ming Yan at his feet. His blue eyes were full of indifference. What is his natural technique? He named it 2 words. Plunder. Just now, he was beaten violently by Ming Yan for a long time. But in the process, he also plundered all the combat experience that the other party had honed in life and death fighting for more than 80 years. Absorbed it all, and turned it into his own use. But this is robbery on a conscious level. It is a passive effect of his natural skill, plunder. And his plunder technique has far more effects than that. He can also activate active effects. Boom! A burst of strange black mist spurted out from Li Guanqi's body, and instantly enveloped Ming Yan's headless body. The black mist rolled and surged, making a sizzling sound. It's as if something is being eroded and swallowed up in the black mist. About 10 minutes later, the black mist went away and came back again, returning to Li Guanqi's body. Boom! The blood in Li Guanqi's body boiled. After the muscles all over his body swelled and recovered, his physical strength skyrocketed again. Physical body, LV20 LV.24, 24.9. Comprehensive level, LV32 LV.35. The physical body increased by 4 levels again. Plunder, technique. Li Guanqi's natural technique can not only rob the opponent's combat moves, but even rob the opponent's entire body strength. Of course, Ming Yan is too strong and cannot plunder unless he kills the opponent. Therefore, this plundering effect may be able to take effect directly when facing low-level enemies, causing an effect similar to the star-absorbing technique. But it doesn't work when facing enemies of the same level. It basically has to wait until the enemy dies before it can take effect. Li Guanqi suddenly frowned. Ming Yan's skeleton is the skeleton of a 4-elephant level alien blood warrior. After plundering it, how could it be possible to give him such a small increase in strength? It's unreasonable. Oh! It dawned on him. Limit. The physical limit has been reached. As a conjurer, he is the son of Tongyu, and is the first person in history to complete the 100 refining of spiritual power. He is special. But as a different blood warrior, he only has some talent. His physical body has not gone through the special stage of 100 times of spiritual power training, and is still practicing martial arts in a step-by-step manner, no different from others. The Liangyi level is subdivided into 2 small realms, Yin and Yang. For a martial artist in the Yin realm of Liangyi, the physical limit is of course 24.9. Only by reaching the Liangyi Yang realm can the physical limit be increased to 29.9. The power that can be increased by plundering Ming Yan's skeleton is of course more than that. But his martial arts realm does not allow his physical body to exceed its limit. What limits human power is state cultivation. After thinking about it, Li Guanqi stopped worrying about these things and began to breathe heavily, adjusting his breathing and self-healing ability, and the injuries all over his body began to heal rapidly. During this period, he also called up his data panel and prepared to analyze it carefully. Spiritual power, LV29, 29.9. Flesh body, LV24, 24.9. Soul, LV10, 10.6. Comprehensive level, LV35. The soul power is currently insignificant and can be regarded as a hindrance. But the combination of the spiritual power at the peak of Liangyi and the physical body at the early stage of Liangyi can make Li Guanqi's combat effectiveness on paper infinitely close to the level of the mid-level Sankai. But the gap between the various levels is too big. Ming Yan was first seriously injured and had an arm broken. And then, he was hit by a 3rd-level spell for half a minute. However, despite this, he was still half dead in the end with quite terrifying combat power. Although Li Guanqi beat Ming Yan to death in the end, if he hadn't broken into the Liangyi level of martial arts, he would have broken his hand, but not his skull. Of course, after releasing the 3-level spell at that time, his spiritual power was also exhausted, and the spell master's cultivation level was equivalent to nothing. But no matter what, Li Guanqi still had a clear understanding of his own combat power. Of course, and special genius, who is just as cheating as him, is not within the scope of discussion. In most cases, he, Li Guanqi, is at the same level and can almost easily achieve an invincible situation. He can even fight against a group of people by himself. It's basically not difficult to challenge one level up. After all, he has completed hundreds of spiritual power refinements, and his spiritual power level is already a level higher than his own cultivation level. When he is at the 1st Yuan level, his spiritual power level is the 2 yield level. It is not difficult to challenge him in a one-on-one battle after he reaches the 1st level. As for getting beyond 2 levels, it will be difficult, and you have to carefully plan the battle. As for level 3, then don't think about it. Just run if you can, etc. Li Guanqi did the math. Ming Yan is a 4-elephant level different blood warrior. And what about him? Although when Ming Yan's skull was shattered, his martial arts cultivation had already reached the Liangyi level. But he had already killed Ming Yan before. Ming Yan was already dead before his skull was broken. So when Ming Yan was killed, he was still only a 1-level magician and alien blood martial artist, and had not yet broken through. Good guy! Li Guanqi's eyes lit up. It turns out that he has already completed a 3-level kill. Huh! As he thought about it, Li Guanqi couldn't help laughing again. This is just a joke. In the final analysis, Ming Yan had been seriously injured before the fight with him, and he was fighting him with a dying body with a broken arm. If there is a health bar, Meng Yan usually has 100%. But when fighting him, he probably only has 3% left. But even if it is a 4 elephant level with residual health, it is still a 4 elephant level, with a 1 yuan level of cultivation. The record of surpassing 3 levels and killing 4 elephants is enough to shock the world. Hey! Li Guanqi looked at the moonlight in the distance, as if he was shouting to the god behind the strange world. You have killed enemies beyond the 3rd level. Isn't this a record? The world is naturally silent. Li Guanqi smiled and lowered his head, and he casually said that after all, he had accomplished the amazing feat of killing enemies beyond the 3rd level. And he felt happy. Ding! Extraordinary first person to use permission to make suggestions. Place a new record. The world's first transcendent person to kill enemies beyond 1 level. Tao follows nature. The world's first extraordinary person to kill enemies beyond 2 levels. None yet. The world's first transcendent person to kill enemies beyond the 3rd level. King! Li Guanqi was stunned. This is, after listening to his opinion. Did you really give such a record of a series of leapfrogging enemies? Speaking of which, the first extraordinary person to kill an enemy beyond 1 level was actually Lin Xianbai. I knew that the Taoist priest from Tianshi Mansion was definitely not simple. Killing enemies beyond 2 levels has never appeared in the dungeon. As for surpassing the 3rd level, of course, it was Li Guanqi who was the only one to do it. And even he killed a 4 elephant level alien-blooded warrior with residual health. Go 3 levels head-on and kill the opponent in his heyday? Li Guanqi didn't think there could be such a terrifying genius in the world. This was too scary. Really too scary. Anyway, there is still an important question that remains unanswered. How did Meng Yan get seriously injured? P.S. Of course, there is more to the plundering technique than this. The protagonist has not fully discovered what he has plundered from Meng Yan. Chapter 160 Zhuang Yuan. S-level plot evaluation. Li Guanqi looked around, looking at the land that was in a mess for thousands of meters. It is hard to imagine that this terrible scene of the earth shattering, the abyss opening, and the mountains collapsing was caused by human power. How strong did the 4 elephants level have to be in their heyday? It's really a humanoid missile. Who was Meng Yan injured by? He must come to thank you. Li Guanqi originally wanted to find out if there were any cursed spirits nearby who saw the scene. But thinking about it carefully, even if they saw it, they probably died in the aftermath of the battle. Those who were not harmed by the aftermath of the battle were so far away. Where could he find them? Ding! You have met the requirements for clearance, but the plot evaluation has not reached S level. Please choose whether to end the copy. If you choose yes, the ending will be unlocked according to the current plot evaluation. If you choose no, you still have 10 days to find a way to get an S level plot rating. Li Guanqi was stunned. Does this complete the customs clearance requirements? But he hasn't become a 2-level magician yet. Oh, so that's it. The conditions for passing the level are just to break through a large level. As for martial arts cultivation or spell cultivation, it is the same. In the dungeon of the conjurer, I have broken through the martial arts cultivation to the Liangyi level. Then when I simulate the martial arts route, don't I have to upgrade the conjurer's cultivation to the Liangyi level? Good guy. It's reversed. Li Guanqi laughed dumbly. After laughing, he straightened his expression and said, No! Ding! You still have 10 days to find a way to get an S-level plot rating. S-level plot evaluation. Li Guanqi has received S-level plot evaluations twice in a row, and he is unwilling to interrupt his record. And the rewards at the ending are simply insignificant. Even the rewards for a perfect ending are mediocre. Judging from the previous 2 ending settlements, the ending rewards are actually nothing. The rewards for plot evaluation are the biggest among the big ones. The most generous reward is the plot evaluation reward. This is a reward that even the simulator cannot simulate. S-level represents perfection. He has not yet reached the S-level plot rating, which means that he has not learned the truth about an important matter in this copy. Li Guanqi thought about it carefully. The first copy was The Sorcerer's Apprentice. He learned that Wei Mo was the son of Tong Yu. In the end, Wei Mo felt relieved and talked a lot before his death. As a result, he unlocked the S-level plot rating. Later, the second dungeon, Strange Things in the Forest. He discovered Ethan's research on magical plunder, and also figured out the truth that he used the levitation technique to transfer soldiers and prisoners, thereby unlocking the S-level plot rating. What about the third dungeon now? The School of Conjuration? Is there anything else he hasn't discovered yet? Li Guanqi frowned and closed his eyes, his mind running rapidly like lightning. Call. The breeze blew across the ruined land, and the evening breeze was slightly cool. Not far away, a wooden figure slowly jumped over. It was a little tree spirit. Seeing that Li Guanqi was thinking, it sat beside him and waited quietly. Think for a long time. Li Guanqi's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes with a smile on his face. I understand. It's Zhuang Yuan. The truth of the plot that he didn't discover must lie with Zhuang Yuan. Meng Yan calls himself a killer of the Dark Brotherhood. I don't know what the Dark Brotherhood is, but it should be a killer organization. But that's not important. The important thing is that someone paid Meng Yan to kill him. Who is it? It is not impossible for an elite student of the college to hire a murderer to kill someone. After all, he is from Daluo, and his behavior in school is too arrogant. But since it is possible, then all possibilities must be listed. In addition to the elite hiring murderers, there is also another possibility. Li Guanqi suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of something. At first, when he met Zhuang Yuan for the first time, Zhuang Yuan asked him what his natural magic technique was. Then he recalled that Qi Xiaoxiao said that Zhuang Yuan never accepted students. But the bugs in the villa said that he had many students who were suspicious of him. Recalling that when he came to the southern Xinjiang headquarters with Lian Shan and Zhuang Yuan were in the same class. And when Lian Shan saw him, he asked, "Are you still doing human experiments?" Zhuang Yuan has profound research on the structure of the human body. The truth is already coming out. Thinking back to Ethan from the last copy, that guy was also doing human experiments. Therefore, Li Guanqi made a bold guess. It was Zhuang Yuan who hired a murderer to kill him. Zhuang Yuan is Ethan's teacher. Ethan's magic plundering technology was not developed by him at all, and Li Guanqi could not believe it. How could a mere one-level magician have such high academic attainments? But if you think of Zhuang Yuan, everything will be connected in series. Spell plunder. The founder of this technology is not the one-level conjurer Ethan at all, but the 5-element level conjurer Zhuang Yuan, who has a profound study of human body structure. This must be the truth. Li Guanqi's eyes were firm. He killed Ethan. Zhuang Yuan discovered all this and wanted to kill him to silence him, so that no one in the world would know about the existence of magic plundering technology. As for paying someone to kill someone, it's also very simple. Zhuang Yuan couldn't get his hands dirty to avoid being discovered by the college. After all, according to school regulations, it was a capital crime for a teacher to kill a student. So to be on the safe side, hiring a murderer was the easiest way. But this is just speculation and empty talk. The way to unlock S-level plot evaluation is to find evidence. I have to go back right away. Li Guanqi looked into the distance with a solemn expression. Regardless of whether he can find evidence or not, he has to return to the academy. It is impossible for Zhuang Yuan to dare to attack him in the southern Xinjiang main campus. But if he is still wandering around outside and sends an assassin without success, Zhuang Yuan will soon a second killer will be sent. We must go back quickly. Little tree spirit. Li Guanqi looked at the tree stump beside him, smiled and took out a bottle of spiritual blood boiling potion from the space ring and placed it on the tree stump. This potion, called spiritual blood boiling, is also effective against cursed spirits. Hey! Li Guanqi gently patted the little tree spirit's wooden head and said with a smile, "Thank you for saving my life. We have to say goodbye. This bottle of potion can be regarded as my gratitude to you." Without the small tree spirit's big tree domain, he probably would have been killed by Meng Yan's last hit before his natural spell was fully activated. Even more so when Meng Yan was seriously injured by a strong stranger. It is no exaggeration to say that the little tree spirit saved his life. Li Guanqi is very principled. If you are kind, you must repay it. Of course, he is a cursed spirit after all. Ahem. He just means, okay. He only has these few bottles of spiritual blood boiling potion, and he will have to use it in the future. If we are destined, we may meet again. But now, haha. Goodbye, little tree spirit. Li Guanqi said goodbye to the little tree spirit, turned around and walked towards the moonlight in the distance. His figure gradually moved away and soon disappeared into the vast night. In situ, the moon is bright and clear. The little tree spirit looked at his departing back. 2 small branches slowly grew out of the trunk of the tree, and he took down the potion on his head. 2 branches gently rubbed the medicine bottle. The wind is blowing the leaves. Chapter 161 The God-Killing Dark Brotherhood. It was windy and snowy. Modasar Snow Mountain. Southern Xinjiang Headquarters. Villa Park. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door. The haggard-looking Qi Gongming waved his hand, and the door lock automatically opened. However, the person standing outside the door made him frown and said in surprise, "Wan Qi, didn't you leave school to seek a breakthrough? How could you reach the Liangyi level so quickly?" Standing at the door was Li Guanqi, who had been running at full speed for 9 days and 9 nights without resting. There are only 20 hours left before the return deadline. Qi Gongming stood up from the sofa and looked at him with some surprise. "Liangyi level flesh body. Have you become a Liangyi level different blood warrior? Forehead?" Li Guanqi was also surprised. "Senior Qi, how did you tell?" Qi Gongming is only a 5-element level conjurer, and his misleading necklace can mislead the perception of a 5-element level conjurer. But Qi Gongming did not touch him. "After all, I am from the Qi family in Daluo." Qi Gongming looked calm. "I have dealt with more different blood warriors than you have ever seen. Of course you can tell. Forget it. It's not important." Li Guanqi walked into the villa anxiously, looked at Qi Gongming, and said in a deep voice, "Senior Qi, I want to ask you to do me a favor. This matter is related to my family and life. Just tell me if you have anything to say." Qi Gongming sat back on the sofa with complicated eyes. "You are Xiao Zhao's friend. Your business is my business. There is no need to hide it. Just say it." Hearing this, Li Guanqi became determined. Sure enough, there are many friends and many paths. If he didn't know Qi Xiao, he wouldn't know Qi Gongming. If he didn't know Qi Gongming, he wouldn't know what to do when he came back to school. "Senior Qi," Li Guanqi looked at Qi Gongming and asked seriously, "Do you know about the Dark Brotherhood?" Boom! As soon as these words came out, Qi Gongming stood up instantly, grabbed Li Guanqi's collar, leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Guanqi, where did you hear this word? Let it rot in your stomach. Here. Never tell anyone." Li Guanqi was a little confused. He didn't know why Qi Gongming was so excited. "Qi, Senior Qi, is there anything wrong with this killer organization?" "Of course there is a problem. Big problem. This organization is taboo and cannot be mentioned in the magic world." Qi Gongming looked around, waved his hand, and released a sound isolation technique. Then looked at Li Guanqi and said in a deep voice, "Guanqi, tell me, where did you hear this word?" 9 days ago. I was attacked by a Dark Brotherhood killer." Li Guanqi answered. "What?" Qi Gongming's expression changed drastically. "I do not know why either." Li Guanqi looked at Qi Gongming seriously. "This is why I came to see you. Senior, I want to know the truth. What kind of killer organization is the Dark Brotherhood?" Qi Gongming frowned. The old man seemed to be hesitating, but looking at Li Guanqi in front of him, looking at the last friend Qi Xiao made before his death, he finally sighed softly and said, "Well, I don't know much about this organization. I can only tell you what I know. You should know very well that all countries in the world, except for Daluo and magicians, basically believe in their own gods. Belief in gods may be good or bad, but we will not judge it. But the problem is, some gods. Well, although I don't agree that there are real gods in the world, there are indeed some beings who are believed to be gods and possess mysterious and powerful power. Among them, including the Dark Brotherhood you mentioned. The Dark Brotherhood is the oldest killer organization, dating back to the ancient times of the Old Age. Their origins are unknown, their destination is unknown, and their base camp is unknown. The world only knows that they have always actively recruited members, and that the Dark Brotherhood believes in a god named Sitiz. But Sitiz is a god, and does not care about worldly affairs. The apparent leader of the Dark Brotherhood is an entity named Night Mother. No one knows where the Dark Brotherhood's headquarters is. If anyone wants to seek help and contracts from the Dark Brotherhood, they must arrange a dark ritual themselves. The dark ritual requires the use of 44 red candles, which is homophonic to die die die, symbolizing death and blood. Then a fresh humanoid corpse is needed. It is said that in addition to humans, orcs can also be used. After killing him, the heart is dug out and placed in the mouth. This is an altar setting for a dark ritual. But it is said that after completing these 2 steps, a final step is needed to truly summon the Night Mother to appear and let her listen to your request. What this final step is, I don't know. In short, after the dark ritual is completed, the Night Mother appears, and then you can discuss the contents of your contract with her. After agreeing on the reward and target, the Night Mother will send out assassins from the Dark Brotherhood to kill your target. During this time, the dark ritual cannot be erased until the death of the mission target. The person who issued the contract cannot take the initiative to erase the dark ritual. Otherwise it will be regarded as actively canceling the contract, which is equivalent to playing tricks on the Dark Brotherhood. The price for playing with the Dark Brotherhood is death. You have to wait until the Night Mother takes the initiative to show up again and tell you that the mission target is dead. Then you tell her where the reward is placed. At this point, the contract is completely completed and you can erase the dark ritual. Kill first, get money later. These are the rules of the Dark Brotherhood. Of course, if the money is not enough, or the money is not given, then the Dark Brotherhood will pay with your life. Having said this, Qi Gongming paused and looked at Li Guanqi solemnly. Guanqi, who did you provoke? A member of the elite faction of the Academy? I think it is unlikely. The Dark Brotherhood has been in decline for a long time, and few people around the world know of their existence. Those who know it basically understand that this killer organization is taboo in the world of magic. Nobles from other countries can just come to them to do things. It is impossible for magicians to take this risk. Why? Li Guanqi looked at Qi Gongming in surprise. Why is the Dark Brotherhood taboo in the world of magic? What is a limitless magician called? Qi Gongming suddenly asked this. The god of spells. Li Guanqi replied. Historical records say that in the old era, there was a god of spells named Redil. The moment he broke through to the infinite level, he was suddenly assassinated by the assassins of the Dark Brotherhood. He succeeded with one blow. The new god fell, and the Dark Brotherhood became world famous. Qi Gongming's words are astonishing. Li Guanqi's eyes widened. The god-killing Dark Brotherhood? Since then, the Dark Brotherhood has been the greatest enemy and taboo in the world of magic. Qi Gongming said solemnly. Since the new era, we in the magic world have played a major role in the decline of the Dark Brotherhood. Therefore, once a magician is found to be involved with the Dark Brotherhood, let alone execution, at least he will be put in jail. You can't run away for 100 years. Chapter 162. Zhuan Yuan likes to play counterthinking. Once it is discovered that a spellcaster is involved with the Dark Brotherhood, he will not be able to escape even if he is imprisoned for hundreds of years. If the circumstances are serious, he may be executed on the spot. Hearing Qi Gongming's words, Li Guanqi's eyes suddenly lit up. If Zhuan Yuan could go to prison and spend hundreds of years in prison, what else would he be afraid of? 100 years later, with the speed of his cultivation, killing Zhuan Yuan, who is at the 5 elements level, isn't it just a piece of cake? According to his situation, he only needs to break through to the 3rd talent level in 100 years to have the ability to fight Zhuan Yuan. If he reaches the 4th elephant level, he can completely kill Zhuan Yuan. 100 years is enough time. But the question is, where is the evidence? He must have enough evidence to send Zhuan Yuan to the prison of the Conjuring Academy. Evidence. Evidence. Li Guanqi's eyes narrowed slightly, and after thinking for a long time, he turned to look at Qi Gongming. Senior Qi, according to what you just said, the assassins of the Dark Brotherhood are invited to dispatch, and dark rituals need to be arranged. And the dark ritual cannot be erased until the mission target dies. In other words, if I can find the place where the dark ritual is arranged now, does it mean that he has a connection with the Dark Brotherhood? Can he be sent to prison or even executed? Uncertain. Qi Gongming shook his head. The cursed trial court may not judge this way. Li Guanqi's expression froze. But Qi Gongming suddenly made another turn, which made Li Guanqi's heart rise. However, regardless of whether he is involved with the Dark Brotherhood or not, there are regulations in the magic world. Any magician who dares to study the Dark Brotherhood and arrange dark rituals, even if he attempts to arrange them, is guilty. If you are convicted based on your cultivation level, you will have to be imprisoned for at least 30 years. And there is no upper limit. The higher your cultivation level and the longer your lifespan, the longer you will be imprisoned. Qi Gongming's voice was low. The fire of hope in Li Guanqi's eyes ignited again. 30 years is fine. 30 years is enough time for him to improve his cultivation. When Zhuan Yuan is released from prison, he can easily kill him. So, you have guessed the murderer? Qi Gongming looked at Li Guanqi. Although there was a soundproof barrier next to him, the old man still lowered his voice subconsciously. Who? Li Guanqi turned his head and looked through the window at the beautiful villa next door. That's Zhuan Yuan's villa. What? Qi Gongming looked shocked. Believe me, Senior Qi, Li Guanqi said seriously. Qi Gongming was silent. I don't really believe you, but I believe in Xiao Xiao. No matter what, I will definitely help her friends. But the problem is, even if Zhuan Yuan is the murderer, where can you get the evidence? Although you are not dead yet, the dark ritual must still be there. But the world is so vast. How do you find the place where he arranged the dark ritual? What do you think? Senior Qi? Li Guanqi asked. Can't guess. Qi Gongming shook his head. The world is so big that you can just find a place to arrange a dark ritual. It's impossible for you to find that place. Senior Qi, you said. Li Guanqi looked out the window at Zhuangyuan Villa and whispered. Will he arrange a dark ritual directly at home? Totally impossible. Qi Gongming waved his hand directly and couldn't help but laugh. Your idea is too stupid. Arranging dark rituals in the Conjuration Academy? Isn't this equivalent to committing a crime in the county government? Who would be so stupid? Yes. Li Guanqi also smiled, and then looked at Qi Gongming. Everyone will think like you. The smile on Qi Gongming's face froze. Then, the smile disappeared. He looked at the villa outside in disbelief, and then looked at Li Guanqi in disbelief. Are you sure? Counterthinking. Think about it the other way around. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Everyone feels that no one will commit crimes in the county government office, because this is where the county magistrate and the police live. But that's why this place is so secluded. The place where Zhuangyuan arranged the dark ceremony was in his villa. His own home. However, just saying, the most dangerous place is the safest place, is not enough for Li Guanqi to make such a judgment. This sentence only made him suspicious, and used it as a clue to explore the truth. But it was the bugs that really made him find the truth. As soon as he returned to the villa park today, he heard that there were more thoughts of insects in Zhuangyuan's villa. Thoughts that he had never heard before. Bugs are the toughest creatures in the world. There are always new bugs appearing in those corners that no one cares about. Bugs that are so small that they may be difficult to detect with the naked eye. But Li Guanqi could hear their voices, piece together those messy thoughts like red, people, and fire. Li Guanqi got a complete sentence. Why are there more bodies and candles here? Ah, dark ritual. Li Guanqi looked out the window at Zhuangyuan Villa and grinned. Zhuangyuan, I heard it and found it. Your underground chamber. And your dark rituals. Li Guanqi looked at Qi Gongming and said seriously. Senior Qi, I specifically chose this time to enter the academy because Zhuangyuan is currently attending class over there in the teaching building and didn't know I was back. So this is the best time. Senior Qi, please accompany me to the villa. Let's go! Qi Gongming didn't have any ink marks at all. He turned around and turned into a gust of wind and rushed out of his villa. Boom! The old man was shrouded in a strong wind, and he directly knocked open the door of Zhuangyuan Villa. And then with a wave of his hand, he flew away all the cat women and fox maids in the villa. Li Guanqi followed closely and walked into Zhuangyuan's villa. Since you are so confident, then lead the way, Qi Gongming said solemnly. Follow me. Li Guanqi started running with ease, walking around the villa, and finally came to a guest room that had been unoccupied for a long time. He stood in front of a wall and touched the bricks. Right behind the wall. Li Guanqi looked at Qi Gongming seriously. Good. Qi Gongming nodded and raised his hand to blast open the wall. Roar! But at this moment, a loud beast roar suddenly came from behind the two of them. Li Guanqi followed the sound and his expression suddenly changed. I saw a ferocious-looking half-human, half-beast lying outside the door. It had sharp tiger claws and a body like a tiger and leopard. It looked like a tiger woman who had transformed into an extreme beast. It was Moo. Li Guanqi finally recognized her. This was the head maid in Zhuangyuan's villa. Zhuangyuan's favorite catwoman Moo. For elephant level different blood warriors. For elephant level? Li Guanqi was shocked. But he has obviously seen this catwoman before. The weird system has no level prompts, which means ordinary people. But why now? Hack. It turns out that you can't trust the weird system. This thing can't judge the enemy's hidden cultivation level. Dry. The system didn't tell you earlier. Chapter 163. The trouble has not been eliminated. Zhuangyuan. This moment. Seeing the cat girl Moo who had exposed her cultivation and displayed 4 elephant level combat power. Li Guanqi was extremely grateful for his caution, because he was worried about any hidden traps in Zhuangyuan's villa. He decided to bring Qi Gongming with him, instead of rashly entering the villa alone to find out while Zhuangyuan was going to class. Otherwise, what would it be like if he faced a 4 elephant level orc in his heyday alone? Of course, things are different now. Moo is a 4 elephant level orc, but Qi Gongming is a 5 element level conjurer. Buzz? Qi Gongming was so relaxed that he didn't even look back. He kneaded with his right hand and released a golden shield, trapping Moo tightly in it. No matter how much she swung her claws and bit, the golden shield showed no sign of wavering. For a 5-element level spellcaster, a 4-elephant level entity that can cut mountains and rivers can be easily dealt with without even making the slightest noise. This gap in combat power is huge. Boom! Qi Gongming didn't even look at Moo from beginning to end. He raised his hand and emitted a golden light, shattering the wall in front of him. Countless bricks and tiles were scattered. A staircase leading to the underground appeared in front of him and Li Guanqi. Ah! Seeing this scene, Qi Gongming couldn't help but laugh. This is a simple mechanical structure, and the mechanism that opens the stone door should be right next to it. There is no magic barrier to cover it here, so there is no breath of spiritual power. Because of this, no conjurer would suspect that there is something behind the door, because there is no aura of spiritual power at all. Zhuang Yuan, you are truly a master of counterthinking. Everyone thought that no one would dare to perform dark rituals inside the Conjuration Academy. So you did the opposite, and turned the most dangerous place into the safest place. And this agency. Everyone believed that mechanical mechanisms were meaningless, and would break if hit. So you take advantage of this and act counterthinking again. It doesn't matter if the mechanical structure is not resistant to attack. Your goal is just to keep everyone guessing that there is a secret room behind the wall. It's such an exquisite practice of counterthinking. It's no wonder that you are solely responsible for the third-year counter-reconnaissance course. However, it's all over. And is it necessary? Smart people are misled by their cleverness. When watching chess, don't imitate him. These self-righteous smart people always like to play such self-righteous stupid things. There is obviously no need to take risks. But they just like to do it to satisfy their conceited genius hearts. After saying that, Qi Gongming shook his head, then took the lead and walked towards the steps leading to the basement. Li Guanqi followed closely behind. Soon, the two of them came to the basement and saw the dim firelight at the end of the secret room, as well as the terrifying evil altar. 44 blood-red candles formed a circle. Catwoman's corpse with her heart ripped out. Dark ritual. This is the scene where Zhuang Yuan arranged the dark ceremony. The truth is out. Qi Gongming looked at Li Guanqi with a smile. My child, you can breathe a sigh of relief. Let's go. Zhuang Yuan's expression when he was caught will definitely be quite exciting. Let's go and see it together. Boom. In the third grade teaching building, the door to the lecture theater was blasted open by a wave of spiritual power. Zhuang Yuan, the dean of the academy, looked gloomy and stood outside the door with a large group of people, looking menacing. On the podium in the classroom, the teacher who was explaining the spells to a group of 3 talented spellcasters was none other than Zhuang Yuan. Zhuang Yuan saw the scene and looked surprised at first. Dean? What's the matter? You still dare to ask? The dean of the academy was furious and roared. Come here. Take down this Taoyuo man who violated the taboo. He didn't have any good impressions of the Taoyuo people to begin with, let alone the Zhuang Yuan Dongchuang incident, which gave him a reason to expel them completely. Huh? He. Zhuang Yuan put down the book in his hand. He was still surprised at first, but after seeing Qi Gongming and Li Guanqi standing behind the dean of the academy, this man who was so smart that he was mistaken for his cleverness suddenly understood everything in an instant. Then, smiled. Behind the dean of the academy, Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. Why? Why was there no panic or fear on Zhuang Yuan's face? But he was even smiling, as if he didn't feel the slightest fear about the fate that would follow? Why? A bad premonition suddenly appeared in Li Guanqi's heart. Get him! The dean of the academy roared angrily, and many 5-element level conjurers cast spells to imprison Zhuang Yuan and escort him out of the classroom. However, just as Zhuang Yuan passed by Li Guanqi, the man used the last ray of unsealed spiritual power in his body to cast a spell on Li Guanqi that could transmit sounds into secrets. Pure thoughts, woven into sounds, sounded in Li Guanqi's mind. My good student, guess what? In the trial court's verdict, will I really be charged with colluding with the Dark Brotherhood? Will I be sentenced to death? Will not. I couldn't help but study the structure of the dark ritual just because I was curious about knowledge. I didn't hire a murderer to kill anyone. So how could it have anything to do with the Dark Brotherhood? Who was killed? Who died? Aren't you still alive? You have no evidence to accuse me of hiring a murderer to kill you. There is no evidence to accuse me of actually hiring a Dark Brotherhood assassin. Studying dark rituals is not a capital crime. My good student. Li Guanqi. Guess again. You erased the dark ritual, which indeed counts as my voluntary cancellation of the contract. According to the rules of the Dark Brotherhood, the Night Mother has to send someone to assassinate me. But I am in the magic prison of the School of Magic, which is the safest place in the world. I can't get out. But can the killer get in? Can't get in. The current Dark Brotherhood has long since declined, and is no longer the glorious period of the old era. Li Guanqi. I made a mistake this time. I really didn't expect that you could come back alive from the sword of a 4-image killer. You are really interesting. Don't worry. I'll be out soon. And once I'm out, I'll reset the dark ritual immediately. The Dark Brotherhood's pursuit of you will restart soon. The lingering sound dissipated. Zhuang Yuan had already been taken away. Red. Li Guanqi quickly looked at Qi Gongming and the dean of the academy beside him. Looking at the two people who looked normal, he suddenly sighed helplessly. Really? Since Zhuang Yuan dared to transmit the voice into the secret, it meant that the guy was absolutely sure that the content of the voice would not be eavesdropped by others. So only he could hear what he said. What's wrong? Qi Gongming glanced at Li Guanqi. No. It's okay. Li Guanqi shook his head. Just as Zhuang Yuan said, he had no evidence to accuse Zhuang Yuan of hiring the Dark Brotherhood. And just studying the components of dark rituals is not a capital crime. This Zhuang Yuan has endless troubles. What awaits Zhuang Yuan next will be the sanctions of the Inquisition in the world of magic. It will take some time for the specific verdict to be sent back to the Nanjiang headquarters. Only then will Li Guanqi know what the penalty Zhuang Yuan received. But it's certainly not a death sentence. The sentence may not be many years. Call. Li Guanqi raised his head and took a deep breath. So far, Zhuang Yuan is the strongest enemy he has made. And this powerful enemy will not be in prison for long. He doesn't have much time. He must devote all his efforts to practice and use the least amount of time to become a stronger existence. Chapter 164 Time Necklace. Ding. In this strange copy, the first extraordinary person to receive an S-level plot evaluation appears. His name is Wang. Extraordinary. King. You have reached the S-level plot evaluation and unlocked the special perfect ending. The content of this copy has been 100% completed. Please select the save location within 1 day. The next time you choose to return to the dungeon of the Conjurer route, you will directly return to the save location and save time. Warm reminder. If it is not a situation like bad gear or dead end in the dungeon of the Spellcaster route, it is best not to change the dungeon route, which will affect your growth. Tip 2. The timelines and events of copies of different routes are synchronized. Listening to the sudden voice in his mind, Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes. Is this the difference between official copies? From now on, whatever happens in the strange world is closely related to him. The so-called copies are actually just major events. The timeline of each copy is completely connected, not even missing by 1 second. It is equivalent to a single-player game. And now every time a copy ends, it is a chance to save. Of course, the archive is overwritten. There is no second save slot either. Even if it is a copy of the Wufu route, it is difficult to regard it as a second save slot. After all, the prompt says, copies of different routes, timelines, and events are synchronized. This means that if he is wanted in the magic world and can no longer survive, the next copy will go to the Wufu route. At most, he will teleport to the Daoyuo dynasty, but he will still be wanted by the magic world. So what is the status of those extraordinary beings who died midway? Li Guanqi was suddenly curious. For the natives of other strange worlds, is it equivalent to resurrection on the spot? Or has the memory been erased? Of course, curiosity is curiosity. Li Guanqi didn't want to experience it personally. As long as he died in the simulator, it would be okay. He didn't want to experience the feeling of dying in person. Actually, from beginning to end, Li Guanqi felt that the strange world was not a game because it was too real, including things and people. To be honest, it felt more like he had gained the ability to travel back and forth between the strange world and the real world. Never mind. Don't think about it so much. Just find a place to save it, and then return to reality. Senior Qi. Li Guanqi returned his thoughts to reality, and looked at Qi Gongming on the classroom podium. Zhuang Yuan was suddenly taken away. A group of students were a little confused. Qi Gongming was making up excuses to explain the situation. What's wrong? Qi Gongming turned back to look at Li Guanqi, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said directly, I want to ask what will happen to your future residence after Zhuang Yuan was taken away. Right. Li Guanqi nodded. Do you want to change to the dormitory? Which teacher should you go to apply? No, Shi Gongming said calmly. You can go live with me from now on. After saying that, the old man turned back and continued to explain the situation to the students around him. After a few minutes, these third-year students were dismissed from get out of class. Shi Gongming also took Li Guanqi back to the round area of the villa again, preparing to choose a room for Li Guanqi in his villa. The villa belongs to the teachers, and it has to be treated like Shi Gongming and Zhuang Yuan, 5-element level teachers. Those ordinary 4 elements level teachers can only live in small houses on the other side. So of course, there is no such thing as Zhuang Yuan being arrested and his villa going to Li Guanqi. Shi Gongming Villa is located next to Zhuang Yuan Villa. When passing by Zhuang Yuan's villa, Li Guanqi saw many people moving around in Zhuang Yuan's villa, and the group of Zhuang Yuan's cat women and fox maids were locked in cages. But I didn't see Mumu, the 4-elephant level cat girl. Where did that Mumu go? Li Guanqi frowned and looked at Shi Gongming. Don't worry. He will be executed secretly, Shi Gongming said calmly. The 4-elephant level orcs are already in danger. Zhuang Yuan has been captured. If we let the cat girl go, there is no guarantee that she will be lurking outside, waiting for opportunities to retaliate against the students. Li Guanqi nodded. If he died, then he would be relieved. Does this mean confiscation? Li Guanqi stopped and looked at the group of people carrying belongings in Zhuang Yuan Villa. And suddenly an idea came to his mind. Of course, Zhuang Yuan was caught, and all his property was confiscated to the college. Shi Gongming took a few steps forward, turned around and saw him stop, and asked with a smile. What? Is there anything of yours in it? Forehead. Li Guanqi looked at the old man and was about to say no. But looking at the indifferent smile on the other man's face, he quickly understood the meaning. Yes. There are some things in there that belong to me and cannot be taken away. Don't go too far, Shi Gongming whispered, and then led Li Guanqi to the side of Zhuang Yuan's villa. Many first-year students cast spells, constantly picked up and carried items from a distance, placed them on the carriage next to them, and then transported them to the college warehouse. Li Guanqi watched everything being shipped out intently. Zhuang Yuan's belongings? These powerful spellcasters all have space rings. Where would a real treasure be placed at home? It must be stored close to them. So there is probably nothing in the villa. But what he wanted was not Zhuang Yuan's property. It's something else. Items that can recharge the simulator. He now has an S-level plot rating and the perfect ending has been unlocked. But he still hasn't found the charging item. If he can't find it again, he will have no choice but to return to reality. All hope lies in Zhuang Yuan's belongings. This is not a gamble. Rather, all the clues condense into one point, resulting in the final result. Only here. If there are really charged items in this copy, they can only appear here. It turns out, Li Guanqi's guess was correct. Just after he watched everyone move goods for more than 10 minutes, a purple jewelry necklace appeared in his sight. A student used the magic of retrieving objects from the air and walked out carrying a large wooden box. Among the many miscellaneous items in the box, there was a ceramic model of a woman's neck. The seemingly valuable purple necklace was hung on the neck model, and the purple jewelry reflected a dazzling and beautiful luster in the sunlight. Ding! You found the time necklace. An item that can recharge the simulator. Finally, found it. Senior Qi. Li Guanqi suppressed the excitement in his heart, turned to look at Shi Gongming beside him, pointed at the purple necklace and said, That is my thing. Shi Gongming glanced at the time necklace and frowned slightly. Mortal belongings. Without saying anything else, he walked over, took the time necklace off the neck of the ceramic model, and picked up a golden wooden box next to it to put it away. Then, the old man looked at the things being moved around and picked up a blue spear. These two don't belong to Zhuang Yuan. They belong to his students. Don't take them by mistake. After saying that, Shi Gongming came back with the things. The first-year students who were moving things looked at me, and I looked at you. And soon they all lowered their heads in tacit agreement, said nothing, and continued to move things. You, an old teacher at the 5 elements level, have spoken. Who dares to say no? Here! Shi Gongming handed the gold-wired wooden box containing the time necklace to Li Guanqi. Mortal belongings, although valuable, are after all things outside the body. You should be more pursuing. With that said, he handed the blue spear he had picked out just now to Li Guanqi. What's this? Li Guanqi looked at the blue spear in his hand and couldn't help but be stunned. Qi Gongming smiled calmly. Sacrificial Vessel. Chapter 165, The Forbidden Road to Champions. Li Guanqi raised the spear in his hand, and looked at it carefully in the sun. This is an ice blue spear without many decorations or lines. The tip of the spear is sharp, and glows coldly in the sun. However, if you look carefully, you can find that there seems to be a wisp of misty cold mist spreading inside the blade. Float. Something magical. Ice. Is this an ice attribute spear sacrificial weapon? This is a 1 yuan level sacrificial vessel. Judging from its appearance, it is almost the best of the 1 yuan level sacrificial vessel. The workmanship is very sophisticated, and it must be at least the level of refining a 4 elephant level sacrificial vessel. But the quality of the spear is indeed only 1 yuan level. Maybe it is the work of a certain weapon refining master who has nothing to do. Spear sacrificial weapon. Conjurers rarely use this kind of melee sacrificial weapon. Zhuang Yuan probably got it from somewhere. Seeing that it was well made, he kept it at home for viewing. I don't know what it does yet, so you can explore it slowly. But I guess the melee sacrificial weapon should have 2 effects, sharpness and hardness. For the conjurer, melee ritual weapons are of little use. But after watching the chess game, I feel that this spear is useful to you. And it is useful in a practical combat sense. Qi Gongming looked at Li Guanqi and said seriously. As I said before, you really can't go very far on the road of being a conjurer. I recommend you to continue to pursue martial arts. Now you are indeed the first to break into the Liangyi level in martial arts. Yes, isn't it? This is enough to prove your talent in martial arts. Yes, Senior Qi. I will consider it. Li Guanqi held the ice blue spear and nodded slightly. What kind of magic or martial arts should I choose? He wants them all. Okay, let's go. I'll pick a room for you in my house. After all, there's nothing good in Zhuang Yuan's house. The real treasures are all in the space ring, which has long been accepted by the dean. Qi Gongming turned around and headed towards his villa. Li Guanqi put the ice blue spear and the golden wooden box containing the time necklace into the space ring, and then followed Qi Gongming's pace. Noon. After Li Guanqi chose the room, he told Qi Gongming that he was going out again and wanted to become a Liangyi level conjurer before returning to school. Qi Gongming had no objection. After all, now that Zhuang Yuan is in jail, the dark ritual has been erased, and the contract has been interrupted. Li Guanqi has no worries at all, and his spell cultivation has reached a bottleneck. It is reasonable to leave school now to seek a breakthrough. So, taking advantage of the darkness, Li Guanqi left the college again. Of course he had to leave. For him, after returning to reality, he may spend some time in reality. But for Qi Gongming, the natives of this strange world, his return from reality is just a matter of an instant. If he really returns in front of Qi Gongming, many things will be unexplainable. For example, he received the ending reward and his cultivation skyrocketed. For Qi Gongming, in the blink of an eye, his cultivation level skyrocketed. How to explain it? So of course, I had to run outside. Well, it's nice here. Late at night, the Motasar snowy mountains are hundreds of miles away. In the lush forest, insects and frogs chirped everywhere. Li Guanqi walked into a cave, randomly picked a boulder and sat on it. He thought about his experience in this dungeon, and suddenly felt like he was in another world. Encountered the Green Fang mercenary group and furiously killed the troops from the southern border of Maoya City. Gushua Branch School. Complete the 100 spiritual power refinements, and embark on the road to invincibility. In the Gu City spell competition, single-handedly defeated hundreds of competitors of the same level, won the championship, and missed the fame and fortune fair of the southern Xinjiang kingdom. Go to the southern Xinjiang headquarters. Get to know Qi Xiaoxiao. Single-handedly select the chief of the 4th hospital in the grade competition. Fight against the monster Annie, and win again. 2 days after leaving the academy, his heart was crushed by the Dark Brotherhood's killer. He killed a 4-elephant level killer who was still alive, and his explosive seed broke through the martial arts 2-level level. Returning to the academy, exposing Zhuang Yuan and the Dark Brotherhood, and earning an S-level plot rating. The experience of this dungeon was really much more and more thrilling than the previous 2 dungeons. After all, he did not follow the simulated route. 3 copies. Except for the second, forest incident, when the simulator had insufficient energy. Li Guanqi did not simulate a perfect route at all, although he still achieved a perfect ending in the end. In both the first and third copies, he simulated perfect routes. But in reality, There is always a difference between his actual actions and his perfect route, which leads to many unexpected risks. But it is also because of this that he has gained many unexpected benefits. Well, I will definitely follow the simulated route next time. I will definitely do it next time. Li Guanqi laughed dumbly. He actually knew it very well. A simulation is just a simulation. In actual situations, he will meet many people and many things, which will make him unwilling to act according to the simulated route. For example, when he saw the tragic situation of the Green Teeth mercenary group, he killed many soldiers from southern Xinjiang in a rage. But he never regretted it. Because real life is not a simulation. There is never a reset button. You only have one life. Find ways to live it more excitingly. Of course, the key point is to never regret. Regret is the most meaningless thing. Choose this place as the save point. Back to reality. Ding! In the Spell Academy instance, the first extraordinary person to achieve a special and perfect ending appears. He ending, special and perfect. The forbidden road to championship. Ending evaluation. There once was such a person. He was born disabled, abandoned by his family, and hated by passers-by. He stumbled to the age of 12, and finally got on a carriage heading to southern Xinjiang. Since then, his road to championship has completely begun. He rose up all the way, crushing the freshmen of his class in a small branch school in southern Xinjiang, and suppressing all the unqualified spell apprentices to the point where they dared not raise their heads. It was not until the age of 18 that he awakened his natural magic skills and entered the first level. He represented the branch school and went to Gu's city. He pushed all the way through the branch school competition. In the finals, he won the championship with an absolute advantage. After that, he went to the southern Xinjiang headquarters as the champion, and then won the first year, second year, and third year spell competitions at least once. Keep moving forward on the road to championship. Eventually, he became a powerful conjurer at the 5 elements level. But thirsty for knowledge, he opened the darkest magic book belonging to the Dark Brotherhood in a heavy rainy night. He violated the taboos of the magic world and began to hire killers from the Dark Brotherhood to do many unseen things for him. Light thing. His name is Zhuang Yuan. His road is the road to championship. And many years later, an equally young man came to him on the same road to becoming a champion. Even your road to championship is more dazzling than his. Your path is so similar to his, that you even became his student. And in the end, it was you, the student, who personally exposed the fact that he had violated the taboo after becoming an ENE practitioner, and sent him to prison with your own hands. So what happens next? Zhuang Yuan's road to championship eventually leads to a forbidden prison. So, what about you? Who is also rising on the road to becoming a champion? Is it a warning? Or are you following in the footsteps? Your life. You decide. Ending reward. 1. 10 bottles of spiritual blood boiling potion, blue. 2. Lucky plus 3 purple. 3. Dark ritual arrangement secret method, purple. Extra reward for S-level plot evaluation. 1. Immediately activate the yang state of the physical body and break into the martial arts and yang state. Chapter 166 Ending Inventory. Ding! Congratulations to the extraordinary king for successfully returning from the third weird dungeon, which is also the first official dungeon, Spell Academy. A total of 6 endings appear in the unparticipated copy, Frontier Battlefield. Details are as follows. 1. Waste B. Ending evaluation. You are lazy, incompetent, and useless. You were unable to complete even the most basic training in the military camp. You were kicked out of the recruit camp. Ending punishment. Permanent buff, weakness. You always feel weak. Constitution -3. Comprehension -3. Ending reward, none. 2. Cannon fodder B. Ending evaluation. You completed the training mission of the new recruit camp, joined the army, and became a member of the Red Blood Army's external battalion. That is, the Cannon Fodder Battalion. You also died in the first battlefield battle. You are a qualified cannon fodder. Ending penalty, Constitution -1. Ending reward, ability. Red Blood Army Fist, green. 3. Bloody Battlefield. B. Ending evaluation. You performed outstandingly in the recruit camp, joined the elite battalion, and finally became a member of the Red Blood Army. After several battles, you finally died on the battlefield with glory. Ending penalty, none. Ending reward, ability. Red Blood Army Fist, blue. 4. Veteran of hundreds of battles. He. Ending evaluation, you performed outstandingly in the recruit camp, joined the elite battalion, and finally became a member of the Red Blood Army. After several battles, although the entire army was defeated in the end, it was not a crime of war, and you still escaped with your life. God. Return to Daluo with meritorious service and glory. Ending penalty, none. Ending reward, ability. Red Blood Army Fist, blue. Talent. Veteran of many battles, blue. 5. Promotion on the battlefield. Perfect ending. Ending evaluation, you performed outstandingly in the recruit camp, joined the elite battalion, and finally became a member of the Red Blood Army. After several battles, you have reached a great level in your cultivation. Although the entire army was defeated in the end, it was not a crime of war, and you still escaped and returned to Daluo with your merits and honors. And with your cultivation after the breakthrough, you became a captain of the Red Blood Army. Ending penalty, none. Ending reward, ability. Red Blood Army Fist, blue. Talent. Veteran of many battles, blue. Equipment. Red Blood Armor. Red Blood Spear, green. 6. Yuchi. Special perfect ending. Ending evaluation, you performed outstandingly in the recruit camp, joined the elite battalion, and finally became a member of the Red Blood Army. After several battles, you have reached a great level in your cultivation. Due to your outstanding performance, you joined the Feather Cavalry Battalion of the Red Blood Army and performed special operations missions deep behind enemy lines. However, when you return to the military camp for the last time, all you see are corpses everywhere and endless smoke. Ending penalty, none. Ending reward, ability. Red Blood Army Fist, blue. Talent. Veteran of many battles, purple. Equipment. Red Blood Armor. Red Blood Spear, green. Ding! Frontier Battlefield copy. A total of 654 extraordinary people successfully achieved the perfect ending. There is only one extraordinary person who has successfully achieved a special and perfect ending. His name is Fist Asking the Sky. Ding! You have participated in the copy, Spell Academy, and there are 7 endings in total. The details are as follows. 1. Waste B. Ending evaluation, you are weak, incompetent, and useless. Not only did you fail to complete the entrance test, but you also died at the mouth of a demon species. Ending punishment, permanent buff, weakness. You always feel weak. Spiritual power -3. Understanding -3. Ending reward, none. 2. Discriminated persons B. Ending evaluation, you completed the entrance test and joined a branch of the Conjuration Academy in southern Xinjiang. Unfortunately, you were not from southern Xinjiang, so you were discriminated against and held a grudge by your classmates in southern Xinjiang, and you were eventually poisoned to death. Final punishment, spiritual power -1. Ending reward, ability. Spell mastery, white. 3. Mediocre qualifications B. Ending evaluation, you completed the entrance test and joined a branch of the Conjuration Academy in southern Xinjiang. However, you spent 3 years and failed to awaken your natural spell. Your teacher recommended you to leave school to look for opportunities, and then you encountered a 3rd-level demon species during an experience, and you were eaten. Ending penalty, Constitution -1. Ending reward, ability. Spell mastery, white. 4. First-year students He. Ending evaluation, although you are not from southern Xinjiang, you lived a very cautious life. You peacefully learned spells at the Nanjiang branch, and finally awakened your natural spells and became a 1-level magician. Ending penalty, none. Ending reward, ability. Spell mastery, green. 5. The pride of the school, perfect ending. Ending evaluation, you are from southern Xinjiang. You participated in the internal spell competition among the southern Xinjiang people and gained the favor of a teacher from the southern Xinjiang main school. You were taken to the southern Xinjiang main school by him, and you became the original branch. Proud? In the end, after continuous study at the southern Xinjiang headquarters, you finally awakened to the natural spell and became a 1-level magician. Ending penalty, none. Ending rewards, ability. Spell proficiency, green. Talent. Fellow from southern Xinjiang, green. 6. Rise to fame, perfect ending. Ending evaluation, you chose to go to the battlefields of southern Xinjiang and Daluo to seek a breakthrough. In the end, after several life and death battles, you finally broke through to a great realm. Your outstanding performance on the battlefield has attracted the attention of many people, especially at this time when the world is becoming more and more popular. Your name has entered the eyes of many high-level forces. such as Southern Xinjiang and Daluo. Ending penalty, none. Ending reward, ability. Spell mastery, green. Potion, a bottle of spiritual blood boiling, blue. 1 yuan level sacrificial weapon, green. 7. The Forbidden Road to Championship. Special perfect ending. Ending evaluation. You won consecutive championships along the way and joined the Southern Xinjiang headquarters. Due to your outstanding performance, Zhuang Yuan, who also grew up holding championships along the way, accepted you as a student. And you finally revealed his biggest secret and guessed his relationship with Ethan. He was also imprisoned for violating taboos because of his research on dark rituals. Ending penalty, none. Ending reward, you have successfully unlocked this ending, and the reward will be distributed soon. Ding! Spell Academy copy. There are 27 extraordinary people who successfully achieved the perfect ending. There are only 2 extraordinary beings who have successfully achieved a special and perfect ending. They are Daofa Xiren and Wang. Ding! The number 1 transcendent. Wang, here is your current information. Comprehensive evaluation. You are the first transcendent person in the world to reach LV30. After completing the 100 refining of spiritual power, you are pursuing the path of invincibility. The supreme throne above the bones. Spiritual power, LV29. 29.9. Flesh body, LV24. 24.9. Soul, LV10, 10.6. Comprehensive level, LV35. Chapter 167. The third reward settlement. The current average level of humans is 1. And the average level of extraordinary beings is 8. This is my 3rd time here. Li Guanqi slowly opened his eyes. The scene in front of me was still the same as the previous 2 times. The empty room was covered with pure white ceramic tiles. There was no object except a wooden table, and the things on the wooden table. By the way, it's been 3 copies. And that guy Lin Xianbai finally got a special perfect ending. There was a bit of a smile in Li Guanqi's eyes. In addition to his and Lin Xianbai's spellcaster root, the copy of the Wufu root, Fist Asking the Sky, also got the special perfect ending of the Wufu root, including him. A total of 3 people got a special perfect ending in this instance. This is a good thing, because these extraordinary beings represent the extraordinary power of reality. Although there is no basis for it, Li Guanqi always feels that in the near future, the extraordinary people in the real world will have a collision with the kings of the strange world. So, the more extraordinary people in reality, and the stronger they are, the better. Li Guanqi is not from Southern Xinjiang in the strange world, nor is he from Daluo. He cannot find any sense of belonging to his family and country in the strange world. His sense of belonging is in reality. From beginning to end, he was just a real Chinese. Start collecting the prize. Li Guanqi withdrew his thoughts and looked ahead. In the empty white room, there were only 4 items placed on the wooden table. 10 small blue glass bottles. A golden badge. A page of purple paper. Another golden badge. This is the 3rd time he has received an award. Li Guanqi naturally knows that this is from left to right, which corresponds to his final award this time. 1. 10 bottles of spiritual blood boiling potion, blue. 2. Lucky plus 3, purple. 3. Dark ritual arrangement secret method, purple. The last one is that he received an S-level plot rating, and the additional reward he received was the most generous one. Immediately activate the 3rd form of the physical body and break into the martial arts and yang realm. Sure enough, the rewards at the end are all false. And the rewards for plot evaluation are the most important thing. Li Guanqi looked at the 4th reward with twinkling eyes. I've done this 3 times. And the rewards for the special perfect ending of each copy are actually not that great. Only this plot reward, which even the simulator cannot simulate, is the most desirable. One by one, Li Guanqi stepped forward and put 10 bottles of spiritual blood boiling potion into the space ring. His spiritual power has now reached a bottleneck, and there is no point in drinking anymore. He should put it away first and wait until he becomes a 2-level magician before continuing to drink. Talk. Including these 10 bottles of potion. He currently has 17 bottles of spiritual blood boiling potion in stock in his space ring. Wait, 10 bottles? Li Guanqi suddenly raised his eyebrows slightly. Obviously, his first reward in this ending should be a copy of the reward he received in the grade competition. When he was in the grade competition, the championship reward was 10 bottles. So the final reward also became 10 bottles. The rewards at the end are all traceable and are awarded based on performance and events in the instance. For example, 10 bottles of potion with reward 1. Another example is the dark ritual arrangement method with reward 3. Because he discovered the scene of Zhuang Yuan's dark ritual, it is reasonable to reward him for the method of arranging the dark ritual. Then the problem arises. What the L is reward 2? What is this? Li Guanqi looked at the golden badge on the wooden table with a look of confusion on his face. This reward 2 is luck plus 3. According to the law of traceable rewards at the end. What did he do to trigger this reward? Oh! Li Guanqi suddenly thought of it. The assassin of the Dark Brotherhood. Meng Yan. Meng Yan was a 4th level alien-blooded warrior. Killing him was as easy as squeezing an ant to death. But the guy was seriously injured by a strange strongman. In the end, he was able to pick up the leak and kill Meng Yan, who was still in a state of residual health. A strange and powerful man suddenly appeared. What is this if not luck? Let me be more lucky. Li Guanqi stretched out a finger and lightly touched the golden badge. Buzz! The golden badges immediately spread out and turned into countless golden light spots, all of which poured into Li Guanqi's body. Then, it's gone. Ah? Li Guanqi was stunned. Is that all? Has he become lucky? I don't feel it at all. Never mind. Maybe it's subtle. Li Guanqi didn't dwell on this anymore and turned his attention to his third reward. Purple paper. In other words, the arrangement method of the dark ritual. Buzz? He reached out and touched the purple paper, and the paper suddenly overflowed into dots of purple light, pouring into his mind. Immediately afterwards, a lot of information emerged. Dark ritual. Arrangement method. 1. Use 44 red candles to form a circle. 2. Prepare a fresh human or orc corpse. Dig out the heart and put it into the mouth of the deceased. Then place the corpse in the center of the candle. Then comes the third step. Qi Gongming said that he didn't know this step. Of course, whether he really didn't know or he didn't want to tell Li Guanqi was a matter of opinion. 3. Find a Yejia flower. Put it into the cavity at the heart of the deceased, and sprinkle a few drops of fresh human blood on the petals. 4. Say, Night Mother, please listen to my voice. Then the Night Mother will possess the corpse and communicate the contents of the contract with you through the mouth of the corpse. So what's in it for me? Li Guanqi frowned. He was not going to arrange such a disgusting ritual. Sure enough, the rewards at the end are all fake. The plot rewards are the big one. Li Guanqi looked at the last golden badge. Reward for S-level plot evaluation. Immediately activate the third form of the physical body and break into the martial arts and yang realm. Buzz? Li Guanqi raised his hand and touched the golden badge. The badge suddenly exploded into golden light spots all over the sky, covering his whole body. At the same time, a holy and vital aura slowly overflowed out. Roar! Li Guanqi's roar suddenly sounded in the golden light. The next moment, golden light poured into his body instantly. Without the cover of the golden light, Li Guanqi's situation at this time was finally revealed. With hair like snow and magic-patterned beast eyes, and 3 heads and 6 arms. At this time, Li Guanqi once again transformed into a body with 3 heads and 6 arms. His whole body was covered with strange purple-blue magic patterns, and his eyes also turned into blue vertical pupils, just like the lone wolf king in the middle of the night. Bloodthirsty and vicious. This is the second form of Li Guanqi's physical body, the killing form of the martial arts underworld. Buzz? The next moment, his purple-blue magic pattern suddenly flickered. In the strange purple-blue light, a faint white gold light could be seen flickering. And then the light became stronger and stronger. Rich vitality gushes out. This is the Yang realm, the Yang state form of the physical body. Chapter 168, Martial Arts Liangyi. Yang realm. Buzz? The mysterious lines on the 3-headed and 6-armed Li Guanqi seemed to come alive, crawling around on his body. And purple-blue light and platinum light flashed alternately, flickering on and off. Gradually, Li Guanqi's eyes returned to human round pupils. And those blue eyes once again became as bright as sapphires, like the vast ocean, and as gentle as the wind. But if you look carefully, you will feel that these blue eyes are like the gaze of the 9 gods. Aloof, cold and ruthless. Boom! Li Guanqi's whole body suddenly burst out with pressure. Immediately afterwards, all the magic patterns on his body began to twist violently, and they all crawled to the center of the eyebrows of the head in the center. They condensed into a point at the center of the eyebrows, and turned into a magical talisman with purple outside and platinum patterns inside. Arts. The rune looked like a blooming lotus. Purple lotus. The purple evil spirit. Golden holy light. Finally, a perfect fit was achieved in a lotus rune. Call. Li Guanqi exhaled a heavy breath. White mist stretched, and the purple lotus rune between his eyebrows flickered in and out with his breathing, full of rhythm. When the purple golden lotus rune appeared, the aura exuding from his body suddenly changed. It was both murderous and brutal like a ferocious beast, and also glorious and holy like a saint. At this time, although Li Guanqi had 3 heads and 6 arms, there was no magic mark, and there was a purple golden lotus mark between his eyebrows, which actually added a bit of otherworldly, divine, appearance. Yin and Yang. The two states superimpose each other and complement each other. It is not only the strongest killing form, but also has strong recovery ability. It can be said to be the strongest defensive posture. Attack and defense integrated. Martial arts Liangyi. Yang realm. Flesh body, LV24 LV.27. 27.3. Comprehensive level, LV35 LV.36. Call. Li Guanqi took a deep breath. As he breathed, his white hair, which was as white as frost and snow, began to fade away quickly, returning to black again, and the blue in his eyes also quickly dissipated. The 2 extra heads and 4 arms quickly degenerated and shrank until they completely disappeared. In the blink of an eye, black hair and black eyes, and the purple golden lotus mark between the eyebrows also quietly disappeared, dissipating its brilliance. Martial arts Liangyi. Yang realm. This means that my physical body limit has also been increased to 29.9. Next time I enter the weird dungeon, oh no! Maybe I can find Liangyi level spell spirits in reality. And I can also obtain different blood to improve my physical body? Li Guanqi began to calculate carefully. By the way, his time necklace is still useless in the space ring. After returning to reality and relaxing for 2 days, he would recharge the simulator and then enter the frontier battlefield on the Wufu route to simulate it. Maybe he would be able to reach the limit directly. Ding! You created a total of 4 records in the last copy. 1. The world's first LV20 Transcendent. 2. The world's first LV30 Transcendent. 3. The world's first 2-level different blood warrior. 4. The first extraordinary person in the world to kill enemies beyond the 3rd level. Ding! Rewards are distributed. Based on your current record level, you will be given 2 copies of different blood, green, and 2 copies of different blood, blue. As soon as the cold mechanical female voice finished speaking, 4 small glass bottles containing blood appeared on the wooden table in front of Li Guanqi. Gulyalu! Li Guanqi did it all. Immediately afterwards, the skin all over his body quickly turned red, like a cooked crab, and the sound of blood boiling came from his body. At the same time, his physical strength also increased slightly during this process. Flesh body, LV27 LV.28. 28.5. Comprehensive level, LV36. The physical body has been upgraded by 1 level, but the overall level has not been significantly improved. Today, Li Guanqi is a 1-level magician and a 2-level martial artist of different blood. But really speaking, his current physical level is not as high as his spiritual level. This thing of 100 refinements of spiritual power is really buggy. Xiahou Li's epic-making revolutionary technology was truly the thing that set Li Guanqi on the road to invincibility. Teacher Xiahou, I have not forgotten. Li Guanqi's eyes were firm. He will definitely find the Thunder Monitor lizard that was seriously injured and fled, and avenge Xiahou Li. Ding! Now that all the rewards have been received, are you going to return to reality? Return. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a screen of light appeared in front of Li Guanqi. The content of the screen was clearly the balcony of his home, and there was a large text next to it. This is what you did before entering the weird world. Please adjust your state, and I will teleport you back to reality in 1 minute. Time flies. A minute passes in the blink of an eye. Brush. In a flash of white light, Li Guanqi disappeared instantly. In the room, the curtains fluttered. Ding! The world's first Liangyi level conjurer appears, and his name is Tao follows nature. Li Guanqi had just returned to reality when this cold mechanical female voice sounded in his mind. This is Lin Xianbai's recording prompt. It's still a moment. Li Guanqi picked up the phone on the table and looked at it. The time displayed was the same as when he went to the strange world, and there was no change. A year in this strange world is just a moment of reality. Lin Xianbai, the first Liangyi level conjurer. Huh? Li Guanqi smiled. Time in this strange world, no matter how long it is only a blink of an eye to reality. Therefore, It took him almost a year to break through a major realm and clear the Spell Academy copy. It may have taken Lin Xianbai a year and a month. Maybe a year and a half. Maybe 2 years. Or even longer to break through to a big level. But no matter how long it took him, the time it took Lin Xianbai to end the copy of the strange world and come to reality was the same as Li Guanqi and all the extraordinary people. It's the same sentence just now. The time spent in the strange world, no matter how long it is only a moment to reality. But what is certain is that the time it took Lin Xianbai to become a young-level conjurer definitely exceeded a year in the Conjuration Academy dungeon. And it definitely took longer than Li Guanqi. Otherwise, Li Guanqi would not be able to hear the notification sound until he returned to reality. With the same clearance goal, Li Guanqi cleared the level faster than Lin Xianbai. As for how much faster, you have to call and ask. Let's look at the rankings. Extraordinary ranking list. 1. King. The pinnacle of all living beings. Level, LV 36. 2. Tao follows nature. Under 1 person. Level, LV 27. 3. Fist and Ask the Sky. Tanhua Lang. Level, LV 25. Now we are finally in the top 3. But compared to me, the second and third places are still far behind. Li Guanqi lost interest and turned off the ranking list. The realm of cultivation cannot represent actual combat power. Not even paper combat power. However, the comprehensive level can reflect the combat power on paper to a certain extent, because it is a comprehensive evaluation of the 3 data of spiritual power, physical body, and soul. However, even Lin Xianbai, who ranked second, had an overall level of LV 27, and Li Guanqi has reached level 36. At this moment, he seemed to suddenly understand the lyrics. Invincible. How lonely it is. Longhu Mountain. Tianshi Mansion. Clouds and mist linger among the peaks, which are majestic and majestic. The place is graceful and majestic. Nameless mountain peaks. Nameless Taoist temples. Somebody come! Lin Xianbai, who was wearing a black Taoist robe, suddenly pushed out the door of the Taoist temple and shouted angrily at the people around him. Where are the people? Lin! Taoist priest Lin! Several Taoist priests rushed out quickly, including the woman in a white dress named Lian. Lian looked at Lin Xianbai at this time and was slightly stunned. She had never seen Taoist Lin so glum. Notify everyone! Lin Xianbai looked ugly, gritted his teeth, and said in a deep voice, I want to hold a joint meeting. Chapter 169, Things Missing in the Weird World. Longhu Mountain. Tianshi Mansion. In a secret room, various high-tech instruments were ready. And in the dark room, projections emerged. On the seats of the round table, more than 10 virtual projections are generated one after another. There are people with black hair and black eyes. And there are people with blonde hair and blue eyes. Mr. Lin, you can start. Mr. Lin, you can start now. The virtual projection of a blonde man slowly spoke. I don't want to waste time explaining what I'm going to say next. But you have to believe it. Lin Xianbai stood at the head of the round table, holding the stone table with both hands, his expression extremely serious. Seeing this scene, all the projections had expressions of astonishment on their faces, because in every previous meeting, someone couldn't help but speak English. And Lin Xianbai would always emphasize over and over again that only Chinese could be spoken in the meetings he held. But what about this time? He actually didn't care anymore. So how anxious is he feeling now? How serious will what I'm about to say next be? The connection between the weird world and reality is definitely not that simple. Lin Xianbai shouted in a deep voice, his expression extremely gloomy. I have said a long time ago that the current situation in the strange world is the eve of a storm. It seems calm, but in fact there is an undercurrent. Just one opportunity and a world war will break out. But what's the reason? I never understood it before. But in this copy, I have collected some information. The reason why the strange world is about to break out into a war that will sweep the whole world is essentially because of the lack of a certain material. Their world is missing something. I don't know what this thing is, but according to the information I collected, this thing originally existed, but because there were too many humans in this strange world, this thing slowly disappeared. During the Old Age War, 99% of humanity in the strange world became extinct. In the Old Era and the New Era, human beings in strange worlds ushered in new life after experiencing the end of the world. So I have reason to speculate that the cause of the Old Age War was that the strong men in the strange world during the Old Age wanted to eliminate the population through war so that thing could reappear. But later on, The game got out of hand, and all the forces really started to fight. And they really brought about the end of the world, which led to the demise of the old era and the beginning of the new era. History has been passed down, and it is unknown how many years there are in the old era. But it has been almost 5,000 years since the new era. The hundreds of billions of people in this strange world may have made that thing disappear again. Therefore, the kings of the strange world became interested. Boom! Speaking of this, Lin Xianbai slapped the table with his palm. You people from other worlds want to take the initiative to eliminate the population and let things reappear in the world. As soon as this statement came out, the whole house was in an uproar. All the projections showed shocked faces. But it's very difficult to do this in practice. Lin Xianbai continued. In the strange world, there are Jogo-level experts who want to massacre directly. But the people they want to slaughter are people from another country. So the Jogo-level experts from other countries are not willing. The objection is simple. If you want our people to die, why not let the people in your country die first? There is no unified world in this strange world. And there are many countries. So the countries discussed it for a long time. I don't know what they discussed, nor what considerations led to the final plan. I just knew the outcome. The result is, all countries in the strange world want the Daluo dynasty to make sacrifices and let the Daluo dynasty exterminate 90% of the domestic human race. But how could the emperor of the Daluo dynasty agree? How could Emperor Daluo agree to such a result? So war is inevitable. But the result is the same. War kills people. And if enough people die, things they want will appear. But everyone. I'm making an assumption here. I have no basis or evidence. I just came up with a simple idea based on the sudden appearance of the strange world and my own speculation. Let me say it for you to listen to. What if things that the kings of the strange world want already exist in our real world? I have something more to say. Please listen to me again. Suppose a group of adults were almost dying of thirst due to lack of water. So they started fighting. But at this time, they discovered that in another area, there was a group of weak children occupying the well. Guys, do you think these adults will still kill each other? Will not. They will only unite to knock down the children and occupy the wells. Everyone. Once the king from another world opens the world passage, our world will be in danger. Ah, what a wonderful world. Rain City. Sunny. On the bustling streets with endless traffic, Li Guanqi was wearing pure white short sleeves and black trousers, holding a cup of milk tea in his hand, walking and shopping. After returning to reality, watching anime and playing games at home, he suddenly felt that it was not interesting anymore. After all, in the game, he can defeat monsters, level up, control wind and rain, etc. He can do it in reality too. So there is no point in playing games. Then, after squatting at home for a day, Li Guanqi decided to go shopping in the mall. Although he was dressed simply in white short sleeves and black trousers, his tall body and sunny and handsome appearance still attracted the attention of passers-by on the road. Li Guanqi walked in the mall, looking at the dazzling array of products, the neon lights hanging on the green plants in the mall, and the modern technology. Looking at these, he couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Although this copy of the Spell Academy lasted for half a year, he huddled in a cave to retreat, and only came out after the 100 refining of spiritual power was completed. But overall, he stayed in the strange world for almost a year this time. It's like a lifetime ago. A year in this strange world is just less than a second in reality. But Li Guanqi has already experienced too much. The technological level of the strange world is almost the same as that of ancient times. After staying there for a year and returning to a modern city, there is an indescribable and subtle feeling. Have to say, the improvement of technological level has greatly improved the happiness of ordinary people. Snapped. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking glass from upstairs. Boom. Then, there was a big black bag, followed by countless glass fragments falling from the sky, and fell heavily in front of Li Guanqi. If he had taken even half a step forward just now, he would probably have been hit. The sudden incident of objects falling from high altitude naturally caused the surrounding pedestrians to scream and retreat. But who is Li Guanqi? The world's extraordinary first person. A man of high skill is bold. His first reaction when encountering such a thing is not to run, but kneel down and open the bag to see what's inside. Chapter 170 Luck plus 3. Go out to pick up money. Tear. Li Guanqi pulled the zipper of the black bag and opened the opening. And then his whole face was directly reflected in a golden light. and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Gold and silver jewelry. Here is a bag full of gold and silver jewelry. This bag is almost the size of an adult. How much is this bag full of gold, silver and jewelry worth? Is this lucky plus 3? Li Guanqi was a little stunned as he grabbed the black bag filled with gold and silver treasures. Lucky plus 3. Go out to pick up money? But this is just a joke. Li Guanqi shook his head and laughed. Oh, are others lucky? Or am I lucky? How can you go out and pick up money? Li Guanqi looked up. I saw the broken windows of a large gold store on the 3rd floor of the shopping mall. There is no picking up money. He had stumbled into a robbery. Boom. At this time, a black car rushed from the entrance of the mall, knocking away all the green plants and dolls in the mall, and rushed straight towards Li Guanqi. The driver wore a black mask on his head. This is not professional either. Li Guanqi looked at the approaching black car, showing no signs of trying to avoid it. Instead, there was a hint of boredom in his eyes. He was even secretly cursing the amateurism of these robbers. The people above all grabbed the gold and silver treasures and packed them into bags and threw them down. It took more than 10 seconds for the driver to arrive. Beep! The black car honked its horn crazily, seeming to warn Li Guanqi to get away. But Li Guanqi remained motionless. The masked man driving the car had a sinister look in his eyes and held the steering wheel tightly with both hands. The car's tires did not deflect or slow down in the slightest, and continued to rotate rapidly, speeding straight forward. The roar of the car engine is deafening. This guy wanted to hit Li Guanqi to death directly. Robber? Wrong. He is a murderer who is ready to kill. Boom! The next second, the black car speeding towards Li Guanqi crashed into him, causing screams from the surrounding shopping mall customers. However, a scene that shocked everyone happened. It was not Li Guanqi who was knocked away, but the hood of a black car and countless car parts. Li Guanqi just stood there, but the front of the car that hit him at full speed was dented. The hood fell off. Countless car parts were scattered, and the engine at the front of the car was completely shattered. When the car hit Li Guanqi, it was like hitting an indestructible stone wall, and the front of the car was shattered. The airbag in the driver's seat actually popped up, and the masked man driving the car hit it. Not only did he suffer a bloody head injury, but he also passed out. Joke. A martial artist of different blood in the Liangyang realm. If an ordinary car hits him, he will be able to move if he can hit him. The car, which was speeding at full speed, crashed into the young man who was standing there. But the result was that the front of the car shattered. The young man still stood where he was, unscathed. This unbelievable scene immediately reminded the surrounding shopping mall customers of the extraordinary events that have been making a fuss on the internet these days. I remembered. A shopping mall customer looked at Li Guanqi and suddenly shouted. He is Li Guanqi from Yuching No. 1 Middle School. In the Blood Campus incident a few days ago, he and the white-haired extraordinary king saved more than 2,000 people in the school. Yes, that's him. I remembered it too. Damn it. I watch it on my phone every day. But now the real person appears, and I didn't recognize it for a long time. The surrounding customers pointed at Li Guanqi and talked a lot. Yuching No. 1 Middle School. A bloody campus incident. For Li Guanqi, it was a year ago. But for real people, well, 7 days ago? Or 8 days ago. However, Lin Xianbai's Extraordinary Academy is about to open. Moreover, once the bloody campus incident occurs, the existence of extraordinary beings will no longer be a secret. So Li Guanqi didn't bother to hide his identity as a transcendent, and directly blocked the car with his body. This will not reveal his strength and identity as a transcendent king, because standing on the spot and resisting a car is not the ability of a 2-level warrior with different blood, or even a 1 yuan level. A physical body value of about 8 or 9 points can do it. Damn. Trash. On the 3rd floor of the shopping mall, a low curse came from the gold shop. Boom. A strong wind blew up, carrying a masked man out of the gold shop through a broken window. There is no spiritual aura. It's a wind attribute ability. Extraordinary person. Li Guanqi's eyes were indifferent. This is an extraordinary crime. Hey, kid. Above the shopping mall, the masked man was surrounded by strong winds. He was suspended on the 3rd floor of the shopping mall. Li Guanqi looked down at the ground, and his voice was deliberately low and hoarse. Put down the bag in your hand and get out of here. I can't compare to those zombies in your school. The masked man also recognized Li Guanqi. But he was not afraid, because there was an online evaluation afterwards. although the physical fitness of those zombies was higher than that of humans. It was not much higher. At most, it was at the level of a brown bear. Li Guanqi only defeated the zombies, which was equivalent to defeating the brown bear. He was not considered a powerful transcendent. After all, the one who arrived at the last moment and easily killed the cursed spirit was the supernatural king, and not this Li Guanqi. I knew it! Li Guanqi raised his hand to tuck his hair that was too long, with a look of helplessness on his face. He still remembered the first time he met Han Mingyao. That time a one-armed man came to the rescue first, and even risked his life to block the attack of the cursed spirit. That kind of person is a typical good person. After gaining extraordinary power, he wanted to help others. Of course, there are good people in the world, but more are bad people. Extraordinary power will amplify the desires in people's hearts and breed more bad people. Li Guanqi has seen such good people as the one-armed uncle. And now, what he saw were bad guys who wanted to commit crimes and make profits after gaining extraordinary power. Damn it! I'm looking for death! The masked man cursed angrily. He had the power to control the wind. With a wave of his right hand, a strong wind fell from the sky and slammed into Li Guanqi. A spiritual power of about 6 points. A 1-level alien blood warrior. Li Guanqi made an instant judgment. 1 yuan level different blood warrior is nothing. The focus is on the mental power of 6. No wonder he dares to rob. At this stage, someone with 6 points of spiritual power is indeed considered good. He may still be among the 1,000th in the extraordinary ranking list. He is considered one of the top 1,000 extraordinary people in the world. Boom! When the strong wind hit, Li Guanqi retreated to the side, and the car on the spot was hit hard by the strong wind. The masked man in the driver's seat was already seriously injured. If he was hit by the strong wind again, he probably wouldn't survive. Of course, if you pull it out now and use spells to treat it, there is still hope of survival. But Li Guanqi didn't want to do this. In most cases, he would choose to save people. Just like when he was in Yuching No. 1 middle school. Even if he didn't know the teachers and students, he would save them. And he would even fight against powerful enemies. But the gang of robbers across the street, speaking of this masked man, they just wanted to hit him to death with their car. Faced with such criminals, Li Guanqi had no desire to save people. Save the shit! Chapter 171, Plunder. Ming Yan's superpower. Boom! 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 High in the sky, the masked man who could control the strong wind was like a human-shaped fort, constantly sending out strong wind shock waves. Although it failed to hit Li Guanqi once, it almost destroyed the entire shopping mall. Li Guanqi ran back and forth in the mall to dodge, saving a few innocent customers who were affected by the strong wind from time to time. As he ran, he thought, well, what level of strength should I show to catch this guy? As for whether to kill, I can't kill. Only an extraordinary king can kill people in public. Li Guanqi, couldn't do that. Suddenly, Li Guanqi stopped and turned to look at the masked man with a confused expression, because the masked man wanted to chase him. He kept adjusting his position at the height of the 3rd floor. Now, he had arrived next to the corridor on the 3rd floor. There was a green tree beside the corridor. It was a money tree used in shopping malls for decoration. Looking at the tree, Li Guanqi suddenly felt some strange throbbing in his heart. Like breathing? No. To be more precise, it's the feeling of activating a superpower. It feels like activating the ice control ability. Superpower. Activate. Boo-hoo! Li Guanqi suddenly raised his right hand towards the money tree. And then the money tree, which was only 1.5 meters tall, began to grow wildly. Many branches branched out from the trunk, lengthened at an alarming speed, and shot out like tentacles. In just a short moment, the masked man suspended next to the money tree was tied up by numerous branches and hung firmly in the air, unable to break free. There are also several branches that are like steel whips, constantly beating the masked man on the head, forcing him to lose his concentration and unable to gather his mental power to activate the wind control ability. Look at the ground. At this time, Li Guanqi raised his right hand and pointed it at the green tree, and his eyes were full of green eyes. Brand new powers. This is the ability to control trees, flowers, and plants. Why? Li Guanqi was at a loss. This is not a spell that consumes spiritual power. This is a power that consumes mental energy. But he only has the ability to control ice. So where does he have the ability to control plants? A picture suddenly flashed through Li Guanqi's mind. That was in the weird world. He activated his natural skill, Plunder, summoned black mist, swallowed up Ming Yan's skeleton, and robbed the energy of the skeleton. The natural technique, Plunder. But what he plundered, wasn't it just the skeleton energy? No. More than that. Huh? Li Guanqi couldn't help but laugh, his face full of disbelief and surprise. It turns out that this is the full effect of his natural technique. Plunder. Not only can you plunder energy, but you can also plunder the superpowers of different blood warriors. Boo-hoo! Li Guanqi looked at the money trees in the corridor on the 3rd floor. His mental power exploded, causing the money trees to grow wildly. Many branches flew towards the masked man, directly wrapping the criminal into a leaf rice dumpling. Li Guanqi's face was filled with a bright smile. Ming Yan's ability to control plants belongs to him. Please, are you Mr. Li Guanqi? Suddenly, a female voice came from behind. Li Guanqi turned his head curiously. What came into view was a middle-aged woman wearing glasses. She was holding a 6 or 7-year-old boy with her left hand. Her right hand was rummaging around in her bag. While searching anxiously, she said to Li Guanqi, I am a reporter from Yuqing Evening News. My name is Yu Sherwin. Where is my work permit? The female reporter named Yu Sherwin looked at Li Guanqi helplessly. Sorry. I took my son out shopping today without my work permit. But please believe me. I really... Okay. Li Guanqi interrupted her with a smile. Miss you. What's the matter? Certainly. Yu Sherwin looked at him seriously. Can I interview you with a few questions urgently? It won't waste much time. Although the editor-in-chief strictly prohibits us from looking for you. We bumped into you today, and I couldn't help it. The editor-in-chief strictly prohibits. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder no reporters came to interview him after he showed his extraordinary power in the bloody campus incident. Now that he thinks about it, Lin Xianbai should have said hello to him. After all, that person is Ping Lai's immediate boss. It's really convenient to know Lin Xianbai, and you don't have to worry about many things. What do you want to ask? Li Guanqi decided to give Yu Sherwin a chance. If the woman asked some boring things, such as how he obtained his powers, then he would leave. Excuse me, isn't your superpower the same as the Super King's ability to control ice? Or is it that you superpowers don't have just one superpower? Yu Sherwin first told her son to stop running around, then took out a pen and paper from his bag and looked at Li Guanqi seriously. Oh! Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows slightly. This problem. Yes. This female reporter named you may be able to help. Beep beep. Red and blue lights and sirens appeared in the distance. The police car is coming. Reporter Yu. Li Guanqi looked at Yu Sherwin with a smile. I have a lot of time. After I cooperate with the police to complete the transcript later. Let's do a formal interview. Right. The following is the record of an interview conducted by our reporter with Mr. Li Guanqi, a superpower who has many different opinions on the internet. At night, 7 p.m., the news program of Yuqing Evening News began to broadcast. The scene on the TV was an interview between Li Guanqi and a middle-aged female reporter. The female reporter held the microphone in her hand and smiled softly at Li Guanqi. Hello, Mr. Li. I am Yu Sherwin, a reporter from Yuqing Evening News. Hello. Li Guanqi sat on the chair and nodded gently. Female reporter Yu Sherwin held the microphone in her hand and began to ask, Mr. Li, is your superpower not the same as the extraordinary king's ability to control ice? Of course not. Li Guanqi said, my power is to control plants. When I caught the gangster in the mall today, many people saw it, including you. Miss you. Yes. Yu Sherwin smiled and nodded. But 8 days ago, many people in Yuqing No. 1 Middle School also saw that when you defeated the zombies, many ice crystals condensed out of thin air, trapping the zombies. May I ask about your superpowers? It turns out that is there more than one kind? Anyway, I can only control plants. Li Guanqi spread his hands and said with a helpless smile, as for the ice crystal in the school, that is the extraordinary king. He was helping in the dark at that time. Otherwise, how could I defeat so many zombies by myself? But at that time, I just took action to control the ice, but didn't show up. So that's it. Yu Sherwin smiled and continued to ask. So, Mr. Li, what is your relationship with the extraordinary king? After all, your height and body shape are so similar to him. This question is also a question that many netizens are curious about. I have nothing to do with the extraordinary king. I don't know him at all. But, Li Guanqi looked at the camera, raised his right hand, and pointed with his left hand at the space ring he wore on his right hand. That day at school, not long after the zombies appeared, the extraordinary king found me and gave me this ring, which was exactly the same as the one on his own hand. He said that he wanted me to wear this ring, otherwise he might kill the unidentified extraordinary person when he saw him in Yuching in the future. I was very scared, so I could only keep wearing it. This is intimidation. Yu Sherwin frowned. Yes. Li Guanqi nodded, with a look of fear on his face. Okay. Yu Sherwin eased her emotions, pondered for a moment, and then smiled. Then, the last question is one that I believe many netizens want to know. How did your superpower appear? No comment. Li Guanqi still smiled and shook his head. Okay. Expected answer. Yu Sherwin smiled helplessly. Thank you very much for your cooperation, Mr. Li. On behalf of all the innocent people who encountered gangsters in the mall today, I would like to thank you. Z. Li Guanqi sat on the sofa, pressed the remote control, and turned off the TV. The sound from the TV suddenly stopped. As soon as this interview came out, the voices on the internet that Li Guanqi was the extraordinary king will of course still exist, but they will definitely become much smaller. This is the purpose of his interview with reporters. He, Li Guanqi, cannot be an extraordinary king, because the extraordinary king can kill people in reality. Li Guanqi is not good at it. By the way, there is another problem that needs to be solved. Chapter 172 Daluo Frontier. Yuqian Great Wall. Li Guanqi turned on his mobile phone and made a call. This phone number is very interesting. He clicks on the call log to call back every time. However, every time he makes a call, the phone number displayed on the screen is different. It belongs to Black Technology. Dudu. Hello? Li Guanqi. You are really not tired. You just came back from the strange world and went to fight crime. Even I am too lazy to take care of official business after coming back. No way. It just happened to happen. Also, congratulations. You got a special perfect ending for the first time. Thank you. You too, even though you do it every time. By the way, Taoist Lin, how did you discover Zhuang Yuan's dark ritual? I am very sensitive to the dark atmosphere. I sent Zhuang Yuan to prison as soon as I entered the academy. Oh, that's it? Sorry. I can't say anything else involving the secrets of the Tianshi Mansion. Okay. How long did it take you to complete this copy? It's easy to send Zhuang Yuan in, but breakthrough in cultivation is very rare. It took me 2.5 years. Damn it. Are you going to be a trainee? Huh? What do you mean? No. It's nothing. Taoist Lin. Speaking of which, Li Guanqi, based on the time when the notification sound appeared for you to become the first 2-level different blood warrior, Li Guanqi, it should have taken you less than a year? It should have been about 11 months. Yeah. That's not important. What's important is that I have something to tell you. I know that you were interviewed by reporters because you wanted to further conceal your identity as the extraordinary king. But you suddenly discovered that there was a space ring on your finger, and that extraordinary king also had this ring on his hand. So you can only make mistakes, accept interviews with reporters, and say that your ring was given to you by the extraordinary king. And now, you want me to help you tell your lie, so that more extraordinary people can meet the extraordinary king and be forcibly given such a unified ring. Exactly. So help me. No problem. The unknown extraordinary king is indeed of great significance. Ponglai should also need the help of the extraordinary king in the near future. Well, I think the extraordinary king should be fine too. It's a pleasure to cooperate. I'll hang up now. Wait a minute. There's another question. When are you going to make the matter about extraordinary beings public? Don't rush. Don't forget. Although we have been in the strange world for a long time, but in reality, the extraordinary has only appeared for more than 10 days, and the extraordinary academy has not yet started. Let the public opinion ferment. Okay. Bye. Bye. Dudu. The phone hangs up. Li Guanqi took a glance and saw that the phone number on the call record had changed again. What a Black Technology. Go play games. Li Guanqi returned to the room, threw his cell phone on the bed, then turned on the computer and opened the latest old man's headband. Then I was stuck at the big tree guard for the whole night. Grass. You let this thing run into reality and see if I don't destroy it. After playing until midnight, Li Guanqi turned off the computer. Otherwise, he would be tempted to smash the computer, After the computer was shut down, the room became completely dark. Because of this, Li Guanqi noticed that the breathing light on the mobile phone on the bed turned on. Did someone send a message? Li Guanqi picked up his phone and turned on the screen. You have a new friend request. 3:21 minutes. It was posted half an hour ago. Did you stay up most of the night? Li Guanqi frowned. Some people like to make decisions after struggling for a long time late at night, such as mustering up the courage to say those words to someone, or dialing a certain number, but this is not what they should be. 8 out of 10 decisions people make late at night will regret it. Maybe, including this friend request. But Li Guanqi still clicked in. Colorful penguin images flashed by. In the new friend list, there is a two-dimensional anime girl's avatar with red dots, which is his latest friend application. Li Guanqi clicked the word, agree, on his mobile phone. No response. Beep! But just when Li Guanqi was about to turn off his phone, a message finally came from the other side. Sigma, degree winky face. Then there is another one. It's almost 4 o'clock and you're still not asleep. Crack. Snap. Snap. Li Guanqi was typing in the input box of his mobile phone, and the key prompt sounded. Then, send. Who are you? Han Mingyao. Really? Li Guanqi didn't know why, but he just felt, as expected. Crack. Snap. Snap. Type. Send. How do you know my queue number? Go to the gym where you used to train and ask your teammates. Oh. Why did you join me? This time, the other person responded with a silly emoji package, which was a blushing panda head, paired with a happy panda head expression, making it look even more joyful. Crack. Snap. Snap. Li Guanqi continued typing and then sent. If you have anything to say. It's very late, and I'm going to bed. Nothing. I just want to add you as a friend. Good night. Then, there is a sand sculpture emoticon with a panda head to express good night. You stay up until midnight. Add me as a friend and say it's okay? Li Guanqi shook his head helplessly, and then turned off the screen of his phone. But it seemed that even he didn't notice it. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, which was a smile. And Li Guanqi himself did not realize this. Call. He just took a deep breath, straightened his expression, and then took out a golden wooden box from the space ring. Opening the box, there was a purple jewelry necklace lying inside. A time necklace that can recharge the simulator. Charge. Simulate. Getting stronger is serious business. Buzz. Li Guanqi touched the time necklace with his finger, and then the necklace burst into golden light and escaped into his body. Ding. The simulator is fully charged. Li Guanqi's mind moved, and his whole body was covered with blood. Weird World Simulator. On the land shrouded in black mist, the light curtain panel slowly floated. A copy of the simulated martial arts route. Li Guanqi said in a deep voice. A box will appear on the panel. Text simulation has been used in the Spell Academy. Copy. And this simulation will be conducted in person. Do you want to continue? Yes. The Frontier Battlefield simulation of the Wufu route copy is about to begin. 3, 2, 1. Brush. There was a flash of white light. Li Guanqi disappeared instantly. 3 minutes ago. Longhu Mountain. Tianshi Mansion. Nameless mountain peaks. Nameless Taoist temples. Bang bang. Outside the Taoist temple, Lian, who was wearing a white dress, knocked on the door gently. Taoist Master Lin, the night watchman of Yuqing Guards, just caught a strange girl. She has extraordinary power, but she behaves very strangely in her words and deeds. Oh! Lin Xianbai's voice came from the Taoist temple. What's this weird method? Lian hesitated for a moment and said. The report said by Yuqing Guards said that she is like a human being who has traveled from a strange world. Boom! The Taoist temple door suddenly opened. Lin Xianbai teleported in front of Lian and stared into her eyes. What's her name? Lian was stunned for a moment, then quickly answered. Qi Xiao Xiao. Rumble. Simulation world. Thunder roars and rain pours. As soon as Li Guanqi opened his eyes, he was drenched and turned into a drowned rat. He looked around and saw a lush forest. He didn't know whether it was night or day at this time, because dark clouds spread thousands of miles, and the sky and the earth were dark and gloomy, and it was impossible to distinguish between day and night. Only then did Li Guanqi feel that he was holding something in his hand. He looked down. I saw that I was wearing a typical ancient costume, a coarse linen robe. I looked like a farmer plowing in the fields, and he was holding two things in his hands. A booklet. A map. He opened the book and looked at it. There were a bunch of red fingerprints and names. An official seal next to it. And a bunch of official documents with clumsy words. But in general, it was a letter of recommendation written by the village chief and the whole village, recommending Li Guanqi to come to the border battlefield and join the Red Blood Army. A letter of recommendation for joining the army from the Daluo dynasty. As for the map, it is the route map from the village to the Red Blood Army station on the border. Li Guanqi looked at the map carefully and found a very iconic thing that could be used as a road sign. The map said it was a towering tree hundreds of meters high. Oh! Li Guanqi looked around and soon spotted the outline of the giant tree at the end of the horizon. The thick trunk remained motionless in the heavy rain, and the lush branches and leaves were like giant umbrellas, swaying in the wind. It rained heavily, and there was lightning and thunder. And that giant tree seems to be able to attract thunder, like a lightning rod, constantly attracting thunder from the sky to hit it. But not only did the thunder fail to break the giant tree, it even caused a layer of faint purple-blue lightning to appear throughout it. Sacred tree. Giant thunder tree. According to the map instructions, 30 miles south of the thunder giant tree is the Red Blood Army's fortress station on the border. Frontiers are also divided into regions. That place is not considered a frontline battlefield. The nature of that fortress is more similar to a garrison, with the obligation to recruit and train new soldiers. Li Guanqi put away the letter of recommendation and the map, checked the direction, then spread his legs and started running wildly, directly breaking through the rain curtain and galloping forward at an alarming speed. During this process, the muscles all over his body trembled, vibrating at a frequency that could not be detected by the naked eye, directly shaking away the rain, and not a single raindrop could fall on him. Moreover, the high-speed trembling of muscles all over the body also emitted high temperature, steaming dry the body that had just been wet. The conjurer has studied spiritual power to the extreme and gained power through academics. As for the different blood martial artist, his body has been developed to the extreme, and every inch of flesh and blood can be mobilized like an arm. Today, Li Guanqi is a martial artist in the Liangyang realm. Bang! 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 Li Guanqi took one step at a time, running like thunder, exploding pieces of mud and water like lotus blossoms. Soon, a towering and majestic fortress appeared on the horizon. The sky was filled with wind and rain, and thunder exploded in the dark clouds. That fortress covered with mottled marks is like a veteran of many battles, guarding the frontier of the dynasty. He may die, but cannot retreat. Red Blood Fortress. The Red Blood Army's garrison on the southern border. On both sides of the Scarlet Blood Fortress is an endless Great Wall. The Great Wall of Heaven. Li Guanqi looked at the looming outline of the Great Wall in the distance, and couldn't help but show an impassioned expression. Because he has heard of this thing. Whether in Wei Mo's library or Zhuang Yuan's library, there are similar records and books. The Yutian Great Wall of the Daluo dynasty is known as the greatest wonder in the world. There are many countries in this strange world, but the Daluo dynasty has the largest territory in the world, with the most vast territory, covering an area of nearly 100 million square kilometers. But this Great Wall of Heaven encircles the entire territory boundary of Daluo dynasty. If the territory of the Daluo dynasty is regarded as a circle, then the Great Wall of Heaven is the circle outside the circle. 3,000 years ago, the first emperor of Daluo founded the Daluo dynasty, built the Great Wall to divide the country's borders, and swore an oath to never expand. The national policy was peace beyond the Great Wall, that is, beyond the borders of the country. For 3,000 years, the Daluo dynasty has never invaded an inch of land. But similarly, within the Great Wall is the territory of Daluo. Every inch of mountains and rivers, every inch of blood. For 3,000 years, the Daluo dynasty has not lost an inch of land. With the extraordinary power of the strange world, I really want to mobilize it. In fact, the productivity that can be achieved is terrifying. Although the territory of the Daluo dynasty is exaggerated, although it is difficult to build a great wall to surround the country, it will not be crowned. Enter the word miracle. But the Great Wall of Heaven is recognized as the #1 miracle in the weird world. The reason is simple. Because this is not a simple barrier building. It is a supergiant artifact. No one knows the activation method. No one knows the refining principle. And no one knows where the first emperor got this artifact 3,000 years ago. The world only knows the effect of Great Wall of Heaven. Once opened, the Imperial Great Wall will release an exaggeratedly huge red defensive shield, covering the entire Daluo dynasty. a territory of 100 million square kilometers. Like a giant crimson glazed bowl. It covers the entire Daluo dynasty. No, to be precise, it should be a giant sphere, because the underground is also within the defensive range of the Red Shield. Because of this, the Yutian Great Wall is also known as the Red Great Wall. The Daluo dynasty lasted for 3,000 years. Since the death of the first emperor, it has gone through a total of 3 large-scale wars against foreign enemies in history. There are also records of the Imperial Great Wall being opened 3 times. Each time, without exception, all the incoming 9 palace-level experts were firmly blocked from entering the country. Unless the soldiers die first. Unless the king dies on the frontier. No plant or tree in Daluo will be lost. The prince who lost his soil will not enter the ancestral temple. This is what the first emperor said on the day when Daluo was founded 3,000 years ago. Of course, the first sentence is just a beautiful statement. Other countries, such as the predatory attacks of grassland orcs, rob the people on the border and run away. They appear every few days. It is impossible to prevent them. This is a helpless thing. After all, the Imperial Great Wall cannot be opened casually. In the 3,000 years since the founding of Daluo, it has only been opened 3 times. Each time it is opened, it is a huge drain on national power, and the internal affairs of the dynasty will be turbulent for at least 100 years. And once it is turned on, in those 3 huge wars involving many Jogan-level powerhouses, the first step the Daluo dynasty took when facing large enemy forces and top powerhouses was to open the Great Wall of Heaven. Then, the Daluo dynasty will resolve all battles outside the country's borders. There has never been a record of enemy troops crossing the Great Wall of Heaven and occupying the land of Daluo. Once the Great Wall of Heaven is opened, it means there will be no end to death. Unless a few Jogan-level people die, this matter will never end. The Great Wall of Heaven was opened 3 times, and a total of 15 powerful men from the enemy country at the Jogan level were killed. This is Daluo. Who is coming? The fire flashed and exploded, facing the violent wind and rain. Li Guanqi came under the wall of the Red Blood Fortress. He raised his head and looked at the looming firelight in the wind and rain, as well as the countless figures crowded with people. They are all tall and strong men, all wearing heavy red armor, holding sharp spears, and their eyes are still sharp even in the rainy night. They are all one-dimensional warriors of different blood. Is this the rigid standard for official members of the Red Blood Army? No, according to the previous ending review. It shouldn't be like this. You only need to pass the training of the elite battalion. Even if you are not a 1 Yuan level, you can become a member of the Red Blood Army. But this should be the lowest level of the Red Blood Army. 1 level alien blood warriors are the standard for city-defending soldiers in the Red Blood Army. Playing Li Guanqi! Li Guanqi raised the letter of recommendation high and shouted loudly to the Red Blood Army soldiers on the top of the fortress wall. Come and join the army! Chapter 173 Wang Yanqing goes to war for her husband. Why join the army? After the letter of recommendation was verified to be true, the Red Blood Army opened the city gate, and several soldiers took Li Guanqi into the castle, where the Red Blood Army was stationed. They passed by camps, and finally entered a tent. A strong man with red hair and heavy red armor sat behind the table, with his head bent, and reviewing military reports. He said without raising his head, I have checked your letter of recommendation. It is really... But the problem is... Having said this, the strong man as strong as a bear finally put down his military report and raised his head to look at Li Guanqi. His red pupils were as sharp as knives. Red hair. Red eyes. A descendant of the Qi family. For elephant-level alien blood warrior. The recommendation letter is real. But are you real? The strong man in red armor stared at Li Guanqi. Tear down the thing that shields your cultivation. You have shielded your cultivation, but you can't hide the sharpness and momentum in your eyes. This is not a look that ordinary farmers can have. Oh? Li Guanqi was stunned. Is this okay? I always hear it said on the internet that some police officers have been working for a long time, and they don't even need to check surveillance cameras to catch thieves. They can tell at a glance that the person is a habitual offender. When asked why, they said they can tell by their temperament. This sentence turns out to be true. The general has a sharp eye. Li Guanqi smiled, and then took off the misdirection necklace around his neck. Aesthetes? The expression of the strong man in red armor changed slightly. But then he softened. I'm not a general. You have to know some rules. In the Red Blood Army, you don't need to watch your words and flatter me. Just do as you are told. He straightened his expression and said in a deep voice, My name is Qi Shanhe. and I am currently the captain of the Red Blood Army's new barracks. However, given your situation, you are naturally exempt from the new barracks, and there is no need to go to the elite camp. But whether you can join the Red Blood Army or not, this will have to be decided by the commander. Let's go! After saying that, the man named Chi Shanha stood up from the table. He was as strong as a bear and walked with the strides of a dragon and a tiger. The red cloak behind him was fluttering, making him even more majestic. This is the temperament of Daluo's soldiers. It is different from the corruption of the southern Xinjiang army, and also different from the evil spirits of the magicians. Li Guanqi followed Chishan through the vast square outside the camp, walking forward in the heavy rain, as if he was going to the interior of the Red Blood Fortress. And this is indeed the case. Finally, Li Guanqi followed Chishan to the top floor of the Scarlet Blood Fortress and stood outside a brightly lit room. The interior of the room's carved wooden doors and windows is also covered with a layer of delicate paper. The reason why it is said to be exquisite is because there are many red and complicated patterns on the paper clothes. Li Guanqi has seen this pattern before. Qi Xiaoxiao had painted it for him before, saying it was the emblem of the Red Blood Legion. Captain Chishan, please see the commander. Qi Shanha stood outside the door, cupping his fists and shouting lowly. What's the matter? A calm female voice came from inside the door. Someone came to join the army with a letter of recommendation from a small mountain village in Qingzhou, but he himself was a Liangya-level martial artist. Chishan continued. Oh! The woman's voice was still as calm as water. Take it. Yes! Boom! Qi Shanha turned around, and his momentum suddenly exploded, like a cruel giant bear. In an instant, he grabbed Li Guanqi's hands behind his back and pressed him to the ground. Li Guanqi's face came into close contact with the bluestone floor tiles, and the splashed mud even ran into his mouth and nose. Bring him in! A female voice came from the door again. Squeak! The two Red Blood Army soldiers guarding the gate received the order, and each pushed open the gate. The two doors on the left and right were opened, and Li Guanqi, who was pressed to the ground, finally saw the scene inside the door. The dim candlelight flickered, and behind a brown bookcase, a graceful woman sat, holding a military report and memorial in her hand. After looking down for a few times, she began to pick up a brush and write something. She was wearing a tight-fitting red outfit, with red steel wristbands on her hands, but she was not wearing armor. The pure red simple outfit outlined her slender waist and straight back. Her long, silky black hair was tied up high, fixed with a red hair crown, and tied into a high ponytail. Since the doors and windows were open, the evening breeze outside blew away, and the ends of the high ponytail were slightly wafting. Heroic and capable. This was the first impression this female commander of the Red Blood Army gave Li Guanqi. Snapped. The female commander finished reviewing the military report, put the brush on the inkstone, and then finally raised her head. Not a beauty in the traditional sense. Her face could barely be considered comely, and there was a scar at the corner of her right eye, which ruined the delicate beauty of an ordinary daughter's family. But I don't know why. Li Guanqi felt that this scar and the woman in red robe complemented each other just right. Women are not allowed to join the army, but men are not allowed to do so. Obviously, this is the female commander of the Red Blood Army that Shen Yan mentioned earlier. It was also the grandson's daughter-in-law who Qi Gongming mentioned, who joined the army for her husband, Wang Yanqing, 5 elements level alien blood warrior. I just thought you were a spy sent from southern Xinjiang. But if you think about it carefully, this is unreasonable. Wang Yanqing lowered her eyes and looked down at Li Guanqi, who was soaked in the rain outside the door, with an expressionless face. Because spies from southern Xinjiang wouldn't be so stupid. It is impossible for a Liangya-level martial artist of different blood to join the army with a village-level recommendation letter. Not to mention the county government office. You can get a better recommendation letter even if you go to a small town government office. Moreover, how could a mere village chief dare to write a letter of recommendation to a Liangya-level warrior? This is an overstep. You either hide your cultivation and deceive the village chief, or you live in seclusion in the mountains all year round and don't understand the world. But it doesn't rule out that you, a spy, deliberately use this idea to pretend to be stupid and sneak into the Red Blood Army. Therefore, I will give you one sentence to explain your identity. Outside, it was raining heavily. Li Guanqi was pressed to the ground by Chishan, soaked in the rain, and smiled softly. Then he looked at the female commander and said only 5 words. Chen Yan, Qi Gongming. Wang Yanqing was silent. After a pause, the heroic woman said, Chanha, let him go. Yes, Commander. Chishan let go of Li Guanqi's hands and lifted him up from the ground. You? Wang Yanqing put her hand on her forehead and looked coldly at Li Guanqi, who was standing outside the door in the rain. Come in and speak clearly. Yes, Commander. Li Guanqi casually wiped the mud on his face, then stepped across the threshold, walked into the house, and took out a red token from his arms. Red blood order? This was given to him by Qi Gongming, the 5-element level conjurer from the southern Xinjiang headquarters. It's just one of them. And there's another one. Wang Yanqing's eyes fluctuated for a moment, but he soon regained his composure and remained expressionless. Li Guanqi knew what she meant. The red blood order can only explain the name Qi Gongming. As for Chen Yan's name, he still needs to explain. But this explanation cannot be explained in words. But in words. Boxing Master Chen Yan. Unnamed boxing technique. Commander. Offended. Li Guanqi shouted low, raised his hand, and attacked Wang Yanqing behind the desk. Martial arts is a killing technique. Only by truly launching an attack can the true meaning of woman boxing be revealed. Chapter 174 From a Nobody to a Dynasty General. Bang bang bang. In front of the writing desk, Li Guanqi was majestic, swinging his fists like shadows, and unleashed exquisite punches one after another. However, Wang Yanqing, who was sitting behind the writing desk, was still sitting upright. He only dealt with it with one hand, but he was still able to do it with ease. No, more than just being at ease. It's completely relaxed and freehand to the extreme. Wang Yanqing blocked Li Guanqi's all-out punches with one hand. It was so easy that she didn't even look at him. No need to look. From the beginning to the end, the soldiers guarding the door and Chishan, a 4th-level warrior, did not make any move. When Li Guanqi suddenly took action, they did not react at all, because military positions in Daluo belong to those who are capable. As the leader, Wang Yanqing is a 5-element level alien blood martial artist. There is no need for them to worry about their safety. If Wang Yanqing's life is really threatened, then this Crimson Blood Fortress is probably not far away from being destroyed. In the Daluo army, the higher the official position, the stronger the strength. You said that you have no plans left. That you can sit in the rear and make decisions thousands of miles away? Yes. The positions of military advisor, staff, and counselor are reserved for you. What? Do you want to be a well-mannered Confucian general who lives in the camp? Sorry. No. In the Daluo dynasty, even if he is as smart as a demon, he cannot hold a real military position. If he wants to hold a high position in the army, his own strength is the first hard condition to consider. Only the strong can convince the crowd. Roar! Suddenly, Li Guanqi punched out a straight fist with his right arm, and the momentum in his body almost condensed into substance, as if a mountain tiger was roaring and roaring. Boom! Wang Yanqing's face remained as usual. His right hand turned into a fist, and his 5 fingers tightly wrapped around Li Guanqi's right fist. After receiving Li Guanqi's full-force punch head-on, she remained motionless. Wang Yanqing retracted his hand, lowered his head, and sorted out the military reports and memorials that had just been disturbed by the fist wind on the desk, and said calmly, Chanha, take him to the reserve camp. Distribute a full set of military supplies, and let him learn the military formation cohesion method first. Yes, Commander. Chishan, who was standing outside in the rain, lowered his head and clasped his fists. Li Guanqi was slightly stunned. The red blood order and Chen Yan's nameless boxing techniques have all been brought out. These two are closely related, so it's okay if I don't get any special treatment. You, the commander, don't even bother to say a word. Boy! Chishan let out a low drink. Li Guanqi had no choice but to take 2 steps back, imitating Qi Shan's behavior just now, bowing his head and clasping his fist towards Wang Yanqing. Commander, I'm going to leave. Subordinate, Chishan quickly corrected. Yes, I'm resigning. Li Guanqi was a little embarrassed and shouted again. Wang Yanqing, on the other hand, had already picked up a military newspaper, with an expressionless face and without raising his head. Wow! Li Guanqi turned around and left, walked outside the house, stood beside the Qishan River and walked with him towards the original square in the rain. There was silence all the way. It wasn't until he left the building complex and returned to the square used for training new recruits that Qishan had touched Li Guanqi's elbow. You kid can do it. The red-armored strongman smiled at Li Guanqi. You can practice the true meaning of a boxing technique at the Liangyi level. If you were to be placed in a third-rate Jianghu sect, you could directly become the master's direct disciple. Okay. Huh. Li Guanqi smiled and then asked, Chief Commander. Just now. Hey, don't call him Captain Qi. Qi Shanhe waved his hand. Most of the captains in this fortress are named Qi. You don't even know who to call me. Call me Captain Shanhe. Oh, Captain Shanhe. Li Guanqi changed his mind and continued to ask. Commander Wang Kai just asked me to go to the reserve camp? Where is that place? It means Red Blood Army Reserve. Qishan smiled and said, Liangye level warriors are pretty good, surpassing quite a few Red Blood Army soldiers. But on the battlefield, the personal bravery of Liangye level warriors is meaningless. The battlefield is like a meat grinder. Not to mention the Liangye level. Even the Sankai and Xixiang level warriors will be easily minced into mincemeat. Fighting on the battlefield, two armies confronting each other, relies on military formations. All of you are united as one, and only through countless days of training and tacit understanding can you form a military formation. If you can't learn military formations, you won't be able to participate in even small battlefields. You can only do some guerrilla military work such as reconnaissance, and you won't have much future. After saying that, Qi Shanhe patted Li Guanqi's shoulder hard and said with a hearty smile, But I am very optimistic about you. After all, there are not many people who can understand the true meaning of a boxing technique at the Liangye level. He. Li Guanqi smiled accordingly. Yet he was earlier. The true meaning of his nameless boxing technique, Tiger Roar, was first practiced by Chen Yin when he was breaking through the one-dimensional level. It may be even earlier. A few seconds after practicing it, he became a one-level martial artist. By the way, Commander Shanhe, I still have some questions. It rained heavily. Two big men over 1.9 meters tall were walking and talking in the rain. Qishan seemed to be very optimistic about Li Guanqi and told him all about his problems. Li Guanqi also understood some of the knowledge he needed to know in the army. The first is military service. The military ranks of the Daluo dynasty were roughly divided into 7 levels, which also corresponded to the 7 martial levels. 1. Wu Commander, 1-level warrior can lead 5 troops. 2. Shizhang, chief of 10 men. Liangye level warrior can lead 10 troops. 3. School captain, centurion. 3 talented warrior can lead hundreds of troops. 4. Due, captain of thousands. 4 elephant level warriors can lead thousands of troops. 5. Commander, chief of 10,000 men. 5 element level warrior can lead 10,000 troops. 6. General, legion commander. Liuhe level warrior can lead 100,000 troops. 7. General, 7-star warrior can lead millions of troops. For every military position, cultivation is the first mandatory requirement to be considered. An ability to lead troops is another matter. After all, if your brain is not good enough, there is a military advisor who can help. If the strength is not good enough, then the entire army will have to follow one doozy. In other words, not all 7-star warriors can become generals, but everyone who is a general must be a 7-star warrior. However, the position of general is generally not fixed. It is only when the dynasty goes on an expedition that it will temporarily grant military power and confer the position of general. After leading his troops in triumph, he returned his military power and resigned from the position of general. For example, the Daluo dynasty faced off against the Jinan general of southern Xinjiang, Zhou Xuanwu. Zhou Xuanwu was previously just a general of the Xuanwu Legion, commanding only a few 100,000 troops. This time, he was ordered to go to southern Xinjiang, and he mobilized troops from various legions to form a 1,000,000-strong army. Under normal circumstances, the highest military position that can be held for a long time is generally only general. A general is also the supreme commander of a legion, such as the Red Blood Legion. The number of active personnel in the Red Blood Legion remains at around 100,000 all year round. The Red Blood General is generally the contemporary head of the Qi family, and is a hereditary military title. The Daluo dynasty was controlled by one different blood family after another. The clan system here was extremely hierarchical and almost unshakable. Common people had no way to compete with the clans. But the Daluo dynasty gave civilians a path for advancement, literary and martial arts, scientific research and joining the army. However, according to the actual situation, after becoming a big shot through the imperial examination and joining the army, the different blood in a person's body will be passed on to the next generation through reproduction, and then slowly spread out, becoming the X family, similar to the Qi family. The so-called common people, after rising up, slowly became a member of the clan. This is exactly what happened to the Qi family. The Qi family is considered a new force in the Daluo dynasty. The first generation of red blood generals joined the army in the Beimang battlefield and became famous on the grassland. Later, he continued his bloodline and gradually spread its branches, forming the Qi family. Most of the main force of the Red Blood Legion is also on the grassland. Wang Yanqing is just a commander. That is, a captain of 10,000 at the 5 elements level. She leads 10,000 red-blooded troops to guard this battlefield in southern Xinjiang. Of course, if we really talk about it, it was not her who led the troops here last year, but she husband, Qi Gongming's grandson. But her husband had died in the battle. The reason why Wang Yanqing came here to take over her husband's military post was to avenge her husband. And this matter of the husband dying in battle, and the wife inheriting her husband's military position. Just think about it, and you know how difficult it is. Although Li Guanqi knew that he could not use his impression of ancient times to think about this matter in the strange world of Daluo dynasty. No matter how he thought about it, he still felt that this kind of wife taking the responsibility of husband was outrageous. Oh, right. In fact, it was not Wang Yanqing who initiated this incident, but Qi Shishu's mother. Chapter 175: The Late Night Attack of the Female Commander. Here we are. Here is the armory. Qishan took Li Guanqi to the door of a huge building, then said a few words to the guarding soldiers, and then took out tokens to each other. The tokens of both sides echoed each other and emitted red light. After confirming that his identity was correct, one of the armory guards walked in. After coming out not long after, he already had a bunch of equipment in his hand. They are a red-blooded spear, a red square shield, a pair of red-blooded heavy armor, complete with helmet, arm guards, leg armor, combat boots and other parts. There are also 3 sets of red robes available for change. Li Guanqi took the equipment handed over by the armory guard and weighed it. This set of armor weighed at least hundreds of kilograms. But even for a low-level martial artist, this weight is not considered heavy. For a Yuan-level warrior, it will not affect his actions at all. And the hardness of this heavy armor, Li Guanqi tried it hard, and it could at least withstand the full-force punch of a Liangya-level warrior without breaking. Of course, the armor was intact, but it was hard to tell whether the person wearing the armor was dead or alive. The same goes for the red blood square shield. The sharpness of the red blood spear was even more astonishing. Li Guanqi tried it, and could actually easily pierce his body, which was in the Liang-Yang realm, and bleed. Absolutely great equipment. Humph. These are all of the 1-level standard, and the spear is of the 2-level standard. The configuration of our red blood army has always been famous for its arrogance. Qishan seemed quite content with this. Let's go! He patted Li Guanqi on the shoulder, turned and walked towards a bungalow in the distance. As they walked, the commander of the new barracks said, It's late at night. I'll take you to the dormitory of the preparatory camp first. Don't worry about so much. Get up tomorrow morning and see what the people around you do. Then do the same. Take your time and don't rush. You are new here. It's okay if you're late for the meeting. Yes, Commander of Mountains and Rivers. Li Guanqi nodded. Soon, they came to the other side of the square and stood outside the door of a large room. This is the dormitory of the reserve camp. There are 37 people living in it now. After all, it is not the recruitment season, so it is normal for there to be a small number of people, Qishan explained. Li Guanqi nodded slightly. It seems that the training of the Red Blood Army Reserve Camp and the training of the new recruit camp are held in the same square. But it is big enough so it will not be crowded. Boom! Shishanha kicked open the dormitory door, then stood at the door and shouted in a deep voice. Don't forget the military rules and stay silent. There are newcomers here. If you have anything to ask, please tell me tomorrow. Don't let me hear anything. The same to you. Shishanha glanced at Li Guanqi. The biggest thing in the military camp is the military regulations. If you don't eat or sleep, you won't talk. If the candles are extinguished in the dormitory, then sleep quietly. See you tomorrow. Kids! After saying that, the 4-elephant-level recruit battalion captain turned and left. Li Guanqi closed the door with his backhand, held his equipment, and kept walking in the dark room. Although it is dark, night vision is a very simple ability for Takeo. He came to the corner of the large room by the window. This dormitory is very large, with 100 beds, and they are not bunk beds. They are all separated by a large distance. Generally speaking, it is not crowded and is very spacious. And there are only 37 people here now. Li Guanqi glanced at it. 31 level warriors. Miscellaneous fish. 7 2-level warriors. Well, if he tried his best, these 7 would be nothing more than trash. All the people in the whole room combined were not enough for him to fight alone. Why are people afraid of a strange environment? Why are some students afraid of accommodation? Because I am afraid of going to a strange environment and being bullied by strangers. But if you are tall, strong, and the only one who bullies others wherever you go, then such a person is destined to not be afraid no matter where he goes. Just like Li Guanqi now. He didn't care at all about the thoughtful glances, and stuffed the equipment into the locker next to the bed. Then his muscles trembled rapidly, exuding high temperatures, and white mist rose up all over his body. After evaporating the water droplets and clothes on his body, Li Guanqi lay on the bed, preparing to take a nap. Crack, snap, snap. The rain was pouring down, and the rain hit the bricks and tiles, making a crisp sound. Li Guanqi, who grew up in Yuqing, liked such sounds. In this environment, he quickly felt sleepy and was about to fall asleep. However, right now, Li Guanqi suddenly felt chills all over his body. Green talent, dark insight. Someone, Li Guanqi, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. What came into view was a face covered with a black veil, with only the eyes exposed. It was Wang Yanqing. This heroic look was so sharp and iconic that even if only one pair of eyes were covered, Li Guanqi recognized it instantly. Wang Yanqing raised her eyebrows slightly, seeming a little surprised that Li Guanqi could detect her arrival. Brush. Wang Yanqing covered Li Guanqi's mouth with one hand, pressed his shoulder with the other, and led him out of the dormitory in an instant. At an alarming speed, the warriors who were approaching the Liangyang realm were completely unable to react. From Li Guanqi's perspective, he opened his eyes and saw the masked Wang Yanqing, and then the next second, the scenery around him changed. Tap 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 tap. The rain was pouring down, beating against the bricks and tiles. It's extremely cold at high places. Looking around, the entire red blood fortress was under his feet. Through the edges of the bluestone tiles, he could see the walls of the fortress, as well as the groups of soldiers patrolling with torches all over the fort. This is the highest point of the Scarlet Blood Fortress. Commander Wang, what are you doing? Li Guanqi stood up on the bricks and tiles, combed his hair that was wet from the rain, and turned his head in surprise. A slender figure stood on the edge of the roof with his hands behind his back. The end of his high ponytail was slightly fluttering. He seemed to be emitting a special force field, and all the raindrops within a 1-meter radius were bounced away. She raised her hand and pulled off the black veil, tilting her head slightly. It was Wang Yanqing. Is my father-in-law okay? The female commander who joined the army for her husband had a cold voice. Forehead. Li Guanqi was stunned. Father-in-law? It's not right. Qi Gongming's grandson is Wang Yanqing's husband. In other words, Qi Gongming is Wang Yanqing's husband's grandfather. That shouldn't be called father-in-law. Calling Zhu Wang? Tai Wang. Anyway, it shouldn't be father-in-law. Isn't this the way to call your husband his father? Don't worry about the title, Wang Yanqing said expressionlessly. I always call him father-in-law. Oh, well, he's fine now, Li Guanqi quickly replied. Where did you see him? Wang Yanqing asked again. I saw it at the Conjuring Academy. Isn't this nonsense? We've already arrived in Daluo. This place is the most repulsive to magicians. You definitely can't say that. This subordinate grew up on the border of southern Xinjiang. Li Guanqi lowered his head and saluted. Last year, I met Senior Qi by chance in the mountains. After a chat, he had a good impression of me. So, you are lying. Wang Yanqing's face was expressionless. Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. My subordinates have absolutely no lies. Every word is. You are lying. Wang Yanqing's voice has turned cold. Although her back was turned to Li Guanqi still felt as if he was locked by her. He felt like a thorn in his back. Cold hairs all over his body. And his scalp was numb. I'm from the Wang family. Wang Yanqing finally turned around and looked at Li Guanqi indifferently. Who in the Wang family of the Minister of Civil Affairs have I not seen in that mixed-race capital and in that disgusting and dirty big dying vat? When it comes to lying, you are far behind and have too many flaws compared to those hypocrites who have read poetry and books. Explain! Wang Yanqing rushed to Li Guanqi in an instant, raised his right hand high, and strangled his neck with cold eyes. Chapter 176 Fellow Senior Sister. Explain! Who are you? although Wang Yanqing is a woman. Men and women in the Daluo dynasty are generally very tall. Wang Yanqing was even taller, more than 1.8 meters tall. Therefore, by grabbing Li Guanqi's neck with one hand, he could lift Li Guanqi, a strong man of about 2 meters, with his feet in the air. Dark insight. However, through this talent, Li Guanqi did not feel any murderous intention from this woman. The female leader didn't want to kill him. "I'm from the school of conjuring," Li Guanqi said calmly. Boom! Wang Yanqing let go of his hand, and Li Guanqi's feet immediately stepped on the bluestone tiles. "Really?" The female leader stood with her hands behind her hands, looking calm. "Aren't you afraid that I am a spy from the Conjuring Academy?" Li Guanqi asked with a smile. "In the Daluo army, there are too many spies from the Conjuration Academy. You are not the only one left," Wang Yanqing said calmly. Li Guanqi was speechless. "And you can't be?" Wang Yanqing said again. "Why?" Li Guanqi was puzzled. "Qi Gongming is my father-in-law who loves me the most, and Qin Yan is the master who watched me grow up." Wang Yanqing glanced at Li Guanqi. "Maybe my father-in-law will be wrong. Maybe my master will be wrong. But they can't be wrong about the same person. If you can win the favor of my master and my father-in-law at the same time, you will definitely not be a spy." Li Guanqi recalled his acquaintance with Qin Yan and Qi Gongming. As the saying goes, it takes time to see the strength of a horse, but it takes time to see the heart of a person. But the acquaintance between him and the two old men didn't take long at all. You can see the big from the small, and you can see the big from the boxing. Seemingly aware of Li Guanqi's doubts, Wang Yanqing said calmly, "My master taught you to practice boxing, and I can see your character. If he didn't see it, he wouldn't have taught you the true meaning of boxing. The true meaning of that unknown boxing technique can only be learned by the old man himself, by using his own power to drive other people's bodies, and by giving them continuous punches for at least 7 days and 7 nights. Only after you learn the true meaning of boxing can you understand the true meaning of that set of boxing. Therefore, if you can understand the true meaning of boxing, it means that you have been approved by the master." Only then did Li Guanqi understand. But no need for 7 days and 7 nights. It only took him 3 days and 3 nights to learn the true meaning of the boxing technique. And the moment he learned it, he had already understood the true meaning of the boxing technique. "I am master's best disciple. It took me 7 days and 7 nights to easily learn the true meaning of boxing. Later, it only took me half a month to understand the true meaning of boxing." Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi. "What about you?" "It took me 15 days to learn the true meaning of boxing, and it took me a month to understand the true meaning," Li Guanqi replied. When he lied this time, he tried his best to control his facial muscles so that the micro-expressions that might appear when he was lying completely disappeared. In this way, Wang Yanqing would never be able to tell that he was lying. "You're lying again," Wang Yanqing said calmly. "How did you figure it out?" Li Guanqi was shocked. "This time it's a guess." Wang Yanqing remained expressionless. "But if you look closely, you can find a subtle sly smile in her eyes." Li Guanqi didn't see this smile. He just felt that he had been tricked by the female commander, and he was completely speechless. "Actually, you don't need to lie." Wang Yanqing waved her hand. "I won't look down on you because of your qualifications. There is no need to lie and say less." Li Guanqi's expression was extremely strange. "I didn't mean to say too much. Sister, I just wanted to take care of your emotions, so I said too much. It took you 7 days and 7 nights to learn the true meaning of boxing, and then it took you half a month to understand the true meaning of boxing. You still dare to claim to be Qin Yan's best disciple. But what about me? It only took me 3 days and 3 nights, and I understood the true meaning the moment I learned the true meaning. To tell the truth, how do you feel?" etc. Li Guanqi suddenly remembered. No, he is not Qin Yan's apprentice. Qin Yan only taught him boxing skills and did not confiscate his apprenticeship. Well, so this female leader is still Qin Yan's best disciple. So there's nothing wrong with her. All right. Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi and said seriously, "My father-in-law valued you and gave you his red blood order. You are my fellow junior. Although you are a conjurer, your identity is innocent to me." No. Li Guanqi told the truth. "Actually, Senior Qin just taught me boxing skills and took me as his disciple." The old man said that to everyone. Wang Yanqing's lips curled up slightly. Li Guanqi was stunned. "Okay, junior brother. Continue." Wang Yanqing suddenly took out a black necklace from his arms and threw it to Li Guanqi. "What's this?" Li Guanqi was puzzled. The thing that hides your spiritual power should be regarded as a gift from senior sister, Wang Yanqing said calmly. Although we warriors cannot detect spiritual power, this is the Crimson Blood Fortress and the Great Wall of Heaven. As the conjurer approaches, the spiritual power in your body will react with the spirit-detecting stones inside the Great Wall. I block this matter. No one here knows that you are a conjurer except me. And you must never expose your skills as a conjurer. Not only because the people of Daluo discriminate against spellcasters, but the most important thing is that I... No. It's my commander. Maybe I have a military matter that I want to entrust to you. Do you understand? Understood, no. Li Guanqi straightened his expression. Holding the black necklace in his hand, lowered his head and clasped his fists. I accept your orders. Very good. Wang Yanqing finally showed a rare smile. I'm very happy to meet my fellow disciples at the border. Can I call my senior sister to come and listen? Hello, senior sister. Li Guanqi obeyed. Why? The smile on Wang Yanqing's face became even brighter. Just like a lotus blooming on a rainy night. It's not absolutely beautiful, but it's refreshing. Guanqi, you have to train hard in the army. Don't just die on the battlefield casually. Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi and chuckled. As for that military matter, let's look at it later. Just pretend that nothing happened tonight. That's right. The most important thing is, don't do it in front of other soldiers. Call me senior sister. But remember, don't reveal the truth. Brush. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Guanqi found himself back beside the bed in the dormitory. Teleportation ability? No, it's not. Just pure extreme speed. Wang Yanqing is a 5-element level martial artist. When such a martial artist reaches full speed, it is really a teleportation experience for Li Guanqi. By the way, Li Guanqi lowered his head and looked at the ordinary black necklace in his hand, which could conceal his spiritual power, with a smile on his face. Senior sister's gift? So, he came to join the Red Blood Army. But the top commander of this fortress was his fellow senior sister? The days ahead are expected to be much easier. Li Guanqi smiled and put the black necklace on his neck, naming it Zhao Ling Necklace. As the name suggests, it is a necklace that masks spiritual power. As for the misleading necklace, that covers the physical body. It has long been replaced by the space ring. Well, in the future, when hanging out with warriors, I will wear a spirit shielding necklace to cover up my cultivation as a conjurer. If you hang out with a spellcaster, wear a misdirection necklace. Oh no! Just to make it easier to remember, let's just change the name and call it Covering Necklace. From now on. After all, covering the flesh sounds weird. The spirit shielding necklace covers the spiritual power. Body covering necklace, covering the body. It's nice to listen to and easy to remember. Call. Li Guanqi's muscles trembled. After the moisture on his body and clothes was evaporated, he lay on the bed and fell asleep. At the same time, I am full of expectations for the arrival of the next day. His military career will officially begin tomorrow, and he doesn't know what the military formation of the Daluo dynasty is. Chapter 177 Daluo Army Formation. The General Shadow. Woo. The sky is slightly bright, and the sound of horns is ringing in the sky. More than 30 people in the dormitory got up in an instant, put on their heavy armor at an alarming speed, picked up their spears and shields and rushed out. It took less than 10 seconds from opening their eyes to going out. Of course, Li Guanqi didn't stay in bed. But the problem was, how do you wear this thing? Li Guanqi looked at the pile of armor parts in his hand, feeling a little confused. This is not a game. Just click the equipment button and put it on. The red blood heavy armor has many armor parts. The armor alone is divided into 2 layers, inner armor and outer armor. And a thin layer of chain light armor is worn on the innermost part, and a chain armor similar to a belly band. It took Li Guanqi a long time to figure out that this thing was originally a neck guard, which was put inside the heavy armor to protect the neck, not to mention shoulder armor, arm guards, battle skirt, leg armor, etc. Wait. There are also many armor small parts. Li Guanqi couldn't wear this armor at all. The comrades around him had been out for a minute, but he was still looking at the pile of armor parts in confusion. Forget it. I won't wear it. Li Guanqi just put on a red cloth robe, then picked up the red blood spear and red blood square shield and left the dormitory. Early morning. A touch of fish belly white just appeared on the horizon. On the vast martial arts performance square, or according to what Chi Shanha said yesterday. The full name should be Recruit Training and Martial Arts Plaza. Because whether it is the new camp for ordinary people, the slightly stronger elite camp, or the preparatory camp for warriors who have already entered the rank, here, they are collectively called recruits. This is where the new recruits stay, and the regular troops of the Red Blood Legion conduct daily training in another place. At this time, several phalanxes of soldiers have been assembled on the recruiting square. The recruit camp is on the other side. The elite battalion is on the side. And the reserve camp that has become a 1 yuan or 2-level martial artist is on the other side. Everyone was wearing armor and holding weapons. Even those in the new barracks were wearing a simple pair of iron armor. Only Li Guanqi, who had just walked out of the dormitory and was wearing a red robe, looked particularly out of place. Luo! On the high platform set up in front of several square formations, Chi Shanho was wearing heavy armor, holding a blood-red spear in his right hand, and shouted in a serious voice. Yong! The soldiers shouted in unison. Luo! Chishan continued to shout. Yong! Luo! Yong! 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 There were almost 1,000 soldiers in the square formations in the recruiting square. At this time, they were shouting in unison, which almost resounded through the sky, with a magnificent momentum. Old rules. Chi Shanha stood on the high platform, looked down at all the soldiers below, and shouted in a deep voice. Everyone, put down your guns and shields first. Practice the Red Blood Army Fist 10 times. And then practice the Red Blood Spear technique 10 times. And then go to eat. Drink. Ha! Immediately afterwards, the soldiers put down their spears and shields and began to fight with the same set of fists. Screams accompanied by the fists were heard one after another in the square. Each camp looks different. The reserve camp, which had the strongest individual combat capability, had the fewest people, but was the most sparse and looked completely unorganized. On the contrary, the new barracks, which were all composed of ordinary people, with more than 800 people in total, were magnificent. Everyone's movements were uniform. Their expressions were solemn. And between fists and kicks, everyone's momentum was faintly condensed together, integrated, as if 800 people were just one person. Boy, don't worry about that. Come with me. At this time, a strong man in armor of the 3rd level suddenly appeared next to Li Guanqi and walked straight into the dormitory. I'm the captain of the new camp. You don't need to know my name. I'm not responsible for the training of your reserve camp. I'm just here to teach you how to wear it. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the captain took off his heavy armor, then turned around and looked at Li Guanqi, and said solemnly, You are already a Liangya-level warrior. I will only demonstrate it once. And watch carefully. After that, he picked up more than a dozen armor parts one by one. His hands almost turned into afterimages, and put them on quickly, wearing all the armor parts in less than 5 seconds. In the blink of an eye, he was heavily armored and ready to go. Do you understand? The captain asked. Clear. Li Guanqi turned around and walked to his bed, picked up the armor parts, and with his hands like shadows, it took him 13 seconds to put on all the armor parts. Crimson heavy armor. Equipped. As the saying goes, a man relies on his clothes and a horse relies on his saddle. Putting on this iron-blooded and cold-red heavy armor, Li Guanqi's whole temperament changed instantly. Tall body, wide and heavy armor, especially the shoulder-swallowing beast style of the shoulder armor parts, and the ghost-faced battle helmet that covers the entire face, with only a pair of eyes exposed, making him look like a humanoid ferocious beast. Extremely violent. Too slow. The captain turned and walked out of the dormitory. You are a 2-level warrior. According to the standard, you should complete putting on all the equipment within 5 seconds. However, this is your first time, so you should practice more. That's it. Grab your gun and shield and come out with me. Boom! Before he finished speaking, a loud noise suddenly came from the square outside. It's the resonance of the military formation. The captain's face was filled with joy. Someone succeeded? He rushed out with a bang. Li Guanqi was a little confused, but he followed him to the outside of the dormitory. Immediately afterwards, his face showed a look of astonishment, and his eyes couldn't help but widen. On the square, above the square formation of the new barracks, there was actually the phantom of a bloody warrior standing in the air, his body burning with blazing flames. It is 3 meters tall, wearing heavy armor of red blood condensed with blazing flames, and holding a flaming red blood spear shield in its hand. The powerful pressure emanating from it is almost two-dimensional. At the ends of the feet of the general's phantom, 10 streams of blood-red flame light were separated, connecting the bodies of the 10 recruits. The 10 soldiers formed a strange square formation, and the other 9 surrounded the centermost soldier like stars holding the moon. And the stream of flames on the center soldier was also the strongest. Could this be a military formation? Li Guanqi glanced at it, and saw that the energy and blood of these 10 recruits were strong. Although they were not at the 1 yuan level, they were already at the limit of being inferior to the first grade. In terms of numerical values, the physical bodies of these 10 recruits are almost at the level of LV9. However, the General Su Ying, who was obviously related to them, was at the Liangyi level, about LV20. A 2-level warrior can fight 101 level warriors at the same time, and it will be a one-sided massacre. Not to mention a low-grade martial artist. He would basically kill as many as he came. But now, 10 inferior soldiers could actually condense the shadow of a Liangyi level warrior. I see. Li Guanqi looked at the 3-meter-tall shadow of the general, and suddenly realized. He was puzzled from the beginning. The strange world is an extraordinary world, and a strong man can cut mountains and rivers by himself. In such a world, what is the meaning of the army? What is the significance of numbers? Of course it makes sense, because there is a military formation. The function of the military formation is to simplify the complex and turn a massive army composed of ordinary people into a single high-level extraordinary combat power, so as to defeat the enemy's extraordinary combat power. This is the form of war under the extraordinary world view. Just in time. Li Guanqi, go up and chop down this phantom of the military formation. On the high platform above the square, Qi Shanhe pointed at Li Guanqi, who had just walked out of the dormitory, and shouted in a deep voice. Chapter 178. The new soldier stabs the head. Li Guanqi, go up and chop down this phantom of the military formation. Qishan shouted loudly. Boom! Before Li Guanqi could take action, the phantom of a warrior, composed of a 10-man military formation, used the red blood spear in his right hand to hit the square shield hard, making a loud noise and sparks flying everywhere. This action, in the 10-man military formation, the soldier in the center moved in sync with the general shadow. Oh! Li Guanqi understood. The 10-man military formation condensed the strength of the 10 people into a phantom of a Liangyi level warrior. But there is only one phantom. And of course, there is only one person who controls the phantom to fight. The soldier in the center is the core of the military formation. Fight quickly! Qi Shanhe shouted loudly. If we win, the 10 of you will directly become the Red Blood Regular Army. Boom! As soon as he said these words, the flames on the body of the War General Shadow suddenly burst out. He waved the flaming red blood spear in his hand, hung in the air, and slammed into Li Guanqi. Its momentum is astonishing, and the pressure it exudes has completely reached the Liangyi level. However, it is true that it is at the Liangyi level, but the target of its attack is a Yang Realm warrior who is almost at the peak of Liangyi. Boom! Li Guanqi held the blood-red spear in both hands, smashed the ground beneath him with one foot, and used the force to shoot out. With a diagonal thrust, he smashed the flaming spear of the War General Su Ying into sparks all over the sky. Then another shot pierced the general's forehead. Boom! With just one shot, the shadow exploded and flames flew. Puff puff! At the same time, the 10 soldiers who formed the military formation all vomited blood and looked pale. Especially the soldier in the center, who was responsible for controlling the general's shadow, rolled his eyes and passed out. Military doctor! Take him for treatment! On the high platform, Qi Shanhe was smiling, obviously in a good mood, and said to a captain next to him, Qi Lan! Register the names of these 10 little boys, and send them directly to the regular army after they recover. Ha 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 ha! After saying that, the man as strong as a bear raised his head and laughed. After training for so long, we finally have a group of 10 people. 10 people in formation? Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows slightly. He wanted to know more about the military formation, because this stuff is so incredible. Have you seen it before? Qi Shanhe walked down from the high platform and came to Li Guanqi. He smiled and said, This is the formation of our Red Blood Army. You can call it the Red Blood Army Formation. Or you can just call him Big Man in our local dialect in private. That's it. Captain Shanhe. What on earth is this? Li Guanqi looked at him with a puzzled look on his face. What's the principle? How could 10 warriors, who are not even high grade, be able to condense the shadow of a Liangyi level warrior? This is completely illogical, and it goes against the law of conservation of energy. Even the spells of a conjurer are consistent with the conservation of energy. Wait, that's not right. The energy core of the spell is spiritual power, a substance that does not exist in reality. Perhaps the energy that condenses the shadow is also a substance beyond his cognitive scope. And this substance can explode with powerful energy through the number of people and training? Li Guanqi wanted to know the truth. He was very curious, because the magician's cultivation philosophy is essentially exploration. Principle? Qi Shanhe scratched his head and said, Li Guanqi, was it possible that you were a scholar before? A scholar? Anyway, I'm a rough guy, and I don't know what's wrong. All I know is that a military formation is a military formation, with enough tacit understanding, enough unity, and hard enough training. 5 people can form a formation. 10 people can form a formation. Or even 100 people can form a formation. Not so many twists and turns. After that, the captain of the new barracks slapped Li Guanqi on the shoulder. Okay, take your spear and shield and go to the reserve camp to report. Starting from today, you will officially join the training. If you can't unite with your comrades in a year, then you will be in trouble. Then, Li Guanqi officially started training. The instructor of the reserve camp was named Qi Yang, who was also an officer at the rank of captain. He placed Li Guanqi in the last row, saying that he would find comrades for him to form a formation later. Now, there are 2 things he needs to learn: Red Blood Army Fist and Red Blood Marksmanship. They are all extremely simple martial arts. Li Guanqi learned them after watching the instructor named Qi Yang practice them once. And he is also very proficient in them, far more skilled than his comrades around him. Purple talent. The true meaning of martial arts. Your martial arts qualifications are extremely high. Every time you learn a martial art, you can quickly grasp the essence and understand the true meaning of martial arts. Li Guanqi's boxing skills are too standard. Compared with him, the soldiers around him were by more than 1 level. Therefore, his movements with those of the surrounding soldiers looked very uncoordinated, as if he stood out from the crowd. Excellent, but also out of place. Boom! In the square formation of soldiers in the reserve camp, Li Guanqi was still boxing when he suddenly felt a strong wind coming from behind his head. His body reacted instantly. While turning around, he blocked the slap directed at him with his right hand. Li Guanqi looked at the red-armored man in front of him with a puzzled look on his face. Colonel Lieutenant, what are you doing? The opponent is the instructor of the preparation camp, a descendant of the Qi family, a 3rd-level martial artist named Qi Yang. But look at this action. Did this guy just want to slap him on the head from behind? Why? What is the duty of a soldier? Qi Yang's face was expressionless. Obey? Li Guanqi hesitated. That's right. Qi Yang nodded, and then shouted in a deep voice. Let go of your hands. Li Guanqi did as he was told. Boom! However, as soon as he let go of his hand, Qi Yang slapped him, and Li Guanqi had to continue to raise his hand to block it. His palm collided heavily with the opponent's arm guard, making a loud noise. Still blocking? Qi Yang shouted angrily. A soldier's bounden duty is to obey. I now order you to let go of your hands and not move them. Obedience is obedience. Li Guanqi's face also darkened, and he looked at him with displeasure. But this doesn't mean that I will be beaten by you for no reason. What's more, why do you beat me? What did I do wrong? It's wrong to disobey discipline. Qi Yan suddenly became furious and threw Li Guanqi's arm away with all his strength. Then, his aura kept rising, and he punched Li Guanqi with all his strength. His arms instantly turned into afterimages, and he fired hundreds of punches in succession. Bang, 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 bang. Of course, Li Guanqi didn't want to stand and be beaten by him, so he immediately fought back and blocked. And he and this 3 talented martial artists fought fiercely in the square formation, with both sides attacking each other wildly. As the sound of fists and legs colliding continued to sound, the ground under their feet was gradually shattered and cracked. A fight started? Do you want to call me captain? I want you to go. I don't want to offend Instructor Qiang. The recruits in the reserve camp hurried away and whispered to the scene. After all, there are often thorns in the reserve camp, but there are not many thorns who can fight with the instructors back and forth. They remembered the newcomer's name and also tagged it. The new recruit stabbed his head. Li Guanqi. Chapter 179, What Makes a Daluo Soldier? Li Guanqi. You ignored the instructor's orders in the recruit camp, and even caused trouble and beat the instructor. Do you know your crime? Red Blood Fortress. The top floor, above the lobby of the commander's mansion. Li Guanqi. who was tied up, had blood coming from the corner of his mouth and a look of resentment on his face. Although his nose was bruised and his face was swollen and he was tied up, his eyes were still full of dissatisfaction. Strange to say, obviously with his self-healing ability, even a piece of lost flesh can be healed quickly. But the bruise caused by Chiang's punch did not recover for a long time. But Li Guanqi soon discovered the reason. That guy from Chiang has thick eyebrows and big eyes. But his attacks are actually very sinister. Each punch is filled with dark energy. With one punch, in addition to the bright energy, there is also dark energy that penetrates the flesh. Li Guanqi's body was constantly healing itself. But the dark energy in his flesh was still destroying flesh and blood tissue. Repair at the same time and destroy at the same time. That's why the bruises on Li Guanqi's face didn't heal for a long time. Kneel down! At this time, the red-armored strongman standing next to Li Guanqi, Qi Shanhe, shouted, and then he leaned close to his ear and lowered his voice anxiously. Guanqi, kneel down quickly. If you make the commander unhappy, you will do it today. Gotta get out of the barracks. Li Guanqi said nothing. Instead of kneeling, he straightened his back even more. Apart from offering incense to his ancestors, he had never knelt down in his life. Yes. He lost. In fact, he and Qiang hadn't even exchanged a few punches. Both of them hadn't even activated their Yin realm forms, let alone used their full strength. Even before the 3-point force was released, Qi Shanhe rushed over and punched him and Qiang each. He knocked him down directly and put an end to the farce in the military camp. Then, he was tied up by Wu Huada and brought to the commander Wang Yanqing. After all, if he caused trouble in the military camp and beat the instructor, if it was really serious, he could be punished with having his legs broken and thrown out of the military camp. Watch chess. Seeing that Li Guanqi didn't respond for a long time, Qishan quickly said anxiously, Quick. All right. Above the lobby, behind the desk, Wang Yanqing, who was dressed in red robes, waved his hand. Dalio has a law. Soldiers in armor don't have to kneel when they see the saint. Although he is not a regular soldier, there is no need to kneel. After a pause, she said again, Shanhe, go down. Yes. My subordinates are resigning. Qishan turned and left. In the lobby, only Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing were left. Tell me, why are you fighting? Wang Yanqing sat behind the desk, holding her chin with one hand, looking at her junior brother with interest. She really didn't expect that on the first morning. The other party would start a fight and cause trouble. Don't blame me. Li Guanqi looked up at Wang Yanqing with an aggrieved face. Sister, they asked me to practice boxing, so I practiced it. My Red Blood Army boxing is obviously better than anyone else's, and I didn't make any mistakes. But that Red Blood Army boxer, if Yang wants to hit me for no reason, then I definitely won't want to. The duty of a soldier is to obey. Obedience without a reason. Wang Yanqing said calmly. Li Guanqi was silent. So you are not unreasonable? His feelings towards this senior sister suddenly changed. If you are just an ordinary recruit, then this commander will only say this to you. Wang Yanqing suddenly spoke again. Then someone will drag you out, break your legs, and throw you into a nearby forest to fend for yourself. Because it is a serious crime to stir up trouble and beat the instructors in the military camp. But the female commander stood up slowly, walked from behind the desk to Li Guanqi, looked at him and said softly, But you are my junior brother, Wang Yanqing. So I will tell you a few more words. Li Guanqi was stunned. You just said that your Red Blood Army fist is obviously better than anyone else's, and you haven't made any mistakes. But that Qiang wants to hit you for no reason. Right? Wang Yanqing smiled softly. But do you know why we practice Red Blood Army fist? Obviously there is only one person at the core of the military formation, and he is the only one responsible for controlling the red-blooded general to fight. Then just let the soldier learn fighting skills by himself. Why should everyone stand together and practice boxing? Li Guanqi shook his head. Because when you practice boxing, you don't practice moves. Wang Yanqing raised her right hand, pointed to her left chest, then poked Li Guanqi's heart, and said softly, It's the heart. Li Guanqi was startled. Practicing boxing is not about moves. It's about the heart. Wang Yanqing repeated it again, looked at Li Guanqi and said with a smile, There are many conditions for the cohesion of the military formation, such as the qualified military formation cohesion method, and the equipment must be specially refined and unified. Standard equipment. In this way, the general only phantoms have armor and weapons, and so on. There are many more. But the most important thing is your unity. Only by uniting with your comrades and forming a military formation with a tacit understanding regardless of each other can you and your comrades gather together the shadow of the general that combines the strength of all of you. This is the purpose of practicing boxing. Everyone practices the same boxing. Everyone has the same movements, the same boxing techniques, the same level, the same heart. Only with enough tacit understanding can one truly master the military formation. But what about you? Watching chess? You have better talent than them. So you consider yourself noble. You don't have to deny it. But after you see yourself mastering Red Blood Army Fist easily, you feel that these people next to you are not worthy of you and cannot keep up with you. You don't take your comrades seriously at all. If that's the case, how can you unite with your comrades? In this way, you cannot form a military formation. You will just be the one misfit and bad guy in the military camp. Chiang is an excellent veteran instructor. He discovered this. His reminder may not be gentle, but his intention is good, and he just wants to correct you. Wang Yanqing's advice was sincere and thoughtful, but Li Guanqi didn't understand. I do not understand. Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing and frowned slightly. But the fact is that I am better than those people. Why should I lower my level and force myself to reach a level with them? Because these are Dalua's soldiers. Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi seriously and looked at each other. The essence of this matter is not why you want to lower your level. It's your attitude. It's about whether you have the attitude to lower yourself to match your comrades. What matters is attitude. Of course the strong should fight with the strong. If you are good enough, then of course you should join a better legion and cooperate with better comrades. But this is not a reason for you to look down on your current comrades. A qualified soldier should be a nail for the country. He should go wherever there is a need, and be able to do well wherever he goes. Instead of thinking too highly of himself, and saying that the boards here are too thin. Using my long nail is overkill. What the country needs is where I am. This is a qualified Dalua soldier. This is a qualified Red Blood Army soldier. Watching chess. Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi and asked softly, I said this. Do you understand? Li Guanqi thought for a long time, then looked at the heroic young female commander in front of him, and nodded seriously. Senior sister, I understand. There was a pause. He lowered his head, and clasped his fists again and said, I know this, and I will never violate military regulations again in the future. The previous sentence means that the junior brother understands the teachings of the senior sister. The latter sentence is the soldier's assurance to his commander. That's good. Wang Yanqing smiled and rolled her eyes, then raised her left hand and gently brushed the bruises on Li Guanqi's face with her fingers. The injury that could not heal itself after a long time. But under her slender hands, the blood circulation was instantly restored, and the blood was restored to its original state. The dark energy that penetrated Li Guanqi's face was wiped away by her. You must study hard in the military camp. My little junior brother. Wang Yanqing took back her hand and spoke softly. Looking at the young woman so close at hand, Li Guanqi blinked with an erratic expression. He is an only son, 19 years old, and in the past 19 years, I have never had this kind of emotion similar to that of brothers and sisters. But at this moment, Li Guanqi seems to have a sister who cares about him. Chapter 180. A soldier's duty is to obey. Obey! Obey again! Wang Yanqing used her left hand to smooth the bruises on Li Guanqi's face. But when she retracted her hand, Li Guanqi saw a ring on the ring finger of her left hand. The small diamonds on it have a slightly brilliant luster. Li Guanqi was stunned. The female commander of the Red Blood Army of the Great Luo Dynasty. The ring finger on her left hand. And her wedding diamond ring? This seems to have a bit of a flavor. Are you watching this? Wang Yanqing smiled, raised her left hand, and showed the ring on her ring finger. This is my wedding ring. You may not know that in the West, newlyweds exchange rings at the wedding banquet and wear them on the ring finger of their left hand. As she said that, the female commander's expression darkened. My husband's name is Chi Yuanan. He used to be an exchange student and studied abroad at the Royal War College of the Violet Empire. This Western custom was also followed one day after he got married to me. Just on a whim. Just for fun. Li Guanqi looked complicated. It turns out that Qi Gongming's grandson and Wang Yanqing's husband is called Qi Yuanan, a leader of the Red Blood Army who died on the battlefield in southern Xinjiang. How did he die? Well, Li Guanqi quickly covered his mouth. Oops. Why can't I keep my mouth shut and just ask the question directly when I think about it? He didn't deserve to die. Wang Yanqing didn't seem to care about Li Guanqi's outspokenness. He just lowered his head, and his voice was hoarse. That day, the southern Xinjiang army pressed forward in the area of the Yuli line, and launched an attack and defense outside the Great Wall of the Yuli line with the main force of our Jinan army this time. But it was just a feint. The real goal of southern Xinjiang is Jinjing City. Their high priest sent an army from southern Xinjiang to sneak across the Great Wall. There are more than a dozen 4-elephant-level alien blood warriors in the team, as well as a 4-elephant-level conjurer who follows the army, as well as the highest combat power, a 5-element-level alien blood warrior leading the team. This southern Xinjiang raiding team secretly sneaked into the border, intending to go to Jinjing City on the border to massacre and plunder. Jinjing City is a resource-rich city that occupies a gold crystal vein, hence the city's name. Gold crystals are an extremely important strategic material that can help spellcasters at the peak of the 4 elephants understand the law of gold, and a considerable part of the inventory is placed in Gold Crystal City. Once the golden crystals stored in Jinjing City are robbed by southern Xinjiang, a large number of 5-element-level conjurers will be born in southern Xinjiang. There must be no mistakes. But the main force of the Jinan army was perfectly distracted. General Zhou Xuanwu and other generals cannot leave. Otherwise, the high priest of southern Xinjiang, who is also a 7-star star opposite, will turn the feint attack into an actual offensive. Therefore, the only option was to mobilize troops from elsewhere. My husband, Qi Yuanan, was here at the time. He received an order from General Zhou Xuanwu to lead the 10,000 red-blooded troops in this fortress to rescue Jinjing City. But along the way, my husband noticed something was wrong. The information given by the general was completely wrong. How wrong? In that southern border raiding team, in addition to the 5-element level alien blood warrior leading the team, there were 3 5-element level conjurers. But among the 10,000 red blood army, my husband is the only one who is at the 5 elements level. As for the formation of a military formation of 10,000 red-blooded troops, they could only barely condense the shadow of a 5-element level general. 5 elements level combat power. 2 versus 4. What's more, War Commander Suing is said to be at the 5 elements level, but in actual combat, he can't actually beat any 5 elements level practitioner. He just has the power to reach the 5 elements level. The controller is just a 4-elephant level martial artist with a fighting consciousness, and the level of power control is much different. With this comparison of combat power, if a fight really breaks out, the Red Blood Army will definitely be defeated. But my husband went anyway. Know why? Just because of the word obey. My husband is a soldier from the Daoyuo dynasty, and obedience is the bounden duty of soldiers. The order given to him by General Zhou Xuanwu was to defend Jinjing City for 3 days. So he went, completed the military order, and led 10,000 red blood troops to successfully defend Jinjing City for 3 days until reinforcements arrived. But, in order to block the southern Xinjiang raiding team with 4 5-element level warriors, my husband must be undefeated with 1 against 3, and also distract the other 4-elephant level warriors from secretly attacking. To do this, he uses the Burn Blood power. This is a special ability unique to the Qi family. You can gain powerful power by burning your own life. 3 days. My husband started burning blood and lasted for 3 full days. He defended Jinjing City. But, he also died in the battle outside Jinjing City. Just before the reinforcements arrived, his life was exhausted and his strength was exhausted. His head was chopped off by the 5-element level alien blood warrior in southern Xinjiang with a sword. I even. Wang Yanqing lowered his head, tears streaming down his eyes, and choked with sobs. I didn't even get his whole body. But that Zhou Xuanwu clearly did it on purpose. When Li Guanqi heard this, he couldn't help but drink in a low voice. He deliberately concealed the true combat strength of the southern Xinjiang raiding team and gave Commander Qi Yuanan a completely wrong intelligence, but still asked him to rush to Jinjing City to defend it. But the 10,000 red blood army couldn't defend it at all. That Zhou Xuanwu knew that the Qi family's power was blood burning, so he did it on purpose. He wants it. Just let Commander Qi Yuanan activate the blood burning ability and use his own life to defend the city. Li Guanqi's eyes were gloomy. That Jinan General Zhou Xuanwu clearly deliberately wanted Qi Yuanan to die, and deliberately asked him to defend the Jinjing City's Jinjing inventory with his life. Silly boy. Don't say such things in the future. Talking about important officials in the imperial court is a serious crime. Wang Yanqing wiped the tears from her eyes and forced a smile. Her red eyes filled with infinite tenderness for her husband. As for Zhou Xuanwu, he, even a kid like you, who has just entered the military camp, can see things. My husband, who has been on the battlefield and in the court for a long time, wouldn't know? Of course he knew General Zhou Xuanwu's intentions. But he went without hesitation. Because the Jingjing city's Jingjing inventory cannot be lost. The consequences of this capital investment are too serious. Even more because the duty of a soldier is to obey. Having said this, Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi and said with a smile, no matter how unbelievable the superior's order is, even if the superior clearly wants you to die, for the sake of our country and the people of Daluo, we soldiers must obey and go without hesitation. Implement. Junior brother. This is the Daluo soldier. Do you understand? Don't know? Li Guanqi shook his head, took half a step back, looked at Wang Yanqing, and said solemnly, it was me. If General Zhou Xuanwu's military order clearly required me to take my brothers to die together, then I would not obey it. He can't do this kind of thing. Wang Yanqing was silent for a moment, and then said with a smile, I can, because I am a soldier of the Daluo dynasty, and because I am Qi Yuan'an's wife. I cannot embarrass my husband. I inherited his military position, and I must also inherit his will to protect my family and country, even if I need to die for it. After saying that, the female commander turned her head, her back to Li Guanqi, and said softly, Junior brother. You are not fit to be a soldier. Li Guanqi was silent. He wanted to say something, but was speechless. Foolish loyalty is an absolute compliment for soldiers. So Li Guanqi nodded. Of course. I am indeed not suitable to be such a soldier. Go ahead. Wang Yanqing turned her back to him and waved her hand. It's almost time for breakfast. Let's go eat first. Chapter 181, Plunder. Eat to the peak of Liangyi. Holy shit. He's still eating. How many servings is this? I'm counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 9. What he eats is the meat of 2-level demons. Not even a 3-level captain can eat that much in one go. How did he do it? Maybe it's the effect of his superpower? Military camp. Canteen. Li Guanqi sat at a table alone, grabbing a large piece of bloody flesh with both hands, eating it raw, and devouring it, while 9 bloody plates were piled up next to him. This is the canteen of the Red Blood Army, also known as the Army Canteen. What is served here is all raw meat from demon species. For different blood warriors, eating the flesh and blood of demon species is helpful for cultivation, and eating it raw is the most nutritious, unless some special ingredients and special cooking skills are added. Otherwise, if it is cooked casually, it will not be nutritious to the flesh and blood. Waste. The best effect is to eat it raw, like rooting hair and drinking blood. As for the taste, the demon species are said to be demons. But on the other hand, they are actually highly evolved creatures. To warriors, their flesh and blood are fragrant, and their blood is like the most delicious sauce. Li Guanqi has eaten food in 5-star hotels. To be honest, it is not as delicious as the original demon flesh and blood. And these flesh and blood are provided 3 times a day, with unlimited supply. But it cannot be taken away from the restaurant. As long as it's mealtime, you sit here and eat as much as you can. However, even a Sansai-level martial artist cannot eat too much of Liangyi-level flesh and blood at one time, because it cannot be digested. He will have to stop after eating 5 or 6 plates at most. Otherwise, your stomach will burst. But Li Guanqi shocked everyone in the restaurant, because as a rise-level martial artist, he ate 9 portions without hesitation. Oh no! He was about to finish the 10th portion right before his eyes. Snapped! Li Guanqi piled the plates aside, and then made a gesture to get up. Hey! You don't have to go get it! It's here! Before he could stand up completely, a cook wearing a white robe and a white hat handed him over a plate of thigh meat from a 2E-level demon species, with bones still attached. So Li Guanqi sat down again, grabbed the thigh meat, and started to bite it, feasting on it. It's really awesome! The cook who handed the meat smiled, because he made a bet with the people in the kitchen that this guy could finish 12 servings of double-yield flesh and blood. Hee. I've made a lot of money now. Snapped. Soon, Li Guanqi finished the thigh meat, and placed the plate heavily to the side. 11 plates were stacked high. There's more! The cook quickly handed over the 12th plate of flesh and blood. Smiling happily, Li Guanqi didn't pay attention to this guy's expression. And he didn't bother to pay attention to the shock of the soldiers around him. He just took the demon flesh and blood, lowered his head, and ate it wildly. At first, he just binged because he was in a bad mood. Because for some reason, he, who had been an only child since he was a child, had a sister-like feeling towards Wang Yanqing. But it was this sister who was a commander in the army, who just said bluntly that he was not suitable to be a soldier. Can't tell why. Li Guanqi felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Like a child who was not recognized by his family. But by the 5th plate, these messy thoughts receded like the tide. There was only one thought left in his mind. Eat. Eat to the peak of Liangyi level. The food in the restaurant is all demon flesh and blood, which is of great benefit to the physical body. And his plunder technique can devour the nutrients of these flesh and blood at an alarming speed and turn them into his own use. What's more, his physical level has already reached LV28. He only needs to eat more and upgrade by 1 level. And he can raise his physical body to the limit of Liangyi level and become a different blood warrior at the pinnacle of Liangyi. What kind of sister is not a big sister? It's strange. Did he become obsessed after being comforted by Wang Yanqing in a soft voice? Then touching his face and smoothing the bruises on his face? Snort. Improving your strength is the most important thing. So ignore her. Boom! After Li Guanqi finished eating the demon flesh and blood on the plate, he placed the 12th plate on the table. And his aura suddenly exploded. Physical body, LV28 LV.29. 29.9. Comprehensive level, LV36 LV.37. Since then, Li Guanqi's physical body has completely reached the limit of Liangyi level. And he has become a different blood warrior at the pinnacle of Liangyi. Call. He took a deep breath, stood up and prepared to leave the restaurant. However, as soon as he got up, Li Guanqi saw the face of the cook next to him was full of ecstasy. And he was so happy. Strangeness. Of course he was happy for his breakthrough. But why was this cook so happy? Li Guanqi turned his head and looked, and was stunned again. Why are the cooks over there looking so sad? Strange. Li Guanqi shook his head, not bothering to delve into this further, and turned around to leave. Amid the compliments of Cow, Big Eater, and Foodie from the dining soldiers around him, he walked out of the cafeteria and returned to the martial arts square where the new recruits were performing. Li Guanqi walked in the square and opened the data panel. Spiritual power, LV29. 29.9. Flesh body, LV29. 29.9. Soul, LV10, 10.6. Comprehensive level, LV37. Although his spiritual power level and physical level have finally reached the same level, it should be noted that his spell level is still at the one-dimensional level. If he wants to pass this dungeon perfectly, he must break through a big realm. Either he can break through in martial arts, become a 3-talented martial artist, and become a 3-talented martial artist. Either he can achieve a breakthrough in spell cultivation, enter 2 levels of magic with 1 yuan, and become a level 2 level magician. To become a 3rd level martial artist requires special techniques to break through the realm. The Sankai level is different from the Liangyi level. Liangyi level only needs an opportunity to turn on the 2nd form to become Liangyi level, not at the 3rd level. Of course, opportunities are also needed. To achieve a breakthrough in any realm, you need to find that opportunity that suddenly strikes you. But in addition to the invisible and illusory thing, opportunity, if you want to break into the 3rd level, you also need a hard condition. The 3 talents are essence, energy and spirit. Essence refers to the physical body. Li Guanqi needs to obtain a physical refining technique, specifically for breaking through the realm before he can step into the physical refining realm and become a 3-talented martial artist of different blood. But this thing is not a mass product. Put it in the Jianghu. This is the secret of the sect, and it cannot be obtained unless it is passed down by the sect himself. Put it in the army. This is a military secret, and it is only available to those with outstanding military merit. Wang Yanqing? Li Guanqi thought of his senior sister immediately. But he couldn't save face because he had some unpleasant troubles with her just now. Bother! Li Guanqi walked back and forth in the square several times. But he still couldn't make up his mind for half a quarter of an hour. Woo! At this time, the horn sounded for the military camp to assemble. After breakfast, it's time to officially start the day's military training. Walk! Li Guanqi turned around and strode towards the gathering place with firm eyes. Senior sister, if you say that I am not suitable to be a soldier, then I will prove it to you. I will practice military formations and condense the shadow of a red-blooded warrior. Let's see what you say then. Chapter 182. Half a year in the blink of an eye. In the days that followed, Li Guanqi began boring and boring training in the preparation camp. It's a completely meaningless waste of time. Every day I listen to the horn. Get up. Listen to the horn. Go to eat. Listen to the horn. Go back to the dormitory to rest. Listen to the horn. Turn off the lights and go to sleep. Listen to the horn. Get up. Listen to the horn. So back and forth. Dormitory. Training square. Dining hall. 3 points in one line. During this period, every 3 months, Li Guanqi would follow other different blood warriors to go to the pharmacist in the military camp to receive prepared edible different blood to sustain his life. After all, although Daluo's different blood warriors call themselves warriors, there is actually no essential difference from the different blood warriors. They all obtain extraordinary power from the cursed spirit blood, and they must take the different blood regularly. Daluo's secret method of adding blood to the body is very advanced. You only need to take it once every 3 months. Of course, Li Guanqi was just showing off. With spiritual power in his body, he didn't need to be like this. But it was this experience that made Li Guanqi learn another thing. It turns out that after reaching the level of 3 talents, the different blood warriors no longer need to rely on the prepared different blood to maintain their lives. It is said that the physical refining realm, the first realm of the Sankai level, can allow the body of a different blood warrior to further evolve and completely get rid of this restriction. Anyway, in the military camp with strict military discipline, there are almost no entertainment facilities. For Li Guanqi, the only leisure time is individual combat training every 3 days. Li Guanqi doesn't like a boring and single life. The longer he stayed in the military camp, the more irritable he became. Later, he was in a bad mood almost the whole day. So during battle training, he beat up all the Liangya level warriors in the entire reserve camp over and over again to vent his frustration. And other people were indeed frightened by him. When they saw him, they would nod and bow down and say H, low to brotherly. Then behind his back he called, "Hackin' deadhead." As Wang Yanqing said, the instructor Qiang was indeed a strict and rigid instructor. But similarly, he was actually not selfish and had no intention of targeting Li Guanqi. As if the fight that day had never happened, Li Guanqi had to learn military formations first. And then he could join the regular army, gain military merit, and exchange military merit for physical training. As a result, nearly half a year passed in a flash of his time in the military camp. A full half a year. However, during the boring training at 3 o'clock in one line, he seemed to have lost his sense of time. Before he could figure out the taste, he was in the military camp, following the entire Red Blood Army through a New Year celebrated by the whole country. There's not much to mention in the New Year, because he has passed this kind of year 18 times. The New Year in Daluo is similar to the New Year in northern China, with lights, hanging lanterns, burning firecrackers, pasting couplets, eating dumplings, and New Year's Eve dinner. It's booming and lively. That night, Li Guanqi was immersed in a bowl of big dumplings. It was only then that he learned what year it was from other people's chats. New era. 4,871 years. The timeline for the start of the Spell Academy instance was the winter of 4,870. And Li Guanqi waited until the end of the summer of 4,871 to clear the level. And now, this simulated, frontier battlefield, copy has also turned to the first page of 4,871. During the past 6 months, Li Guanqi followed his comrades in the reserve camp all day long to practice the method of military formation cohesion. During this period, instructors also gave relevant knowledge about military formations from time to time, talking very briefly. But Li Guanqi finally had some understanding of the military formation. In addition to soldiers, a larger part of the energy core of a military formation actually comes from weapons and equipment. In the Red Blood Army, it is the special set of red blood gun shields and red blood heavy armor. So in the army, you can retire, but you have to keep the equipment. As for the military formations, all the armies of various countries are similar, and there is no big difference. Even the lowest level military formation cohesion methods are circulated in the market with the permission of the government. Military formations are divided into formations of 5 people, formations of 10 people, etc. An instructor said that if we divide them by military rank and cultivation level, it would actually be easy to remember. Daluo Dynasty. 7th level military rank. 1. Wu Commander. A 1-level martial artist can serve as one, leading 5 soldiers and forming a formation. They can form a one-dimensional warrior shadow. 2. Shicheng. The leader of 10 men. a martial artist of the Liangyi level, leading 10 soldiers and forming a formation. They can form a shadow of a Liangyi level warrior. 3. School captain, centurion, 3-level martial artist, leading hundreds of troops and forming a formation. They can form a shadow of a 3-talented general. And so on, up to the highest 7th grade military rank. 7. General, 7-star warrior, leading 1 million troops and forming a formation. 1 million people can condense into the shadow of a 7-star warrior. But in fact these are all theoretical. Because military formation requires members to unite as one and have a high degree of tacit understanding. Of course, it is possible for 5 people to understand each other tacitly and form one body. 10 people form one body and can be trained for a long time. Hundreds of people in one? Thousands of people in one? Elite soldiers who live and eat together. One person for all. This is the level of the top legion of the dynasty. It is almost deprived of the emotional fluctuations that humans should have. It is a killing machine in the actual sense. But such a legion is too inhumane. It simply treats soldiers as robots for brainwashing and training. So the Daluo dynasty abolished this training method a long time ago. In actual large-scale wars, military formations are carried out in batches. Usually, 100 people form a formation. And 100 people and 100 people come together, condensing one after another the shadows of 3-level warriors. Then, there will be higher-level generals, who will perform a higher-level military formation cohesion method to unite 10,000 such 100-man military formations. The phantoms of 10,000 warriors are merged into one. And a million-man formation is achieved in disguise. This kind of general is called the chief general of the military formation. Every military commander is a rare talent, equivalent to a real-life pilot. A strategic talent that can only be cultivated after spending a lot of manpower and financial resources. It is worth mentioning that the commander-in-chief of the military formation is not the same thing as the officers such as corps commander, chief commander, and captain. The corps commander is an official position of an army officer. The leader of the military formation is a military type, similar to archers and spearmen. It is a soldier's military type positioning. A 10-man squad refers to a commander who leads 10 soldiers. In fact, there are 11 people in total. The same is true for an army of 1 million. A 7-star general leads 1 million soldiers. The leader of the military formation is not the general, but is selected from among the 1 million soldiers. Under normal circumstances, officers do not participate in the formation of the team's military formation. But when the formation leader in the team is seriously injured or dies, he must be able to take over. Therefore, the commander of the military formation is not an officer. But every officer is basically promoted from the commander of the military formation. Military formation. It is the most important link in the modern war in this strange world. Because in the early New Age, military formations did not exist. When Daluo was founded, it was a group of high-level warriors who fought and killed each other. The human sea tactics composed of low-level warriors and mortals were actually very difficult to work. The military formation was first developed by a military advisor of the Daluo dynasty around the year 3000 of the new era in the strange world. Later, it was stolen by a small neighboring country and claimed that it was their own invention. Then it was dedicated to the Violet Empire overseas. After that, slowly, all the countries in the world will be able to do it. However, the basis of military formation lies in the number of people. The Daluo dynasty has a vast territory, the largest land area in the world, and the largest population in the world. It also has the most advanced military formation cohesion and training methods, and has never been defeated in foreign wars. As for the deterrence ability of top practitioners, let's not forget about the Ying family. The 8 pillars of Daluo, the 8 most powerful different blood families, are enough to make everyone fear them. What's more, unlike other countries, Emperor Ying of Daluo is not a puppet or spokesperson promoted by behind-the-scenes forces such as the Parliament, Holy See, and Gu God Ancestral Temple. The first emperor taught, if you don't enter the 9 palaces, you won't ascend to the throne. All the emperors of Daluo in the past were the number 1 in Daluo in terms of combat power, at least at the Jiogong level. The current emperor of Daluo has reached the peak of the 9 palaces, which can also be said to be half-step immeasurable. People are speculating all day long whether he has reached the truly immeasurable level. After all, thanks to the joint efforts of the first emperor of Great Luo and the first few generations of emperors, they created an almost perfect court system. Even if there was a moron tied to the throne, the dynasty could run smoothly. So, the emperor of Daluo can be a fool, but he cannot be a weakling. The emperor's combat power is the greatest nuclear deterrent of the Daluo dynasty. This is Daluo, an extraordinary dynasty that was extremely powerful. It is very interesting to say that among the feudal dynasties in ancient times, regardless of the Zhou dynasty, which was in vain in the middle and late stages, and only the feudal dynasties after the Qin dynasty, the Guizhou almost all lived for about 300 years, and then they collapsed. There are many reasons: natural and man-made disasters, climate and food, etc. But in general, it can be attributed to the fact that the common people, who were the cornerstone of the dynasty, couldn't bear it first. How can the building be stable if the cornerstone is cracked? Real ancient dynasties were built from the bottom up, with the cornerstone determining the top level. But the extraordinary dynasty in the strange world is different. It starts from the top down. First of all, the ultimate contradiction of ancient dynasties, the balance between population and food, does not exist in the strange world. Thanks to the existence of various extraordinary powers, the productivity of the strange world is very high, and ordinary people will not have enough to eat. At least they will not be reduced to the point where they will starve to death if they don't rebel. Besides, or extraordinary power, as long as the emperor here does not refer to the king in the true sense, but to the strongest group or the strongest person with extraordinary power. As long as the emperor of an extraordinary dynasty is still the strongest and can single-handedly suppress the entire dynasty, then this dynasty can survive forever. This is also the reason why the Daluo dynasty has been in Zhou for 3,000 years since its founding. So, it is also very easy to make an extraordinary dynasty collapse and disintegrate on its own. For example, the emperor is no longer the strongest in the country. For example, the 8 different blood families in Daluo are all as strong as the Ying family. A storm is coming! Late at night, Li Guanqi stood by the window of his dormitory, looking at the stars in the sky, with the reflection of a bloody crescent moon in his eyes. Today is the blood moon day in the strange world. So, when will the 8 Kings Rebellion begin? Storm is coming. That day won't be too far away. Chapter 183. Sister-in-law. You must remarry me. I don't dare to worry about my country despite my humble position. However, although Li Guanqi had a lower position, he was not a citizen of the Daluo dynasty. He was actually thinking about the situation in Daluo for his own sake. When he obtained the purple talent, Heart of War, the strange system prompted that this was one of the key conditions for opening the world mission, and also said that the mission system would be opened later. Well, obviously, this official copy is not the final version. But when will it be the final version? It's easy to reason. Talent, Heart of War. The undercurrent of the strange world is surging, and the war is about to begin. There is only one trigger for the huge war sweeping the world. The most powerful Daluo dynasty collapsed first, and the Daluo dynasty is indeed about to disintegrate. The pattern of the Daluo dynasty is very interesting. Central Plains Kyushu, the royal family plus the 8 different blood families, the 9 families' headquarters, each occupy a large state. Through generations of management, their popularity and material resources are at the peak level. Once the 8 different blood families completely rebel, the Daluo dynasty will instantly disintegrate and split into 9 kingdoms. Li Guanqi called it the 8 Kings Rebellion, and he speculated that once the 8 Kings Rebellion begins, it may be the time when the version of the strange world undergoes its final and biggest change. He didn't know what would happen by then. He only knew that his own strength was the only way to survive in troubled times. And he wasted too long in the military camp, wasting half a year. And his spell cultivation was still stuck at the peak of Yuan. And his martial arts cultivation was also stuck at the peak of Liangyi, unable to make any progress. The most important thing is that he has not been able to successfully unite an army with others so far. Not to mention a formation of 10 people. Even a formation of 5 people would not work. Why does he want to practice military formations? Because only by forming a military formation can you join the regular ranks of the Red Blood Army, participate in the battlefield, and obtain military merit. Only by relying on military merit can you obtain a large amount of materials in the army to help break through the border. Military formation is the first prerequisite. If the military formation cannot be consolidated, then the subsequent military promotion path will basically be ruined. Li Guanqi's military career has basically been wasted. So, after half a year, Li Guanqi still decided to find Wang Yanqing. If this fellow senior sister refused to give him the body refining method used to break through the 3 talents, then he would have no choice but to leave the Scarlet Blood Fortress. Try your luck in the sects of Dalyo Jianghu? Have no idea. Let's go to senior sister's place first. The commander said. No. Early next morning. Red Blood Fortress. The top floor. Outside the command office. 2 red-blooded soldiers as strong as bears guarded the gate and looked coldly at Li Guanqi in front of them. One of them said in a deep voice, "This is normal. Is the commander what you want to see? What's more, you are just a reserve battalion soldier. Even if you are a Liangya-level martial artist, you are still wishful thinking. In fact, you can get here because the Qishan River commander gave you permission." Li Guanqi looked at the closed door of the government office and was silent for a moment. "No, brother. Did you really go in to report just now?" "Yes, I have," the Red Blood Army guard said solemnly. "Then, please inform me again." "Okay," he promised. But the 2-level guard remained motionless and showed no intention of opening the door. "What did the commander say?" Li Guanqi was speechless. "She said, missing," the guard said expressionlessly. Li Guanqi shook his head, laughed, turned and left. Although the guard didn't go in to report at all. But Wang Yanqing really didn't want to see him. A 5-element level alien blood warrior. Let alone being separated by a single door. Even the slightest disturbance in the entire Crimson Blood Fortress cannot be hidden from Wang Yanqing's ears. But she didn't say anything to the guards to let him go. Obviously she didn't want to see him. If you don't see it, just see it. I can only leave the military camp and go to the world for a while? Inside the door. Wang Yanqing sat behind the desk with a straight face. Expressionless. In front of her, there was a handsome young man with red hair and red eyes. His face was like a jade. His body was thin. And he was stroking a green jade pendant in his left hand. The jade pendant released a cyan light shield, covering the two of them. De Luofu has no spiritual power. But over thousands of years, some geniuses have finally invented a way for Wufu to control his spiritual power. If Li Guanqi were here, he would definitely find that this is the soundproof spiritual cover of the soundproofing technique. But he was not there after all. And due to the existence of the soundproof cover, Wang Yanqing could not hear the movement outside the door and did not know that he had been there. At this time, all her attention was focused on the young man from the Qi family in front of her. This person's name is Qi Yuaning, her brother-in-law, the younger brother of her husband Qi Yuanan. Peaceful. One brother. One brother. Ah! Wang Yanqing suddenly smiled. That was an extremely angry laugh. Qi Yuaning, I am your sister-in-law. Wang Yanqing was smiling. But when she looked at the young man, her eyes were cold and cold. Even if your brother dies, I am still his wife and your sister-in-law. Do you want me to remarry you? He damn. Are you crazy? This is my father's order. The young man named Qi Yuaning looked at her with gentle eyes. Sister-in-law, this is not my selfish desire. It is for your own good. Because the head of the family has. As he spoke, Qi Yuaning sighed softly with his brows. The dynasty is in turmoil. And he has already taken sides. Boom! I don't care whether I take sides or not. Wang Yanqing slapped the book table vigorously and shouted angrily. My father-in-law made the marriage contract between me and your brother. It was your grandfather Qi Gong who made it clear. What qualifications does your father have to order me to remarry? Qi Yuaning was silent for a moment. Wang Yanqing is his sister-in-law. Strictly speaking, his father is the person Wang Yanqing should call father-in-law, and his grandfather should be called Tai Wang or Zhu Wang. But Wang Yanqing always called his grandfather father-in-law. This has always made the outside world wonder whether there is something wrong with the Qi family's ethics, such as whether the relationship between his brother and his grandfather is, well, in short, there are rumors flying all over the world. But this is intentional. His father and grandfather didn't get along and even broke off their relationship. His father and brother have always been at odds with each other. Even though they are strangers, they are too close, and they are basically enemies. But his brother has a very good relationship with the magician grandfather. Therefore, Wang Yanqing's name for his grandfather was actually intended to disgust his father. In short, his relationship can only be described in one word. Chaos. Qi Yuaning hates these messy things. Sister-in-law. Qi Yuaning dispersed the messy thoughts in his mind and looked at Wang Yanqing seriously. You know, Grandpa is disabled and he is also a magician. So he cannot be included in the family tree. After my father awakened the blood-burning power, he still took the initiative to sever the father-son relationship with his grandfather, and then return to the Qi family. The marriage contract that Grandpa made for you and your brother. Within the Qi family, actually doesn't count. After all, Grandpa is not part of the Qi family and has no say. Roll! Wang Yanqing slapped the book table vigorously again, like an angry lioness, pointed at the door and roared. Get out of here! I don't care if he is from the Qi family. I only know that he is my husband's grandfather. And he is my father-in-law. And, Qi Yuaning, I'll tell you again. I am your sister-in-law and I will never marry you. Get out. Qi Yuaning didn't speak, just sighed. A long while. He then said, but sister-in-law, remarrying me is your only way to survive. Chapter 184 Wang Yanqing's husband. The poetry and painting General Qi Yuaning. Sister-in-law, remarrying me is your only way to survive. I told you to get lost. Didn't you hear me? Qi Yuaning rubbed the green jade pendant in his hand, turned his head slightly, looked at the soundproof shield released by the jade pendant, stepped forward to check, and after confirming that it was correct, he turned back to look at Wang Yanqing. Sister-in-law, I didn't lie, he said seriously. The situation in the dynasty is turbulent. The battle between the 8 kingdoms pillars and His Majesty has been put on the table. Our Qi family must also take sides. There will be no good end for the wallflowers. So the head of the family has determined the future of our Qi family. Wang Yanqing frowned. Qi Yuaning said one word in a deep voice. Wei. Boom! Wang Yanqing instantly smashed the desk in front of him, causing smoke and dust to fly. What did you say? She grabbed Qi Yuaning's collar. Her eyes were about to burst, and she gritted her teeth and said, Master, you chose Wei Guozhu? The Luo dynasty. 8 kingdom pillars. 8 different blood families. Wei, Ji, Shi, Yun, Nandong, Muro, Duanmu, Shangwan. Among them, the Wei family and the Yun family have been at odds for generations. They have been fighting openly and secretly since the founding of Daluo. And this has never changed. And now the Qi family has chosen Wei Guozhu? That was equivalent to standing on the opposite side of Yun Guozhu. But everyone in the entire dynasty knew that the highest commander of the Jinan army, General Zhou Xuanwu, was an orphan raised by Yun Guozhu. Wei Guozhu and Yun Guozhu are mortal enemies. The Qi family chose Wei Guozhu. Zhou Xuanwu is from Yun Guozhu. Then how could her 10,000 red-blooded troops end up well under the command of Zhou Xuanwu's Jinan army? Asshole! Wang Yanqing glared at Qi Yuaning, gnashing his teeth, tears bursting from his eyes, his crying almost uncontrollable, and his hands kept beating his chest. Bastard! 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 The death of her husband Qi Yuaning was not simply a matter of mobilizing troops and sacrificing for the country. That young man was merely a victim of a political struggle. It's just a pawn between Wei Guozhu and Yun Guozhu. Asshole! Puff! Qi Yuaning was knocked back several steps by Wang Yanqing's palm and vomited blood. Although this palm was Wang Yanqing's way of venting his anger, it was actually only as strong as an ordinary person's. And it was not painful or itchy if it hit an ordinary person. But Qi Yuaning vomited blood, because he is different from his brother. His brother is a martial arts prodigy. He was just a loser. He had been weak and sick since he was a child, and could not learn martial arts. He could only tinker with magical weapons that use spiritual power all day long, making the people of Daluo laugh at him. Sister-in-law! Qi Yuaning fell to the ground, raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked up at Wang Yanqing, who was filled with grief and anger, with complicated eyes, and said softly, You must leave the Jinan army. The Qi family has chosen Wei Guozhu. If you continue to stay here, you will only follow the 10,000 red blood army outside and die at the hands of Zhou Xuanwu. But Zhou Xuanwu will not let you go. Otherwise, if you are labeled as AWOL, he will directly kill you with the sword of military law. There is only one way now. Marry me again. You know, Daluo's laws on widow remarriage are quite loose. Even if you hold an important position. If you want to marry me, then Zhou Xuanwu will have no choice but to let you go and follow me back to the Qi family. This is your only way to survive. Sister-in-law. Qi Yuaning looked at Wang Yanqing seriously and said earnestly, If brother knows, he will definitely agree. Ah! When Wang Yanqing heard this, she sneered, wiped the tears on her face with both hands, and turned to look at him. Qi Yuaning, since I am remarrying, then I can marry any cat or dog. Why do I have to marry you? Marry your brother-in-law? I'm going to get married anyway. Why can't it be me? Qi Yuaning suddenly stood up from the ground and shouted to her. I am obviously the first to know you. It's me. Shi Yuaning? My brother is obviously the one who came later. But why is he the one who married you? Just because you're a loser. Wang Yanqing's face was expressionless. You? Shi Yuaning's expression changed drastically. He is about 1.7 meters tall. But Wang Yanqing was more than 1.8 meters tall. She was standing in front of Shi Yuaning. As a woman, she looked down at Shi Yuaning. A frail and sick man. With cold eyes. Shi Yuaning, think about it for yourself. How are you comparable to your brother? Martial arts? You are a weak and sick piece of trash. We are no better than this. Read? Your brother was the top pick in both civil and military rankings that year. Not only did he go to the War College of the Violet Empire as an exchange student, he was also an exchange student at the Violet Art Academy. A frontier poem. The Lone Wild Goose on the Great Wall. An ink painting. The Lone Goose on the Great Wall. He not only spread our Daluo culture overseas, but also completely established his reputation as the poetry and painting general overseas. And you? After taking the imperial examination for so many years, have you ever taken the imperial examination once? Have you ever seen His Majesty's face? Then moral character? Your brother loves the people like his own son. There is no common person in Scarlet Blood City who has not received his favor. What about you? Not to mention the people in the city. You even beat and scolded the servants in the mansion wantonly. Besides, Wang Yanqing leaned down to Shi Yuaning's ear and said coldly, "You think your brother, and I don't know about your mistreatment of the maids in the house?" Shi Yuaning's pupil shrank suddenly. His face turned pale, and he looked at her in fear. No, sister-in-law. All right. Wang Yanqing turned around and stood with her back to Shi Yuaning, her hands behind her back, her voice indifferent. You don't deserve to be compared to your brother. Now, get out of here, Commander. If you don't leave, I will use military law to punish you who broke into the military camp without permission. Shi Yuaning looked at Wang Yanqing's back, clenching his fists tightly, his face extremely ferocious. His eyeballs were bloodshot, and he kept showing a sinister look. Why are you here again? Outside the door, the two Red Blood Army guards looked at Li Guanqi, who was returning with displeasure on their faces. I don't want to either. Li Guanqi spread his hands. He just went to Chishan and asked to leave the military camp. He is still in the reserve camp and is not a regular member of the Red Blood Legion. In other words, he was not part of the military establishment at all. Not even Daluo soldiers in the strict sense. The military formation condensation method taught to him by the army is not a big secret. It is just the most basic training method and can be easily purchased on the market. What's important are the specially refined red-blooded heavy armors and gun shields. Those are military items that cannot be taken away. As for Red Blood Army Fist and Red Blood Marksmanship, they are even more popular. The Red Blood Army Fist in the perfect ending is of blue quality, and Li Guanqi estimates that what he learned in the preparation camp may only be of white quality. Deeper boxing techniques can only be learned in the regular army. He is not a regular soldier at all, and the current war doesn't seem to be very tense. It is not difficult to leave the army. There was even a man who ran away from the reserve camp a few days ago, saying that being a soldier was too boring and that he wanted to go back and make a career in the world. Chishan collected the man's spear, shield and heavy armor and let him go. He even took him to the restaurant to get some dried meat from the demon species as dry food, saying that he would not be hungry on the way. Daluo's national power is strong, and it is not afraid of you coming to the military recruit camp to cheat on food and drink. It is even encouraged by national policy, with the purpose of improving the iron-blooded spirit and physical fitness of Daluo's citizens. But Li Guanqi didn't know why things changed when it was his turn. Leave the barracks? Go and talk to Commander Wang yourself. This is the original words of Chishan. What the hell are you talking to me about here? The guard at the commander's office looked at Li Guanqi in front of him, speechless. You guys should make up a better reason. Which recruit wants to leave the military camp and has to be handled by the commander himself? Go find your instructor in the recruit camp. Boom! Just as Li Guanqi was about to explain, the door to the commanding office suddenly opened. A handsome young man with red hair and red eyes walked out of the house with a gloomy expression and passed him. Of course, due to the height difference, this guy's head brushed against his shoulder. Li Guanqi couldn't help but look back, and was slightly startled when he looked at the thin back. The sound of a cursed insect? Chapter 185 Wang Yanqing's second late-night visit. Li Guanqi? After the door of the commander's office opened, Wang Yanqing inside also saw Li Guanqi standing outside, and immediately frowned. "What are you doing here?" Li Guanqi was about to say that he would apply to withdraw from the military camp, but he found that the desk in the room was shattered into sawdust on the floor. Moreover, Wang Yanqing's eyes were actually a little red at this time. Senior sister cried. "Why? Master, cough! Commander!" Li Guanqi realized that he had made a mistake and quickly lowered his head and clasped his fists. "Come in and talk." Wang Yanqing turned around and turned her back to him. "Yes." Li Guanqi stepped into the threshold and closed the door with his backhand. Just as the two door frames came together, an undetectable halo appeared. Is it a soundproof spiritual cover? The second time he came to this house, Li Guanqi finally noticed it. Wang Yanqing's residence, called Tongling Mansion, is somewhat magical and full of spiritual power. Especially the door. Once it is closed, a soundproof light shield will be automatically generated to cover the entire house. So it wasn't that the senior sister didn't want to see him just now, but that the door was closed and she didn't hear the sound? In other words, Daluo rejects and discriminates against magicians, but his body is still very honest. They would not refuse something as useful as spiritual power. It's just, Li Guanqi hasn't figured out yet how they use their spiritual power. "What's up?" At this time, Wang Yanqing had collected her emotions and turned around to look at Li Guanqi with an expressionless face. Her eyes were no longer red. "Senior sister, did you cry just now?" But Li Guanqi has always been outspoken. "Wow!" Wang Yanqing's hard-fought calm mood was instantly broken by the sound of "Senior sister," and tears burst out of her eyes. This young woman, who had lost her husband not long after her wedding, tightly grasped Li Guanqi's shoulders with her hands, rested her head on her junior brother's chest, and burst into tears. The sadness of the cry is enough to silence those who hear it. Is she a woman? Yes. But in the army, there is no distinction between men and women. As long as she, Wang Yanqing, stands here, then she is the supreme commander of this Red Blood Fortress. She is the king commander of the Red Blood Legion. She must not show her soft side in front of the soldiers. But Li Guanqi is not her soldier. He is just her junior brother. At this time, Li Guanqi was like a wall, allowing this husbandless woman to lean against, release the long-standing sadness in her heart, and make her cry. Li Guanqi just remained silent. He feels that crying is a very meaningless behavior. He has never cried since he was a child. If something saddens him, he only has one thought: resolve grief, or deal with the person who made him sad. "Sister?" Li Guanqi patted Wang Yanqing's back gently and said softly, "What happened? Can you tell me?" "What?" But Wang Yanqing was just choking and crying, without words. Until the end. Wang Yanqing did not tell the reason. Likewise until the end. Li Guanqi did not express his intention to leave the military camp. He was like a wall, held by Wang Yanqing, and cried for a long time. Then Wang Yanqing wiped her tears, turned her back to him, and asked him to go back first and talk about it another day. Then Li Guanqi left. He thought he really had to wait a few days before talking. But this is not the case. Late at night, dark insight suddenly took effect. Li Guanqi suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the familiar masked man in black in front of him, and was stunned. Why is senior sister doing this again? Brush. The man in black grabbed Li Guanqi's shoulder and almost teleported him from the dormitory to the highest point of the Red Blood Fortress. The moon is dark and the wind is high. Today is a murderous night. But the man in black in front of him was destined not to kill him. "Sister?" "Uh-huh." The man in black took off his black veil, and it was clearly Wang Yanqing's face that was not very beautiful, but looked very comfortable. Even the scars at the corners of her eyes could not cover up the warmth in her eyes. "Why do you have to come to me in the middle of the night again?" Li Guanqi scratched his head, a little confused. "Because I just thought of something, and I can't wait any longer. I have to ask you right away." Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi seriously and said in a deep voice, "Are you a conjurer? What level are you at?" "1 yuan," Li Guanqi replied. Then, can you sense the spiritual power in other conjurers' bodies?" Wang Yanqing asked again. "Sister." Li Guanqi looked at her. "You want to ask me if the young man from the chief family I saw today is a magician?" "Right." Wang Yanqing's eyes narrowed. "Is he? I have no idea." Li Guanqi shook his head. "I can only say that I didn't feel the existence of spiritual power from his body." Hearing this, Wang Yanqing frowned slightly. "But," Li Guanqi added, I felt the breath of cursed insects in his body. There are cursed insects multiplying in his body. It is a transplanted functional cursed insect. The specific purpose is unknown. But this type of cursed insect is probably used to help maintain human body functions, such as helping people with paralyzed lower limbs stand up. Wang Yanqing's pupils suddenly shrank. It is said that Qi Yuaning could not walk independently until he was 2 years old, which would not be normal in an ordinary family, let alone a family of different blood. Although he was able to leave later, did he really leave on his own? Born with a disability. Conjurer. Functional spellworm. Sure enough, there is a problem. Junior brother. Thank you. Without you, I don't know how long it would have taken me to figure out the key. Wang Yanqing looked excited and gave Li Guanqi a heavy bear hug. The powerful force made Li Guanqi feel like he was being hugged by Chishan. What? What's wrong? Li Guanqi resisted the feeling of suffocation and asked with difficulty. Junior brother. Wang Yanqing let go and looked at Li Guanqi seriously. I have a secret mission for you. Do you dare to do it? Certainly. Li Guanqi smiled. Senior sister won't harm me. Right. He is afraid of balls in the simulated world. It's so nice to talk. Wang Yanqing suddenly smiled and rolled his eyes, but then straightened his expression. But this matter is not a joke. You must listen carefully to what I say next. Since last year, I have discovered some strange signs hundreds of miles away from the Great Wall, like an army gathering. But every time I send a reconnaissance team to investigate, I always find nothing. Moreover, the magic weapon used to detect spiritual power did not respond at all. But I suspect that there is a spy in the Legion who has tampered with all the military weapons that were sent, and there is no trace of spiritual power at all. So, Li Guanqi took over the conversation, looked at Wang Yanqing and said with a smile, Sister, do you want me to investigate? Because I am not only a Liangya-level martial artist, but also a conjurer, and I can detect signs of spiritual power? Right. Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi with some hesitation in his eyes, but still asked, Are you willing? This may be going deep into the hinterland where the enemy is ambushing, which will be very dangerous. Of course I do. Li Guanqi grinned. Just leave it to me. Senior sister knew she was right about you. Wang Yanqing smiled brightly, and then a space ring in her right hand flashed with light, and then a beautiful spear that was completely blue and looked like ice crystals appeared in her hand. Forehead. Li Guanqi looked down at the ice crystal spear and suddenly felt it looked familiar. Wrong. It looks familiar because he has seen it before. Wang Yanqing's ice crystal spear is exactly the same as the sacrificial weapon spear he got from Zhuang Yuan's villa, except for the white tassel hanging under the blade. Chapter 186, Adventure on the Cliff. Magical weapon. This reconnaissance mission will be dangerous. Get it. Wang Yanqing handed the ice crystal spear to Li Guanqi. With his eyes lowered, his fingers gently brushed the ice crystal like barrel, with a little reluctance in his eyes. This was my personal weapon before, but when I reached the 5 elements level, it couldn't keep up with my combat needs. Now, give it to you. Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi with a smile. Cherish it. Li Guanqi was stunned, but he did not refuse and took the beautiful ice crystal spear with both hands. The reason why I use the word beautiful to describe it is because it is indeed magnificent. It looks like a spear carved from a piece of ice, with almost transparent ice edges. Moreover, the end of the gun barrel and the contact point between the gun blade and the gun barrel are covered with a layer of gold steel, with a series of strange patterns and reliefs on it. This ice crystal spear is actually in the style of a red tassel gun, but it is not a red tassel, but a white tassel. The snow-white cilia at the end of the gun blade were like the hair of some kind of ice animal, extremely soft. Under the moonlight, the ice crystal spear reflected a strange luster, and the snow-white tassel looked even more elegant and translucent, being gently blown by the evening wind and fluttering. Being? The red tassel of the red tassel gun not only absorbs blood, but prevents it from slipping to the gun shaft and causing the user's hand to slip. It also makes the blood less obvious. But now it was replaced by Buying. Wouldn't it mean that if he stabbed someone, he would be stained red with blood? And then you have to wash it? Li Guanqi was a little confused about the design of this spear. Certainly. What's even more confusing is why the style of this spear is exactly the same as the sacrificial spear in Zhuang Yuan's villa. The spear given by Wang Yanqing was exactly the same except for the addition of a ball of white tassels. Wholesale? But that's not right either. Zhuang Yuan's spear is a sacrificial weapon and is easy to distinguish, because 99% of sacrificial vessels need to absorb spiritual power. As soon as the conjurer touches it, he can feel a feeling of being able to inject spiritual power. But the ice crystal spear Wang Yanqing gave him was different. It didn't have this feeling. This is not a sacrificial vessel. Sister, where does this come from? Li Guanqi held the ice crystal spear and looked at Wang Yanqing curiously. Where did it come from? Wang Yanqing blinked. When you receive a gift, why is your first reaction to ask where it comes from? But having said that, the origin of this gun is indeed somewhat special. Oh! Li Guanqi became more and more curious. Senior sister picked this up back then. As Wang Yanqing spoke, a smile of nostalgia appeared on his face. He looked at the stars in the sky and said softly, At that time, I was 12 years old. I had just learned the true meaning of boxing from my master. And then I hid it from my family. I couldn't wait. I want to go out and try my skills. So, I unveiled a reward list and ran to find trouble with the bandits. But at that time, I was only a U-level warrior. And the bandit leader was a Liang-level warrior. Because the county government's intelligence was wrong. I was in danger. And guess what? Just when I was almost killed by the bandit leader, Qi Yuanan suddenly ran out. That day, I was 12 years old, and he was 13. It was the first time we met. But don't get me wrong. This is not a story about a hero falling from the sky. He came out to look cool. But in the end, I couldn't fight him. Haha. The bandit leader broke his right hand that was holding the sword even before he could swing his sword a few times. He held his broken wrist and cried all over the room. Then, it turned out that he and I were chased by the bandit leader together. We ran in the forest for a long time. In the end, we had no way to escape. So we both had to jump off the cliff. I still remember that I was very depressed at that time. Thinking, why would I end up spending the rest of my life with this strange brat? But the result is that we don't die. At the bottom of the cliff is the entrance to a cave. We fell on it. The bandit leader thought that we would die if we fell off the cliff. And then left. Later Qi Yuanan and I found out that we thought we had escaped without telling our family. But in fact, from the beginning to the end, the family's masters had been lurking to protect us in secret. If the bandit leader is really close to killing us, they will show up immediately. If there wasn't a cave under the cliff, the masters of the family would have climbed over the cliffs to save us. It seems like it's too far off. Back to the cave. Storytellers always tell stories about falling off a cliff and surviving a disaster to get a secret book. In fact, it is indeed because there are so many such things that it has been adapted into so many stories. The cave that Qi Yuanan and I discovered was like this. Although there was no secret book inside, there was a weapon. This is the spear I gave you that looks like ice crystals. Apart from the ice crystal spear, there was only a huge skeleton in the cave. And the ice crystal spear was just above the pelvic bone of the skeleton. Qi Yuanan said at that time that this was the 5-element level demon species. The skeleton of a giant eagle. Judging from the skeleton, this giant eagle was at least 30 meters long in life. And it was not the kind with wings. This rod was 2.8 m long. The ice crystal spear must have been accidentally eaten by the giant rich eagle. The giant eagle died in the cave. But the ice crystal spear was not digested or worn. It must be a powerful weapon. I still remember the silly look on Yuanan's face when he said this. What a fool. But he cannot use the ice crystal spear. He picked it up and used it. The ice crystal spear was just an ordinary spear. At most it was a harder spear. Afterwards, it was speculated that it should be because his superpower blood burning has a fire attribute. But I'm different. I'm partial to ice. How did I forget this? At this point, Wang Yanqing seemed to suddenly remember something, and looked at Li Guanqi with a slightly embarrassed look. Sorry, junior brother. You probably won't be able to use this gun. I haven't used it for too long. So I really forgot. No. Li Guanqi interrupted her with a smile. Then raised his right hand. The frost condensed and turned into a lotus flower made of ice crystals. I also have ice attributes. And I'm either partial to ice, or I have the ability to control ice. With that said, Li Guanqi handed the ice crystal lotus flower in his hand to Wang Yanqing and said with a smile, Senior sister, I give this to you. You are like a lotus flower in my heart. You are not so high and beautiful, but you are the clearest and most beautiful. Close to my sister. Wang Yanqing took the ice lotus and smiled brightly. That brat has such a sweet mouth. I don't know how many little girls he will deceive in the future. Exchange an ice flower for a magic weapon, and you'll make a lot of money. Wang Yanqing rubbed the ice lotus lovingly, then pointed at the ice crystal spear in Li Guanqi's hand and said with a smile, "This ice crystal spear is a 4-image level magic weapon. It's hard enough to withstand a full-force blow from the 4 elephants level. The sharpness of the gun blade is enough to scratch the body of a 4th level warrior. After I got this gun, I immediately went back to the bandit's den. With the power of this spear weapon, I easily chopped off the head of the bandit leader and used it as my 1-level enlightenment gift." Li Guanqi did not ask first what the effect of this ice crystal spear was, but looked at Wang Yanqing curiously. "Senior sister, what is the magic weapon?" Wang Yanqing also mentioned this term before, saying that the magic weapon used for investigation might have been destroyed by spies. But the question is, what exactly is the magic weapon? In the world of magic, there are only sacrificial vessels. Neither Wei Mo's library nor Zhuang Yuan's library mention the word magical artifact at all. Chapter 187 Sacrificial Weapon. 2 guns in 1. You don't know about magic weapons? Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi and raised her eyebrows. Didn't you study at the Conjuration Academy? Did they not teach you, or did you not study hard? You don't know this? The magician's sacrificial weapon basically needs to be infused with spiritual power. This is also the origin of the word sacrifice, because in addition to the need to sacrifice the cursed spirit for refining, the user also needs to sacrifice some spiritual power into it. The magic weapon is completely opposite. The refining method of the magic weapon is similar to that of the sacrificial weapon. Both require magic spirits, but the use is different. The magic weapon does not require the user to instill spiritual power, because the magic weapon will automatically charge. When refining a magic weapon, the weapon refiner will insert a kind of charging magic circle. So it is called a magic weapon. When the magic weapon is not in use, take it out, and it will automatically absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth and recharge itself. But there are also disadvantages. For example, after the spiritual power is exhausted, the magic weapon becomes an ordinary iron block. Speaking of sacrificial vessels, of course the school of conjuration has gone the furthest. But the magic weapon refining technology is the most advanced in Daluo. At this point, Wang Yanqing frowned because she found that Li Guanqi was distracted. There are 2 reasons for Li Guanqi's distraction. The first is the lamentation about the isolation of the magic world. The Daluo side has been playing tricks with magic weapons. But the magic world has also blocked information to prevent low-level magicians from knowing. He thinks too highly of himself, and instills in new spellcasters the idea of being the best spellcaster and sacrificial weapon in the world. This approach cannot last long. The second reason for his distraction was that Li Guanqi had settled on an idea. The sacrificial spear that was brought from Zhuang Yuan's villa, and the magical spear that Wang Yanqing gave him were definitely weird. The 2 look exactly the same. But one is a sacrificial vessel, and the other is a magical vessel. There is definitely a connection between this. And there may be some secret hidden. "Hey, are you listening to me?" Wang Yanqing's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Oh?" Li Guanqi came to his senses immediately. Subconsciously took 2 steps back. Scratched his head in embarrassment. "Sorry, senior sister. Okay, hurry up and try the effect of this spear." Wang Yanqing chuckled. "Good." Li Guanqi nodded. Then firmly grasped the ice crystal spear in his hand, and at the same time began to use his ice control ability. Frost is condensing. The tip of the ice crystal spear began to glow with a dark blue cold light, exuding a bone-chilling chill that even caused a layer of frost to form on the bluestone tiles under Li Guanqi's feet. "That's how effective it is." Wang Yanqing smiled and said, "This cold air is very cold. If it hits the enemy's weapons, it can freeze them and make them brittle, and then easily break them. It's just that it's not flattering to scratch the enemy, but it helps freeze other people's wounds and stop the bleeding. However, it would be better if it could be pierced near the heart. If the heart is frozen directly, even a 4-elephant level warrior will suffer serious damage to his combat power. Of course, the effect is linked to your mental strength. It's an increase." Li Guanqi looked at the cold light on the tip of the gun and made a quick judgment. If his current LV10 mental power can release a LV10 freezing effect, then with the addition of the ice crystal spear, he can release a LV15 freezing effect. A very good increase. Buzz! Suddenly, the space ring on Li Guanqi's finger vibrated sharply, bursting out with bursts of purple light. The space of the space ring is very fragile. If there is an explosion inside, the small space inside the ring will collapse directly, and everything inside will be trapped in space turbulence and lost. Li Guanqi quickly opened the space ring and looked at it. As expected, it was Zhuang Yuan's sacrificial weapon that changed. At this time, The sacrificial spear was trembling crazily and flashing with dazzling ice blue light. Li Guanqi quickly took it out. Buzz! Buzz! As soon as he took it out, the magic weapon spear Wang Yanqing gave him resonated with the sacrificial weapon spear. Both of them trembled and emitted flickering blue light. When the magic weapon spear dims, the sacrificial weapon spear lights up. The magic weapon spear lights up, and the sacrificial weapon spear dims. It's as if the two are one. The next moment, in the blank eyes of Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing, the two ice crystal spears that looked exactly the same floated out of thin air, gradually getting closer in midair, exuding bursts of bone-chilling chills. Fusion. They are actually gradually merging? Buzz! Before Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing could react, the two ice crystal spears had merged into one, becoming one ice crystal spear, emitting ice blue cold light. Under the moonlight, the ice crystal spear was crystal clear, and the white tassel on it swayed in the wind, with its cilia floating slightly. Huh? Interesting. Seeing this scene, Wang Yanqing couldn't help but smile. I have been using weapons for so many years, but I didn't expect that there is still such a wonderful secret hidden in it. Quick! Watch the chess game and get it. She looked at Li Guanqi, raised her hand and cut his palm, dripping Li Guanqi's blood on the ice crystal spear. Recognize the Lord with blood. Sister? Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing, feeling a little moved in his heart. This ice crystal spear had undergone such a change, and it was obvious that there was something extraordinary about it. But Wang Yanqing still did not change his original intention, and gave it to him as he said it would be given to him. What are you looking at me for? Wang Yanqing smiled and rolled her eyes. The good things are for my junior brother, and the fat water does not flow to outsiders. And the other half of this spear is still you. Call out! Before he finished speaking, a ball of blue light suddenly shot out from the inside of the ice crystal spear and flashed into Li Guanqi's eyebrows. Then he rolled his eyes and passed out. Watching chess? Watching chess. Wang Yanqing suddenly panicked and quickly knelt down on the ground, shaking Li Guanqi's body and leaning down to listen to the sound of his heart and blood flow. Different blood flows and surges. Heart beating, huh? Why doesn't the heart beat? Hey! 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 I am a god! Now we are all going to the battlefield in the underworld. You want me to split the artifact that proves godhood into two and keep it? Are you not humiliating me? Oh! Can a god who is about to die be called a god? Okay. Bing! Be more steady. You have been a god for so long. Why do you still have the temper of a child? What I call it is never forgetting your original intention. Stop talking nonsense. Oh, Lord God King. If we keep the artifact, can we really be resurrected and advance in the future? The great calamity is approaching. This is the twilight of the gods. This time we rush to the battlefield in the underworld. We will inevitably lose. Whether you bring the artifact or not will not affect our defeat. And you leave the artifact in the human world. At least until the law of the Great Road is reincarnated and we gods are resurrected and reborn. You can go and get it back. If you take it to the battlefield of the underworld and get smashed into pieces, you will be reborn with nothing left. Moreover, leaving the artifact in the human world is actually just a thought. Maybe someone in the future who picks up your artifact will rise up through it. After becoming a god king, he can resurrect you in advance because of his old friendship? That is much earlier than the time of our rebirth. 1 billion years earlier. Right? But I haven't become a god king myself. Whoever picks up my artifact can become a god king and resurrect me. Ahem, everything is possible. Okay. Hurry up and split your snow gun into 2 halves. You are relatively weak. So seal the artifact in several layers, and then split it into 2 halves. Okay. Will not be discovered by Hades. If you don't bring someone to bury Taishan like this. Oh, by the way, Lord God King, how many parts did you divide your doubt-proving artifact into? 99,999 copies. Lord God King, where are you playing with the jigsaw puzzle? What can I do? If you break it into pieces like this, that old guy Pluto will find out. Okay. Then I will first seal the 9 layers of the snow gun, and then divide it into 2 parts. I hope it will not be discovered by Hades. Chapter 188, Some Snow. Some Blood. In the haze, Li Guanqi seemed to hear the vague conversation between the 2 men. But just like the time when the technique awakened, he clearly heard the content of the chat. But as his consciousness gradually awakened, his impression of the chat content gradually became blurred. Until you wake up completely, the chat content also completely disappeared. Even Li Guanqi didn't remember that he had heard this conversation. On the red bed, covered with a red quilt, Li Guanqi's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the brown wooden beams. And, "Junior brother, wake up." Wang Yanqing's face suddenly came into view, eyes full of joy. "Sister." Li Guanqi covered his head with his right hand, slowly sat up from the bed, and looked at Wang Yanqing beside the bed, feeling a little groggy. "Junior brother, how do you feel?" Wang Yanqing looked at him worriedly. "You have been in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights. The military doctor said that you are fine, but he can't find out the reason for your coma. Is there something weird about the fused gun?" "Gun? Yes. Where is the gun?" "Gun?" Li Guanqi suddenly woke up, looked around, and finally saw the snow-tasseled ice gun in the corner of the room that looked like it was carved from ice crystals. "Sister." Li Guanqi stared blankly at the snow-tasseled ice gun. "What's the name of your gun?" "Mine?" Wang Yanqing smiled and said, "No, it's yours now. As for what to call it," she looked back at the ice gun and said softly, "I used to call it Bingfeng. Yuan and helped me get it." "No." Li Guanqi shook his head, as if he was in a daze, and lifted up the quilt in a daze, rolled over and got out of bed, walked step by step to the corner of the room, stretched out his right hand to grab the Shuang ice spear. "It's not called Bingfeng. Its name is Dianxue, or Dianxue." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Guanqi's right hand completely grasped the ice gun. Snapped. The snow-tasseled ice gun erupted with dazzling blue light. The temperature of the entire room dropped sharply. The frost fluttered and danced, and countless ice edge fragments were splashed out. Bang, 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 bang. Wang Yanqing waved his hand casually to deflect all the ice edges. But the room was also riddled with ice fragments. Vases fell to the ground and holes were broken in the walls. And when the blue light gradually faded and the cold fog gradually dispersed, Wang Yanqing looked at the corner of the room, slightly dazed. The tall man in red clothes turned into a mysterious figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. At this time, Li Guanqi's hair was as white as snow. Between his eyebrows, the mark of a purple golden lotus shone brightly. His blue eyes were cold and ruthless. He held an ice crystal spear with fluttering snow tassels in his hand, and his whole body exuded a repulsive aura. A bone-chilling chill outside. In Wang Yanqing's eyes, Li Guanqi seemed to be no longer Li Guanqi. He is more like a god of ice and snow standing on the top of the snow-capped mountains, with a body of 3 heads and 6 arms, overlooking all living beings. "Call!" Li Guanqi breathed out gently, and cold white mist spurted out from his mouth. "Soul, LV10, 10.6, LV18, 18.2. This gun has a spirit." Li Guanqi looked at the snow-tasseled ice spear in his hand, and there was something strange in his blue eyes. Just when he held the gun and said its true name, he felt the ethereal spirit inside the ice gun, and that spirit resonated with his own soul. The final result was that his soul strength skyrocketed by a full 8 levels. Li Guanqi's spiritual power and physical body are both LV29. So a LV18 soul will not significantly increase his overall level. After all, the higher the level, the greater the gap between each level. But this does not mean that his combat power has not improved, because the skyrocketing soul strength represents the improvement of his ice control ability. The power of ice control is linked to the effect of this snow-tasseled ice gun, and they are complementary to each other. The mental power of LV18 can at least exert the effect of LV28 with the help of the snow-tassel ice gun that is now a 2-gun fusion. This is a huge increase in combat power. Today, Li Guanqi finally has a handy weapon, an ice crystal spear with tassels as white as snow. Gun name: Light the Snow. Call. Li Guanqi took a deep breath, following the rhythm of his breathing. His white hair and blue eyes turned black, and the purple lotus mark between his eyebrows also disappeared. The 2 extra heads and 4 arms also quickly degenerated and disappeared. "Sister!" Li Guanqi held some snow gun in his hand, turned to look at Wang Yanqing beside the bed, and saluted solemnly. "Thank you for the gift of soldiers, but I haven't finished giving away yet." Wang Yanqing came over with a smile. Huh? Before Li Guanqi could react, Wang Yanqing was very close to him, reaching out to hold the back of his head and pressing her forehead against his. Buzz! Wang Yanqing's eyebrows began to flash with elusive blue light, and strands of blue light tassels appeared, swirling around her and Li Guanqi. "This is the soul power escaping. Take it seriously," Wang Yanqing shouted in a deep voice. At the same time, Li Guanqi also felt that there seemed to be more messy information in his mind. As time went by, this information was gradually rearranged and combined, and finally turned into a complete piece of exercise information. Body training method. Burn in flames. Looking for various fire-attributed treasures of heaven and earth, or fire-attributed caves and paradises. Treating the human body as scrap iron. Melting and forging it with majestic flames. Removing impurities, and tempering it into steel. This is a body training method that is enough to help Li Guanqi break into the third level. Teacher! Senior sister? Li Guanqi slowly opened his eyes, and looked at Wang Yanqing, who was so close. Almost face to face. And felt his face getting hot for a moment. This is a secret of the Qi family. Wang Yanqing took a few steps back. Her face a little pale. And she walked to the bedside with a slight stagger and sat down. Breathing lightly. Your martial arts cultivation has reached the peak of Liangyi. Hasn't it? By using the burning body method to break into the third level, your body will have high immunity to fire damage. It stands to reason that only direct descendants of the Qi family can be granted this kind of body training method. Li Guanqi's eyes widened. Then isn't Wang Yanqing secretly passing on the secret technique? Etc.? Wang Yanqing is not a direct descendant of the Qi family. She is even a daughter-in-law with a foreign surname. Why does this method exist? At this time, Wang Yanqing also smiled slyly. Actually, we also stole it. My husband Qi Yuanen's lineage is not the direct lineage of the Qi family, and he has been suppressed and bullied by the direct lineage. I don't know what he was thinking later, but he secretly stole this method and passed it on to me. However, this method is very special. It is directly imprinted in the memory of the soul. If I want to pass it on to others, I need to spend a lot of mental energy to break the seal of the secret method and pass it on to you through soul transmission. Just like I just did. If you don't believe me, why don't you try to write down the method? Let me try. Li Guanqi turned around, rummaged around in the messy room, picked up a piece of paper and pen, and leaned against the wall to write. Burning body? In words. Behind him, Wang Yanqing looked at his back with unspeakable sadness and anger in his eyes. The head of the family. The reason why you are taking sides at this time is obviously because Yuan is getting more and more powerful. You want to take advantage of the fight between Wei Guizhou and Yun Guizhou and Zhou Xuanwu's hand to eliminate the troubles of Yuan and branch. You are unjust first. Don't blame me for being unfaithful. The secret of the direct descendants of the Qi family? Now! Outsiders already know. It's really not possible. Li Guanqi put down his paper and pen and looked at Wang Yanqing with some surprise. I clearly remember it clearly in my mind. But as soon as I wanted to say it or write it down, my mind was inexplicably empty. This is a secret seal. It's really magical. Wang Yanqing nodded, then looked at Li Guanqi and said seriously, in 2 days, when senior sister gathers the men, you will leave the Great Wall and go to search for traces of the enemy. This matter is extremely dangerous. Junior brother, no matter what, pay attention to safety. If it is really dangerous, just ignore the mission and run away. Sister, don't worry. Chapter 189. Zhao Shan wants to get ahead. At night, Li Guanqi left Wang Yanqing's boudoir. Only then did he find out that he actually slept in Wang Yanqing's bed for 3 days and 3 nights. Not only that, there are also soul-shielding necklaces, earnest instructions after fighting with instructors, weapon-pointing snow guns, and the body training method, burning the body with flames. Wang Yanqing really gave him a lot. Bang! 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 The moon was sparse, and in the square where recruits were training, the dull sound of beating wooden stakes suddenly came from the square. These sounds interrupted Li Guanqi's thoughts, and he couldn't help but listen to them. Under the darkness, where the wooden dummy was, there was a thin figure sweating profusely as he kept hitting the wooden dummy and practicing the moves of the Red Blood Army Fist. Too bad it's too bad. In fact, the Red Blood Army Fist, taught in the recruit camp, should be a simplified boxing technique with several levels, and the quality is white at best. But the recruits still can't practice it well. It's that guy again. Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows slightly. That guy seems to be called Zhao Shan? His reputation in the recruit camp is almost as good as his. However, although his reputation as Thorny Head is notorious, it is also a reputation that is feared by everyone. But that Zhao Shan was different. He had a dull talent and a stupid personality. He was often bossed around by others. The most important thing was that he was too diligent. In addition to daily training, He would come to the square to train alone at night. People hate involution, especially when a group of people have worked very hard. But one person works harder than them, and the effort exceeds the quota. But if that was all, people would just look bad at him. But Zhao Shan was different. Not only did he try hard, but it was useless. A stupid bird couldn't fly even if it flew first. He trained so hard all day long, but he couldn't even practice the most basic red blood army fist. Well, the harder he tried, the more he got laughed at. Li Guanqi was not surprised. After all, this is human nature. Diligent and outstanding geniuses will be envied. A mediocre person who is diligent but poor will be laughed at. Only when we lie down together will we become gregarious. But there is no point in being gregarious. A crane stands out from a flock of chickens. The crane does not fit in with the flock. But when it stands with a group of chickens, who will pay attention to that group of chickens? Who cares whether cranes and roosters get along? Certainly, a better choice is for you, as a crane, to leave the chickens next to you and go to the top of the mountains where cranes belong. Li Guanqi actually has a good impression of Zhao Shan. The legs are too far in, so move them out a little. The right hand is too far out, so move them inward 3 inches. Group of wooden dummies. Li Guanqi walked slowly out of the night, and without saying a word, he began to correct Zhao Shan's punching posture. Brotherly, Li? Zhao Shan looked at the sudden arrival of Li Guanqi in astonishment, his dark face full of surprise. And then a slightly excited and nervous expression appeared. He is an ordinary person in the new military camp. Not even a different blood warrior. Just an ordinary person. He has always admired the powerful warriors in the reserve camp like Li Guanqi. Watch me practice again. Bang, 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 bang. Li Guanqi smiled, and then punched the red blood army fist against the wooden man in front of him. Do you understand? Understood. You practice. Bang, bang. Okay. You didn't understand it at all. Watch me practice again. Bang, 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 bang. Understood? Uh-huh. You practice. Boom. You damn me, I'll forget it. Show up in the first boxing stance, and I'll teach you from the beginning. Oh. Square. The sound of the wooden dummy being hit was heard one after another. And from time to time, Li Guanqi's helpless and angry yelling could be heard. It turns out that teaching an idiot is really difficult. Today is the last day of the month. According to military regulations, there will be no training or bugles today. So Li Guanqi has been teaching Zhao Shan to practice until late at night. And there is no bugle sound to urge them to go back to camp to sleep. As for disturbing people, of course it bothers me. How could the banging of the wooden dummy not be noisy? In addition, the square was empty, so the sound spread farther. But who dares to stop it? That was Li Guanqi, the recruit's toughest opponent in the recruit camp. Even the instructor dared to fight him. As for reporting it to the instructor for processing, I screamed, but I don't know why, and then I lost faith. Brotherly, I feel, my hand is going to be broken. Boom! Among the wooden dummies, Zhao Shan fell directly to the ground, his whole body arranged in a large font, looking at the starry sky in the sky, breathing heavily. He was just an ordinary man with limited muscular endurance. And now he had reached his limit. And Li Guanqi is not the boxing master Chen Yin. He has not yet figured out his own, called invincibility. He cannot use, to drive the energy of others and maintain continuous training like Chen Yin. Hey, Zhao Shan! Li Guanqi leaned against the wooden dummy and glanced at the dark young man on the ground. Why do you want to be a soldier? Because I want to go to the battlefield. Zhao Shan looked at him excitedly. Why do you want to go to the battlefield? Li Guanqi was a little surprised. Everyone avoids war. But you want to go to the battlefield? You go to the battlefield to protect your home and country. Zhao Shan looked at the stars and moon in the sky, grinning lightly, his face full of longing and excitement. When I go to the battlefield, I will be able to gain military merit, be blessed with different blood, and become a powerful warrior. Then I can get more military merits, get more rewards, and become a more powerful warrior. If this cycle continues, I can become a general on the battlefield. Lead your troops across the battlefield. To succeed, returning home in glory. I want to make my fellow villagers proud of me. I also want to marry the little flower in the village. She promised me that she would marry her when I bring her a betrothal gift. Li Guanqi was silent. Is this what most low-level soldiers think? Daluo has a strong national power and sufficient food. There is basically no such thing as being forced to serve as a soldier because it is about to starve to death. Ordinary people who come to serve as soldiers basically have only one idea: to succeed. War is an opportunity. Li Guanqi suddenly remembered Zhuang Yuan's words. The Daluo dynasty was controlled by a family of different blood. There were many powerful families, and the hierarchy was extremely strict. Although people could not starve to death, it was difficult to make a fortune. Apart from studying for the imperial examination, the only opportunity for ordinary people to change their destiny is the army. So, the war may indeed be an opportunity for them. I am leaving. Li Guanqi turned around and left, disappearing into the night in a few steps. Brother Li! Zhao Shan, who was on the ground, quickly stood up and shouted at his back. Thank you for teaching me boxing tonight. Thank you. Captain Shanha? Li Guanqi came to the door of the dormitory, only to find a strong man in red robe leaning against the wall of the house. It was Chishan. Oh! Li Guanqi smiled and said, I see. I asked why no instructor came to chase them away so late. So it was you. Captain. Who spoke? Diligence should not be laughed at. The Chishan River is calm. The strong man looked at the wooden dummy in the distance. Zhao Shan got up again at some point, and was practicing boxing with. Bang 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 bang. I admire that guy very much and have chatted with him several times. Chishanha looked at Zhao Shan's thin figure with twinkling eyes. He is eager for the battlefield. Yes. Li Guanqi nodded lightly. Because war represents opportunity to him. Doesn't it? Ah. Chishanha smiled softly. Yes. Yes. War is an opportunity. An opportunity. Many people think so. Especially those big-headed soldiers. But the strong man lowered his head and watched a group of ants move in the sand at his feet. With a casual swing of his toes, he crushed several ants to death. The surrounding ants were suddenly startled and turned around. They don't know what war is, let alone what a battlefield is. The battlefield is just a meat grinder, stirring all the young people with dreams into the same puddle of meat. There is no glory in war. Chishanha raised his head and looked at the bright moon in the sky with a complicated expression. When you are a child and you go to war, you will have an illusion that other people will die, but you will not. You will live to the end, make outstanding achievements, stand out, and finally return home with glory and wealth. However, this illusion dissipates after you are seriously injured for the first time. The first time you watch your comrade die in pain in your arms, and you can only watch helplessly as he closes his eyes. You will begin to hate war. Defending our country is glorious. Very, very glorious. But war is not. Not at all. I didn't understand what these words meant before. I just wanted to make a difference in the army and return home in glory. Chishanha stood up and left, passing Li Guanqi. But now, I understand. Chapter 190, Leaving the Great Wall and Heading Beyond the Great Wall. The next day, take charge of the government office. Wang Yanqing was wearing a pair of thick and ferocious red blood armor, sitting upright behind the desk. And above the lobby, there were 7 strong figures standing. The leader is Chishan. Li Guanqi was also among them, looking at the Chishan River in front of him. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. No wonder Chishan came out and said those words to him last night. It turned out that Wang Yanqing's investigation mission was led by Chishan. But think about it. Most of the other 4 elephant-level warriors in the 10,000-strong Red Blood Army perform their own duties and cannot be easily mobilized. Only Chishan, the captain of the new military camp, was relatively idle. Chen Jingwang, Qi Feibai, Qi Gaoi, Qi Bohu, Wu Qingye, you are all my confidants. Wang Yanqing, and have followed me and Yuan in many years ago. Wang Yanqing looked around at the crowd and called out names one after another like a treasure trove. Also, mountains and rivers. She looked at Chishan and said in a deep voice, although you and I have known each other not long ago, you were the person Yuan entrusted most during his lifetime. He told me about you. So you are also the person I trust most. I have told you about the enemy sightings outside the city and the spies inside the city playing tricks on the spiritual instruments. And now, I have found a trustworthy person who can help us find traces of spiritual power. Because he is a conjurer. What? Spellcaster? This is you? Including Chishanha. All 6 members of the reconnaissance team turned their attention to Li Guanqi. After all, these people were all comrades in arms. And the only unfamiliar face was him. He can be trusted. Wang Yanqing said in a deep voice. Yes, Commander. Everyone quickly clasped their fists and saluted. The 5 of you are all 3-level warriors. And you can also form a formation of 5. The military formation of 5 3-level warriors is enough to condense the shadow of a 4-elephant-level general. After Wang Yanqing said that, he looked at Shishan, who was leading the team. As for Shanhe, his cultivation has already reached the early stage of the 4 symbols. There are 7 people in the scout team. Among them, 5 of the 3-level warriors can form a formation of 5, condensing into a 4-image level warrior shadow. And Shishan himself is a 4-elephant-level martial artist. The level of this reconnaissance team is indeed of a high level. As for the 7th person in the team, him, Li Guanqi's role is only to rely on the magician's ability to perceive spiritual power as a humanoid detector. This mission is very important. Wang Yanqing sat upright behind the desk, looked around at everyone, and said in a deep voice, "The army has military laws. General Zhou Xuanwu ordered us to station here, so we must not leave and must defend this fortress. But I noticed something was wrong. If you can find evidence of a large number of southern Xinjiang troops gathering outside the city, and prove that the southern Xinjiang army is not something we can resist, then our Red Blood army can reasonably retreat. Otherwise, according to the laws of Daluo, the crime of leaving the army without any reason is enough to have our entire army beheaded, and future generations will be humiliated, and will not be allowed to join the army or take scientific examinations for generations to come." "Yes, Commander," the 7 people shouted in a low voice. Li Guanqi also did so, but frowned slightly. What the senior sister means is, Zhou Xuanwu ordered 10,000 Red Blood troops to be stationed here, but now she wants to lead the troops to evacuate. But she must get enough evidence to justify her withdrawal. But soldiers are soldiers, even if it is to protect yourself. You cannot disobey the general's order, because you can't fight. You withdraw your troops and run away in order to protect yourself? Reasonable. But it's not legal. This is an army. How can there be any reason to run away if you can't fight? Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many generals in the world who defended the city and died heroically. For example, Wang Yanqing's husband, Qi Yuanan. According to Luo law, disobeying the general's orders and leaving one's post without authorization is a capital crime punishable by beheading the entire army. Although there is nothing important in this area of the Red Blood Fortress, this is a general order after all, because General Zhou Xuanwu's order may have a deeper meaning. Let you be here, even if there is nothing important nearby that needs to be guarded. The general may still be thinking about the layout of the entire army. But, in any case, once you get the evidence, you can argue with the general," he said. "This place is not a strategic location that needs to be defended, and there are so many enemy troops. If we really defend, the whole army will be wiped out. Then we will definitely run away, or something." As for Wang Yanqing, who was born in the Wang family as a minister in the Ministry of Civil Affairs, he is also a person with a background, so he may be able to win. But if there is no evidence to prove the rationality of your withdrawal, then you are not even qualified to argue, let alone the Wang family. I am afraid you have to find a way to find the royal family to save them. Leaving one's post without permission, which is neither reasonable nor legal, is a capital crime punishable by beheading the entire army. There is no room for maneuver. So, now the situation is clear. Wang Yanqing wanted to lead 10,000 red-blooded troops to leave here. But if she wanted to reasonably disobey Zhou Xuanwu's general order, she must have sufficient evidence. Otherwise the entire army would be beheaded as soon as the army left. This is the mission of the reconnaissance team. Leave the Scarlet Blood Fortress and the Great Wall of Heaven. Head outside the country, and find evidence of the secret gathering of large forces in southern Xinjiang. Everyone! Wang Yanqing stood up from behind the desk, picked up the 7 bowls of spirits on the table, and handed them to everyone one by one. When handing them to Li Guanqi, she made eye contact with him for a few seconds. It was a look of worry and expectation. At last, Wang Yanqing himself picked up a bowl of wine and shouted to everyone in a deep voice. The life and death of the 10,000 Red Blood Army depends on you. Yanqing is here to thank you in advance. After that, raise your head, raise your glass, and drink it all in one gulp. I will definitely live up to the commander's trust. All 7 people responded solemnly, and then drank heavily. Generals and soldiers, drink and practice. Just wait until late at night and leave the city secretly. At night, in the Red Blood Fortress, there is a secret room that no one cares about. Green light flashed, and a soundproof spiritual shield emerged. Inside the soundproof spiritual shield, the conversation between 2 men sounded quietly. She found a conjurer. What should she do? That conjurer can definitely find the location of the spiritual barrier. By then, the southern Xinjiang troops will be exposed. What else can we do? Start early? Ahead of time? But Yung Guizhu's people said that the southern Xinjiang army has not yet been assembled. Okay. Trust me. Then what do I do? Go out of the city and wait for me to give you a signal. Then you kill all the people in the reconnaissance team. And then rush back at full speed to support the southern Xinjiang army and capture Wang Yanqing alive. Are you kidding? The southern Xinjiang army has not yet been assembled. They can barely kill Wang Yanqing. Do you still want to capture him alive? Stop thinking about it. It's okay to die. Just leave me a complete body. Hack! You are so hacking perverted. But you have to tell those people in southern Xinjiang about this. I have already said. Okay. The darkness returned to silence, and the green light in the hidden room gradually dissipated. Chapter 191 The Army Spy Appears. The next day. The Great Wall of China is thousands of miles away. The sun sets in the west, and the wilderness is solitary. In the boundless wilderness plain, a group of cavalry can be vaguely seen riding their horses and whipping their whips. And the dust is flying. All 7 of them were wearing heavy red armor and ghost-faced battle helmets. And the red cloaks behind them were fluttering in the wind, making a hunting sound. The investigation team said by Wang Yanqing. Drive! Li Guanqi vigorously raised his riding whip and slapped the horse's buttocks hard, forcing the horse to speed up and keep up with the speed of the surrounding cavalry. After staying in the military camp for half a year, although his cultivation has not improved, he has learned a lot of miscellaneous things, including equestrian skills. The horse under him is not an ordinary horse, but a specially bred one. It is a cross between a demon breed and a prairie horse. It is 2 meters tall at the shoulders, extremely strong, and weighs more than a ton, almost the same size as a real-life Shire horse. It is called a horned horse, because this kind of horse not only has a single horn, but also the joints on its body are covered with a layer of scales, hence its name. But the defensive properties brought by the scales can basically be ignored. There are only 2 characteristics of horn-scaled horses: fast and long. Although the horn-scale horse is large and heavy, as a monster, it is not an ordinary creature. It can maintain the full speed of a 2-level warrior and run for a whole day without rest. Of course, Sankai and Xisheng level warriors can run much faster than it, but they don't have such high endurance and cannot maintain it for a long time. Therefore, it is necessary for the reconnaissance team to have horses. Otherwise, if you run wildly for a long time and are suddenly attacked, you will find that you are almost exhausted from running and have no strength to fight. Isn't it a complete goal? Stop! At this time, Xisheng, who was galloping at the front, suddenly reined in his horse and raised his right hand into a fist. Call. Forbidden. The other 5 cavalrymen reined in their horses in an instant, as if time had stopped. And they were extremely neat and tidy. Their movements were uniform, and they stood in a row behind the Qishan River. You? Do it! Stop it! Li Guanqi grabbed the reins of the war horse and passed by the stopped Qishan River. The war horse under him still spread its hooves and ran wildly, running forward for a long distance. He rode the horse and ran about 200 to 300 meters, and the reins were pulled for a long time. The horse under him had no intention of stopping. In the end, he had to knock the horse on the head hard to make the stupid horse stop. Step down. Ahem. Li Guanqi controlled his horse to turn around, and looked at Xishan and the others with some embarrassment. Huh? Li Guanqi was stunned. 300 meters away, where Xishan and the other 5 cavalrymen were, a small piece of green fog actually appeared. Although the thick fog was small, it enveloped all those people. Everyone! In the green mist, Xishan clasped his fists towards the other 5 people and shouted in a deep voice. Xishan, can't help you. I will go downstairs later, and my brothers will come to me again. What will happen then? Xishan, will recognize. Brother, you? Asshole. You, poof. Puff. The 5 third-level warriors all had purple and black faces, and they were all spitting blood. They fell directly from their horses, and all 5 horses collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Just a few breaths. All men and horses perished. Thick green fog? It's poison. Poison. Of the 7-member investigation team, only Li Guanqi and Xishan are left now. Grass. Li Guanqi looked ugly and touched the neck of the horse beneath him. Good brother. You saved my life. He couldn't believe it. But the facts are before our eyes. And there is no need to doubt it. Chishan is the spy in the army. Reset! Li Guanqi shouted in a deep voice. This copy is just a simulation. He wants to do it again and tell his senior sister that Chishan is a spy, huh? Why not reset yet? Hello? Li Guanqi looked up at the sky with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. You can't reset it by simulating it yourself? Bang! 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 Heaven and earth did not answer. 300 meters away, the man wearing heavy red armor and as strong as a bear held the reins in his left hand and a dark black sword in his right hand. He came slowly on a war horse, his horse's hooves stepping on the hard wasteland. Above, there were bursts of dull sounds. Li Guanqi looked at this scene with an ugly expression. Grass. Personal simulation cannot be reset like text simulation. What about death? Death that cannot be simulated in person is real death. Right? Why? Li Guanqi stared at the approaching Chishan River, stalling for time while his mind was racing, thinking of ways to escape. Chishan is a martial artist in the early stage of 4 elephants, regardless of his 1-level spell cultivation and Liangya level martial arts cultivation. Looking at the comprehensive level, the increase in combat power caused by various situations, when all added up, is only the level of LV37. It can be level 4, at least level 40 and up. Li Guanqi looked ugly. Oh shit! Although he is invincible at the same level, since he became a transcendent, he has not encountered many opponents at the same level, either 1 level higher or 2 levels higher. Boy, do you remember what I told you the night before yesterday? Chishan rode his horse to Li Guanqi, but he was not in a hurry to take action. Perhaps in the eyes of this 4-level warrior, Li Guanqi, who was a 2-level warrior, was not worth mentioning at all. You said a lot. Which sentence are you referring to? Li Guanqi frowned. The enemy is strong and we are weak. If we want to chat to delay time, he will naturally be happy to do so. I said that many people don't know what war is or what a battlefield is. Chishan looked into the distance, watching the dark red sunset on the horizon gradually end. The setting sun is like blood. Li Guanqi, what do you think war is? What is the battlefield? Chishan's voice was hoarse. This war between Daoyuo and southern Xinjiang was supposed to be a peace. But Zhou Xuanwu's youngest son, who was captured by southern Xinjiang, died in southern Xinjiang. General Zhou Xuanwu was furious and wrote to His Majesty, intending to march on the southern frontier and completely destroy this neighboring country. So, the war continued. But is this really the case? No, it's not. Zhou Xuanwu's youngest son died, and the war between Daoyuo and southern Xinjiang continued. This situation was created by the joint efforts of many forces. Not just the magic world, not just the southern border, and not just the empires such as Violet in the west. In fact, this is what we in the Daoyuo dynasty hoped to see. The dynasty was in turmoil, and the 8 pillars wanted to seek the throne. However, His Majesty used the Emperor's mind to check and balance, and first let the 8 pillars of the country fight. General Zhou Xuanwu was the adopted son of Yun Guozhu, and our chief family has already sided with Wei Guozhu. Yun Guozhu and Wei Guozhu are not on good terms. He wants to use Nanjiang sword to cut off the wings of Wei Guozhu in our chief family. So the war cannot end. He has to let the war continue. In this way, Yun Guozhu had room to maneuver and let General Zhou Xuanwu wipe out Wei Guozhu's power in the army one by one. For example, our chief family. But there is also no unity within the chief family. To be precise, our 10,000 red blood army are actually the children of the Qi family branch led by Qi Yuanan. During his lifetime, Commander Qi Yuanan became more and more powerful and recruited soldiers with foreign surnames. He somewhat led us branches of the Qi family, and in turn overwhelmed the direct line of the Qi family. Then, the head of the Qi family also followed the trend and borrowed Yun Guozhu, Zhou Xuanwu, and the sword of the southern Xinjiang army to kill Commander Qi Yuanan. Ha! You didn't expect that? Many people think that Commander Qi Yuanan sacrificed his life for the country, was extremely heroic, and died defending an important border city. But what is the reality? He died like a joke. He is just a small pawn in this power storm. Nothing more. The involvement of multiple forces and the intricate relationships are as dense as a spider web. Now, Li Guanqi. Chishan stared at Li Guanqi, his voice hoarse and low. Tell me, what is a war? What is a battlefield? Li Guanqi's pupils narrowed. Chishan didn't wait for his answer. He just turned his head and looked at the setting sun in the distance, which was as red as blood. His expression was erratic, and he sighed softly. War is just a continuation of the struggle for power. Those big guys can't agree with each other with their words at the table. So they use the lives of little people like us to discuss it. The so-called battlefield is just another table used by the big shots to quarrel. It's just that this table is full of corpses and blood. Li Guanqi. Qi had turned to look at Li Guanqi. His red eyes were filled with deep madness and ambition, which was the desire for power and status. The lives of little people are like weeds on the roadside in this troubled world. Not worth mentioning at all. So I don't want to be a small person or a big shot anymore. I want to climb up. Climb up by any means necessary. Chapter 192: The combination of spiritual power and physical strength. Fighting Qishan. Qishan, want to become that big shot. I want to control my own destiny. On the back of the horn-scale horse, the strong man wearing heavy red blood armor looked into the distance like a blood-stained setting sun, stretching out his right hand like a madman. It seemed that by catching the sunset, he had grabbed the power and status he wanted. So you can poison your comrade Pao Zhe? Li Guanqi said expressionlessly. The 5 of them joined the Red Blood Army in the same batch as you. Right? More than that? Qi slowly turned his head and said with an indifferent expression, 2 of them are my cousins who have been playing with me since childhood. You can abandon everything for the sake of power? Li Guanqi frowned. You are too young. You don't understand. Qi slowly raised the black sword in his right hand. Expressionless. It's a pity that you won't grow up one day, because your life will always be fixed on today. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Qishan suddenly burst into flames. He immediately leapt out from his horse and struck Li Guanqi hard with a knife, sending him flying hundreds of meters away from his horse and plowing a long path on the ground. Gully. The sky is filled with smoke and dust. Qishan lowered his head and glanced at the big knife in his hand. No blood. The sword he just struck would have split even a third-level martial artist's body in half. But Li Guanqi was only knocked away. And this feel. Is it the magician's spiritual shield? Far away, among the thick smoke and dust, a circular outline slowly emerged. When the smoke gradually dissipated, a blue spiritual light shield appeared in Qishan's sight, and the luster appeared from time to time, showing the outline of the honeycomb structure of the shield. 2-level spell, spiritual shield. Boom. The spiritual shield trembled violently, being constantly repulsed by the remaining force of the knife just now, and finally collapsed completely, dispersing into dots of blue light. Call. In the blue light, Li Guanqi transformed into a body with 3 heads and 6 arms. One of his right hands held a snow-tasseled ice spear, and his hair was as white as snow. As he breathed, a purple golden lotus mark appeared between his eyebrows. Ice gun! Light the snow! The 2 Yin realms and the Yang realm are open. Qishan River. The head in the center of Li Guanqi raised his head, his blue eyes full of murderous intent, and his right hand tightened his grip on the snow gun, staring at the Qishan River. Why did you take action so quickly? What will happen to the Scarlet Blood Fortress? What happened? Why did you start taking action less than a day after it came out? Under normal circumstances, he should wait for more than 10 days before taking action. Otherwise, if there is no reply to the Scarlet Blood Fortress using the magic weapon for more than half a day, the senior sister will know that something is wrong with the reconnaissance team. Unless Qishan no longer cares about this. In other words, Scarlet Blood Fortress. Something will happen to senior sister soon. Get away! Li Guanqi's face was ferocious. The ice gun in his hand emitted bone-chilling cold mist, and his whole body shot out like a flash of cold light. Senior sister. He wants to kill Qishan and rush back as quickly as possible to support his senior sister, although he used all his strength to kill a dying Ming Yin. But today is different from the past. Ming Yin is at the peak of the 4 elephants level, although Qishan was in its heyday. It was only in the early stages of Xixiang. And the most important thing is that in addition to his cultivation of spells, he now has a physique of Liangyang realm and an ice spear in his hand to light the snow. Boo-hoo! Li Guanqi stabbed out with a spear, and a bit of cold light arrived first, and then the temperature dropped sharply. When the heavy snow fell, ice cones fell from the sky. Ice control ability. Ice gun amplification. Bang 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 bang. Qishan swung his knife to smash all the ice picks that were stabbing him. Ice fragments and cold mist flew in front of him, blurring his vision for a moment. Ding! A sharp spear point suddenly poked out from the ice chips and stabbed Qishan's heart fiercely. However, he blocked it with his sword in front, making a crisp ding. Boom! But the next moment, a terrifying explosion of force blasted the 4-elephant-level Qishan River dozens of meters away, plowing a long ravine on the wasteland. Smoke and dust filled the air. Qishan slowly climbed up from the ground and looked ahead with shock on his face. How could a martial artist in the Liangyang realm have the power to knock him away? He is at the 4th level. Qishan looked at the tall figure walking slowly in front of him and frowned. Spell? Distance. Among the smoke and dust, Li Guanqi held the snow and ice spear in both hands, and the other 4 hands were held with 5 fingers, which was the closing gesture of the spell. 2-level spell, Invisible Grip. The effect of the Invisible Grip spell is to produce an invisible force. The actual principle is to control the direction and range of gravity. Now he has slightly improved it, allowing the power of the Invisible Grip to bless his own body. That is to say, nowadays, every spear that Li Guanqi shoots has a magical effect in addition to its own strength. The physical strength and the effect of the spell complement each other and increase several times, enough to compete with the physique of a 4-elephant-level warrior. The intertwining of magic and martial arts. The fusion of spiritual power and body. This is his true fighting style. And Li Guanqi's current physical form has 3 heads and 6 arms. He used 2 arms to hold a gun to attack, and the other 4 arms were all performing one-handed seals. It was equivalent to casting 4 invisible grip spells at the same time, superimposed on each other. 3 heads and 6 arms. What an enviable physical form. Qishan stood up and threw away his black sword. His face was ferocious. His muscles were bulging, and his whole body began to expand rapidly. Click! Soon, the heavy red blood armor on his body was overwhelmed by the weight, and was torn apart by his swollen body, turning into countless fragments and exploding. Shang! Li Guanqi casually waved his gun and flicked a piece of debris away, then looked ahead, frowning slightly. At this time, Qishan had completely transformed into a humanoid violent bear, which was as high as 3 meters tall, with black manes all over his body, and extremely strong muscles. It looked full of explosive power, and his hands became solid beast claws. His eyes were as red as blood, exuding murderous intent. A violent bear in human form. This is the physical form of Qishan. Boom! Qishan stepped on the ground, and the ground beneath his feet suddenly collapsed, and the earth within 100 meters radius also cracked. When the gravel splashed, he used his strength to shoot out and rushed in front of Li Guanqi in an instant. Boom! Qishan punched Li Guanqi hard. Even if Li Guanqi moved his spear forward to block him, it was useless. In the end, he was blown away with his gun and his men. Li Guanqi vomited blood and flew backwards, like a kite with its string cut off. However, before he could fall to the ground, Qishan attacked him again, raising his legs high and throwing him down in midair, like a steel whip. Boom! Li Guanqi hit the ground hard, creating a deep human-shaped pit, with gravel flying and smoke scattered everywhere. Qishan, who was like a violent bear, walked to the edge of the pit. But when he looked down, it was empty. No one. Chapter 193. There are no deserters among Qiyuan's soldiers. Buzz. In the afterglow of the setting sun behind Qishan River, a tall figure with 3 heads and 6 arms quietly emerged. Spell, together with light and dust. Just now, Li Guanqi fell to the ground and made a big hole in the ground. The moment he cast a spell, he hid in the sun. At this time, he suddenly appeared from behind Qishan, with a ferocious face, holding the snow and ice gun tightly with both hands, and using the other 4 hands to make secrets. He used the invisible grip to increase his strength, raising his whole body's strength to the extreme. Then, thrust out with all your strength. Shang! But Li Guanqi's shot with all his strength was blocked by Qishan, who suddenly turned around. The sharp claws of a giant bear scratched the blade of the snow spear, and there was a spark and a sound of gold and iron. Ah! Qishan grasped the blade of Yinchua's spear with both hands, stared at Li Guanqi in front of him with his red vertical pupils, and grinned ferociously. Spell? Combine light and dust? Do you think I don't know this? Li Guanqi's eyes were gloomy. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you fight without danger. Dao Yuofu hates magicians, but this does not mean that they do not understand magicians. Boom! The next moment, Li Guanqi and Qishan took a step back at the same time, and then took another step forward at the same time. The snow-pointing ice gun collided with the giant bear's claws, and an invisible shock wave erupted, shattering the ground beneath their feet. Gravel splashes. Bang, 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 bang. On the desolate plain, the setting sun is like blood. A figure with 3 heads and 6 arms was fighting with another figure of a giant violent bear. The two sides were almost reduced to afterimages, and they launched attacks with an astonishing frequency of attack and defense. As loud noises exploded, the ground beneath their feet continued to crack. The ravines and pits all over the place seemed to be witnessing the occurrence of this great battle. This is a life and death battle between Li Guanqi and Shishan, and it will never end. And it's hundreds of miles away. Another battle is also quietly going on. That was a war that could determine the lives and deaths of tens of thousands of people. Woo! As the sun sets in the west, the sound of the horn fills the sky. The Great Wall of Heaven, the Crimson Blood Fortress. The city wall covered with mottled marks was shrouded in the dim afterglow and had a strange luster. It was the years of bloody battles of the ancestors, and it was the testimony left by the swords and swords. At this time, a new war is about to begin. Outside the walls of the Red Blood Fortress, on the endless wilderness plain, dense black spots are coming like a tide. But if you look carefully, you can find that they are not black spots, but the southern Xinjiang army. A casual sweep revealed that there was no end in sight. There were at least 100,000 of them, marching toward the Red Blood Fortress like a military formation. The war is coming, Commander! On the wall of Yutian Great Wall, several 4-level captains lowered their heads and clasped their fists, and reported in a deep voice to the female commander in front of them wearing heavy red armor. Our army's military formations are all ready. We can fight against the south at any time. Territory! Wang Yanqing clutched the mottled bricks of the city wall with her right hand and looked into the distance, looking at the hundreds of thousands of southern Xinjiang troops that continued to advance on the horizon. A sad smile slowly appeared on her face. Hundreds of thousands of southern Xinjiang troops actually sneaked into this place secretly. This is ridiculous. This is not the front line against southern Xinjiang. The front line is the main force of General Zhou Xuanwu's Jinan army. 1 million troops are guarding there, but the hundreds of thousands of southern Xinjiang troops are missing, allowing such a huge number of troops to arrive. Rear? Ridiculous. Boom! Wang Yanqing slapped his right hand heavily on the city wall with a ferocious expression. She thought that there might be enemy troops sneaking in outside the city, but she guessed that there were only a few thousand. At most 20,000 or 30,000. But she never thought it would be 100,000. Zhou Xuanwu! Wang Yanqing gritted his teeth as he looked at the densely packed southern Xinjiang army in the distance. So many troops from southern Xinjiang were definitely brought in deliberately by Zhou Xuanwu. The purpose is to use the hands of the southern Xinjiang army to kill her thousands of red-blooded troops. Give Wei Guozhu a disincentive, and serve as a warning to all the forces who dare to take refuge in Wei Guozhu like the Qi family. Asshole! Wang Yanqing took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart, and began to calculate the fighting strength of both sides. An army of 10,000 people can fight against the 5 elements. The hundreds of thousands of troops in southern Xinjiang are a dozen or so 5-element level combatants. As for the military formation chief, who condenses 100,000 troops into a Liuhe level combat force, such talents are too scarce and cannot be deployed in this place. The 5 elements level combat power of the 10,000 person army formation was only at the early stage of the 5 elements level. And she, Wang Yanqing, has the peak combat power of the 5 elements. She is enough to compete with the phantoms of the generals gathered in the dozens of military formations. But the problem is, how can the general leading the army of hundreds of thousands of southern Xinjiang troops be weak? In all the countries in the world, all the captains have 5-element level combat power. The hundreds of thousands of southern Xinjiang troops will have at least 10 or more 5-element level alien blood warriors, or even more, and more spellcasters accompanying them. The conclusion is obvious. This is a battle with a serious imbalance of forces. If war, then the 10,000 red blood army will perish. Shigui! Wang Yanqing lowered his head and suddenly made a sound. My subordinate is here! A red blood army captain cupped his fists and shouted. Notify brothers! Wang Yanqing's voice was hoarse. The entire army evacuates. We can't run away. The captain named Shigui frowned. Can run away. Wang Yanqing raised his head and looked at the approaching southern Xinjiang army in the distance. Believe me. What do you mean? The captain named Shigui had no expression on his face. Are you going to stay alone and fight the hundreds of thousands of southern Xinjiang troops by yourself? Delaying time for us. The 10,000 red blood army? I am Qi Yuanen's wife. Wang Yanqing's eyes were firm, and she shouted in a deep voice. I will never retreat. Yuanen died on the battlefield. I am his wife, and I cannot embarrass him. But we were also soldiers led by Yuanin before. Qi Gui suddenly roared angrily. We are all soldiers led by Commander Yuanin. Qi Yuanin's soldiers did not say anything about escaping. We can't leave you alone to run for your life. You can't embarrass him. Can we? Let his wife die for us. How can I have the face to see Commander Yuanin when I go down there? Anyway, I don't have the face. I cannot do it. Brothers. Qi Gui turned around and roared at the many red-blooded troops on the city wall. The king ordered the entire army to evacuate. She stayed alone to deal with the enemy and delay time. Tell me, can you hacking run away? War! On the city wall, the 10,000 red blood army assembled in a military formation, raising their weapons in the air, and roaring responses echoed through the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. War! War! Fight to the death! Of the 10,000 regular red blood army, no one wants to retreat. They all want to fight to the death. Their voices were almost deafening in Wang Yanqing's ears. Call. Wang Yanqing closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Good! She suddenly opened her eyes, took out a blood-red spear from the space ring, stood on the city wall as a woman, and stood at the forefront of all the red blood army. Wang Yanqing lowered her head and glanced at the blood-red spear in her hand, her eyes gentle, as if full of endless love. This gun is a relic of Qi Yuanin. Stay with me, husband! Wang Yanqing held a spear in her hand and stood on the city wall. The strong wind roared and blew her long high ponytail. The wildly dancing hair could not hide the determination in her eyes. The whole army obeys the order. Follow me, Wang Yanqing, and my husband, Qi Yuanin, and fight to the death. Who says women are inferior to men? Women can also die on the battlefield. Chapter 194 The Blood-Burning Power. Under the dark red setting sun, blood splashed and a severed arm flew high. Chishan, who was like a violent bear in human form, grabbed Li Guanqi's body, pulled hard with both arms, and forcefully removed one of his arms. However, Li Guanqi, who has 3 heads and 6 arms, lost 1 arm and still had 5 arms. Li Guanqi used his other 3 hands to cast the invisible grip spell to increase his strength. At the same time, he held the snow and ice gun tightly with both hands. Taking advantage of the gap between Chishan's arms, he stabbed the gun into the opponent's eyeball, directly stabbing his left eye. Burst! Ah! Chishan River suddenly let out a shrill wail. Immediately afterwards, Li Guanqi activated his ice control ability again. The snow-pointing ice gun glowed with a dazzling blue light, and cold mist splashed around. The tip of the gun pierced Chishan's eye socket, and the extreme low temperature suddenly erupted, starting from the depths of his eye sockets. The blood in Chishan's head began to freeze quickly, and then even the brain tissue was completely frozen into a ball of ice. Boom! However, Chishan, whose brain tissue was frozen, was still able to move. He punched Li Guanqi hard in the abdomen, smashing 4 layers of spiritual shields in succession, and blasted him several hundred meters away with both his body and his gun. As long as one part of the heart and head of a 4-elephant-level alien warrior is still alive, it is not fatal. Puff! Li Guanqi was blown away, drawing a long ravine on the ground. After finally stopping, he turned his head and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Looked down again. A large hole dripping with blood had opened in his abdomen. This is the power of a punch from a 4-elephant-level warrior. Even though his brain tissue was frozen, his strength was greatly reduced. And even after his 4 layers of spiritual shields were weakened, the impact on him still almost broke him into 2 pieces. Hoo! Li Guanqi panted violently. The purple lotus mark between his eyebrows flickered, and then the large hole in his abdomen began to heal at an alarming speed. At the same time, the right arm that was torn off by Chishan River also regenerated rapidly. Liang Yang Realm Form. Super strong physical self-healing ability. Boom! However, just as Li Guanqi was healing himself and holding himself up, preparing to take advantage of this opportunity to pursue victory at Chishan River, he couldn't help but look shocked. I saw Chishan actually punched his frozen brain and smashed it into pieces. Ice shards flew. Chishan's headless body beat his chest crazily, and then the flesh and blood at the severed head began to twist and grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a new head appears. Decapitation and regeneration. Is this the self-healing ability of a 4-elephant-level martial artist? Li Guanqi held the snow ice gun tightly, his eyes gloomy. It's so hacking scary. Boom! He crushed the ground with his foot, used the force to shoot out, and rushed towards the Qishan River quickly. What about decapitation and regeneration? Regenerating limbs requires the consumption of body energy, not to mention the important part of the head. And Qishan definitely accelerated the regeneration of the head at all costs, and restored the head in less than a second. More power needs to be consumed. Qishan River has become weak. Kill! Blood splattered. Li Guanqi rushed in front of Qishan. His hands turned into afterimages, and used the snow-pointing ice spear to perform the Rage Sword technique. Move. He fired 8 spears in succession, drawing a circle on Qishan's violent bear-like body. Cross dense bloodstains. Then, the 9th shot. Boom! Li Guanqi stabbed out the snow-pointing spear fiercely. The tip of the spear, which was like ice crystals, pierced the point, where many blood marks intersected. Then, he used the point-breaking surface to blast open the flesh and blood of Qishan's chest. Countless blood and pieces of flesh spattered out. In the midst of the blood, Li Guanqi saw the heart beating violently in his chest. And, blood on fire? Boom! Suddenly, in Li Guanqi's sight, the claw of a violent bear suddenly enlarged, and he was instantly slapped dozens of meters away by Qishan's claw, and fell heavily to the ground. Roar! Qishan stood there and roared, letting out a roar like an ancient ferocious beast. The blood in his body began to burn with red fire, and at the same time, the pressure erupting in his body also increased steadily. Qi family's superpower, burning blood. Consume your life force to explode with powerful power. Tongue! The flames on Qishan's body became stronger and stronger, as if all the blood in his body had turned into fuel for the raging fire. Li Guanqi's previous terrifying tactics of using a body with 3 heads and 6 arms, holding a point snow ice gun in 2 hands to attack, and using 4 spells at the same time with the other 4 hands to increase the damage, had already forced Qishan, a 4-elephant level martial artist, all had to start using the blood-burning ability. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is the special effect of the snow and ice gun. Li Guanqi had just used a snow gun to freeze Qishan's brain, forcing him to consume a lot of energy to regenerate his head and brain. This has violated the bottom line of Qishan's life. Boy! Qishan's whole body was burning with blazing flames. His eyes were red, and he looked like a madman. His speed was so fast that it was like teleporting, and he rushed in front of Li Guanqi in an instant. Then, he raised his 2 huge bear claws, clenched them into fists, and hammered them down like a hammer. Boom! Boom! This humanoid violent bear struck twice, smashing Li Guanqi's 2 arms holding the snow and ice gun, and smashed the connection between the arm and shoulder into a puddle of flesh. Qishan, who had activated the blood-burning power, could no longer resist Li Guanqi in terms of speed and strength. Bang 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 bang! Next, Qishan began to wave his fists wildly, and quickly hit Li Guanqi's chest. The flesh and blood exploded and flew everywhere. Li Guanqi's entire chest was almost crushed, and his sternum turned into powder, mixed in with a paste made of flesh and blood. However, Qishan, who turned on the blood-burning ability and fell into madness, didn't seem to notice anything. There is no organ called heart in Li Guanqi's chest. It's over! Qishan was like a violent human-shaped bear, pressing Li Guanqi under him, roaring and throwing his last punch. Boom! Li Guanqi's head in the center was smashed to pieces, and the red and white objects exploded and splashed all over Qishan's face. But this humanoid violent bear didn't care. It just panted heavily, and the flames caused by the blood-burning ability on its body gradually dissipated. Then he threw 2 more punches. Boom! Boom! Li Guanqi's other 2 heads also turned into blood and mincemeat. In Qishan's eyes, Li Guanqi was dead. He has 3 heads and 6 arms, but the head in the middle seems to be the main head with the purple lotus mark. After all, the other 2 heads had rigid expressions, one with compassion and one with ferociousness. But from beginning to end, there was no change in expression. But Qishan never liked gambling, so he chose to smash all 3 heads of Li Guanqi. The head was shattered, and the heart was connected to the chest and crushed into mincemeat by him. Even a martial artist of different blood should die as hard as he can. Chapter 195. The white tassel turns red, and the snow turns to blood. Ah! Qishan, who thought he had killed Li Guanqi, raised his head and roared towards the dusk sky, as if he wanted to vent all the grief and anger in his heart. In addition to bloodshot eyes, there were also tears welling up in his eyes. Do you think I want to? Qishan looked down at Li Guanqi's headless body, then looked at his bloody hands. roaring with tears in his eyes. For the sake of power and status, I killed my comrade Pao Zhe, who I swore to live and die with. Do you think I want to? I just want to climb up. I just want to climb up. Just because I'm a nobody. Just because I am a branch of the Qi family. Therefore, all the military honors I have gained in the army will be taken away by my direct descendants. I wanted to kill the magician who was at the peak of the 4 elephants in southern Xinjiang. 8 brothers died. A total of 8 brothers who live and die together. But what's the result? The result of it? I should have been promoted to captain that year. And I should have led my surviving brothers to great success. But the youngest son of the family master pretended to be the leader of the army. He took away all the credit. I complained to the top. But I was stripped of my military position and kicked out of the Red Blood Army. Why? Just because I am a branch. And that bastard is a direct descendant. Just because I am a cheap little person. So all my credit is going to be taken away. I have pity on my sister-in-law whose husband died. She can't even get a full pension. After layers of deductions and deductions. In the end, the war death pension they received could not even support their children. Why the hell is this all happening? Boom! Qishan punched the ground hard. And the ground within 100 meters of radius shook violently. He lowered his head and roared in an extremely hoarse voice, unable to hide his cry. I met Commander Qi Yuanan, and he brought me to his Red Blood Legion. He said that here, there would no longer be suppression of branch clans by the direct lineage, and there would no longer be xenophobia between Qi and foreign surnames. But what? But what? Such a nice person. So good. Such a genius. Then the promising Commander Qi Yuanan is still dead. Died like a hacking joke. Did he die on the battlefield? No. Everyone thought he died for his country. But he just died in the fight between those bastard big shots. It's all a hacking struggle of interests. He just died. Such an unjust death. So innocent. What a joke. So I just don't want to be a nobody anymore. A man born in heaven and earth. How can he live in a state of depression for a long time? There is a sword balanced in front of the knees. And a knife passing through the blood. I also have a sword. Why can't I be superior to others? I don't want to be a nobody anymore. I've had enough of those days of being dependent on others and groveling. I want to climb up. I want to crawl out. Crawl out of the big man's chessboard. I want to change from a little person, like a chess piece, to a big shot in chess. I want to control my own destiny. Qishan roared up to the sky, letting out a shrill and sad roar. Hot tears kept flowing from the corners of his eyes, rolling up the blood on his face, and dripping from his chin. However, what he didn't discover was, the snow-tasseled ice spear named Yanxue next to Li Guanqi's corpse was quietly changing. The waterproof white tassel, which cannot be stained by dust or even blood, began to change from the roots, from the holy snow-white color to gradually turning into scarlet like blood. Blood? From the beginning of the war to now. What everyone has been drinking and lighting the snow gun with is of course the blood of Qishan River. And now, the white tassel turns red. Turns some snow into some blood. Well? Qishan's expression suddenly froze. No. My whole body stiffened instantly. Because every drop of blood in his body, including the blood in his brain and heart, all froze and stagnated in an instant. Special abilities of the blood gun. Blood freezes. At the same time, Li Guanqi on the ground began to heal all his injuries at an alarming speed. At the same time, the flesh and blood on his neck also twisted and formed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the wound on his chest healed. His arms grew out of his shoulders, and a new head grew on his neck. Between the eyebrows, the mark of purple golden lotus shines brightly. Back to good health. Qishan River! Li Guanqi suddenly stood up, stretched out his right arm with a ferocious face, picked up the blood-red blood gun beside him, and stabbed Qishan in the head. Stop hacking pretending to impress yourself here. The ice crystal gun blade penetrated deeply into Qishan's brain from his temple. And then Li Guanqi used his right hand to penetrate completely. Qishan, whose blood was all frozen, could only watch the scene, unable to move at all. Even his eyeballs were squeezed out by the frozen blood and ice in his eye sockets. Boom! Li Guanqi's wrist shook, and the force was transmitted from the barrel of the gun, causing the gun blade that penetrated Qishan's head to vibrate violently, directly blowing Qishan's head to pieces. But what splashed out was not blood, but countless blood-colored ice crystals frozen into ice. At the same time, Li Guanqi reached out with his left hand, broke open the chest of Qishan's headless body, and shattered the heart in his chest, turning it into pieces of bloody ice crystals. Counterattack. Covered in blood and frozen. Head. Broken. Heart. Broken. Qishan, a warrior of different blood in the early stage of 4 symbols, died. Boom! Li Guanqi kicked Qishan's huge corpse away with a ferocious expression. Since you respect Qi Yuanon so much, how could you do such a thing and want to kill Commander Wan Yanqing and Qi Yuanon's wife? If you really want to repent, go down now and tell the brothers who were killed by you. As the old saying goes, hateful people must be pitiful. Indeed. Indeed. The reason why Qishan became like this is of course his own tragic story. But so what the heck? No matter how pitiful this guy is, no matter how unfair and tragic the things he has experienced are, an army spy is an army spy. And his actions are hateful. And his actions are hateful. This person deserves to die, then he must die. Who? Li Guanqi panted heavily, and glanced at Qishan's body next to him. When he killed Ming Yan, he just accidentally killed a peak 4 elephant level different blood warrior with residual health. And now, he was the real deal, fighting alone, and killed an early 4 elephant level warrior in his prime. At first, I picked up the miss one and killed the enemy at the 3rd level. This time, it's a head-on fight to kill the enemy 2 levels above. Thank you, senior sister. Li Guanqi looked at the blood-tasseled ice gun in his hand and smiled softly. From white to red, a little bit of snow turns into a little bit of blood. The ability of the snow gun is to freeze objects that the tip of the gun touches. The ability of the blood point gun is terrifying. After the snow gun absorbs a certain amount of the enemy's blood, and after a period of preparation, the white tassel can turn red and turn into a blood gun, freezing all the blood in the enemy's body in an instant. Just like Qishan just now. The blood all over his body was frozen, unable to move, let alone resist. This ability is called blood coagulation. This was not achieved by Li Guanqi. It was the spirit inside the gun that proactively told him after he shed his blood and recognized his master. Chapter 196, The Life Energy of Martial Arts. Regarding the blood coagulation ability of the blood spotting gun. After he first obtained the blood spotting gun and recognized its owner by dripping blood, the spirit inside the gun took the initiative to told Li Guanqi. It's a bit strange to say. I don't know why. Although this gun spirit is ethereal, invisible and intangible, Li Guanqi always feels that this gun spirit seems to be afraid of him and afraid of him. Maybe it's an illusion? Not sure. But Gunling always told Li Guanqi a lot of things. It's an amazing feeling. It is not expressed in words, nor conveyed in voice. It was just a simple thought that allowed Li Guanqi to get a lot of information besides the name of his blood coagulation ability. The blood clotting ability of the blood gun is very strong, but it requires careful planning. The reason why Li Guanqi lay on the ground and pretended to be dead for a long time was to wait for his blood coagulation ability to be fully ready, because this ability has too many limitations. For example, you first need to let the gun blade drink enough blood, such as long preparation time. For example, the distance between the gun blade and the enemy. For example, the level gap between the enemy and ourselves, etc. The most important point is that this ability is not actually secret in the absolute sense. If the level gap between the enemy and the enemy is too big, the enemy will find that there is a connection between his own blood and the blood gun. When the enemy notices it, they will inevitably move away from the blood gun. Once the distance from the blood gun exceeds 10 meters, all the preparations for launching the blood coagulation ability will be in vain. Li Guanqi even guessed that if Qishan hadn't lost control and roared with grief and anger just now, he might have been discovered. But there is no possibility in the world. The final result of the matter was that Qishan did not find out. And Li Guanqi used this to successfully counterattack, leaping 2 levels and killing Qishan, a warrior in the early stage of the 4 elephant level. It was different from that time with Ming Yan. This time, both he and Qishan were in peak condition, without any mistakes. Strictly speaking, the step of turning the snow-pointing gun into a blood-pointing gun and freezing the blood all over Qishan's body is the most important step for Li Guanqi to successfully counterattack Qishan. Otherwise, all bets are off. After all, Qishan's blood-burning ability is also a cheating ability. It can explode by burning vitality, greatly increasing combat power in a short period of time. Qishan River is in the early stage of 4 symbols, but after he turned on the blood-burning ability, His combat power could even rise to the mid to late stage of the four elephants. Puff! As he was thinking about it, Li Guanqi suddenly turned pale, vomited out a large mouthful of blood, and fell to his knees directly, with blood gushing out of his mouth. The purple lotus mark between the eyebrows disappeared. White hair turns black. Blue eyes turn black. The extra arms on the ribs have all shrunk and disappeared. Limit. Li Guanqi's body has reached the limit of damage. The physical injuries of alien blood warriors can heal themselves. But there is nothing in the world that does not follow logic and principles. If there is, it must be because you have not discovered the truth yet. The reason why different blood warriors can self-heal their bodies is, of course, to consume the life energy hidden in their bodies. Life energy is not lifespan. It is just the name of an energy substance. It is the source of the strength and self-healing ability of different blood warriors. The consumed life energy needs to be slowly restored by eating demon flesh and blood, magical blood, elixirs and other things. And it cannot be replenished instantly. As for now, Li Guanqi first had a battle with Chishan and exhausted all his strength. Then 3 more heads were smashed in succession, and his chest was almost hollowed out and crushed. In the end, the head and injuries were restored, and almost all the life energy was exhausted. Only then was he able to grow a head in an instant for counterattack. Due to various factors, the life energy contained in Li Guanqi's body is now basically empty. At this time, his face was pale. He vomited several mouthfuls of blood in a row, and was extremely weak. He did not perform as a peak Liangyi martial artist should. Now Li Guanqi felt weak all over. Although his physical body seemed to be uninjured, he actually couldn't raise any strength. This is the manifestation of a deficit in life energy. It is said that he still has a lot of spiritual power left in his body. After all, his battle with Qi Shanhe, from beginning to end, basically switched back and forth between the 2 ritual-level spells of Spiritual Shield and Invisible Grip, which did not consume much spiritual energy. As for why not use 3-level spells, Qi Shanhe kept beating him closely, and didn't give him any preparation time to leap over the level and perform the spell. Now Li Guanqi finally realized what those conjurers usually felt like. Weak physical body. Powerful spiritual power. It was like a thin balloon with a large ball of water inside. He always felt that if he was not careful, the water inside the balloon would explode. Of course, it's just an illusion. After all, Li Guanqi had exhausted his spiritual power many times. But this was the first time that his body was weak, but his spiritual power was relatively full. So he just feels a little uncomfortable with his current physical condition. This is indeed an illusion. So many spellcasters usually behave like this, and no spellcaster has ever exploded. It seems okay. Li Guanqi lay on the ground for a long time. After his body gradually regained some strength, he slowly got up. Now that his physical condition has recovered a bit, he should be able to start activating the natural technique. Plunder! Li Guanqi looked at Chishan's headless corpse on the ground. As soon as his mind moved, majestic black mist spurted out from his body, wrapping Chishan's entire corpse inside. His natural technique is very special. It not only requires corresponding spiritual power, but also physical support. Only with the cooperation of the 2 can he successfully perform the predation technique. This is actually very strange, because according to the book, the innate spell of a spellcaster is a spell given by God. But since it is a spell, there is no reason to need the support of the physical body. This is very strange. But innate magic is a magician's last trump card, and Li Guanqi cannot tell others. So naturally he cannot talk or discuss it with others. We can only take one step at a time. Call. Soon. The black mist rolled and returned to Li Guanqi's body. On the ground, Chishan's body was nowhere to be seen. The spell, Plunder, has been activated. Now that his spiritual power and physical body have reached the limit of his current state, there is no room for improvement in the energy he plundered. As for the soul, the moment Chishan died, his soul quickly dissipated. At this moment, there were only some invisible soul residue left, and it was as if he had not plundered it. Li Guanqi closed his eyes and felt it carefully, and soon found the feeling of activating the blood-burning ability. But there's no way to try this thing out. A power that consumes life force cannot be used if nothing happens. Chapter 197. Return to the military camp. Rivers of blood flow. Nowadays, Li Guanqi has discovered roughly 3 effects of the plunder technique. 1. Passive effect through fighting. You can rob others of their fighting skills and experience. 2. Active effect. releasing black mist and swallowing other people's bodies to gain energy. 3. Loot the abilities of the different blood warriors and make them your own. Among them, abilities 1 and 3 are very useful, especially ability 3, which can plunder other people's abilities. As time goes by, Li Guanqi will definitely have countless abilities at the same time. It's exciting to think about it. Possible power too. But relatively speaking, it is useless. Because although this can rob other people of energy, if the other party is still alive, it is basically impossible to take it away, let alone skipping a level. It is difficult for the same level. The star-absorbing method that can only absorb a person's internal energy, but the problem is that if the opponent dies, most of the energy in the body will be lost. If it is robbed and converted, the energy that one can finally get is even less. And most importantly, the energy captured can only help Li Guanqi complete the accumulation of strength, but it cannot help him break through the realm. For example, when he plundered Ming Yan's skeleton energy, Li Guanqi's physical body soared to a level of 24.9, and then stopped, because the physical limit of the Yin realm is 24.9. If he wants to continue to improve, he must first break through the martial arts realm. After reaching the Liang Yang realm, his physical body can continue to become stronger. For practitioners, the most difficult part of the path of cultivation is not the quantitative change in the accumulation of strength, but the qualitative change in the breakthrough of realm. In other words, allowing a qualitative change in strength is actually the real practice. Conjurers have something like the spiritual blood boiling potion, which can directly increase spiritual power and complete the quantitative change of spiritual power. Different blood warriors also have a variety of potions and elixirs that can directly increase the strength of the physical body and complete the quantitative changes of the physical body. But what about the breakthrough in realm? A breakthrough in realm is a qualitative change, whether it is a big realm or a small realm. But none. In the strange world, there is nothing that can directly complete qualitative change, even if there is some external assistance. In the end, it still has to rely on the practitioner himself. So, the effect of the plunder spell, to Li Guanqi, is actually the most practical effect of plundering other people's abilities. Because there are so many different kinds of abilities, they represent infinite possibilities. And he can plunder other people's abilities and make them his own. And Li Guanqi has another guess. Shuang Yuan and Ethan, that pair of masters and disciples, did not hesitate to study the natural spell plundering technology even at the cost of killing countless lives. Did he already possess it? Since he can seize the opponent's superpower after killing the different blood warrior. What about the natural magic formula? Can he also seize the innate spell from the conjurer's body after killing him? Although Li Guanqi has never killed a spellcaster since awakening to the plunder technique, in a strange world where power represents law and justice, killing is always indispensable. The time to verify this conjecture will not be too far away. It's time to go back. Li Guanqi looked pale, holding his chest, and slowly stood up, looking at the end of the horizon where the sunset had completely ended. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, his expression became more determined. Go back. Return to the Red Blood Fortress. Go back to find Senior Sister. Call out! Li Guanqi made a seal with one hand, and a strong wind rose under his feet, carrying him towards the sky. 2-level spell, wind control. Late at night, the moon is dark and the wind is high. Or maybe, in fact, the moon is not dark, but the rising black smoke obscures the bright moon in clouds, and the whole world seems to be shrouded in a dark conspiracy, because the conspiracy of some big shots did succeed. Crackling. The entire Red Blood Fortress was filled with smoke. Raging fires were burning, and from time to time, the sound of certain wood exploding could be heard. Quack gua gua. Corpses were everywhere, and rivers of blood flowed. Countless vultures and crows circled in the sky. On the city wall and outside the fortress, there are corpses of soldiers who died in battle one after another. The Red Blood Army. Southern Xinjiang, there were countless dead. There was the pungent smell of blood, and the putrid smell of burnt corpses everywhere. There are no more living people here. Snapped. Suddenly, the sound of a wooden branch being trampled was heard in the Red Blood Fortress. It was Li Guanqi who came from Yufeng. But he came too late after all. The war in the Red Blood Fortress has long ended. Zhao Shan! Li Guanqi stood on the wall of the Red Blood Fortress, looking at the half-burnt corpse in front of him, his eyes complex, and he moved his pale lips, but was speechless for a long time. Well, thousands of words finally turned into a sigh. The charred corpse in front of him had a southern sword pierce through the heart and fell to the ground. Large areas of the body were charred. If the face was not intact, Li Guanqi would hardly be able to identify the corpse. Zhao Shan. This young man, who was full of expectations and longing for the battlefield, and imagined that he could make a difference in the army and return home in fine clothes, died here, lying on the ground, almost no different from other corpses. Li Guanqi could even see the panic before Zhao Shan's death from his gray face. Perhaps at the last moment before his death, Zhao Shan finally knew that he was not the chosen one, that he could not stand out on the battlefield, and that he was just like thousands of ordinary soldiers. Battlefield cannon fodder. Xishan River. Li Guanqi sighed softly. You are right. For big shots, the battlefield is just another chessboard to continue the struggle for power. For ordinary people like us, the battlefield is just a meat grinder, stirring all the young people with dreams into the same puddle of meat. Who are you? So is Zhao Shan. Maybe I will be the same in the future, but I'm not there yet after all. I still have my own things to do. Li Guanqi's eyes became firm again, and he looked around, looking at the red-blooded fortress with endless smoke rising under the night. So, senior sister, where is she? Among the corpses everywhere in the Scarlet Blood Fortress, there was no body of Wang Yanqing, and judging from the degree of damage to the surrounding environment, it is obvious that the place where Wang Yanqing fought with the powerful men in southern Xinjiang was not here. After all, the shock waves caused by the 4-image level battle between Li Guanqi and Qi Shanhe could cause the ground to break and crack 100 meters away. If a 5 elements level martial artist were to die in battle, it would definitely cause huge damage to the surrounding environment, no less than a small earthquake. What's more, there are magicians in southern Xinjiang, and the damage caused by magic to the environment is even more serious. Wang Yanqing's final battle was not in this red-blooded fortress. So where will it be? We have to catch a landlord and ask. Li Guanqi turned his attention to the Great Wall, where a forest looked quiet and deep in the night. Night falls. It's time for the cursed spirit to appear. The area between the Scarlet Blood Fortress and the forest is a flat plain. Whatever happens here, the cursed spirits in the forest can definitely see clearly. Call. Li Guanqi made a secret with one hand, and sent Guangfeng to fly out of the Crimson Blood Fortress and quickly rush towards the forest, flying through the lush trees and bushes. Soon, he relied on his talent to reach the netherworld to find traces of a 1-level cursed spirit. Come over! Li Guanqi issued a commanding thought like a king. Not long after, a strange-looking abomination that looked like a stitched monster made of many broken limbs ran over in the night. Did you see the battle in that fortress? Li Guanqi stared at it. Look! I saw it! The stitching monster cursed spirit nodded quickly. Tell me everything you saw! Chapter 198 Qi Yuaning's Natural Technique. Corpse? She is a 5-element level martial artist of different blood. Do you think she should be captured alive if she is told to be captured alive? It would be great if I can leave you a whole body. Next to a remote cabin in the dark woods, in the dead silence of the night, the whispers of the two figures were extremely clear. One of them was wearing a black robe, and his whole body was covered by a black burqa. His name is Zhao Emo, a military magician of the southern Xinjiang army. The young man in front of Zhao Emo had red hair and red eyes, and was handsome. Wang Yanqing's brother-in-law and Qi Yuaning's brother. Qi Yuaning. No one knew, including his biological father and brother, that Qi Yuaning had acquired some spell qualifications because of his frailty and illness. And with the secret help of Yun Guozhu, he became a 1-level magician. Because of the treasures given by Yun Guozhu, no one could discover his cultivation. And now, at Qi Yuaning's feet, there is a female corpse that Zhao Mo just brought over. Sister-in-law. Qi Yuaning squatted down, eyes lowered, looking at the cold female corpse with broken red armor and dripping blood in front of him, with an expression of obsession, and gently brushed the female corpse's face with his right hand. This is Wang Yanqing's body. She is his brother's wife, but she is also the woman he is most fascinated by. You didn't look at me seriously when I was alive. What about now? Qi Yuaning gently stroked Wang Yanqing's pale face, wiped his fingers across the other person's chapped pale lips, and then leaned forward slightly, as if thinking, Hey! But at this moment, Zhao Mo, the black-robed southern spellcaster next to him, suddenly said, Qi Yuaning, I don't want to disturb your little hobby, but I still have official duties to attend to. In a hurry! As he spoke, Zamo frowned, with undisguised disgust on his face. Even though he is a conjurer, He still feels deeply disgusted and shameful towards Qi Yuaning's necrophilia. Normally, he felt that the group of beast spell masters who were engaged in cultivating and crossing cursed beasts were perverted enough. But now he knew that he was wrong. Compared with the necrophiliac Daluo in front of him, those beast spell masters were so fresh. Qi Yuaning looked unhappy. But he stopped, looked up at Zhao Imo, and said coldly, Yun Guizhou has no other orders. Zamo's eyes suddenly darkened. This is different from what we agreed. What's the difference? Qi Yuaning asked back. You wiped out 10,000 people of the Red Blood Army. Isn't that enough? Of course it's not hacking enough. Zhao Imo roared angrily. You think we don't know? The 10,000 Red Blood Army we killed were all killed for you. Yun Guizhou. Our 120,000 troops sneaked here not for just 10,000 Red Blood Army. Yun Guizhou promised us to help us open the gate of Jinjing City. No. Qi Yuaning said expressionlessly. There is no such thing. Boom. Zhao Ma held his right hand in vain, and Qi Yuaning was suddenly pushed away by an invisible force, hitting the wall of the wooden house hard, covering his neck, and his face turned red. It was as if he was being strangled by the neck by an invisible force. Daluo people, do you know what the price is for playing tricks on us? Zamo's voice was cold. Then do you know how? Qi Yuaning covered his neck with his hands and stared at him with a ferocious expression. What's the price of killing me? Boom. Ahem. Zhao Imo snorted coldly and dispersed the spell. Qi Yuaning immediately fell heavily to the ground, covering his throat and coughing continuously. I'm your only go-between. Qi Yuaning glanced at Zhao Imo and said coldly, the connection between your 120,000 southern Xinjiang troops and Yun Guizhou is all maintained by me. If you kill me, it is equivalent to telling Yun Guizhou that you voluntarily give up cooperating with him. At that time, Yun Guizhou's adopted son, General Zhou Xuanwu, will come with his troops and kill all of you. The 120,000 southern Xinjiang troops who have penetrated deep into the border of the Daluo Great Wall, dead or alive. You choose. If you choose to die, you can only kill me. What's the use? But what if you choose to live? You now have an army of 120,000. Go back to your old place and hide. Yun Guizhou still needs you. When the time comes, Yun Guizhou will use your hands to slowly chop off the enemy's wings for him. And you can also use this to continue to gain military success. Why not? After hearing this, Zhao Imo was silent for a while. This is different from what Yun Guizhou agreed with us at the beginning. Military merit? How many of your troops must be killed to compare with the gold crystal inventory of a gold crystal city? I don't have the gold crystal inventory of a gold crystal city with you like this. Let's go back and talk to the head of the group. Comparable. Qi Yuaning got up from the ground and smiled softly. The war between Daluo and southern Xinjiang will continue for a long time. Your military achievements are slowly accumulating. So why worry about not being able to match them? Zamo was silent for a while, then frowned and looked at Qi Yuaning doubtfully. I have another question. You? Why? This time, if you kill 10,000 Red Blood Army, you can still cooperate with that Qishan River Ingwai to destroy the Red Blood Army's spiritual instrument. What's next? Your name is Qi Yuaning. Your surname is Qi. You are just a member of the Qi family. Next, how can you, a member of the Qi family, participate in the trap and killing of other armies? Why participate? Why should you continue to be the middleman between Yun Guizhou and us? Hee. Qi Yuaning smiled, then looked at Zamo. His face and body trembled slightly, and in the blink of an eye, his whole person became exactly like Zamo. There is no difference except the clothes. That's all. Qi Yuaning smiled and spoke, and his voice was no different from Zamo's. The breath is actually the same as mine. Zhao Imo looked at Qi Yuaning in shock. Is this your natural technique? Transformation? That's right. Qi Yuaning nodded lightly, and his appearance and figure returned to their original state. In addition to the army movements disclosed by Zhou Xuanwu, I can use this technique to perfectly sneak into the interior of any army and provide you with every detailed information you need. That's why I am the middleman chosen by Yun Guizhou. I expose my techniques to you, which is a reassurance given by Yun Guizhou to you. Believe me and Yun Guizhou, our cooperation with you is a win-win situation. Yun Guizhou used your hands to get rid of the army he wanted to get rid of. And you can also use this to continuously gain military merit. This is an absolute win-win. And it is also a win-win that can lead to long-term cooperation. How about it? Qi Yuaning looked at Zhao Mo and chuckled. Now, you can go back and explain the situation to your Legion commander. Right. No. However, Zamo shook his head, and then took a few steps back with a strange look on his face, as if he wanted to stay away from Qi Yuaning. I'm sorry, my Dalyuo friend. Maybe I can still go back, but you shouldn't. Before he finished speaking, an ice spear fell from the sky and penetrated Qi Yuaning's chest hard, nailing him to the ground with blood splattering. Power, control ice. Chapter 199. The spiritual power bound by the physical body breaks out. An ice spear penetrated Qi Yuaning's chest and pinned him to the ground. Scarlet blood gushed out like a fountain and spilled onto the grass. However, Qi Yuaning did not die, because at the same time as the ice spear, there was also a green aura that exuded rich vitality, shrouding Qi Yuaning's body and hanging his life. The southern Xinjiang conjurer Zhao Mo next to him had a strange look on his face when he saw the scene. He didn't save anyone. In other words, that person wanted to seriously injure Qi Yuaning, but also didn't want Qi Yuaning to die instantly. So he wanted to torture Qi Yuaning until life was worse than death? Yeah. In the dark woods, bursts of eerie howls sounded, and then countless one-level cursed spirits walked out of the darkness, and their grotesque and terrifying bodies were exposed to the moonlight. Zamo looked around with an ugly look on his face. The densely packed cursed spirits, there are at least 800 or 900. Although these cursed spirits are all at the one-dimensional level, and he is a spellcaster at the peak of the 3-talent level, these cursed spirits do not pose a threat to him. But the problem isn't these spirits either. The question is, how did the person who seriously injured Qi Yuaning control so many cursed spirits? How can the cursed spirit be controlled? This was beyond Zamo's ability and knowledge. So he thought that this was at least the work of a 4-image or 5-element level conjurer. Danger? Hey! After thinking about this, Zhao Mo quickly looked around and looked at the more than 800 one-level cursed spirits in the nearby forest. He smiled nervously and said, Friend! If you want to seek revenge, just find Qi Yuaning, the traitor. And he is dead. When the ice spear condensed just now, I didn't stop it. Right. Friends, listen. I am not only the military magician of southern Xinjiang, but also the commander of the nearby 120,000 southern Xinjiang troops. And also my uncle. Once I die here, my uncle will lead the 120,000 southern Xinjiang army to flatten this place, and then find you and kill you to avenge me. Of course, we don't have to do this. Right. Zhao Mo has never heard of such an ability to control more than 800 one-level cursed spirits at the same time. Maybe a strong one. He cherishes his life and is unwilling to gamble. Even if Qi Yuaning, the only middleman, dies, and even if Yun Guizhou mistakenly believes that their southern Xinjiang army has broken the agreement, causing Zhou Xuanwu to lead an army to encircle and suppress the situation, Zhao Mo is not willing to gamble with his life. If a member of the Legion dies, he dies. Isn't it okay if he escapes in advance anyway? He just came out of the southern Xinjiang headquarters to make extra money. How could he risk his life for the army? As for, the commander of the army is my biological uncle. Puff. This sentence is of course made up. Rustle. In the woods, there was a sound of leaves being rubbed. A tall figure slowly walked out of the darkness and was exposed to the moonlight. His face was slightly pale because the life energy in his body had not yet been restored. It's Li Guanqi. It was he who had just stabbed Qi Yuaning seriously with an ice spear and nailed him to the ground. Zamo glanced at Li Guanqi, and then continued to look around. Even though he was wearing a necklace that concealed the fluctuations of his spiritual energy, this guy's rioting spiritual energy overflowed from his body. So the necklace was useless. Although this big man's spiritual power is turbulent and chaotic, and looks like it is about to undergo a qualitative change. For now, the quality of his spiritual power is still very low. At first glance, it looks like spiritual power that has not been transformed by the Qi refining realm of the 3rd talent level. It doesn't even have the aura to change the two forms of Yin and Yang. At the Liangyi level, neither the Sankai level nor the Liangyi level. A 1-level magician? How could such a person control 800 cursed spirits of the same level as him? Asshole. Why doesn't the mastermind behind the scenes come out? Call. In the silent woods, Li Guanqi's breathing was extremely heavy, which seemed to represent a drastic change in his mood. Not only that, a layer of dark blue icy spiritual light even emerged from his body, and gradually formed the shape of aura, constantly changing on the surface of his body. The spiritual power in his body was rioting, becoming chaotic, and gradually undergoing a qualitative change. Li Guanqi is now very weak. But because of this, he now clearly knows what it feels like to have a weak physical body, but strong spiritual power. It's like a thin balloon with a large ball of water inside. He felt very out of place. But precisely because of this, the Liangsheng level of a conjurer requires a qualitative change in spiritual power to enter the underworld state. Due to Li Guanqi's physical strength, his spiritual power was always firmly protected in his physical body and could not break through the shackles of his physical body. This is the biggest reason why he has not been able to break into the 2 levels of magic. He is the son of Tongyu. So it stands to reason that a breakthrough in spell cultivation will be extremely easy. That's the truth. His original spiritual power was just blocked by his physical body. As for now, due to his physical weakness, the spiritual power in Li Guanqi's body was completely unfettered. Now it only takes a small opportunity for his spiritual power to undergo a qualitative change and break out of the prison. So what is the opportunity? For Tongyu's son, under normal circumstances, a small emotional change is enough to achieve a breakthrough at the Liangyi level. But now, the changes in his mood were more than just little. Sister! Li Guanqi knelt on one knee on the grass, lowered his head, and looked at Wang Yanqing's cold, bruised body on the ground. Not only did his voice tremble, but even his outstretched right hand trembled slightly. He carefully reached out his hand and picked up the messy hair around Wang Yanqing's ears. Is he late? No. It's not. He didn't come late. Because it would be useless to come early. No matter when he comes. It doesn't make sense. Facing the 120,000 southern Xinjiang troops, Wang Yanqing of the 5 elements level would die in battle. Even if he arrived in time, it would be of no avail. He could only watch his senior sister die in battle. Or at most choose to die with her. Why? Because it's too weak. He is still too weak. Boom! Li Guanqi's spiritual power suddenly exploded. And the spiritual power compressed hundreds of times in his blood instantly exploded, turning into a massive amount of spiritual power to form a spiritual power storm, covering his entire body. Shi Yuaning? The next moment, Li Guanqi stepped out of the spiritual storm, his whole body burning with blue spiritual flames. He held Shi Yuaning's head with his right hand and looked at the Qi family spy with a ferocious face. You are the middleman between Yun Guizhou and the 120,000 southern Xinjiang army. If you die, Yun Guizhou will think that the southern Xinjiang army has broken the agreement. Zhou Xuanwu will send troops to encircle and suppress them. Right. Very good. I can't save senior sister, but at least I can kill you to avenge her. Tear. Li Guanqi grabbed the top of Qi Yuaning's head, and with 5 fingers like hooks, he forcefully opened his scalp, revealing his bloody skull, with blood gushing out. Ah! Qi Yuaning suddenly let out a shrill wail, and his whole body twitched violently. As a result, the wound on his chest that was pierced by the ice spear enlarged. The blood flowed profusely, and the injury became more serious. Boom! Li Guanqi smashed Qi Yuaning's head with one punch, and red and white things flew everywhere. Qi Yuaning deserves better torture, and the top 10 tortures of the Manchu Qing dynasty are not an exaggeration. But unfortunately, Li Guanqi really has no interest in torture and killing. Just kill him. Chapter 203 Heads and 6 Arms. Performing 6 methods at the same time. Boom! Black mist surged out of Li Guanqi's body, completely covering Qi Yuaning's headless body and swallowing it whole. Plunder. Qi Yuaning's transformation technique is adopted as his own. He was right. His plunder spell can not only plunder the supernatural powers of the different blood warriors, but also the innate spells of the spellcasters. So, at this time, Southern Xinjiang Curse Master Zhao Mo looked at the more than 801 level curse spirits around him, and then looked at Li Guanqi with disbelief on his face. There is no other mastermind behind the scenes, and you are the one who controls the cursed spirits? Why? How did you do it? You have to die too. Li Guanqi turned to look at him, expressionless. Huh? Zhao Mo smiled. How can I die? Just because of the more than 800 cannon fodder around me? Or because of you? A 1-level magician who has not even completely broken through to the 2-level level. Oh no! 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 Half a step to 2-level. Class? Ha 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 ha! As if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Zamo threw his head back and laughed. Jia. Li Guanqi turned around and left. And then more than 801 level cursed spirits erupted into a roar, like a mountain and a tsunami. Under his order, these cursed spirits all launched a suicidal attack on Zamo without fear of death. Boom! 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 More than 800 one-level cursed spirits represented more than 800 completely different powers that broke out at the same time, hitting Zamo like a meteor shower, of which ordinary powers such as fireballs, ice cones, and lightning accounted for the majority. But apart from that, there were also a few special powers that made Zamo a little confused, such as the strange power that could penetrate his spiritual shield and make him vomit inexplicably. More than 800 one-level cursed spirits cannot kill Sansai-level Ja Mo. But it was enough to delay it for a while. And now, boom! Li Guanqi walked into the forest. Every time he took a step, the ice blue spiritual flame burning on his body became more and more powerful. The qualitative change of spiritual power has completely reached a fever pitch. Until the end. Tongue! Li Guanqi's spiritual energy completely burned, turning into a blazing ice blue fire on his body. The ice blue fire illuminated half of the forest, and the fire reached the sky. The spiritual power changes qualitatively and takes the form of the underworld. Cultivation and spells. 2 rituals. In realm. Spiritual power. LV29 LV.30. Break the limit of spiritual power. LV30. Li Guanqi, who had just entered the Liangyi level, already possessed spiritual power equivalent to that of an early stage Sankai. And this is far from the end. Snap! 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 Li Guanqi took out 17 glass bottles from the space ring at the same time. After smashing them with his fist, the blue liquid swayed in the air and glowed brilliantly under the moonlight. Spiritual blood boiling. Potion. Call. Black mist spewed out of Li Guanqi's body, swallowing up all the blue liquid and returning it to his body. Take 17 bottles of spiritual blood boiling potion at the same time. Then use the plunder technique to speed up refining. Boom! In just a few seconds, the blood in Li Guanqi's body began to boil violently. At the same time, the blue spiritual flames on his body surged again, and the pressure of his spiritual power increased steadily. Spiritual power, LV30. LV31, LV32, 32.2. Comprehensive level, LV37 LV.38. After breaking into the Liangyi level, the compression effect of 100 refining of spiritual power still exists. Call. Li Guanqi took a deep breath, endured the weakness of his body, and prepared to activate the second form of his physical body again. Roar! After a few seconds of preparation, he roared angrily. His black hair began to turn black from the roots. His eyes turned blue, and the center of his eyebrows gradually shone with light. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Li Guanqi transformed into a body with 3 heads and 6 arms, with white hair and blue eyes, and the purple lotus mark between his eyebrows radiated aura. Then, slowly raised 6 arms. Boom! Not far away, the southern Xinjiang curse master Zamo was impatient with the more than 800 one-level curse spirits. Finally, he couldn't help but release a 3-level thunder spell, blasting all the more than 800 cursed spirits. Became scum. Then, when he turned around and looked in the direction of Li Guanqi, what appeared in the eyes of this 3rd-level magician was a terrifying existence with 3 heads and 6 arms, white hair and blue eyes, and a face as ferocious as an evil ghost. Not only did that guy raise 6 hands, but they all held different magic handprints, casting 2 methods at the same time. Is the advanced technique of a conjurer using spiritual power? At this time, the son of Tongyu, who has 3 heads and 6 arms, is performing an unprecedented 6 methods at the same time. Boom! Ice blue spiritual power burst out from Li Guanqi's body, while the spiritual light illuminated the night sky. The massive spiritual power also turned into 6 completely different 3-level spells. Boom! Countless vines broke through the ground and turned into a cage to bind Jama tightly, making it impossible for him to escape. The first 3-level spell, Vine Demon Weaving Prison. Immediately afterwards, a purple fireball emerged above the vine cage, emitting scorching heat. The second 3-level spell, Fire Meteor. The roaring wind turned into a roaring dragon. The third level spell, Wild Wind and Dragon Roar. Ice cone shot out all over the sky, like an endless curtain of rain. The fourth 3rd-level spell, Ice Rain. The earth cracked, and many pieces of earth and stone condensed, turning into a stone giant wielding a heavy hammer. The 5th 3rd-level spell, Stone Giant. Purple-blue thunder exploded, and a thunder beam as thick as a bucket fell from the sky. The 6th and final 3-level spell, Thunder. Boom! 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 First, use the Bind Demon Weaving Prison technique to control Zamo. Immediately afterwards, Fire Meteor, Howling Wind and Dragon, Ice Rain, Stone Giant, Thunder is coming. 5 completely different offensive spells broke out at the same time, directly blasting Zamo into smithereens. To be precise, not even a scum was left. There is no room for the Plunder spell to be activated. Sha Mo, the top 3-level magician from southern Xinjiang, died in the hands of the 3-headed and 6-armed Li Guanqi, without the ability to fight back. A crushing instant kill. Puff! Looking at the huge pit exploded by 6 3-level spells in the distance, as well as the thick and endless smoke, Li Guanqi suddenly spit out blood, and then exited from the state of 3 heads and 6 arms. The hair turned black and returned to its original state. He knelt on one knee, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and panted heavily. The life energy in Li Guanqi's body has not yet been restored. Forcibly turning on the physical form with 3 heads and 6 arms is a huge overdraft consumption. Speaking of which, among the 6 3-talent level spells, Li Guanqi had never cast 5 of them before. He had only seen them from Zhuang Yuan's library. But the son of Tongyu is the son of Tongyu. With his powerful talent, Li Guanqi cast an unfamiliar spell perfectly for the first time. Cough, cough, cough. Li Guanqi covered his chest and coughed violently. Then he looked at the forest beside him and waved his right hand lightly. Blue light emerges. The body of a woman with damaged red armor was held up by a blue spiritual light and slowly floated to Li Guanqi's side. Sister! Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing's body with a bit of confusion in his eyes. After killing Qi Yuaning and Zamo, the boiling anger in his chest gradually disappeared. Li Guanqi, who had regained his senses, looked at Wang Yanqing's body with an extremely complicated expression. Sister, are you real? Yes. He seemed to have just remembered and suddenly realized. This is not a weird world. Here, it is just a simulated copy created by the simulator. Ding! A cold mechanical female voice sounded quietly. Frontier Battlefield. Special perfect ending achieved. Ending, life and death are impermanent. Chapter 201 What is truth and what is false? Frontier Battlefield. A special perfect ending is achieved. Ending, life and death are impermanent. Ending evaluation. You performed outstandingly in the recruit camp. Due to your outstanding performance, you were valued by Commander Wang Yanqing. You eventually became a member of the Red Blood Army and accompanied the team to complete secret missions. After experiencing a life and death crisis, you returned triumphantly. But when you return to the Red Blood Fortress, all you see are corpses everywhere and endless smoke. However, when you finally find and kill the army spy, you find that war is still war. The cruelest fate and the most unchangeable tragedy. You did kill the army spies. Due to the death of Qi Yuaning, the middleman, Yun Guizhou will definitely let Zhou Xuanwu send people to destroy the 120,000 southern Xinjiang troops. You avenged your senior sister and the 10,000 Red Blood Army. However, the senior sister who values you most, Commander Wang Yanqing, who serves in the army for her husband, is still a cold corpse. And this will not change. The lives taken by war will never come back. Ending reward, a blue ability, a kind of purple talent, a set of green equipment, Red Blood Army Fist. Blue. This is a boxing technique specially developed by the Qi family for the army. It has extra lethality on the battlefield. Veteran of hundreds of battles. Purple. You are a veteran who has gone through hundreds of battles. Once you step onto the battlefield, your blood will boil and your combat power will soar. Note, this talent can be superimposed with Heart of War. Purple. Red Blood Battle Armor. Red Blood Spear. Green. This is an equipment configuration unique to the Red Blood regular army, which can provide energy for the formation of the army. Ding! Achieving a special perfect ending. Frontier Battlefield. Copy simulation is closed. About to be teleported back to reality. The countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Li Guanqi slowly opened his eyes and looked at the white ceiling of his room with a strange expression. He raised his hands to cover his chest and gasped softly. He was still wearing the damaged heavy armor stained with blood, and there was still a deep feeling of weakness all over his body. The injuries experienced in the simulated copy cannot be recovered after returning to reality? Recovering from injuries turns out to be a unique benefit in the weird world. Boom! Suddenly, a pair of fine crimson heavy armor appeared out of thin air in front of Li Guanqi, and it hit the tiled floor of his room heavily. Shang! Immediately afterwards, Another red spear appeared out of thin air and hit the surface of the heavy armor, making a crisp sound of gold and iron intersecting. Red blood heavy armor. Red blood spear. Rewards given by the simulator. Li Guanqi took these two controlled items in reality, put them into the space ring, and then picked up his phone and took a look. For 06 minutes. Early morning. There was no change from when he entered the Frontier Battlefield simulation copy. Although the simulator cannot help Li Guanqi recover from his injuries after the copy is over like the Weird World. The time effect of the simulator and the Weird World is the same. The 6 months in the Frontier Battlefield simulation copy is still just a blink to the outside world. Call. Li Guanqi exhaled a breath, dragged his weak body, took off the broken heavy armor on his body, threw it into the space ring, and then pushed open the door of the room. No lights on. He walked through the dark living room and went to the bathroom to turn on the faucet and take a bath. The cold water washed away the blood on his body, but it couldn't wash away the confusion in his heart. He had never been more confused than now. Perhaps, in this strange world, he knew that if he left this time and entered next time, the world that would greet him would still be the world where he had left his footprints. But what about simulated copies? No. When the simulation is over, everything is over. Wang Yanqing also disappeared. The next time I returned to the strange world, maybe Wang Yanqing has died in the battle. But the Wang Yanqing who died in the battle has never known him. Li Guanqi. So what did he experience in the simulated copy count? What is the younger brother facing older sister emotion he had for Wang Yanqing? Did he develop a sibling relationship with an imaginary character? It's like he's playing a computer game, but ends up thinking that a game character is his sister? Wow! In the bathroom, cold water kept spraying from the shower head. Li Guanqi raised his hand and grabbed his wet black hair, turned off the faucet, and at the same time left the bathroom. He used his right hand to perform a drying technique, and all the water stains on his body disappeared immediately. He went to the closet to get some clean clothes and put them on, then sat on the sofa in the living room, lowering his head and remaining silent. Silent night. Li Guanqi just sat in the dark living room in silence for a long time. Time passes little by little. The night wore on. But Li Guanqi fell into confusion. Simulated copies are illusory. But is everything he has experienced also an illusion? No. No. Base. Li Guanqi suddenly moved his body, which had not moved for 2 hours, and took out a snow gun from the space ring. The snow-tasseled spear looks like ice crystals. In the bright moonlight of the living room, the ice crystals reflect the luster of the moon, making it beautiful. Light the snow gun. Li Guanqi held the snow tassel ice gun tightly. His fingertips were green, and he held it very hard. Very hard. This is true. This gift from Wang Yanqing to him was real. Is Wang Yanqing illusory? But this gun is real. Everything he experienced in the simulated copy was also real. The analog world is fake. Li Guanqi held the snow gun, and his eyes became more determined. But what I have experienced, the emotions I have had, the people I have met, and the things I have seen are all true. That's right. Maybe the characters in the simulated copy were all a group of false illusions. But after he paid his emotions for it, they became real. This is the same as computer games, novels, articles, poems, myths, etc., etc. Maybe the characters in the story are just a bunch of illusory codes, words, and pictures, but when you are moved by their stories, the souls given to them by the author truly belong to them. What is truth? What is falsehood? Li Guanqi slowly stood up from the sofa, holding the snow gun, and turned to look at the balcony with firm eyes. My experience and my emotions are real. Before I knew it, the night had passed. At this time, it coincides with the rising sun. The bright sunshine shone from the sky. The clouds opened and the fog dispersed. A ray of light appeared in the dark living room. And then, the entire living room was covered by sunlight. It's bright, including Li Guanqi himself. Li Guanqi, holding a bit of snow and ice gun, was bathed in the sunshine and smiled brightly. Sister, I will take the snow gun you gave me, continue to start a new journey in my world, and continue to write my story. Chapter 202 Qi Xiaoxiao appears in reality. Li Guanqi spent the next 2 days in his sleep. The life energy of the physical body is a special substance that cannot be replenished instantly, but it can cause the human body to undergo a series of complex changes over time and eventually recover on its own. During this process, the different blood warrior will feel very sleepy. Dalio Wufu calls himself a martial artist, But in fact, he is no different from a different blood warrior. The same is true for Li Guanqi, who slept for 2 days in a row. In 2 days, the life energy in his body was almost completely restored, and the powerful power belonging to a martial artist in the Liangyang realm filled his body again. But this was not the reason why Li Guanqi woke up. In fact, he was woken up by a phone call. Hello? In the room with the curtains tightly closed, Li Guanqi was completely covered in blankets, and he picked up his mobile phone in a daze. Are you free now? Lin Xianbai's voice. Yes. What's wrong? I want to see you. Meet me? The Tianchi mansion is over there at Longhu Mountain. Right? It's far away from here. I'm not in Longhu Mountain. Then where are you? Open the door. Li Guanqi suddenly woke up, quickly got out of bed with his mobile phone, left the room, walked to the door of the house, and looked out through the peephole on the door. It was Lin Xianbai's handsome face that all women envied. Click. Li Guanqi turned the doorknob and opened the door. Why, huh? Before he finished speaking, he was slightly stunned, because Lin Xianbai was not the only one standing outside the door. There was a girl on his left. Due to the position of the peephole and the girl's stance, Li Guanqi couldn't see her through the peephole just now. Xiao. Li Guanqi looked at her, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Shocked? Sort of. But it's actually to be expected. This young girl wearing a blue and white skirt, standing next to Lin Xianbai with smiling eyes, was suddenly Qi Xiaoxiao in the strange world. And it was Qi Xiaoxiao who should have died in the strange world long ago due to the onset of withered blood cancer. Qi Xiaoxiao looked at Li Guanqi, chuckled and waved. Brotherly, although it's only 2 days for me, but for you, it should be a long time since we last met? Yeah. Long time no see. Li Guanqi smiled and nodded. Qi Xiaoxiao, who died in the strange world, came to reality. So, Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai. What is going on? That's why I came to you. Lin Xianbai hung up the phone, put it in his trouser pocket, and looked inside the room. So, can we go in? Of course. Please come in. Do you need to change your shoes? No. Okay. Lin Xianbai and Qi Xiaoxiao entered the house. The former sat on the sofa in the living room, but the latter was looking around the house, seemingly looking for something. Soon the girl found her target, pointed at Li Guanqi's refrigerator, and asked with a smile, Brotherly, do you have Coke at home? Without? Li Guanqi shook his head with a strange expression. I rarely drink carbonated drinks. So weird. In a strange world. Qi Xiaoxiao, who was born in the red blood army of the Qi family, studied spells at the southern Xinjiang headquarters. Now it actually appeared in reality, and she was wearing a blue and white skirt, like an adolescent high school girl, standing in his house, pointing to his refrigerator, and asking him if he had any Coke. What's going on? Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai doubtfully. Haven't you realized something yet? Lin Xianbai looked at him and said in a deep voice, 100 million extraordinary beings. 100 million weird worlds. In everyone's world, there will be a person like Qi Xiaoxiao. In other words, there are 100 million Qi Xiaoxiao out of 100 million extraordinary beings. And now, the Qi Xiaoxiao who appears in front of you now, standing in front of you, has memories related to you. She knows you. You and I are both dungeons of the Conjurer root. And I have also joined the southern Xinjiang headquarters. I have also met Qi Xiaoxiao who has withered blood cancer. Although we are not familiar with him, we have chatted with him a few times. But, this Qi Xiaoxiao. Lin Xianbai glanced at Qi Xiaoxiao who was rummaging through the refrigerator, and then looked at Li Guanqi again with a serious expression. She doesn't know me at all. The memory she has is the memory of your world. Or, she actually comes from your world. Qi Xiaoxiao. Li Guanqi was stunned. Why? After a while, Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai and frowned. You must have come to some conclusion when you came to me. Otherwise you wouldn't have come to tell me this. That's right. Lin Xianbai stood up and closed the curtains in the living room. The living room suddenly became dark. Then Lin Xianbai touched a ring on his hand, and then a beam of projection shone on the wall, showing a picture. It was a remote alley late at night. Look, this was 2 days ago. To be precise, it was the same time we returned to reality. It was located in a small alley on Huiyun Street in Qingyan District. Yuqing. After Lin Xianbai finished speaking, he lightly tapped the high-tech ring on his hand. Then, the projection on the wall started playing. In the deserted alley, The void seemed to be torn apart, and a gap filled with colorful, twisted light appeared. Space crack? Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. When Qi Xiaoxiao died of illness, his body was also sucked away by a space crack like this. Look! Lin Xianbai looked solemn. In the picture, Qi Xiaoxiao flew out of the crack in space and hit the wall hard. She was still wearing the red ancient dress of the Qi family. Immediately afterwards, Qi Shixi's body began to shake crazily. No, it should be said that the outline of her whole body began to flicker crazily, as if there were countless figures of Qi Xiaoxiao overlapping together. After a few seconds, this strange phenomenon gradually disappeared. Qi Xiaoxiao was lying in the alley, like a dead body. However, after a few seconds, her fingers moved slightly. Soon, she woke up completely, climbed up, looked at the alley where she was, looking around with a confused look on her face. And on the other side of the alley exit, a night taxi speeding past shocked her even more. Beep. Lin Xianbai clicked the high-tech ring in his hand, turned off the projection, and turned to look at Li Guanqi. Did you see the overlapping phenomenon just now? Li Guanqi nodded. 100 million times. Lin Xianbai said solemnly. We used computer calculations to analyze the number of times Qi Shixiao's figure overlapped. The total number is 102,620,357 times, which is almost 100 million times. Do you still have an impression of this specific number? Certainly. Li Guanqi looked solemn. After his soul strength increased, he already had a photographic memory. As long as he was willing to recall, he could retrieve every desired memory fragment in his mind. 1026200357. This is the first time a strange world has arrived, and the specific number of all extraordinary beings. Chapter 203 Huge Hidden Danger. This also means that there are actually 102,620,357 weird worlds. After Qi Xiaoxiao passed through the space rift and came to the real world, countless of hers also overlapped, overlapping 102,620,357 times. That is to say, Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai with a hesitant look on his face, a little unbelievable about the guess in his mind. You guessed it right. Lin Xianbai smiled, then pointed to the refrigerator and picked up a bottle of iced green tea and started drinking it. However, according to the collective judgment of many of our scientists, they came to a more complete conjecture. Note that this is just a conjecture, not a verified conclusion. My guess is that 100 million weird worlds are actually 100 million illusory parallel worlds. This may explain why death in the strange world is not real death. Maybe. Anyway, after the death of 100 million Qi Xiaoxiao in the illusory world, they finally overlapped and merged in our real world, which we call reality. In the end, he was resurrected and became a real Qi Xiaoxiao who appeared in reality. As for her memory, she doesn't have 100 million red Xiaoxiao memories at the same time. The memory she has is only the memory of Qi Xiaoxiao in the parallel world that is number one. Put it this way. Now it is equivalent to the fact that the strange world that Qi Xiaoxiao appears in front of you and in reality comes from. Lin Xianbai approached Li Guanqi and stared at him seriously. The weird world you experienced. Li Guanqi frowned, puzzled. But why? Just because I am the first extraordinary person. Certainly. Lin Xianbai looked at him in bewilderment. Is there any doubt about this? Otherwise, why would the weird world set up a ranking list? It is about selecting an extraordinary first person. There is also a weird world that is the first in the sequence. Li Guanqi, you are number one on the extraordinary ranking list. You are the first extraordinary person. Because of this, the strange world you have experienced has become the world number one in the sequence. So far, it is the world number one with the highest ranking. There are 100 million extraordinary beings and 100 million weird worlds. And there are 100 million Qi Xiaoxiao. But the only one who can really be resurrected to reality is Qi Xiaoxiao from world number one. That is, the Qi Xiaoxiao of your world. What's this? This is power. This is privilege. A privilege that belongs exclusively to the extraordinary first person. I believe Qi Xiaoxiao is not an exception. She is the first to be resurrected into reality. But she will not be the last. You, Li Guanqi, among the 100 million extraordinary beings, you are the only one who has the privilege of bringing people from the strange world back to reality. Because these people who are resurrected into reality only know you. In other words, whether it is Qi Xiaoxiao or the other people who appear in reality next, they are all people from your world number one. Li Guanqi. Lin Xianbai looked at him and said seriously, This is the privilege given to you by the strange world. The highest privilege that belongs to the extraordinary first person. For other people, including me, the extraordinary second person. Our experiences in the strange world are just what we have experienced. Just like passing clouds, and cannot be taken seriously. But you are different. You are the first extraordinary person. And you have brought your weird world to the position of world number 1. The strange world gives you the privilege of bringing your relatives and friends from world number 1 back to reality. Hearing this, Li Guanqi looked complicated and turned to look at the refrigerator. Hiccup. Qi Xiao, who drank half of the bottle of ice green tea, opened his mouth and let out a burst of water. Hey, I can finally drink something sweet. Finally I can drink something sweet. People with withered blood cancer cannot eat sugar, as sugar will aggravate the symptoms of withered blood cancer. Which means, Xiao. Li Guanqi looked at Qi Xiao with a smile. Not only were you resurrected, but you were also completely cured of the withered blood cancer? Yes. Qi Xiao smiled happily. This girl, who had been suffering from illness for more than 10 years, not only came back from the dead, but also completely got rid of the claws of the disease. Of course, there are costs. She has left her world forever, and it may be difficult to see her relatives and friends again in this life. But, maybe? What does this mean? Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai and frowned. All the people who died in this strange world will be resurrected in reality. Impossible. Lin Xianbai shook his head, then was silent for a while, and then said, At least not yet. There are hundreds of billions of people in the strange world, and people are dying every moment. If this was true, reality would have been turned upside down long ago. So far, it has been the only person who knows how to resurrect this strange world is Qi Xiao. But maybe this is just the beginning? Li Guanqi looked worried. Yes. Lin Xianbai looked at him, hesitated for a while, and then said, Do you know? I have a guess. That is, one day in the future, will 100 million weird worlds overlap? 100 million illusory and strange worlds may overlap into one real world in the near future. A real world that is completely connected to reality. It's scary. According to the judgment I got, even if we humans in reality choose to die together, with the most lethal weapons currently available, we can only drag the 7-star peak magician to death together. Moreover, the nuclear radiation emitted will also bury most of the real human beings with it. But in this strange world, there are Bagua, 9 palaces, and even the legendary infinite gods on top of the 7 stars. A 7-star conjurer can draw the power of the stars. It is still unknown what abilities Bagua-level conjurers have. But in various legends and descriptions of the strange world, Bagua-level conjurers are almost beyond the scope of theory. Gods? Hearing Lin Xianbai's words, Li Guanqi's brows furrowed even more. Heart of War Purple. When he unlocked this talent, he learned that the current strange world was not the last version. Lin Xianbai's worries are probably true. 100 million weird worlds overlap. All extraordinary beings appear in the same weird world. And then, the weird world gradually merges with reality. But the various extraordinary empires in the strange world are by no means neighbors, who can establish friendly relations with each other. What are you going to do? Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai. You are the fire protector of Penglai, and you want to protect the fire of human civilization. Right. I have read a lot of books, but I am still not up to the level of a scientist. Lin Xianbai narrowed his eyes slightly. So I can't develop higher technological means to deal with the strange world. I am a Taoist priest from Longhu Mountain. I can only choose to use magic to deal with magic. Then let's go together. Li Guanqi stretched out his right fist towards him, gritting lightly. Leave the research on technological weapons to the scientists. And before the kings of the strange world invade reality, we extraordinary beings must also strive to have the extraordinary power to compete with the kings. You are different from before. Lin Xianbai smiled. When we first met that night in the park, you were just a senior in high school. But now, you are indeed different. More responsibilities? Li Guanqi still raised his right fist and shook it slightly at him. People who play basketball basically have the habit of fist bumping. But this Taoist priest doesn't seem to understand this. And a strong heart. Lin Xianbai smiled and raised his right fist. Continue to become stronger. You want it. I want it. And all real humans want it. Boom! 2 fists touched together lightly. This is the fist bump that belongs to the extraordinary first person and the extraordinary second person. The top 2 extraordinary people in the world are all in this small living room. Well, it seems that the third place is also from China? Who is Fist? Asking Santian. Li Guanqi withdrew his fist and looked at Lin Xianbai curiously. Do you have any relevant information? No. Lin Xianbai shook his head. Judging from the name, using Chinese characters as the name, plus these 4 characters, it seems to be very similar to us Chinese people. But so far, his exact identity has not been found. But, as he said that, Lin Xianbai frowned and looked a little gloomy. After some intelligence analysis and actual shooting situations, we have initially locked in a few candidates. Has a problem? When Li Guanqi saw the scene, his expression became serious. Big problem. Lin Xianbai narrowed his eyes slightly. Among those people, there was an underground black boxing champion who held illegal underground boxing matches all year round. His career resume was amazing. In the past 2 years, he had been beaten to death on the spot in the ring. 136 opponents. And, in the first boxing match after the arrival of the strange world, he directly smashed his opponent's skull with 1 punch. Since then, he has fled overseas and has never been seen again. Of course, this cannot be used as a basis for judgment. After all, even an inferior martial artist of different blood can break the skull of an ordinary person. But, I actually have a special ability. My intuition has always been very accurate. My intuition tells me that the underground black boxing champion is the Fist. Asking the sky. Oh! Li Guanqi's brows were raised slightly. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and a careless smile appeared. The illegal underground black boxing king. This doesn't sound like a good person. Chapter 2045 Elements Level Warrior. 5 Zangs. Musashi. Let's talk about the status of Fist. Asking the sky later. Lin Xianbai waved his hand. Our people will continue to investigate. You don't have to worry about this. Clear. Li Guanqi nodded slightly. As for now, do we need to exchange some information? Lin Xianbai then asked with a smile. Intelligence about the strange world. Of course. Li Guanqi also laughed. However, both of them soon stopped laughing. The 2 of them left Qi Xiaoxiao aside and discussed with each other for a long time. As a result, they found that there was no big difference in the information they had. What Li Guanqi knew, Lin Xianbai knew. And what Lin Xianbai knew, Li Guanqi also knew. Among them, Lin Xianbai thought Li Guanqi didn't know about the plot details of the Wufu route and the undercurrents of the Daluo dynasty. But in fact, Li Guanqi had already figured out the dirty work of Wei Guozhu, Yun Guozhu, Qi family, and the Southern Xinjiang army in the simulation copy. I even experienced it myself. In addition, it is worth mentioning that something is missing in the strange world. Is this thing possible in the real world? Lin Xianbai told Li Guanqi this guess. But this guess is just a guess. No one knows what it is. After learning about this, Li Guanqi only became more convinced of one thing. Once reality is discovered by the weird world, the kings of the weird world will never have any good intentions. That will be the beginning of the alien invasion war. Oh! By the way, do you know the detailed introduction of Li Guanqi? A Bagua-level conjurer? I only know about the abilities of Bagua-level conjurers from The Legend of Tianyu. Isn't that a fantasy novel about a strange world? Yes. It's quite interesting. Especially the chapter where Tianyu assassinates the Violet Emperor. It's very enjoyable. Well, I haven't collected any information about this. At most, I know that a 7-star conjurer can draw the power of stars. Me too. Then there seems to be nothing to communicate with. Wait. Do you know the upgrade route of Daluo? As soon as he said this, Li Guanqi, who was sitting on the sofa, straightened his back, looked at Lin Xianbai and said quickly, Yes, I haven't figured this out yet. And I almost forgot to ask you. A martial artist above the 4th elephant level. What's going on? People from Ponglai made a form. Lin Xianbai lowered his head and fiddled with the high-tech ring on his hand. As you know, the strange system has digitized our situation using levels. According to the digital level, the shackles limits of each realm of cultivation actually have corresponding level limits. I'll show you. After that, the ring in his hand projected a WPS form on the wall. Detailed explanation of the realm of Daluofu. Not included. For ordinary martial arts warriors of different blood, no matter how hard they fight their physical bodies, their physical strength will fall into a bottleneck. That is the physical limit of the current realm. It is represented by the digital level of the strange system, which is the level of physical body of E9, 9.9. 1 yuan. Fist opens chi and blood. Copper Skin Martial Arts Realm. The limit is LV19. Liani. Strong bones. The warrior cultivated two physical forms. The first, Yin state, a powerful combat form, is full of strange things. Some people grow bone spurs. Some grow sword arms. And some grow wings. The limit is LV24. The second, Yang state, can be superimposed on the Yin state, and on top of the super high attack power. It gives the body a terrifying self-healing ability, and it is easy to regenerate a broken limb, similar to the one in the movie Deadpool performance. LV29. 3 talents. It is divided into 3 realms of essence: energy and spirit. Essence, physical body. Qi, spiritual power. God, soul. P.S. This realm is a bit strange. The magician cannot complete the practice of the essence refining realm, and the warrior cannot complete the practice of the Qi refining realm. There is a lack of information and no data yet. For symbols, people have limbs: left arm, right arm, left leg, right leg. Each limb has veins, and the limbs are cultivated using secret methods. Opening up the veins of the left arm can break a layer of physical shackles, LV42. By opening up the veins of your right arm, you can break the shackles of the second layer of physical body, LV44. By opening up the veins of the left leg, you can break the 3 layers of physical shackles, LV46. By opening up the veins of the right leg, you can break the 4 layers of physical shackles, LV49. Then came the breakthrough. All the veins of the limbs extend to the trunk. With just one opportunity, the veins of the limbs can instantly connect to the trunk and head, and the meridians of the whole body can be connected, breaking the limit of the 4-dimensional physical body. LV50. 5 elements. After the meridians of the whole body are connected, the 5 internal organs undergo qualitative changes: gold, lungs; wood, liver; water, kidney; fire, heart; earth, spleen. The 5 internal organs are the 5 treasures, and the martial arts treasures of the human body. After opening up the divine treasure of the golden lung, the physical body's resistance to the golden law increases, breaking a layer of physical shackles. LV52. Open up the divine treasure of wood, liver. LV54. Open up the divine treasure of water, kidney. LV56. Open up the fire, heart, divine hidden. LV58. Open up the divine treasure of earth and spleen. LV59.9. Lioha. None. There is no written record of the situation of Lioha level warriors, and Lioha level warriors are either generals or high-level officials of Jianghu sections. Currently, no extraordinary person has approached and obtained information. That's it? Li Guanqi looked away from the table projected on the wall and looked at Lin Xianbai in surprise. The so-called small realm and the corresponding level limits seem to be all guesswork. Yes, it's just a guess. Lin Xianbai nodded and turned off the ring's projection. Just for reference, don't take it too seriously. By the way, how much do you know about the cursed spirit? Li Guanqi suddenly asked. Little is known. Lin Xianbai sat back on the sofa and gave him a meaningful look. Also, it's time for us to talk about Tan Wenyan's wife, the cursed spirit he Xin. Indeed, it is more direct to take her as an example. Li Guanqi also followed the words and said, since you found out that she is a cursed spirit, you should also know very well that a low-grade cursed spirit has the wisdom of a child, while a 1-level cursed spirit directly possesses the wisdom of an adult, and has the ability to learn. Not bad. Just like he Xin. Judging from her appearance and behavior, who can tell that she is not human? Are you afraid of the curse of reality? Learn modern knowledge, and then do something? Lin Xianbai nodded lightly, then rubbed the ring in his hand and said with a smile, don't worry. We have considered this and everything is under penalized control. Scientific researchers are analyzing and studying the brand new substance, spiritual power, and have also achieved some research results. The first magic weapon manufacturing factory and process assembly line have also been built. Mass production of the spiritual compass used to detect spiritual power has begun. Various military and political agencies and personnel will be equipped with this kind of magic weapon to detect the whereabouts of cursed spirits and traces of spiritual power. So at least for now, there won't be any big problems. Research? Li Guanqi was stunned. Researching spiritual power? A magic weapon manufacturing factory? A magic weapon production assembly line? Technology and extraordinary power are mixed together. Why mixed? What do you think technology is? Lin Xianbai couldn't help but smile. Guns? Missiles? Computers? Mobile phones? Chips? No. These are not technologies. These are just technological creations. The essence of technology is very pure. I personally like to express it in 6 words. Discover. Explore. Apply. We have discovered the existence of spiritual power. The next step is to explore the nature of spiritual power. Develop more advanced ways to use spiritual power. And then popularize it. This is what technology is about. Isn't it? Chapter 205 The flag of the Red Blood Army will always fly. Discover. Explore. Apply. The nature of technology? Yes. This is technology. Rather than sticking to the external difference between steel and spiritual power. That makes sense. Hearing Lin Xianbai's words, Li Guanqi couldn't help but nodded. But then, he looked at Lin Xianbai with a strange expression. To be honest, listening to a Taoist priest from the Tianzhi mansion talking to me about science, I really felt it was amazing. Taoist priest, you make me feel very. It's against the law. Then let me introduce myself again. Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi and smiled. Hello. I am Lin Xianbai. I am a Taoist priest with a different surname from Tianzhi mansion. I am also a graduate of Harvard University, specializing in physics and biology. Note, I am a PhD. Li Guanqi's expression froze, and he looked at the handsome young face in front of him, who looked like a man in his early 20s at most. How old are you this year? Actually, he's 32 years old. Lin Xianbai smiled and said, I just take good care of myself. Li Guanqi was stunned. The handsome guy who graduated from Harvard University is not only a 30-year-old double PhD, but also a Taoist priest from Tianzhi mansion. This is really outrageous. Etc. Etc. Li Guanqi suddenly thought of something and looked at Lin Xianbai in surprise. Although we have been in a strange world for a long time, in reality, hasn't it only been more than 10 days? We have research results on spiritual power so quickly. And have you built a magic weapon manufacturing factory yet? With the efforts of the whole country, more than 10 days is actually not a short time. Lin Xianbai smiled and said, although the current research results are said to be results, they are actually very low level. And the manufactured magic weapons are also very rough. We still need extraordinary people like us to enter the strange world and obtain more knowledge about other worlds. So help me. Okay, I'll keep an eye on it. Li Guanqi nodded. If I can come into contact with the production of any magic weapon, I will write it down. And the conjurer's sacrificial weapon, Lin Xianbai added. The magic weapon is equivalent to a flashlight with its own battery, which is used by warriors and ordinary people. The sacrificial instrument is equivalent to an electric fan with a plug, which is used as a power source for those of us who have spiritual power in our bodies. This metaphor is really vivid. After Li Guanqi finished speaking, he leaned back on the sofa and looked at Lin Xianbai in front of him. He didn't know what to say next. Lin Xianbai also fell into silence. The relationship between the two does not seem to be that of a friend. Apart from business in the strange world, they have no common topics. Now that the business talk is almost finished, the atmosphere has cooled down. Hey, are you two finally done talking? At this time, Qi Xiaoxiao, who was sitting next to the refrigerator, finally couldn't help but make a sound when he saw this scene. Ah, sorry. Li Guanqi laughed dumbly and turned his head quickly, almost forgetting that there was another person in the living room. Xiao, what are your next plans in this world? He got up from the sofa, walked to Qi Xiaoxiao, hesitated for a moment, and asked softly, She doesn't need to worry about a homeless person like you. Lin Xianbai sat on the sofa, half smiling, and picked up a glass of water to moisten her throat. Li Guanqi was a little confused. Clang! Qi Xiaoxiao smiled brightly and took out a small dark green manual from the pocket of his blue plaid skirt, flashed it in front of his eyes, and then quickly put it back. Li Guanqi was dumbfounded. That was a military officer's ID card just now. Brother Li. Qi Xiaoxiao looked at Li Guanqi and said seriously, My withered blood cancer is gone. I have recovered my health. And in this strange world, I have also found the career I want to fight for. What? Although Li Guanqi was asking, he actually already had the answer in his mind. Qi Xiaoxiao smiled, with extremely firm determination in his eyes. I want the emblem of the Red Blood Army to become a household name in this world. And I want the glory of the Red Blood Army to continue to shine in this world. The Red Blood Army I want to help build will no longer be a pawn in the struggle between the powerful and the dynasty, but a righteous army that can fight to the death against cursed spirits in order to protect mankind. Really? Li Guanqi smiled. although Qi Xiaoxiao is only 16 years old. This little girl who comes from a strange world and comes from the Qi family in Daoyuo cannot have the same thoughts and goals as ordinary high school girls who think about studying to enter college or dressing up beautifully, chasing stars and idols, and so on. Her ambition must be even greater. Qi Xiaoxiao is Ping Lai's first martial arts advisor. Lin Xianbai leaned back on the sofa and looked here with a smile. She was born in the Qi family and is well versed in the secret training methods within the Qi family, as well as the refining methods of many medicinal liquids, including some key points of martial arts training. These are not the common stuff taught in the Red Blood Army recruit camp. Her knowledge is Ping Lai's greatest treasure so far. In addition, the first batch of soldiers of the Red Blood Army have also begun to be selected in the army. After the army is completely established, she will also join this new Red Blood Army as the deputy commander. The nominal leader of the Red Blood Army will be me. This is also to ensure that the Red Blood Army will not be interfered with by anyone with ulterior motives. I will do my best to let Qi Xiaoxiao live the life she wants. No one can force her to do anything. This is my promise. Lin Xiaobai. It is a promise to her. And also to you, Li Guanqi. And I always keep my promise. By the way, whether it is the position of martial arts advisor in Peng Lai or the deputy commander of the Red Blood Army, they are both well organized and golden jobs. So it's just like what I just said. Speaking of this, Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi, smiled and joked. Now Xiaoxiao has a golden job, 6 insurances, 1 housing fund and various subsidies. You don't need to worry about an unemployed vagrant like you. What a homeless person. I'm still a student. Li Guanqi was helpless, then looked at Qi Xiaoxiao, opened his mouth, thought for a while, and finally turned into a chuckle. Then don't say anything else. Just wish that we can all live the life we want. Well said. Qi Xiaoxiao also had a bright smile on his face. Then he turned around and took out 3 bottles of iced green tea from the refrigerator, threw one to Lin Xianbai, handed one to Li Guanqi, and then opened the cap of the last bottle himself. This girl from the Qi family, who comes from a strange world, holds the drink bottle high, her eyes full of longing and expectation. I wish we can all live the life we want. This cup to your dream. Cheers! After toasting with iced green tea, Li Guanqi and the two of them parted ways. Lin Xianbai took Qi Xiaoxiao back to Longhu Mountain. After all, the Peng Lai headquarters was there. If nothing major happened, he would have to stay at the headquarters for a long time. The same is true for Qi Xiaoxiao. Before the Red Blood Army is officially established, she will serve as Peng Lai's martial arts consultant, providing her knowledge to help the development of the extraordinary plan. Yes, extraordinary plans. Before Lin Xianbai got into his Rolls-Royce luxury car and left, he gave Li Guanqi such a new term. Chapter 206 The Strange World is revealed. Extraordinary plan. This is a concept proposed by Lin Xianbai. And part of this plan, or a very important part, is the establishment of the Extraordinary Academy. School is the foundation. The establishment of the Extraordinary Academy will control the extraordinary beings who have been discovered between the ages of 18 and 25, and prevent these young and inexperienced extraordinary beings from getting into trouble. Of course, it will also prevent them from causing trouble. In addition, the Extraordinary Academy will also continuously provide fresh blood belonging to extraordinary people. And once the Extraordinary Academy opens, some of those extraordinary people who have not yet been discovered will take the initiative to seek help from the school. Many people will choose this way, because the supernatural law, which is used to restrict and also help supernormal people, is about to be promulgated. Extraordinaries, who have not received recognition of their identity will not have an easy life in the future. Of course. In fact, these have nothing to do with Li Guanqi. The stable order of reality is what Lin Xianbai and the others have to consider. 3 days. 3 days later, the world's first extraordinary academy, at least the first public one, will officially open its doors in a deep mountain near Yuqing. This will absorb the first batch of extraordinary students, and more schools will be opened in the future. The first day of school. Things about extraordinary beings, cursed spirits and strange worlds will also spread throughout the country and be announced to the world, so that everyone will know the truth clearly. This is something that there is no need to hide, and it cannot be hidden at all. It's ridiculous to try to hide the 1% ratio of extraordinary beings. As for the Extraordinary Academy, Li Guanqi did accept Lin Xianbai's invitation and prepared to go there to become the first batch of students of Chaofan Academy. Because in reality, he has to find something to do. right? It was impossible for him to enter the weird world as soon as it came, and then curl up at home and sleep all day as soon as he returned to reality. Polai could solve 90% of the extraordinary events in various places by himself, and he didn't need to worry about it. Therefore, going to Extraordinary University has become a good leisure activity. But in fact, Li Guanqi just had a playful and casual attitude. If he finds it boring to be in Chaofan University, he will leave at any time. After all, what can the Extraordinary Academy teach him? Teach him extraordinary powers? But he is the first extraordinary person in the world. He is a conjurer in the Liangyin realm, and has also completed the 100 spiritual power refining, and has a spiritual power level of 3 talents. He is a warrior of different blood at the peak of Liangyi, with 3 heads and 6 arms spread out. Who can compete with him? The superposition of the power of the 2 training systems brings his comprehensive level to LV38. If he goes all out to cast a large-scale attack spell, he can easily demolish a high-rise building made of reinforced concrete. As the nominal principal of the Extraordinary Academy, Lin Xianbai's overall level is only LV27. So, what can the Extraordinary Academy teach him? But Lin Xianbai gave it away and only said, "Don't worry. You won't be asked to sit in the classroom and study stupidly, and you will never be disappointed. It is a mysterious realm that you must have heard of, but never believed. It actually exists." Mysterious? What exactly is it? Li Guanqi didn't know. All he knew was that a new era called Transcendence had arrived. The bloody curtain of the glorious world is about to be completely lifted. Wow! 2 days later. At night. Tomorrow is the first day of school for the Extraordinary Academy. On the eve of this day that is destined to go down in history, the sound of torrential rain swept across the entire gloomy world. Yes! I will go to Chaofan University to report tomorrow. It's okay. It doesn't matter if you come back or not. I'm safe here, and I will take care of myself. Then Mom and Dad, you two should go to bed early. Bye. Living room. Li Guanqi hung up the 1-hour video call with his parents and placed the tablet on the table. There was a problem with the identity procedures on his parents' side, and he was unable to return to China while overseas. Why? He asked Lin Xianbai to do it on purpose. This is to prevent his parents from returning to China to be with him. Because of the current situation, it would be dangerous to be around him. Call. Li Guanqi took a breath and stood up, wearing pure black short sleeves and trousers. He walked to the balcony, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and looked at the rainy city in front of him, where it was raining heavily again, and his eyes were slightly narrowed. Stand still and listen to the rain? No. What he saw and heard was more than just rain. There is also this world that is about to collapse and is in turmoil. When he returned from his first copy, he met a one-dimensional cursed spirit. Then when he returned from the second copy, he encountered the Liangyi level cursed spirit on the campus of Yuqing No. 1 Middle School. This was the first record of the appearance of a Liangyi level cursed spirit in the world. It seems that in reality, when the most powerful cursed spirit appears first at each stage, it will always find him first. Li Guanqi. So, now what about the return of this third copy? A 3-level cursed spirit? A Liangyi level cursed spirit is enough to release a huge realm of cursed spirits that covers the entire campus. And the harm to innocent people is staggering. What about the 3rd level? Once or twice is a coincidence. What about those 3 times? Li Guanqi needed this 3rd time to verify his conjecture. Is it just a coincidence of bad luck? Or is it inevitable that he is the first extraordinary person? The answer depends on the next period of time. And the truth of the answer is very important to Li Guanqi. After all, he has a father and a mother. He is not an orphan. If it really becomes inevitable, then the next contact between him and his parents may be separated by an electronic screen for a long time. Of course, Li Guanqi doesn't feel anything about this. After all, he has been here like this for the past 2 years when his parents have been abroad. It would be nice if my parents were here. As for where, unimportant. Moreover, his parents were secretly protected by Lin Xianbai. According to Lin Xianbai, that was Pinglai's top protection standard, almost on the same level as the president's protection system. Speaking of it, it seems like wherever I go, something happens. Li Guanqi shook his head and laughed. Has he really become Conan? Ding dong! Suddenly, the phone in his trouser pocket vibrated slightly and sounded a crisp notification sound. It's not her again, is it? Li Guanqi took out his mobile phone, opened it, and sighed helplessly. Sure enough, it's still the same guy. In the dialog box on the phone screen, there were a series of messages that he had read but not replied to. Yesterday, 7:23 a.m. Han Mengyao, good morning. Yesterday, 1:16 p.m. Han Mengyao, good afternoon. Yesterday, 10:48 p.m. Han Mengyao, good night. Today, 7:13 a.m. Han Mengyao, good morning. Today, 1:12 p.m. Han Mengyao, good afternoon. Now, Han Mengyao, good night. 3 safe days. These 2 days never stopped. In terms of real time, since Han Mengyao added Li Guanqi's Q number in the past 2 days, the 3 security measures have never stopped every day. Is this a group message? Li Guanqi frowned slightly, then turned off the phone screen and prepared to put it back in his trouser pocket. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! But at this moment, the phone vibrated several times in succession. New news. Now. Han Mengyao. Han Mengyao, Li Guanqi. Are you asleep? Han Mengyao, well, the Charin Academy will start tomorrow. Han Mengyao, I got the admission notice and said I would be the first batch of students. Han Mengyao, people from Punlai and the police came to my house yesterday and told me and my parents a lot about extraordinary beings and the strange world. Han Mengyao, what about you? Will you go to this school too? Or are you a teacher? Crack. Snap. Snap. Li Guanqi started typing. Then send. I've gone to bed, automatic reply. Han Mengyao? Do not disturb your phone. Turn off the screen. And go to sleep. Of course. Although he said he was sleeping, Li Guanqi actually stayed up all night. The actual spiritual energy concentration is much higher. It is completely different from when I returned from the second copy. Although it was still 50 or 60 times rarer than in the weird world, he was able to maintain basic practice. Li Guanqi didn't want to waste time. Even if it was better than nothing, he still practiced it for a full night. Until the next day. Dawn! Today. It's the day when the Extraordinary Academy starts. Lin Xianbai was right. As soon as 8 o'clock arrived, news about extraordinary beings and the strange world began to appear overwhelmingly. The top articles in all domestic newspapers, news software, and social software, without exception, are explanatory information jointly released by the police and Punlai, including all TV channels, all radio stations, and all video software. There is also video description information. This is the power of the whole country. Everything has to give way to this. Everyone in every corner of the country learned the shocking news at the same time. A strange world has arrived. The world's spiritual energy is revived. The extraordinary appears. Of course, there were also demons and cursed spirits appearing with them. Chapter 207 Extraordinary University. Full live broadcast. Everyone in every corner of the country learned the shocking news at the same time. Of course, it's not really that shocking. After all, the fermentation of online public opinion in the past 10 days has already made many people aware of the existence of superpowers. At this time, the emergence of official reports only cover the matter. The final conclusion is that the certification information is true. Between 8 a.m. and 9 a.m., online comments were already exploding. Perhaps the various platforms had already prepared for this. But in the face of this massive onslaught of comments, not a single social platform server was paralyzed. Or maybe, it's because the next thing is the biggest reason why they must ensure that the platform server can operate normally. 9 o'clock in the morning. Live broadcast nationwide. In every room of all live broadcast software across the country, without exception, the content has turned into a lush mountain scene. Countless drones with cameras are hovering over the mountains. Situated on the top of the mountain is an extremely majestic building complex that looks like one of the world's top universities. And its architectural style is full of ancient charm unique to China. Li Guanqi looked at the live broadcast on his mobile phone and couldn't even figure out how Lin Xianbai and the others built such a luxurious building complex from scratch in just a few days. This place is near Yucheng. It used to be just a deserted wilderness. But now, on the top of the deep mountains, countless pavilions rise from the ground, such as Qiangliuyu, Jinluanfeng Palace, courtyard in the middle of the lake, carp ponds and rockeries. There are countless, and the magnificence is reached to the extreme. Not only that, at the entrance of the Vermilion Hall of the Academy, there are 2 huge, ferocious and majestic stone lions. On the plaque above, there are 4 gilded characters with flying dragons and phoenixes. Super University. Simple and direct. The word college seems not friendly enough. For most people in China, University is the simplest, easiest to understand and popular term. Regarding the matter of Chaofan University, it was already explained in the overwhelming explanatory article an hour ago, and it was clearly stated that the opening ceremony of Chaofan University will be made public. The opening ceremony is also a testing ceremony for extraordinary people. People across the country will witness this historic moment together. This is the beginning of an extraordinary era. I'm interested. Li Guanqi smiled and put away his phone. Even if he was no longer interested in Chaofan University, facing such a luxurious and magnificent university building, he couldn't help but feel excited and wanted to go in and experience it for himself. After all, to be honest, his parents, who went abroad, may have seen a lot of the world. But he, a young man who has been wandering around in this 3-acre land in Yuqing since he was a child, has really never seen much of the world. Let's go to college! Li Guanqi smiled and pushed open the door of his house. He stood outside the door and entered the second layer of protection password into the fingerprint unlocking device for the first time after closing the door. This time, is it a long trip? The address of Chaofan University is not far outside Yuqing. It's not that far away. But it's just that I won't come back in the short term. This is actually a test. If you can still encounter a 3-level cursed spirit after leaving Yuqing, then I am sure it is not a coincidence. Nor is there something wrong with Yuqing. That was the problem with him. The extraordinary first person. Just wait and see. As soon as Li Guanqi walked out of the community, he saw a pure black luxury sports car on the street outside. It glowed with a dazzling luster in the sun, attracting the attention of passers-by. The car logo consists of 2 slightly overlapping large R symbols. Rolls-Royce. Hello, Mr. Li. We are affiliated with Penghuai Yuqing Guards and are specially here to take you to Chaofan University. Outside the car, 2 young men wearing black and white uniforms smiled at Li Guanqi. The uniforms worn by the 2 are very interesting. They have the style of Mao suit and ink patterns full of Taoist characteristics. This is the uniform of Penghuai Yuqing Guards, civilian staff, etc. Penghuai? Lie. Rolls-Royce? By the way, Lin Xianbai always drives a Rolls-Royce out. Is it possible that everyone in Penghuai drives Rolls-Royce? This is too hacking awesome. Mr. Li, please get in the car. A Penghuai member opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce and made a please gesture toward Li Guanqi. Thanks. Li Guanqi smiled softly, and then stepped into the luxurious Rolls-Royce under the astonished eyes of passers-by. Boom! The roar of the engine exploded. The pure black Rolls-Royce was speeding on the road, heading towards the world's first public, full of infinite possibilities, extraordinary university. It's 1%. Why wasn't I selected? I also want to have superpowers. Yuqing, a burger restaurant. In the back kitchen, 2 young waiters, a man and a woman, were squatting in the corner and lazing around. The man was holding a mobile phone, and the woman was leaning on his shoulder, watching the live broadcast inside, both with envy on their faces. Countless drones were hovering over the extraordinary university, and luxury buses and Rolls-Royces drove into the extraordinary university one after another. Why do some people take buses and others take Rolls-Royce? The girl blinked curiously. It should be a different level. The envy in the boy's eyes became stronger and stronger. Maybe the more powerful superpowers can be picked up in a Rolls-Royce? Or just take the bus? I want to go even if I take the bus. Hello. Suddenly, a dull male voice came from the kitchen door. Boss. The boy quickly put away his phone and stood up in panic. The girl next to him did the same. Okay. Just a joke. The middle-aged store manager walked in and said with a helpless smile. Look. Everyone is watching the live broadcast now, and there are no customers in the store. Who would have thought that when people get older, they can still see big changes in the world? Yes. The boy lowered his head and reopened the live broadcast software on his mobile phone, looking at the extremely luxurious extraordinary university and the many men and women appearing in the campus square. He couldn't help but sigh. The world is really going to change. In the live broadcast screen of the mobile phone, a pure black Rolls-Royce passed through the Vermilion Gate of Chaozhou University and drove into the parking lot next to the square. Then the door of the back seat of the car was pushed open, and a tall figure stepped out of it. A tall boy wearing pure black short sleeves. Li Guanqi! Chapter 208, the beginning of the extraordinary era. Is this the extraordinary university? Li Guanqi was wearing pure black clothes and pants, standing next to a Rolls-Royce, looking around with a look of novelty on his face. Looking around, In the extremely vast Academy Square, countless young men and women were coming and going, all with curiosity and longing, wandering between the various facilities. Those are testing facilities, such as gymnasiums with track and field, swimming pools, weightlifting venues for strength tests, etc. Further away, beyond the square, the Golden Luanfeng Palace, Qiangliyu and other places with a strong Chinese style are the various teaching buildings of Chaofan University, a school like a royal palace. The world's first public extraordinary university belongs to China, so it must have distinctive characteristics. In its 5,000 years of history, China has never lacked unique and majestic culture. Well, of course, this kind of palace-style school seems to be too high-profile. Hello, classmate. You can go to a testing point now. A beautiful woman in a suit and short skirt walked next to her. She first pointed to the nearby gymnasium and swimming pool, and then handed Li Guanqi a form with a smile. Li Guanqi lowered his head and looked at the catalog of various tests. The following text explained that after each item was completed, the staff would put a check mark at the back. After all were completed, they could arrange dormitories and formally enroll. But it seems I haven't filled in any information yet. Li Guanqi looked at the woman in surprise. For university reports or something, shouldn't I fill in my identity information? At least there has to be a name. Right? But there is no place for him to fill in his name on the form. No need. The woman smiled and glanced at the sky. Li Guanqi then raised his head. In the blue sky, countless drones are circling and flying, and high-precision cameras are filming every corner of Chaofan University, providing live reports for people across the country. Those drones are actually not just for live streaming, the woman introduced with a smile. They are also connected to the control center of Chaofan University. Every student photographed will be collated with the school's internal files to verify your identity, including every test you conduct next. You do not need to fill in anything else. The machines and monitoring equipment in the test site will complete all records for you. And, if you are not a student who has received an admission letter, other staff will manually review you the first second you enter the square. As for now, no one else is coming. So your identity has been reviewed. Now please go for a comprehensive test. Please go all out and don't think about hiding your clumsiness or hiding anything. After all, this will affect your class assignment at Chaoran University. After saying that, the woman left Li Guanqi and headed to another Rolls-Royce approaching to receive another new student. She seems to be specifically responsible for the trainees sent by Rolls-Royce. But in Chaofan University, there are more students sent by buses, with more than 30 students on each bus. Rolls-Royce. Bus. From this difference, Li Guanqi saw the educational policy of Chaofan University. Talk about fairness. Not equality. Everyone has the same treatment and is equal. It is only fair that ordinary people get the treatment that ordinary people deserve, and that outstanding people get better treatment. Then let's go! Li Guanqi took the form and walked towards a nearby gymnasium first. From 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., the opening ceremony of Chaofan University is broadcast live nationwide without interruption. Of course, it is said to be a ceremony, but there is actually no messy speech by the school leaders. Not at all. Instead, it is all a display of superpowers that the audience loves to see. On this day, almost all world records related to physical fitness in human history have been broken by extraordinary people who have just entered school. Usain Bolt holds the fastest world record for the men's 100 meters with a time of 9.58 seconds. Break easily. A lot of boys and girls easily ran into 5 seconds. There was even a one-level alien blood martial artist who ran 100 meters in less than a second. The audience watching the live broadcast didn't even blink. Javier Sotomayor holds the men's high jump world record at 2.45 meters. Just as easy to break. A bunch of people jumped 3 to 4 meters high on the spot. They didn't even know the correct jumping posture. They jumped 4 meters high like a hurdle. Mike Powell holds the men's long jump world record. 8.95 meters. A bunch of people jumped 10 meters away. In addition, there are too many records that have been broken, such as strength and diving, etc. The opening day of Chaofan University is a day when human history is constantly being broken. Almost all the staff sent by Guinness are a little overwhelmed. But this is only the most insignificant link. Because of his strong physical fitness, his visual expression is actually not that exciting. Another area of Chaozhou University that really made people across the country explode with barges. That is the territory of the conjurer. Those magicians who have more or less defects and diseases on the outside and inside of their bodies have demonstrated supernatural power, in the true sense. All kinds of dazzling and brilliant spells were cast, attracting the attention of the audience. In addition, there is another place in Chaofan University, which is a non-essential testing venue. A test of the alien blood warrior's abilities. This is not mandatory. You don't have to come at all. But there are still many young people who, although they are different blood warriors, can't help but want to come and show off when they see the magician next door making a show. Because of this, most viewers also understand the difference between a conjurer and a different blood warrior. Spellcaster, a weak and disabled spellcaster. Alien blood warrior, a superhuman with strong body and only one special ability, which may be useful or useless. As for Li Guanqi, he put on the spirit shielding necklace and chose to enter the extraordinary university as a different blood warrior. In various tests, he showed the physical fitness of an ordinary one-level warrior. It is worth mentioning that lunch and dinner are provided free of charge in Chaocha University's cafeteria, a very luxurious canteen, with everything from oriental food to exquisite Western food. But this is a cafeteria for conjurers. For Wufu, they can also choose to go to another canteen, which is full of bloody flesh and blood of demon species. Li Guanqi had lunch and dinner there. The taste is very strange. It's completely different from the one in the Red Blood Army barracks. Monster species are special creatures contaminated by the breath of cursed spirits. But there are not that many cursed spirits appearing in reality today. Even if some animals are infected into monster species, there should not be so many. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for Chaoran University to obtain so much flesh and blood of demon species. Then here comes the problem. Chapter 209, The Secret Base under the University. Where did the flesh and blood of demons in the dining hall of Chaoran University come from? Synthetic meat? Li Guanqi sat in the dining hall and tasted a few more pieces of demon seed flesh and blood. After smashing the taste, he came to this conclusion. These demonic flesh and blood should all be synthetic meat produced through special means, because they do have high nutritional content, which is of great benefit to Wu Fu. But compared with the real demon blood and flesh he has eaten, there is a big difference. Not only in nutritional quality, but in all aspects. The difference. Synthetic meat from monster species. This is actually a beginning. Or rather, a signal. This means that Chaoran University can use technological means to create various things in the weird world to help with cultivation, such as the flesh and blood of monsters, and the potions of conjurers. This is a good beginning. If the flesh and blood of demon species can be synthesized artificially, does that mean that the blood of cursed spirits can also be synthesized artificially? Even if that doesn't work, you can still kill the cursed spirit directly to obtain the strange blood. Extraordinary ones. Not just the chosen 1%. The other 99%. Some of them can also improve their physical fitness to a level sufficient to accept the addition of foreign blood through physical exercise. There will be more and more extraordinary people. After such a day of shopping, Li Guanqi is really confident in the extraordinary university. Such a university opened by Lin Xianbai can definitely better cultivate extraordinary people for mankind and prepare for the future against the kings of the strange world. Night falls. The live broadcast ends. All drones dispersed in the sky above Chaofan University. Li Guanqi also took the completed test form early and got his own dormitory from the faculty. It was a loft located by the lake. It had 8 floors and housed 8 students, each with a separate floor. Li Guanqi was assigned to the first floor. He hated living on the ground floor. But the faculty responded that there was nothing that could be done about it. Li Guanqi didn't say anything more. Took the key and left. There was no point in talking nonsense with these wage earners. They were all wage earners. He would just call, "Boss, Lin Xiaobai later." Click. At the lakeside loft, Li Guanqi unlocked the door on the first floor. After pushing the door open and closing it behind him, before he even had time to check his surroundings, Lin Xianbai's voice came from a speaker in the living room. "Hey, classmate Li Guanqi, come down and play." Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile. No wonder he lives on the first floor. Click. The next moment, 9 cracks appeared on the floor under Li Guanqi's feet, divided into 9 pieces and shrinking, instantly turning into a hollow, allowing him to fall straight down. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Boom! It took a full 3 seconds for Li Guanqi to fall to the ground in free fall. The loud sound of his feet on the steel floor continued to echo in the passage in front of him. What appeared in front of him was a long silver-white tunnel, with no end in sight. "Call out!" Li Guanqi spread his legs and ran wildly. his whole body whistling like a strong wind. After about 10 seconds, he rushed across a distance of tens of thousands of meters and came to the end of the tunnel, where he saw a huge bronze door. Boom! Before Li Guanqi could do anything, the bronze door opened, revealing a silver white gold and steel secret room and a white central round table. Lin Xianbai, who was wearing black casual clothes, was sitting on the main seat, looking at him with a calm smile. I really can't figure it out. Li Guanqi walked into the silver secret room with a face full of surprise. How on earth did you do it? Build a palace like school in 10 days? And it was dug underground. Well, according to the geographical location, we should be inside a mountain now. How on earth did you do it? It took more than 10 days to build a palace, and also hollowed out the mountain to build a secret base. Nothing surprising. Lin Xianbai shook his head gently. You used to be just an ordinary citizen, and you didn't know many things. He groaned and said, let's put it this way. If the level of science and technology is graded, and ordinary people think that the highest level of science and technology of mankind is level B, then the actual level of science and technology of mankind is actually level A. Many of you think it is impossible to achieve technology. In fact, humans have already realized it. Li Guanqi was stunned. What about me now? Of course you are not an ordinary person now. Lin Xianbai smiled. Then the smile gradually disappeared. He narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, and as the extraordinary number one person, you have many secrets that you need to know. In fact, I am very lucky that you are not only are he is still young and kind-hearted. Oh! Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows slightly. Is it the mysterious realm you are talking about that I must have heard of, but never believed in? That's right. Lin Xianbai stood up, rubbed the ring in his hand, and then the bronze door of the secret room slowly closed. Boom! After the bronze door was closed tightly without any gaps, Lin Xianbai lowered his head and fiddled with the high-tech ring in his hand, shooting out beams of projection images on the silver-white walls of the secret room. Forehead. Seeing this scene, Li Guanqi couldn't help but ask, Taoist Master Lin, I have always been curious. What is your identity? Why as a Taoist priest? Well, even if you are a double doctor who has returned from school, your level is it a bit too high? Me? Lin Xianbai turned around and glanced at Li Guanqi with a smile. There's actually nothing much to say about my PhD. Although I have a double PhD, I actually don't have any particularly outstanding academic contributions in the two fields of physics and biology. More like water. As for my identity, it's actually not bad. I'm just relatively upright and young. And my grandfather, grandpa, and father all worked hard. Li Guanqi was stunned. You turned out to be fighting for your father? Don't look down on me so much. I'm still fighting grandpa and grandpa. While teasing, Lin Xianbai kept showing the projected images. Soon, the silver-white walls of the entire secret room were filled with various pictures and text messages. Finally, Lin Xianbai pressed the ring in his hand, and the projected images seemed to be fixed on the wall. No matter how the ring moved, there was no shaking at all. You can take a look first, Lin Xianbai said. Good, Li Guanqi responded casually. But in fact, his attention had long been attracted by the picture information. The picture projections on the wall are all about supernatural events from around the world, accompanied by various creepy and scary pictures. The supernatural incident in the Forbidden City, the cat-faced old lady incident, the Kisaragi Station incident, the legend of the cracked woman, the haunted legend of Enfield, the supernatural incident of the Portuguese car accident, the Chita zombie incident, the Bell Witch murder incident, the Mary King Alley incident, 112 Ocean Avenue in New York events, blah blah blah. A collection of supernatural events. Chapter 210 The Origin Point of Spiritual Energy Recovery. The projections on the walls are all familiar supernatural stories from all over the world, with not only text but also pictures. Li Guanqi looked at those horrifying pictures and felt a little hairy in his heart. He touched his arms with goosebumps and looked at Lin Xianbai in surprise. Why are you showing me these? They're scary. Scary? Lin Xianbai was even more surprised than him. Isn't it? Are these things scary to you? If we really meet face to face, I guess you should be the one who scares the other person to death. Li Guanqi was stunned. Yes. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. And his current firepower is very sufficient. If he really encounters these messy and unclean things, he will be scared to death if the three-headed and six-armed body is blasted by 6 third-level spells. So why are you showing me these? Li Guanqi became increasingly puzzled. Do you think these are true or false? Lin Xianbai sat at the head seat of the silver round table, rubbing the high-tech ring on the index finger of his left hand with his right hand, with a slightly raised corner of his mouth, looking at Li Guanqi with a half-smile. Is this history that happened? Or is it a scary ghost story made up? Li Guanqi hesitated for a moment, then smiled helplessly. If someone had asked me this before, I would have told him to wear a red flag and study more. But now that the weird world has arrived, I am not surprised by anything that happens. That's right. Lin Xianbai looked at the numerous supernatural events on the wall and squinted his eyes slightly. It is undeniable that these stories certainly have elements of artistic processing. After all, after being passed down by word of mouth, all kinds of messy versions will naturally appear. But these ghost stories are not just false. Are these supernatural events real? Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai in shock. Although he had expected it, he couldn't help but be surprised after receiving the other party's affirmative answer. No, I didn't say that. Lin Xianbai smiled meaningfully, then clicked the high-tech ring on his left hand, and then all the projection images on the wall disappeared. Instead, there is a complete world map with countless small dots marked on it, and information introduction next to it, more or less from every continent and country. They are all places where those supernatural events happened just now. These places are called by us the origin points of spiritual energy recovery. In fact, no matter whether the ghost stories are true or false, the truth of the matter is not scary or scary. They are just simple. Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi and said in a deep voice, The spiritual energy is revived. Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows slightly. So the reason why those supernatural events happened was actually due to the emergence of extraordinary power caused by the recovery of spiritual energy. At that time, people did not understand spiritual power, so they found it scary? That's the truth. Lin Xianbai nodded. But why? Li Guanqi was a little confused. Before this, the weird world didn't come, right? I thought that the reason why the spiritual energy in the real world revived was actually leaked from the weird world. I personally think so too. Lin Xianbai rubbed his brows tiredly. As for why? I'm sorry, Li Guanqi. Can you stop saying the word why? I've heard enough of that these days. I continue to receive all kinds of questions from various parties. All kinds of questions. But they, and you all have a lot of questions they want to know the answers to. In fact, we in Pengwai think about it too. But we haven't found any answers so far. Li Guanqi. Lin Xianbai looked up at him and said seriously, Actually, I came to you tonight not to discuss problems with you, nor to ask you to ask questions. I just want to solemnly request you to help us solve the problem. Li Guanqi was startled, then smiled. Tell me about it. But even you can't solve the problem. Can I? Maybe. Lin Xianbai didn't say anything too absolute. He just tapped the high-tech ring on his left hand and changed the projection screen on the wall again. The world map marked Origin Point of Spiritual Energy Resurrection disappears. Instead, there is a dossier record with pictures. The picture is of an old village in the mountains that looks a bit gloomy in the middle of the night. I don't know if it's due to humidity or some other reason, but there's a gray mist filling the area, making the whole village unclear. I could only barely see. It was a closed village. The doors and windows of all the houses were closed tightly. There were no lights or people. The silence was a bit eerie. Next to it is the transcript of the dossier. Case 078 paper figure. Case level, S level. Impact of the case, 426 people missing. The case is summarized below. Since the extraordinary era, January 12th to the present, etc. Before Li Guanqi finished reading the words, he couldn't help but turn his head and look at Lin Xianbai, wondering, what do these terms mean? Case 078? S-class case? January 12th in the extraordinary era? The extraordinary era is the calendar used internally by Pengwai. Lin Xianbai leaned back on his chair and answered one by one with a calm expression. In a new era, there should be new things. Our adoption of a new calendar has special significance and practical effects. Counting from ancient times, we humans have experienced many eras, such as the Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age, Agricultural Age, Industrial Age, Information Age. So, what about now? Now is the extraordinary era of spiritual energy recovery. Within Pengwai, we designate the day when the strange world comes as the first day of the extraordinary era, which is January 1st. The Paper Man incident. The serial number is 078, which means that this is the 78th extraordinary incident discovered in China that has reached a certain degree of harm since January 1st of the extraordinary era. As for the S case level, we in Punlai divide extraordinary events into 7 levels from low to high: F, E, D, C, B, A, and S. There are of course specific standards for the first 6 levels, but you don't need to know what those standards are. The highest level, there is only one standard for S-class cases. That is the incident that Punlai was unable to do anything about in the early stages of the crime. In other words, every S-class case represents the early stage of the case. Punlai is completely helpless and has no ability to solve the case. Li Guanqi, you just need to know the standards for this S-class case. Because only for extraordinary events like S-class, which we Punlai can't do anything about, we will ask you on no. We are asking for the help of the extraordinary king. After saying that, Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi with complicated eyes. He hesitated to speak, and finally sighed softly. I don't force you to help, but I hope you can consider it. Li Guanqi looked solemn and turned to look at the information on the wall projection. Case 078. In just 12 days, there were 78 extraordinary cases across the country. It's actually much more than that. Lin Xianbai shook his head, and then said, only those whose harm reaches a certain level will be recorded in this level of case files. But you don't have to worry about these. No matter how many incidents there are, we in Punlai will handle most of them. It's just S-class cases like this that we can't do anything about. Well, Guanqi, you'd better finish reading first. Good. Li Guanqi continued to focus on the wall projection. Chapter 211, Case 078 Paper Man. Case 078 Paper Figure. Case level, S level. Impact of the case, 426 villagers lost contact. The case is summarized below. Since the extraordinary era, from January 12th to the present, Lugui village has lost contact. After judging the case, it was determined to be an extraordinary incident and was later transferred to the Horai Kawajo Guard for handling. The Punlai Sichuan City Guards sent a 10-man night watch team to Lugui village to investigate, but they also lost contact and none of them returned. The known information about the case is as follows. After any object enters Lugui village, it will be obscured by gray fog and then lose contact. After entering Lugui village, drones, robot dogs and other mechanical equipment lose their signal and cannot transmit camera images and sounds back. The thermal imaging night vision device shows that there are no objects or living bodies that can emit heat in Lugui village. The spiritual compass shows that the 6,000-meter radius of Lugui village, the area shrouded in gray fog, contains huge spiritual power. It is the area with the highest concentration of spiritual power found in the country so far, and is also the highest level, origin point of spiritual energy recovery in the country. Looking in from the outside of Lugui village, the scenery of Lugui village is actually an illusion. It does not seem to be static, but in fact it cycles every 24 hours, similar to the Bloody Mask situation in Case 036 Scarlet Campus. Except that the Scarlet Campus is viewed from the inside out. Physical weapons of destruction such as missiles and cannons have no effect. After entering the gray fog of Lugui village, they are like a mud cow entering the sea, losing sound and showing no signs of detonation. Detonate the missile outside the scope of the gray fog in Lugui village. Similar to intelligence, the impact of the missile's aftermath cannot destroy the gray fog. Fire bombs, etc. are also useless. As of now, Punlai is unable to resolve the incident and has completely blocked relevant information and personnel. It was discovered that every 24 hours in Lugui village, when the illusion of the mountain village scenery is circulating, many boys and girls wearing red and green clothes will appear on the streets of the village. Their faces are pale, their cheeks are painted with bright red blush, and they smile strangely, jumping up and down, playing and having fun. At the same time, a very festive and strange swana sound came from the village, similar to the swana music used by the older generation during weddings and funerals. Professional swana musicians have identified the audio and said that this piece of swana music is very strange. The whole music is basically used for weddings, but there are a few tones in the middle that are specially used for the funeral of the deceased. In addition to the sound of swana, there will also be a burst of weird nursery rhymes. After the nursery rhymes end, those strange boys and girls will turn into humanoid dolls made of paper, lying on the ground, and soon disappear. Below is the audio file. Case 078 Paperman MP3. Put it out and listen. Li Guanqi frowned slightly and turned to look at Lin Xianbai at the round table. Drop. Lin Xianbai clicked on the ring on his left hand. Soon! Amidst the celebration, a slightly weird swana music sounded quietly in this silver-white secret room. The unique tone and timbre of the swana added a bit of weirdness to this quiet environment. About 7 or 8 seconds later, there was a slight milky sound, which seemed to be a nursery rhyme for boys and girls. July and a half. Get married. My daughter was newly married and newly mourned. Her relatives and friends cried heartbrokenly. She made handmade paper figures to keep her company. She also made wedding dresses out of paper. Daughter, don't marry again. Daughter, don't marry again. In the background, you can still vaguely hear the laughter of men and women, as well as a sad cry belonging to an old man makes the hearts of those who hear it tremble. Z. Lin Xianbai clicked the ring on his left hand, turned off the audio, and then looked at Li Guanqi. What do you think? Li Guanqi frowned. Newly married, newly mourned, handmade paper figurines, paper wedding dresses. Don't marry again? Judging from this nursery rhyme, it seems that a father married his daughter. But on the day of the wedding, the daughter died unexpectedly, and the new marriage became a new mourning. Then the father was so sad that he made a paper doll of his daughter to accompany him, and made her a paper body and wedding dress. But he still told her not to get married again? How about making an egg wedding dress? What a mess. I think another cursed spirit is at work. Either Liangyi or Sankai, using folklore to pretend to be a ghost. Li Guanqi walked to the silver round table, put his right hand on the back of the chair, looked at Lin Xianbai curiously, and asked, By the way, Taoist priest Lin, have you ever gone to Lugui village for an on-site inspection? I've even been in there. Lin Xianbai looked at him calmly. I am the supreme commander of Penglai, and I am the fire protector of Penglai. Faced with this unknown danger that exceeds the standard, of course I will go. What's the result? Li Guanqi asked quickly. What happened after you went in? What did you see? Didn't see anything. Lin Xianbai looked a little helpless. After I walked into the gray fog of Lugui village, everything I looked at was gray fog. I couldn't identify the direction, so I kept walking forward. And then, I went back again. Arrived at the entrance of the village. After asking the Penglai members stationed outside, they found out that I had only been in for less than a minute. And then I was kicked out by Lugui village. I tried more than a dozen times in succession, but with the same result. Hearing this, Li Guanqi frowned immediately. Why? He looked at Lin Xianbai in surprise. Is it because of the level of spiritual power in your body? And the cursed spirit in Lugui village bullies the weak and fears the strong, and does not dare to provoke you? Regarding this question, Lin Xianbai just shook his head helplessly. I don't know. Seeing this, Li Guanqi also fell silent. A long while. He then spoke with a slight hesitation. Lugui village doesn't even dare to accept you. And I'm so much better than you. Even if I go, I might end up with the same result as you. No. Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi seriously. I told you last time that I have a special ability. My intuition is very accurate. I almost never make mistakes. And my intuition told me that the Paper Man incident in Lugui village, there will definitely be a breakthrough in you. Intuition? Li Guanqi frowned. Taoist Master Lin, why don't you just say that this is your natural technique? In this case, as far as I am concerned, your intuition will be more credible. I don't want to lie to you. Lin Xianbai shook his head gently. This is not my natural technique, but my intuition has never been wrong so far. You're too ridiculous. Hearing this, Li Guanqi frowned even more. Based on just a hunch. You said that the Lugui village incident could lead to a breakthrough in me, huh? Wait a minute. He was suddenly startled. Lugui village? 6? Why is it called Lugui village? Li Guanqi quickly asked Lin Xianbai. This name is a bit strange, isn't it? It doesn't look like the name of an ordinary mountain village at all. Is it weird? Lin Xianbai frowned and thought for a while, hesitating slightly. It doesn't sound good, but it's normal. It's a remote mountain village. I guess I saw a few familiar words in a book before and used it as the name of the village. I have investigated Lugui village, and it has been clean for generations. It has also been established as a model labor village and a model village for eradicating feudal superstition many times. The name of the village has been that way since a long time ago. As for why it was called this village, there is no record. Li Guanqi frowned and thought. Lugui village. 6. The second form of the physical body. 3 heads and 6 arms. 6. Lin Xianbai intuitively believed that he was the breakthrough point in the Lugui village incident. And his relationship with Lugui village, if there is really a relationship, then there is only the word 6. How about it? Have you thought about it clearly? Lin Xianbai stood up and looked at Li Guanqi seriously. I said, I will not force you to do anything, nor will I impose any obligations on you in any official capacity. I am just asking for your help as an ordinary person. Of course, maybe the 426 people who lost contact in Lugui village are already dead. But maybe they are not actually dead yet, just waiting to be rescued? As he said this, Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi with a look that was more solemn than just a request. Besides, we need to know what's going on there. Don't we? This is our world, not the world of monsters and monsters. Chapter 212. I only do what I think is right. Li Guanqi frowned and thought for a long time. Lugui village? To go or not to go? After a while, he suddenly smiled and said, Taoist priest, have you watched Spider-Man 1? At Longhu Mountain? Well, I didn't watch it in Longhu Mountain, but I watched it in the cinema. Lin Xianbai was a little confused. What do you want to say? With great power comes great responsibility. Li Guanqi whispered this classic line in film history. Lin Xianbai said helplessly. Li Guanqi, I don't want you to think that I'm kidnapping you morally. I know. Li Guanqi interrupted with a smile. Daoang Lin, I know what you mean. I just want to say that since I have the ability, I should take some responsibilities. Speaking of which, I still can't sacrifice myself to save others. But, of course, I am willing to help others without sacrificing myself. Very, very willingly. If I can save people, why not? With that said, Li Guanqi turned around and walked towards the exit of the secret room. He turned his back to Lin Xianbai, put his hands in his pockets, and slowly moved towards the huge bronze door. A wanton smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Dao Zhang Lin, do you like to visit the forum? There is a pinned post in Chaofan Bar with the title it's called. Who is he? I absolutely love the ending to this post. Who is he? Is he a compassionate saint who single-handedly saved more than 2,000 teachers and students in the school? Or is he the ruthless god of death who, seeing someone who is greedy for life and afraid of death, actually pushes his companion to block the knife in order to save his life, and then directly kills without saying a word? No, neither. He is neither a saint nor the Grim Reaper. He is neither a good guy nor a bad guy. There is no fixed label on him, because he does not need the world's definition of him, let alone the world's prejudice and public opinion against him. So who is he? He is just who he is. He is just the extraordinary king with white hair and blue eyes, the first extraordinary person in the world, and the strongest superhuman in the world. He can follow his heart and do whatever he wants, including saving people and killing people. Taoist Lin. Li Guanqi stopped in front of the giant bronze door and looked back at Lin Xianbai. He still had the same indifferent smile on his face, but in his eyes there was a bit of undisguised wantonness. He is Li Guanqi, but he is no longer the basketball boy who spent all day in the basketball gym and dreamed of entering the NBA. Now, he is an extraordinary person whose hands are stained with the enemy's blood, who has crushed the enemy's head with his own hands. He is the first extraordinary person in the world who has experienced the baptism of 3 strange copies. It's the extraordinary king. He will not save lives just because the world calls him a hero. He will not stop killing people just because the world calls him an executioner. He doesn't care at all, whether he was saving people or killing people. He was just doing what he felt was right. The pinned post titled, Who is he? Was posted anonymously. Li Guanqi looked at Lin Xianbai and chuckled. I don't know who the poster is, but I really like his evaluation of me. He's right. I don't care about the public's prejudice and opinion against me. Their voices will not affect my will. I am still me. Li Guanqi. I only do what I think is right. Saving people is the right thing to do. But in order to save a stranger, it is wrong to sacrifice yourself and make your loved one sad. So I don't mind traveling across the world to save a group of people who are complete strangers to me. But the premise is that this will not cost me my precious and young life. Director Lin, I need one night to think about the matter in Lugui village. I will give you an accurate answer tomorrow. As for now, Li Guanqi turned around, looked at the giant bronze door in front of him and smiled. Can you help me open the door? Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, The giant door opened. Plum. Lin Xianbai stood in the silver-white secret room, looking at Li Guanqi's back with his back turned to him, waving his hands and leaving. He hesitated for a moment, but finally said, "You are right. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. But at the same time, the rights should also be greater. Trust me, I won't let you bear these responsibilities in vain. I look forward to your answer tomorrow, Supernatural King." Extraordinary University. The girls' dormitories and quadruple rooms all use beds with upper beds and lower tables. Han Mengyao was wearing a pink suspender nightgown, lying on the bed, her two tender legs as white as lotus roots swaying gently. She was holding a mobile phone and staring at the screen intently. She clicked quickly on the screen with her two thumbs. Typing speed. Yao Yao? What are you doing? The door to the balcony bathroom slowly opened. Su Qingma, a girl with short hair, walked towards the bed with her slender legs covered in water, holding a white towel and wiping her wet short black hair. When she passed by Han Mengyao's bed, she glanced at her phone curiously. Who are you talking to? You're so passionate. I haven't stopped watching you for half an hour. Are you talking to that Li Guanqi? No way. People don't pay attention to me. Okay. What you teach is of no use at all. Saying good morning and good night every day is of no use at all. When Han Mengyao spoke, her eyes and hands never left the screen, and her typing sounds were as dense as raindrops. I am now facing off against the keyboard warriors on the forum. Ding! As soon as she finished speaking, a notification tone suddenly came from her mobile phone, and a prompt box appeared at the top of the screen. Your anonymous post. Who is he? As a new comment. Who are you? That white-haired man? Are you speaking for him like this? A transcendent king? I bother! He is a murderer. If you speak for this kind of murderer, your whole family will die badly. Well, Han Mengyao held her phone and shook her head helplessly. Here we go again. Forced by these keyboard warriors. My typing speed has become several times faster these days. After saying that, she picked up her phone and started typing frantically, looking vaguely excited. Forehead. Su Qingma stood next to her bed and looked at her with a strange expression. Yao Yao, why do I feel that you are enjoying it? Because it's really fun to be a keyboard warrior and go to other keyboard warriors to yell at each other. Han Mengyao turned over on the bed, raised her right hand, and held up her mobile phone wrapped in a pink casing. Come on. Who are you? That white-haired man? Are you speaking for him like this? A transcendent king? I bother! He is a murderer. If you speak for this kind of murderer, your whole family will die badly. It's so ugly to talk. Under the university, there is a silvery white tunnel. Li Guanqi looked at his mobile phone while walking, because he just mentioned the article. Who is he? To Lin Xianbai. Post. So he couldn't help but open the post on a whim. Why? Because there were a lot of people scolding him in the comment area of the post. But there were also a lot of praises for him. So far, the ratio between those who scold him and those who praise him is about 1:10. For everyone who scolds him, there are basically 10 who praise him. Just ask, who doesn't love watching someone blow their own rainbow fart? But those who scolded him, their words were indeed unpleasant. For example, in the latest post he just read, the person scolded the anonymous poster of the post, even saying, the whole family must die a good death. Then, including the anonymous poster of the post, a large number of fans of the extraordinary king showed up. And in just a few dozen seconds, thousands of messages scolding him back appeared. The abusive account is not anonymous. It is estimated that it will be kicked off the internet soon. On the internet, there are posts about the extraordinary king. Who is he? Is almost the most popular article among them. As for Li Guanqi himself, these days, there have been many news all over the world, at home and abroad, about extraordinary people rescuing and killing people. The 2 times he took action as Li Guanqi have long been forgotten by people. The internet has no memory. To him, this is a good thing. Chapter 213 Simulation of University Life. In the long and narrow silver-white tunnel, Li Guanqi withdrew his thoughts from the online forum, put his cell phone in his trouser pocket, and walked forward slowly. The sound of footsteps was particularly clear in the tunnel, and there were echoes from time to time. The internet is all virtual. Focusing on the present is reality. Are you going to Lugui village? It depends on the situation. He had to use a simulator to see what was going on. He doesn't mind saving people, even strangers. But only if he doesn't hurt himself or his family. And in addition to saving people, Li Guanqi also considers his own interests. When the second copy returned, there was a bloody campus incident, facing the two-level cursed spirit that was causing mischief on campus. After a bloody battle, he successfully merged his body with the alien blood, allowing him to activate the white hair and blue eyes, stated Will. What does this mean? This represents a crisis, but it also represents an opportunity. Li Guanqi himself likes to take risks. After all, he can't really stay in this extraordinary university. Right? Today's opening ceremony was all for him to come and join in the fun. Although the palace-like school was luxurious, it was almost enough to see it for one day. And most importantly, what can this school teach him? Lin Xianbai's meaning was also obvious. There was nothing real to teach him when he was asked to come to school. He just told him confidential information such as the origin of spiritual energy recovery, and Pinglai's rating of various supernatural events. So, before the fourth strange copy came, Li Guanqi still wanted to find something to do. He likes an adventurous and exciting life. The existence of the simulator can give him the final answer, and ensure that when he wants to take an adventure, he can see in advance how the adventure will end through text. Seeing the text ending in advance will not have any impact on his adventure. Is the ending of the journey important? No. It's the process. Experience and enjoy the process is the meaning of the journey. But the premise is not to hang up. Therefore, prior simulation of the simulator is still very important. Use the simulator to see if there is no life or death danger. Then go to Lugui village. Call out! Li Guanqi came to the end of the tunnel, looked up at the large hole connecting to the living room above, made a secret with one hand, and was supported by the breeze to fly back to his single dormitory. After returning to the living room, the large hole in the floor closed instantly, leaving no trace. Then Li Guanqi pushed open the door to the room and cast a blue mist spell, completely covering his figure. From the outside, he could only see a piece of blue mist that blocked his vision, although he had checked beforehand that there was no surveillance equipment in the room. But in this case, even if there was a camera, nothing could be seen. Standing in the thick blue mist, Li Guanqi took a deep breath, and then his eyes narrowed slightly. As his mind moved, his whole body was completely enveloped by the blood-colored light that suddenly appeared. Emulator. Open! Weird World Simulator. On the land shrouded in black mist, Li Guanqi walked slowly and stood in front of the light screen panel, slightly stunned, because there are several boxes on the panel. Currently the simulator has absorbed Time Ring, Time Necklace. The energy of the simulator is relatively sufficient. 1 second before the fourth strange world arrives, the simulator can absorb the energy of the strange world again, ensuring complete simulation of the host spellcaster / different blood warrior. Both roots. In order to ensure that the 2 roots of the fourth strange world are completely simulated, it is recommended that the host simulates the current world no more than 5 times, including the number of resets. Current number of realistic simulations remaining, recommended 5. You should have told me earlier. Li Guanqi suddenly smiled. There is still so much surplus that Lugui village can be given 2 simulation opportunities. What will happen if I go to Lugui village? Simulate this situation. After Li Guanqi said this, a square frame appeared on the light screen panel. Simulation starts. On the first day, you decided to go to Lugui village to rescue the villagers. The next day, you took Lin Xianbai's combat plane and arrived with him at Lugui village near Sichuan City. Lin Xianbai decided to enter Lugui village with you. Less than a minute after you two entered the gray fog, you both walked back to the entrance of the village. Standing at the entrance of the village, you and Lin Xianbai looked at each other with confused faces. You decide to enter on your own. In less than a minute, you walked back to the entrance of the village from the gray fog and looked at Lin Xianbai who was waiting outside. You two looked at each other again, with confused expressions on your faces. Then you tried more than a dozen times, but the result was the same every time. It took less than a minute to enter the gray fog of Lugui village. And then you lost your direction. No matter what spell you used, it had no effect on the gray fog. And then you returned. After walking a few steps anywhere, I walked back to the entrance of the village. Rescue invalid. The simulation is over. There are no important events that need to be calculated in this simulation. The energy consumption is too small to be ignored, so it is not included in the recommended number of simulations. Current number of realistic simulations remaining, recommended 5. Forehead. Li Guanqi was stunned. Isn't this nonsense? What's the danger? He was in the same situation as Lin Xianbai. He couldn't enter Lugui village at all. There is always helplessness in life. Li Guanqi shook his head, then looked at the light screen panel again, and said, simulating my next reality. What will happen if I stay at Charan University all the time? What else can be done? There was nothing he could do in Lugui village, so he could only focus on the present. Simulation starts. On the first day, you were in class at Chaofan University. All the students were gathered in the square to listen to the lecture. The school invited many veterans who aided Korea to talk about the hardships of the past. There were also many outstanding scientists who came to the stage to give speeches. Come on. A very touching ideological and political lesson. The next day, the school announced the launch of the One School, Two Education system. The first batch of 80,000 students entering Chaofan University were divided into two categories and received different education. You extraordinary beings who can enter the strange world belong to the travel class. The other category is divided into superpower classes. Currently, Chaofan University's Special Abilities class only includes the 2,000 high school students from Yuching No. 1 Middle School. They were in a special situation because they absorbed the diluted blood in the air and then drank the blood diluted by the special blood of Liangyi-level cursed spirits, which caused their bodies to evolve. They have the physical growth ability of different blood warriors, but they do not have special abilities. However, researchers have discovered that although these 2,000 students do not have supernatural powers, their physical talents are generally much better than those of different blood warriors. There are currently 78,000 people in the time travel class, and only 2,000 people in the superpower class. Although there are few people in the supernatural class, this may represent the subsequent enrollment development of extraordinary universities. You analyze the situation, and then feel that you are wasting your time, because no matter how the extraordinary university develops, it will be difficult for extraordinary people around the world to keep up with you. Your powerful enemies will only appear in the strange world. On the third day, you went to the first grade of the time travel class and found your class. We won. The class of one-level magicians is the curse one someone class. Then you found out with laughter that the school leader who came up with the idea actually named the grade where he was not admitted to kindergarten. Many unworthy warriors were angry and complained. However, the school ignored them, which ultimately led to the indignation of the unqualified warriors, and many of them showed signs of life-threatening training. Chapter 214. The Black Cat falls into a dream, and the Emperor looks angry. On the 18th day, you are in Wui 1 class. Every time you take martial arts classes such as boxing, kicking, and weapons, you feel uninterested. Many times you want to rush to the podium and shout to those martial arts teachers from Ponglai, if you can teach. If you can't, go away and let me do it. But after thinking about it, you decided to keep a low profile and enjoy this rare college life. What you are most interested in the school courses are those courses such as counter-reconnaissance taught by special forces, or even military commanders. You feel that it is of great benefit to use their counter-reconnaissance ideas. On the 23rd day, you were so busy at school that you couldn't help but join the Ponglai Yuching guards, became a night watchman, and ran out to catch the cursed spirits. On the 31st day, you finished wandering outside and decided to go back to school to take a rest. On the 35th day, you met a petite girl in the playground, Han Mengyao. You suddenly realized that this was not a chance encounter. She confessed to you. You decided, promise, issue a good person card. On the land shrouded in black mist, Li Guanqi stood in front of the light screen panel, with his hands folded across his chest, looking at the option in front of him, frowning and thinking for a long time. Finally he sighed. Raise your hand to click on the option. You said to Han Mengyao, sorry, you are a good girl, but we are not suitable. You turned and left, all the way back to your dormitory. Call. Li Guanqi breathed out a sigh of relief, seeming to be somewhat relieved after making this decision. Han Mengyao added his queue number and said good morning and night every day. On the eve of the start of school, she even asked him if he would also come to Chaofan University. He was not really stupid. How could he not know the girl's feelings? But here's the thing. Li Guanqi seems not yet ready to accept another girl into his life. He still likes the quietness of being alone. On the 36th day, you are taking classes in troubled waters at the university. On the 40th day, the strange world comes for the 4th time. Simulation ends. Ending, a happy life. Ending evaluation, you have had a pretty comfortable 40 days. Ending reward, you gain part of the Special Forces counter-reconnaissance experience. Current number of realistic simulations remaining, recommended 4. Nothing happened? Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows slightly. So the events that happened in the first 2 times, when the dungeon returned, were all coincidences? After returning from the 3rd copy, for 40 days in real life, no powerful cursed spirit appeared to cause trouble for him? Hiss! Li Guanqi chewed his teeth and looked strange. Why do you feel a little lost? This is a good thing. You should be happy. Li Guanqi shook his head. Gone. Lakeside loft. Among the dormitories on the 1st floor. In the room, the rich blue mist slowly dissipated, and Li Guanqi's tall figure stepped out of it, changed into a white vest and pajamas, and then turned over and lay down on the bed. Adjust your lying position. Close your eyes. Breathe. Start cultivating spiritual power. The practice of a spellcaster does not require meditating. Any posture will do. If you lie down on the bed, will you fall asleep? Impossible. Because practice is not fully automatic. It is a high-precision work that requires full concentration. And due to the special nature of spiritual power, not only will the spell master not feel sleepy during practice, but he will become more energetic. Under normal circumstances, falling asleep due to sleepiness during practice is simply impossible. However, Li Guanqi was lying on the bed at the moment, and the sound of breathing out his spiritual energy became weaker and weaker, until finally it completely disappeared and turned into a gentle snoring. Quietly. Fall asleep. Come out! Li Guanqi opened his eyes and looked at the familiar dark alley in front of him. His face expressionless and his voice cold. He fell asleep. This is his dream. This dream was not solid. He could clearly feel that with the power of his soul, he could shatter the dream in an instant and force himself to wake up. But the problem is, who is it that actually has the magical power to make him fall asleep unconsciously? And the most important thing is, why doesn't the simulator simulate this situation? He had just executed a simulation. But now he turned around and the simulation didn't appear. Even the simulator can't simulate it. Who is this person who pulled him into a dream? Li Guanqi needs an answer. Meow. Suddenly, a sharp cat meow sounded in the darkness at the end of the alley. Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. He remembered. This alley was the one where he first rescued Han Mingyao. It was in this alley that he met the strange black cat that Han Mingyao fed. The talking black cat. Meow. The cat meows from far to near. In the darkness at the end of the alley, a pure black cat slowly stepped out. It had an elegant body, walking like a cat, and gradually walked towards Li Guanqi. Its bewitching green eyes seemed to be shining with a mysterious and confusing light. It's you! Li Guanqi stood there, frowning and said solemnly. Long time no see. The talking black cat. I thought that the most powerful person in the world should have some restraint in his speech. A bit of human disgust flashed through the black cat's green vertical pupils. It squatted in front of Li Guanqi, looked up at him, and then lowered its head. It seems that it doesn't like looking up. The black cat looked at the exit of the alley and said, This is a world where learning is prevalent. A peaceful world that countless scholars dream of. Everyone can read, and both men and women can study. But when I look around, I see that the world is full of book turners who are chasing fame and fortune. And there are very few real scholars. Even those who speak well. Li Guanqi was speechless. So, he was accused by a cat of being rude? Black cat, what do you mean by entering my dream? Li Guanqi straightened his expression, looked at Black Cat, and said in a deep voice, You are really funny. The Black Cat raised his eyes and glanced at him. It doesn't mean that you speak a word that seems to be refined, which means you speak well. You are just like those crudely made so-called ancient songs, with all kinds of messy words mixed together. And you pretend to be so. The ancient charm of China. Li Guanqi's expression froze. Damn you. Okay, let's get down to business. The Black Cat jumped up and climbed up the alley wall gracefully, then squatted on the wall with his eyes lowered, looking down at Li Guanqi below. There was a superior indifference and ruthlessness in its green vertical pupils. It seems that this cat that can speak human words does not like to look up to others, but is more accustomed to looking down on all living beings. Li Guanqi, have you ever heard that the Emperor is angry? Chapter 215, Born in Response to the Calamity. A hero for life. The Emperor is angry. Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. He raised his head slightly, looked at the Black Cat with green eyes squatting on the wall of the alley, and said in a deep voice, Black Cat, what exactly do you want to say? In ancient times, there was an emperor who looked forward to his qi. The Black Cat stood up and walked back and forth on the wall with elegant steps. His voice sounded like a gentle gentleman holding a book in his hand and whispering softly to himself. Those who have mastered this way can hope for the energy of heaven and the energy of earth. People's energy. Watch the stars change. Watch the direction of the dragon's veins. And watch the fate of the world. There is no need to talk about the past years. Nowadays, I can barely manage to look up to others. But you? Having said this, the black cat turned its head and stared at Li Guanqi with its frightening green vertical pupils. Li Guanqi. Before, I have spent my energy to observe your aura twice. Without exception, I saw the dazzling purple and gold, which is as rich in luck as the morning glow. Li Guanqi. You are a man of great luck. A son of destiny who was born in response to the calamity of this era. Looking back on the past, there are people like you, Yu of Xia, Tang of Shang, Gfa of Zhou, Ing Zheng of Qin, Lu Bang of Han, Li Shimin of Tang, Temujin of Yuan, Zhu Yuanzhang of Ming, etc. Wait. Of course, you today cannot compare with the achievements they made throughout their careers. But essentially, you are the same kind of people. Therefore, when the great age of spiritual energy recovery comes, and the first one-level cursed spirit attacks someone, you will happen to meet it. The first time the two-level cursed spirit attacks someone, you will also happen to be at the scene. This is no accident. This is the inevitable result of being a trendsetter of the times, and a person born in response to the calamity. After saying that, Black Cat and Li Guanqi looked at each other, and did not look away for a long time. Li Guanqi couldn't help but feel a little excited when he heard it say that he was the same kind of person as the wise and mighty founders of the country, such as the first emperor. But he still suppressed his emotions and looked at the Black Cat solemnly. Who are you? What do you know about the coming of the strange world? The secret cannot be revealed. Only a word of farewell can be given. The Black Cat looked at him and said in a calm voice, the so-called cursed blood, the so-called cursed spirits and monsters are all names. People in the world must not be fooled by appearances and false names. You must see through the appearances of things to see the reality. Li Guanqi frowned. The truth is far beyond our current expectations. Isn't it? The Black Cat's eyes are like a clear green pond with no waves. It didn't answer. He just opened his mouth and continued to speak. Li Guanqi, I'm here to look for you tonight. I shouldn't talk about anything else. I'm just here to remind you. Remind? Li Guanqi was a little confused. Remind me of what? I hope your popularity today, although it is still purple and gold. But, Black Cat's voice was slightly lowered. But the luck in your body is gradually flowing away to others. Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. Lost? To others? Has his luck been stolen? Don't you say that I am the son of destiny, who was born to meet the calamity? He was suddenly stunned. But I didn't say that there can only be one son of destiny born in response to the catastrophe. The Black Cat squatted on the wall and said in a deep voice, in every era of strife, great fortune comes out. And there are far more than one son of destiny, who is born in response to the disaster. Sometimes the heroes of the world take it together, like the heroes of the three kingdoms. Sometimes, luck is simply divided into two, like when Chu and Han fought for hegemony. The bravery of you is unparalleled throughout the ages. Who dares to say that Xiang Yu is not an overlord? But in the end, the unparalleled overlord failed to truly conquer the world. The final winner was Lu Bang. All the luck in the world belonged to Jihan. Li Guanqi. The same goes for you and your era. The Black Cat looked at Li Guanqi, his green vertical pupils unwavering. The luck in your body is gradually losing. But this does not mean that you are getting weaker. But it does mean that someone is on the rise. Maybe that person is not as good as you now, but he must have obtained some kind of treasure that is enough to catch up with your footsteps. This treasure may be an object or a person. What should I do? Li Guanqi looked solemn. I don't know. The Black Cat shook his head. I fell asleep tonight just to remind you. As for what to do, I'm sorry. The secret cannot be revealed, and there is nothing I can do. After saying that, the pure Black Cat turned around and walked slowly towards the darkness at the end of the alley with elegant steps. Only the lingering sound of its calm voice lingered. Li Guanqi, the situation is about to collapse. If you don't fight, you will die. Hoo ho ho. Li Guanqi suddenly opened his eyes, sat up from the bed, breathing rapidly. A long while. He gradually calmed down and looked ugly. The situation is about to collapse. And if you don't fight, you will die. Luck is lost. Other sons of destiny are rising, catching up in his footsteps. I see. Li Guanqi gritted his teeth. When I returned from the first copy, I encountered the one-level cursed spirit that attacked people for the first time. When I returned for the second time, I encountered the two-level cursed spirit that appeared for the first time. But now that he came back for the third time, the simulator told him that there was no accident and no three-level magic spirit came to him. Why? Because his luck was taken away. Is it bad luck to be approached by such dangerous things every time? Yes. But this also means that he is the most powerful son of destiny, with the most luck in the world today. He is destined to be a king. Or even an emperor. Like GFA of Zhou and Ingzheng of Qin. But this time, not. According to the progress of the simulator, if he didn't do something, no third-level magic spirit would come to him. Because he is no longer the son of destiny who gathers all the luck in the world. Such major events recorded in history will no longer actively seek him out. Is this okay? Let it go and settle for mediocrity. Boom! Li Guanqi looked ferocious and punched the wall of the room hard, causing the entire lakeside attic to shake violently. Of course not. It's fine if he doesn't know. But now that he has received the guidance of the mysterious black cat, he has learned about the existence of luck, and that he is expected to be the person who creates a dynasty. How can he still be willing to be mediocre? Cannot. Of course not. The situation is about to collapse. If you don't fight, you will die. The situation is about to collapse. If you don't fight, you will die. If you don't fight, you will die. Li Guanqi lowered his head and kept repeating this sentence. At last, Li Guanqi slowly raised his head and looked out the window at the starry sky. His face was gloomy, and there was something unprecedented in his black eyes. The name of that thing is ambition. Fight! Li Guanqi almost spat out this word through his teeth. He wants to fight. He wants to take back the luck he deserves. If the third-level cursed spirit doesn't take the initiative to find him, then he will take the initiative to find him. Hello! Bang, bang, bang! At this time, there were sudden bursts of rough knocking on the door of the dormitory, accompanied by angry curses from several men. Hey! You live on the first floor. You opened the hacking door. What did you knock just now? His grandma, yes. You don't know who lives upstairs? Get out quickly. Boom! Li Guanqi shot out instantly and kicked the iron door of the dormitory with his kick, sending all 6 people outside the door flying backwards for tens of meters, smashing several big trees by the lake one after another. He stood at the door, his eyes fierce. Just as I was getting angry, a few people came outside, looking for death. If your mouth is really dirty, don't ask for it. The aura of the weird world is now flowing into reality, and the rules of the weird world should also appear in reality. The rules of the strange world are simple. 4 words. The strong are respected. Chapter 216 The Real Breakthrough in the Lugui Village Incident. The moon is dark, and the wind is high. Li Guanqi's eyes were cold, and he took steps towards the lake where the trees collapsed, and slowly approached the 6 men lying on the ground wailing. Just! Li Guanqi stopped and looked down from a high position, looking down at the 6 people on the ground. His black eyes were filled with undisguised cold murderous intent. Who is the one who insulted my mother? Him! It's him! 5 of them looked pale, and their bodies were trembling. They all raised their fingers and pointed at the 6th person. Just now, this guy was knocking on the door one by one to let them out, saying that they had to show off to the guy on the first floor. Thinking about it now, they just wanted to beat this bastard to death. Li Guanqi turned his head slightly and looked coldly at the tall man in yellow clothes. In fact, including the other 5 people, these 6 are all one-level alien blood warriors. Otherwise, they would not live in the same building as Li Guanqi. Oh shit! So, when the big man in yellow saw Li Guanqi looking at him, he immediately cursed angrily, suddenly rose up from the ground, and punched him hard. Then, crack! Ah! Li Guanqi turned his right hand into a palm, easily wrapped the fist of the big man in yellow, and then squeezed hard, crushing all 5 of the man's phalanges into pieces, forcing the other man to let out a shrill scream. Li Guanqi didn't hesitate at all. He raised his right hand and, with his 5 fingers like hooks, grabbed the mouth of the big man in yellow and tore it off hard, tearing off all the flesh and blood on the outside of his mouth and chin. Snapped! Li Guanqi casually threw the bloody flesh on the grass with an expressionless face. They are all one-level alien blood warriors. This kind of injury can heal itself in just a few minutes. This is just a small warning. The mouth is too dirty. Then change it. Li Guanqi had no expression on his face. Turned and left, turning his back to the 5 people who looked frightened, and the big man in yellow who was covering his bloody lower face, and said coldly, "There will be no next time. You 6. Now! Immediately. Apply for transfer from the dormitory. Because I don't like someone on my head." Count the emperors of Qin and Han, the ancestors of Tang and Song. But any heroic leader will not allow anyone to stand high above them. Li Guanqi's ambition has been completely aroused by Black Cat. He wants to be like Qin Emperor Ingzheng and become an emperor who created a dynasty. He even wants to be like the first emperor of Daluo in the strange world, who has been invincible for a lifetime and whose power remains after death, and can still suppress the dynasty for 3,000 years. Extraordinary University. It was only the evening of the first day of school, not even the full start of school. But the whole school reported the first bad incident in the history of the school. Student Zhang Peiming, a 1-level alien blood martial artist, verbally abused someone else's mother, which resulted in a private fight between the 2 parties. Another student, Li Guanqi, a 1-level alien blood martial artist, caused a broken bone in his right hand and a lacerated mouth. How to deal with it? Those who hurt others will be put in a small dark room for 3 days. Those who curse others should handwrite a 10,000-word self-reflection. What? Is the punishment for those who hurt others too small? In the Chaofan University campus group, the principal Lin Xianbai, who was supposed to show up at the opening speech the next day, sent out a video showing his face. Not long. Just a few seconds. He said expressionlessly, "In this weird world, 3 times of traveling. Haven't I taught you these things?" Just such a short sentence evoked the memories of more than 70,000 extraordinary students. It was a cruel experience belonging to a strange world. Extraordinary universities do not educate students. What it cultivates are extraordinary beings who can live better in a strange world. Warriors who can fight with cursed spirits, and strong men who can compete with other countries in the future. This school is located deep in the mountains. It is not about social civilization, but law of the jungle. Evening, 9 o'clock. Taoist Master Lin. I need to find a 3rd level or even 4th level magic spirit. Extraordinary University. Underground fortress. In a silver-white secret room, Li Guanqi sat at the head of a silver-white round table, leaning on the back of the chair, with his hands on the armrests of the seat, his expression serious and his voice dull. The whole school will be notified, and those who hurt others will be put in solitary confinement. Shut it up. The president of Chaofan University and the supreme commander of Penglai not only did not mention the slightest incident of hurting people at this moment, he even stood next to the main seat of the silver round table and poured a cup of steaming green tea for Li Guanqi with his own hands. Forehead. After Lin Xianbai poured a cup of tea for Li Guanqi, he also poured a cup for himself, then sat next to Li Guanqi and looked at him in surprise. If I remember correctly, I just finished telling you about the Lugui village incident an hour and a half ago. And now you actually ask me to find you a 3rd level cursed spirit? This. Li Guanqi was a little embarrassed. There is nothing he can do. He had already tried Lugui village through the simulator, but there was nothing he could do. If he can't do anything special, even if he goes to Lugui village in person, the outcome will not change in any way. I need more information about Lugui village. Li Guanqi picked up the blue and white porcelain tea cup on the table, drank half the cup of green tea, looked at Li Guanqi, and said seriously, "If I just go to Lugui village like this, the result will not be any different from the time you went there. I was sent out by the gray mist. Don't ask me why. I just have the same intuition as you." Lin Xianbai was speechless. Wait a minute. As for information, I did receive a new piece of information half an hour ago. Lin Xianbai seemed to suddenly think of something, and quickly clicked the high-tech ring on his left hand, projecting a photo on the wall. The photo shows a beautiful girl wearing a pink scarf, a white coat, and a red sweater, and the background is a lively snow-covered mountain village. This photo seems to have been taken suddenly by the photographer. The girl was still putting her hands to her mouth and breathing. When she turned to look at the camera, she was a little unresponsive. Her blank expression looked particularly cute. Li Guanqi looked at the girl's photo, and then looked at Lin Xianbai in great surprise. What do you mean? I know you saved her. Twice. Lin Xianbai clicked the ring on her left hand again, and then a piece of personal information appeared next to the photo. But what I want to say is not the relationship between you and her, but the relationship between her and Lugui village. Li Guanqi was a little surprised and looked at the wall projection again. The picture projected on the wall. The girl in the picture is clearly Han Mengyao, although the photo looks a bit small. It should have been taken 2 or 3 years ago. Han Mengyao in the photo looks about 15 or 16 years old. So, the relationship between Han Mengyao and Lugui village? Li Guanqi's face suddenly darkened. Because next to the photo, there is a large piece of personal information about Han Mengyao, including every experience from childhood to adulthood, including every award he received in school, down to the smallest detail. One of the messages made Li Guanqi frown. Due to premature birth, she was forced to deliver the baby in an emergency at the village medical department in her hometown, Lugui village. Han Mengyao's hometown is Lugui village. Look at this again. Lin Xianbai clicked the ring on his left hand and called up the file of Case 078 Paper Man again. Among them, the picture of Lugui village is almost exactly the same as the mountain village in the background of Han Mengyao's picture, except that there is no snow. No wonder Lin Xianbai specially chose this photo taken by Han Mengyao in winter. Call. Li Guanqi leaned back on his seat, closed his eyes, and breathed a long sigh of relief. Perhaps I have found the real breakthrough in the Lugui village incident. Lugui village. The 3-level curse spirit belongs to him. The great luck that arose in response to the calamity all belongs to him. Chapter 217 The 6th Strange Bodhisattva Statue. Weird World Simulator. After bidding farewell to Lin Xianbai, Li Guanqi returned to his room. First cast a blue mist blindness technique, and then entered the world shrouded in black mist again. Current number of realistic simulations remaining, recommended 4. Start the simulation. This time, I will take Han Mengyao with me to Lugui village. Simulation begins. On the first day, you found Han Mengyao. She was surprised and happy. But before she could say anything, you got straight to the point and said you would take her back to Lugui village. Han Mengyao is confused, but still agrees to you. The next day, you, Han Mengyao, Lin Xianbai and a group of 3 took a combat plane and arrived at Lugui village. The 3 of you entered the gray mist of Lugui village. Soon the gray mist changed. The clouds rolled and seemed to want to swallow Han Mengyao into it. You took this opportunity to finally find the true identity of this cursed spirit realm. Entrance. You. Etc. Etc. Li Guanqi suddenly said. Didn't you find the entrance already? Pull Han Mengyao out. He wants to save people. But it was impossible for him to sacrifice himself in order to save a stranger. And it was even more impossible for him to sacrifice others. The cursed spirits in Lugui village are most likely to be at the 3rd level. Facing such enemies, who are only 1 level above him, he can certainly defeat them by leapfrogging. And it's not very difficult. But that doesn't mean he has room for distraction. If there was Han Mengyao next to her, although that girl could be considered a different blood warrior, she was not even at the 1st level. The aftermath of a battle between 3 talented people can kill a low-grade alien-blooded warrior. If Han Mengyao is really by his side, then Li Guanqi will definitely not be able to protect her. In order to save a group of strangers, you end up getting someone you know involved? That's so hacked up. Li Guanqi would rather not save the villagers of Lugui village than see this ending. The host will changes, and the simulation direction changes. The black mist surges, seeming to pull Han Mengyao into the realm of the cursed spirit. You rushed to the entrance of the domain, pulled Han Mengyao out, threw her away, and then asked Lin Xianbai to take Han Mengyao away quickly. While you rushed into the entrance, you finally entered the real Lugui village. All villagers, including police officers and Pumalai night watchmen, are still alive, but they are all hypnotized, constantly shouting words such as Ghost Bride and Bring her here. Hypnotized villagers rushed towards you. You subconsciously raised your hand and beat several people to fractures. Then you remembered that you seemed to be here to save people. Then you stopped paying attention to the villagers and turned the entire Lugui village upside down. Finally, you come to an underground palace in Lugui village, where the statue of the Lugui Bodhisattva is secretly enshrined. A 3-level curse spirit rushes out from near the statue of Lugui Bodhisattva and starts a battle with you. You activate the body with 3 heads and 6 arms. And 6 3-level spells are released at the same time, killing the 3-level spell spirits instantly. You find that although the cursed spirit is dead, the statue of Lugui Bodhisattva is somewhat special. It seems to be a treasure. Just by getting close to it, you feel that your soul is being nourished. You take the statue away. The cursed spirit dies. The cursed spirit realm disappears. And all the villagers are taken out of Lugui village alive by you. That night, the black cat fell into a dream again and told you that your lost luck is gradually returning. And you have once again become the son of destiny with the best luck. Ending, I want to get my things back in person. Ending evaluation, your luck was losing. Because there were many people who were soaring and catching up with you. But you refused to be mediocre and chose to take the initiative. Successfully killing the first 3 talented cursed spirit in the world and completing a historical event. Once again pushing yourself to the forefront of the tide of the times. And taking back the majestic luck that should belong to you. Ending reward. 1. The location of the underground palace in Lugui village. 2. 1 statue of the 6 strange bodhisattvas, purple. Simulation ends. Current number of realistic simulations remaining, recommended 3. Immediately afterwards, Li Guanqi had one more piece of information in his mind. That is a roadmap, which is the location of the Lugui village underground palace. As long as he passes through the Grey Fog and successfully enters Lugui village, he can accurately find the location of the underground palace, find out the 3rd level cursed spirit, and then kill it. Buzz. The next moment, a wisp of purple light flickered in the black mist, slowly condensing into a strange-looking bronze Buddha statue. Is this the 6th strange bodhisattva statue? Li Guanqi reached out to take it with curiosity, held it in his arms, and looked at it carefully. This bodhisattva statue is more than 1 meter tall, almost half the size of a human being. It has an earthy color, with a slightly decadent smell all over its body. It has a bare upper body. It has a male face, heroic and masculine, with closed eyes and 6 arms. Each hand twists a different mudra. It is sitting cross-legged on a copper-yellow lotus platform. If it stands up completely, huh? Looking at it this way, if the Lugui Bodhisattva statue stood up completely, it would be about the size of an ordinary person, about 1.7 meters tall. This statue of God turns out to be a life-size figure? 6 strange bodhisattvas? Li Guanqi had never heard of this divine name. Maybe it was a deceptive alchemist who passed by Lugui village in ancient times and made it up to defraud money? Suddenly, Li Guanqi's eyes lit up. Soul. Just by holding the statue of Lugui Bodhisattva for a few seconds, he felt that his soul was being nourished. He doesn't have to do anything. Just stay close to this Bodhisattva statue, and his soul strength will steadily increase. Although it is slow, it is indeed rising. Whether it is a spellcaster or a different blooded warrior, there is no cultivation method that can increase the strength of the soul before the 3rd level God refining realm. Although he has the plunder spell, the main ability of this spell is actually to plunder other people's abilities and natural spells. Plundering energy is an incidental accessory ability, and this ability is very weak. It is almost impossible to directly plunder the soul of a living body. After the death of a low-level life, most of the soul is dispersed in an instant and cannot be plundered, unless he can kill an advanced being like Wei Mo. Wei Mo was once a 5-element level magician. His soul essence was very advanced, and he could retain his soul body for a period of time even after death. But this was not what he should consider now. Killing the 5 elements level is a matter of the future. So far, Li Guanqi has almost no way to improve his soul through the plunder spell. But now, this statue of Lugui Bodhisattva can directly nourish his soul. Li Guanqi felt it carefully. His current soul level is LV18. But if he can be nourished by these 6 strange Bodhisattva statues for several days, he should be able to reach LV19. What a baby! Li Guanqi picked up the statue of Lugui Bodhisattva and looked carefully at Lugui Bodhisattva's heroic face with closed eyes. He smiled and said, Lugui Bodhisattva, now that you are here with me, you can indeed be regarded as a Bodhisattva. Most modern Chinese people do not worship useless gods, but only worship gods that are good for themselves, such as the god of wealth. The left eye jumps? It's a mess. Don't be superstitious. Money pops up in the right eye. Ahem, then when will the money come? Good baby. Li Guanqi casually put the Lugui Bodhisattva statue into the space ring. This is a statue sent by the simulator. The simulator will not display the same ending repeatedly for the same event result, let alone the same reward. Therefore, if he wants the second statue, he must go to Lugui village in person. By then, if there are 2 statues of the 6 creatures bodhisattvas, wouldn't the rate of nourishing the soul increase at double the speed? Without further ado, let's leave. Dormitory room. Li Guanqi dispersed the blue mist around him, then stood on the spot, glanced down at the space ring on his left hand, and raised his eyebrows slightly. The statue of Lugui Bodhisattva is now stored in the space ring, but the effect of nourishing the soul has not diminished at all. It still acts on him, increasing the strength of his soul. What is a space ring? The raw material is a special kind of stone from the strange world, called space stone. It seems to be that big, but in fact, it contains a space that is much larger than the stone's appearance. But this is not another alien space, but one attached to the main world. It's a bit circuitous. When Li Guanqi was reading in Zhuangyuan Library, he actually didn't understand it very well. But the author of that book gave a very simple example. If poisonous mist is released in a space ring, the poisonous mist will escape and poison the person wearing the ring and those around him. In other words, the space ring is not actually a closed space. The space ring can be regarded as a box without a lid, although a lot of things can be placed inside without tipping over. If some poisonous things are placed, the poisonous gas will still overflow from the box. Same reason. Even if the Lugui Bodhisattva statue that can nourish the soul is placed in the space ring, the nourishing energy emitted by the statue can still float out of the space ring and nourish Li Guanqi's soul. So, a lot more convenient. At least, he doesn't have to sleep with a Bodhisattva statue all day long. Otherwise others will think he is a pervert. Hello? Director Lin? Li Guanqi dialed the phone, pushed open the room and walked towards the living room, and said to Lin Xianbai on the other end of the phone, "Open the door, and then bring Han Mingyao over." "Yes, right now. Bring her over. There is no reason." "Intuition, understand? You have the same intuition that I also have. Just now." Li Guanqi was on the phone with Lin Xianbai, but he didn't notice it. Right now, inside the space ring, on the bronze yellow statue of the 6 strange bodhisattvas, on the heroic and masculine face, the eyes that were originally closed slowly opened, and a strange red light emitted. Bang bang! Extraordinary University. Female dormitory. The dormitory ant knocked on the door of a dormitory and shouted outside. "Classmate Han Mingyao, if you are not asleep, please come out. If you are asleep, please help wake her up with the classmates who are still awake." The lights in the dormitory were still on, so someone must be awake. Click! Soon, the door handle of the iron door of the dormitory turned, and Han Mingyao, who was wearing pink pajamas, poked her head out, looked at the dormitory and outside, blinked her big moist eyes, and asked curiously, "Auntie, what's wrong?" Cough. There was a cough, and 2 young women in Penglai uniforms walked out from behind the kind-hearted dormitory ant, smiled at Han Mingyao, and said, "Classmate Han Mingyao, I think you still remember what you Yuqing teachers and students did a few days ago. That physical examination?" Of course. Of course." Han Mingyao nodded. It was also from that time that she officially came into contact with the world of extraordinary beings and stepped into the realm belonging to that big boy. "There is a big problem with your physical examination report." The Penglai female staff member looked serious. "We need to conduct further checks on your body. Otherwise, there may be some hidden dangers that endanger your life. Please hurry up and change your clothes without further delay. I'll be there right away." Han Mingyao suddenly turned pale and rushed back to the dormitory. Medical report? Something is very wrong. Putting these 2 keywords together, there is no one who is not afraid of them. "Yao Yao, why are they looking for you?" On the upper bunk bed, Su Qingmo was wrapped in a green quilt. She looked at Han Mingyao in surprise as she took out a random set of clothes in the closet and started to put them on. "They said there was something wrong with my physical examination report." Han Mingyao quickly put on a set of white short-sleeved black trousers and rushed out of the dormitory. "What?" Su Qingmo and 2 other female classmates were left alone in the dormitory, panicking. And Han Mingyao no longer cares about taking care of her roommate's emotions. No one takes care of her own emotions. "Sister! Sister!" Han Mingyao walked out of the dormitory and followed the 2 Penglai female staff members out of the dormitory building. On the stairs, she couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with my physical examination report?" "Rest assured," the female staff member smiled and said, "It'll be fine." Outside the dormitory building, parked outside was a pure black Rolls-Royce. This was almost becoming Penglai's special car. "Get in the car." A female staff member got into the driver's seat, and another female staff member took Han Mingyao into the back seat. Boom! The wheels of the Rolls-Royce were turning, speeding around the campus at an alarming speed, and the sound of the engine was deafening. "Classmate Han Mingyao, look over there." In the back seat, the Penglai female employee raised her hand and pointed to the left window with a smile. Han Mingyao immediately turned around and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something?" Before she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and passed out. Beside, The Pomai female staff made a secret with one hand. Flashing green aura. Tiantiafu's little magic. Hypnosis. What breakthrough did you find? In her daze, Han Mengyao seemed to hear the conversation between the two men. She. Why? Because she comes from Lugui village? But besides her, I also found a few extraordinary people whose hometown is Lugui village. Although you don't know them. Why didn't you tell Mao earlier? No. You walked too fast and ran away after seeing Han Mengyao's photos. Well, forget it. You don't need that. Once is enough. What time? One Han Mengyao is enough. By the way, do you feel particularly strange? What? Why is it all related to this little girl? You are the extraordinary first person. So when you encounter various things, you can still use the reason of you are the first person to forcefully explain it. And it is also very forcible. But what about her? Why is she included in every incident you have? The world's first case of a one-level cursed spirit attacking a person. You were trying to save her. The world's first case of a two-level cursed spirit appearing. You and her are in the same school. Now for the third time, a suspected three-level cursed spirit has taken action. As a result, is the breakthrough still with her? Why? I can't even find a reason to explain this. You're asking me? Of course. There's no one else on the plane. I've accepted it. Who should I ask? Director Lin. Let's set a rule now. From now on, Pomai will be responsible for deciphering the secrets and finding the answers. After you have figured out the answers to the questions, can you come to me to fight and kill? Of course. But the premise is that we can find the answer. I'm so tired talking to you. By the way, why isn't she awake? The circuit formed by the residual spiritual power in the body is a bit strange. Have you never seen it before? It's not a spell. It's a small spell from the Tianchi mansion. In fact, it's the same. There's no big difference. As for her, she should wake up soon. Forget it. Don't wait. Where can I get so much time? Lugui village is almost here, and I still have to explain the situation to her. The words just fell. Han Mengyao, who was dimly conscious, felt as if someone had tapped her fingertips on the center of her eyebrows. And then she felt a strange cold feeling spread from the center of her eyebrows throughout her body. Then, the hazy consciousness gradually condensed. Han Mengyao's wing-like eyelashes trembled slightly. And then she slowly opened her eyes, which were moist and clear, like a clear pool of black pupils, reflecting a face wearing an ice crystal mask. White hair and blue eyes, the extraordinary king. Ice crystal mask. Face cannot be seen clearly. But how could she not recognize it? Han Mengyao looked at the extraordinary king, who was close at hand, looked at his blue gem-like eyes, and recognized him almost instantly. It's him. Han Mengyao was first surprised by his sudden appearance, and then a moving smile broke out on her face. Full of surprise. Li. As soon as the word Li was spoken, Han Mengyao seemed to suddenly think of something. She quickly closed her mouth and looked around to check her surroundings. There are only a few leather seats, tables, windows, the silver wings outside the windows, clouds in the night sky. Airplane? Private plane? Should you explain it to her? A man's voice was as gentle as jade. Han Mengyao followed the sound, and saw Lin Xianbai dressed in black. She felt familiar at first. And then she remembered where she had seen this face before. A group of extraordinary college freshmen. Just tonight, Principal Lin Xianbai posted a video in the group specifically explaining the circumstances of the first bad incident since the founding of the school. That sentence caused the more than 2,000 students in the supernatural class to explode and express their fear. However, the time-traveling class, which had experienced 3 strange dungeons, reacted indifferently and accepted this fact. Headmaster? Looking at Lin Xianbai and the extraordinary king standing beside him, Han Mengyao was a little confused. Time is left for you. Lin Xianbai smiled, turned and left, heading to the cockpit. In the passenger cabin, only Han Mengyao was sitting, and the tall man with white hair and blue eyes wearing an ice crystal mask and standing opposite her. Chapter 218 Han Mengyao's marriage in Lugui village? Can I call you by your real name here? Can? Polite aircraft. Passenger cabin. Han Mengyao sat on the luxurious leather seat, looked around, glanced at the empty passenger compartment, and then looked at the extraordinary king, with white hair and blue eyes and an ice crystal mask opposite, and asked cautiously, Can I call you by your real name? In other words, that Principal Lin Xianbai is with you? Does he also know your true identity? All the way? That's right. He does know my true identity. The extraordinary king sat across from Han Mengyao, raised his hand, and lightly touched the ice crystal mask on his face. And then the mask turned into dots of ice shavings, flying in the air. Under the mask, Li Guanqi with white hair and blue eyes was revealed, with a faint smile on his face. Long time no see. Han Mengyao. Hi. Long time no see. Han Mengyao's pretty face turned red, and she blinked her big eyes. For Li Guanqi, it was almost 2 years since they last met. But for her, who only lived in reality, it had only been less than 10 days. There is something wrong with the medical examination report, and it is false. Li Guanqi smiled. It's just to bring you into Palai's car. Likewise, you can't tell anyone about everything that happens now. Do you understand? Yeah, I understand. Han Mengyao nodded quickly. Now, let's get down to business. Li Guanqi straightened his expression and looked at her seriously. Your hometown is Lugui village, and more than 400 villagers in that village are now trapped by a 3-level cursed spirit and are in urgent need of rescue. Cursed spirit? Han Mengyao's face suddenly changed drastically. I knew it. My mother told me before that the police station in my hometown suddenly said that there was a sudden mudslide, causing the village road to be buried and impassable. People in the village could not get out, and outsiders could not get in. He also said that the signal base station was also destroyed by mudslides, and the mobile phone had no signal and could not send messages. I always thought it was strange. Now it seems that it is really because of the curse. So, Li Guanqi looked at her and said softly, Are you willing to help and save them? Certainly. Han Mengyao nodded quickly. That's my hometown. My grandparents are still there. It'll be okay. Don't worry too much. Li Guanqi's blue eyes were filled with extremely strong confidence. I will bring your grandparents out intact, provided that I need your help. Of course, I promise that you will never suffer any harm. Danger? Believe me. Or, Li Guanqi brushed his face with his right hand, and an ice crystal mask firmly covered his face again. Believe. The extraordinary king. There are no outsiders here, so it would be silly to do this suddenly. Too. Li Guanqi suddenly felt embarrassed and knocked the ice crystal mask off his face. How can I help you? But Han Mengyao didn't care about this. She just held the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands and looked at him nervously. Just follow me. Li Guanqi looked into her eyes and said seriously, Follow me and don't leave. Especially in the gray fog. Don't worry. After discovering the entrance to the cursed spirit realm, I will let you leave safely. You don't need to follow me into Lugui village to take risks. Oh. Han Mengyao looked at him for 2 seconds, and then her fair and tender face turned slightly red. She blinked and quickly turned her head to avoid Li Guanqi's gaze. She looked at the wings of the plane outside the window. Her face became increasingly red with embarrassment, and she asked as if to divert her attention. Well, my grandparents, will they be okay? Oh! Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows slightly. This reaction is wrong. If she was really worried about her grandpa and grandma from the bottom of her heart, then she shouldn't have this expression. At this time, Han Mengyao was not so much worried about the safety of her grandparents as she felt that she should be worried about her grandparents. Why? Li Guanqi made a quick judgment. Because she is unfamiliar with her grandparents. This is quite normal. In many rural families, grandparents live in their hometown, while their parents work in the city. Children born in the city basically only return to their hometown during the Chinese New Year. Maybe I don't go back every year. This situation will lead to the fact that the children and their grandparents are not close, or even alienated. In fact, this is the situation in Li Guanqi's own family. This is not unusual. If you have never met your grandparents even a few times since you were a child, then in most cases, it will be difficult for you to have any affection for your grandparents. This isn't indifference. It's just human nature. In addition to blood ties, human relationships are more important than getting along with each other. But any person with normal outlook on life, even if he has not seen his grandparents a few times since he was a child, will still show concern if he hears the news that they are sick, and then calls his grandparents to say H, low and so on. Just like when Li Guanqi's grandparents passed away one after another. His father was very sad. But what about him? Of course, he couldn't feel any sadness for these two relatives, whom he had never met even a few times since childhood. But he still showed sadness at the funeral. This is not an act derived from emotion. It is responsibility and obligation. You know that they are your grandparents, so you know that you should respect them and act accordingly for their safety. But this is not emotion. It is just responsibility. Han Mengyao is in such a situation at this time. Obviously, she was not familiar with her grandparents. But when she heard that something happened in Lugui village and her grandparents might be in danger, she still felt worried. But this is just a concern based on blood relations, not true family affection. Have you not seen your grandparents a few times since you were a child? Are you not very familiar with them? Li Guanqi looked at Han Mengyao opposite and asked softly. How do you know? Han Mengyao was stunned. Because I'm in the same situation. Li Guanqi smiled. And then said, don't worry. Your grandparents will be fine. I promise. Well, thank you. Han Mengyao hesitated for a moment. Then whispered, actually, it's not just a lack of familiarity, but the relationship is not very good at all. Because my grandparents, well, how should I put it? The old man's thinking is very futile. They always said that according to the custom of Lugui village, when I come of age, they will marry me to a villager. I have been saying it since I was a child. And I have been saying it. When I was 16 years old, my grandparents told my dad that they would take me to the village and go door to door to see who I wanted. And they also talked about getting engaged in advance. Then my dad got really angry and had a big fight with my grandparents. Until now, we have not been back to celebrate the new year for 2 consecutive years. I just celebrated my 18th birthday last month. And my grandma called my dad and asked him to take me back to the village to get married. On that day, my dad completely blocked my grandparents' phone calls. Hearing this, Li Guanqi frowned tightly. Mary? Wrong. Has a problem. What is the name of this Lugui village incident in Pinglai's files? Case 078 Paper Man. And what is that nursery rhyme about? The old father's newly married daughter passed away. Mary. In Lugui village. Every 24 hours. The sound of weddings and funerals can be heard. Han Mengya's grandparents want her to go back and get married this year. Mary. No matter what, I will definitely ensure your safety. After Li Guanqi thought for a moment, he couldn't find any more information, so he could only look at Han Mengyao opposite, with an extremely serious expression. Han Mengyao nodded slightly and looked at him with a smile. I believe in you. Just like I did in the alley the first time and in the school the second time. Right. Li Guanqi also smiled. Just like those 2 times. Li Guanqi. At this time, the cockpit door of the plane suddenly opened. Lin Xianbai, who was sitting in the passenger seat, took off his headphones, stood up, turned to look at Li Guanqi, and said in a deep voice, Lugui village is almost here. After that, he prepared to walk towards the passenger cabin. But at this moment, in the driver's seat, the woman in a white dress named Lian, wearing noise-canceling headphones, suddenly grabbed Lin Xianbai's right hand. Her eyebrows filled with worry. She looked at Lin Xianbai. Her red lips parted slightly. But she opened her mouth, hesitated to speak, and finally reduced it to 3 short words. Be careful. Lin Xianbai was startled. He looked down at his right hand held by Lian and said nothing, just nodded slightly. Then he broke free of his right hand and walked towards Li Guanqi. Your wife! As Lin Xianbai passed by, Li Guanqi smiled and tilted his head and asked, Can Taoist priests also marry? First of all, she's not. Lin Xianbai looked helpless. Secondly, our Long Hushan Tian Shi Dao belongs to the Jingyi sect. Taoist priests of the Jingyi sect can marry wives and have children. And a third one. Li Guanqi suddenly took over the conversation, turned to look at the cockpit, and laughed loudly. Your Taoist master Lin will be fine, because he will not enter Lugui village at all. Lin Xianbai frowned. What do you mean? Do you think I will hold you back? Not really. Li Guanqi turned his head and glanced at Han Mengyao on the seat. But after taking her into the gray mist of Lugui village, I will have a way to open the entrance to the cursed spirit realm. And then I want you to take her out safely. As for Lugui village, the 3 talented cursed spirits in your village are all mine. Forehead. Han Mengyao was stunned for a moment, then raised her right hand and pointed at herself hesitantly. So, am I the hindrance? Certainly. Li Guanqi smiled and said, Be confident. You are? Han Mengyao lowered her head speechlessly. After all, she is. So what are you going to do when you get to Lugui village? Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi in confusion. Just take Han Mengyao in, and that's it. As Li Guanqi spoke, He raised his hand and tapped his temple. Don't ask why. It's my intuition. After Han Mengyao, Lin Xianbai was also left speechless. Taoist Lin. At this time, Lian's voice suddenly came from the plane's broadcast. Lugui village has arrived. Open the door. Lin Xianbai turned to look at the door of the plane. Call. As soon as he finished speaking, the silver-white cabin door suddenly opened, and the raging wind from high in the sky suddenly blew in. The powerful hurricane blew the hair of the three people flying wildly in an instant. I'll take the first step. Lin Xianbai made a secret with one hand, and a golden spiritual shield appeared around him. Then he ignored the strong wind and walked steadily to the door. He didn't bring a parachute or anything, and just jumped out. Ah! Han Mengyao was shocked when she saw this. It's our turn. Li Guanqi didn't cast a spell to resist the strong wind. He just leaned against the cabin and turned to look at Han Mengyao. The strong wind at high altitude blew violently, causing his white hair to flutter in the wind, and his white short sleeves were blown by the wind. But his whole body remained motionless. The physical body at the peak of Liangyi cannot be moved by this little wind. Should I jump directly too? Han Mengyao covered her forehead with her hands to prevent her eyes from being hit by her hair blown by the strong wind. She looked at him in shock. I don't have this ability. Of course you don't have the ability. Li Guanqi stretched out his right hand and said seriously. Hold me tight. Don't let go. Oh. Han Mengyao stood up from her seat. Although the strong wind blew her waist-length hair flying and dancing, her steps were steady and not affected by the wind at all. Even though she hasn't entered the market yet, she is still a superhuman who has drank different blood. Call. Han Mengyao braved the strong wind and walked to Li Guanqi. She looked at his outstretched big hand with a shy expression. After taking a deep breath, she also stretched out her white and tender little hand and held it tightly. Two hands, one big and one small, with their fingers intertwined. This is the first time I hold a boy's hand. Han Mengyao lowered her head, her face flushed with embarrassment. Wrong. Li Guanqi thought for a while and said, during the Blood Campus incident, when we rushed to the basement at dusk, I grabbed your hand and ran there together. Have you forgotten? That time it was wrist. Han Mengyao tilted her head to one side, feeling the warm touch of the boy's palm from her right hand, which sounded like a mosquito. And it was you who caught me that time. But I took the initiative this time, ah. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly exclaimed. Before she could react, Li Guanqi took the initiative to let go of her hand, then grabbed her wrist, pulled it gently, and held her in his arms. You. Han Mengyao held Li Guanqi's abdomen with both hands, raised her head, and looked at him in shock, feeling the touch of the distinctly concave and convex abdominal muscles with her palms. The young and ignorant girl's face was now completely red with embarrassment, and in her eyes, the man, with his snow-white hair fluttering in the wind, looked out into the vast night sky. His blue eyes seemed to be even more brilliant than the stars in the sky, and there was a faint smile on his face. Han Mengyao? Have you noticed? We always meet inexplicably. Either because of this or because of that. Why does fate always make you and I meet? Han Mengyao looked up at Li Guanqi, slightly dazed. But Li Guanqi didn't say anything else. Pay close attention, he just shouted, then jumped out of the plane door with Han Mengyao in his arms. Thousands of meters in the air. Strong wind blows. Call. The strong wind blew past my ears, and the roaring sound filled my ears. The two figures fell at a rapid speed. Li Guanqi's white hair was blown wildly by the strong wind. His left hand tightly hugged Han Mengyao's slender waist, holding her delicate body close to his body, while his right hand was open. Feeling the strong wind passing by his body and the fingertips of his right hand, he couldn't help but smile brightly. Looking around here, above the layers of clouds, there is an endless vast sky. It was as if the stars were at hand. It's like the bright moon is right in front of you. Call. The wind howled. Han Mengyao, who was in Li Guanqi's arms, quietly opened her eyes after the initial panic and admired the endless sea of clouds and night sky around her. She held Li Guanqi's white clothes tightly with her two small hands and turned her head to look at the surrounding scenery. The hair was fluttering in the wind, but it could not hide the longing in the girl's eyes. Li Guanqi looked around, his eyes twinkling as well. Some people say that scenery that has never been seen with one's own eyes will unlock a certain desire in people's hearts. For example, did Han Xian's inner ambition intensify after seeing the Qin Palace? Li Guanqi didn't know. But after he saw this endless vast sky with his own eyes, he suddenly remembered something. That's what he saw in the book about Weird World. Within the Great Wall of Yutian. It is the territory of our Dalyo kingdom. The earth is like this. The water is like this. And the sky is also like this. The source of this statement. Dalyo dynasty. The founding emperor. A true man should be like this. The corners of Li Guanqi's mouth curled up slightly. And in those blue eyes, the flame called ambition burned more and more powerfully. In a strange world, troubled times are coming. So why can't he get a piece of it? Of course. Although the leader of the kingdoms is powerful, it does not mean that he cannot be the one who comes after him. The situation is about to collapse. And if you don't fight, you will die. Or become a weed in troubled times. Or become the overlord of one party. But now, looking at the vast and boundless night sky, Li Guanqi has set a goal in his heart. Ding! You have a new pursuit in your life. You have decided to use your invincible power to push all geniuses. Overcome all kinds of difficulties. Achieve invincible great achievements in this war-torn world. Step onto the supreme throne. And create a dynasty. When you concentrate on it, all aspects of your strength will soar sharply. The quality of Invincible Heart, green, has been improved. Invincible Heart, blue. Oh! Li Guanqi felt the indescribable subtle changes deep in his body and smiled softly. Invincibility. This is the power of Li Guanqi's own martial arts. Changes in mood will lead to changes in potential. In other words, the reason why Dalyo Wufu is different from other blood warriors from other countries is because of his unique martial spirit. Hey! After falling freely in the air for dozens of seconds, Li Guanqi lowered his head and looked at Han Mingyao in his arms. He stretched out his hand to collect her hair that was fluttering in the wind. Then he looked into the girl's eyes and said with a smile, "Are you ready? It's about to land. Call." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Guanqi made a secret with one hand, summoning a raging wind below him and Han Mingyao, which increased in a spiral, slowly weakening the force of their fall. At the same time, Li Guanqi began to count down in his heart. 3, 2, 1. Boom! Chapter 219 Gray Fog and Strange Paper Figures in Lugui Village. Late at night, a green hurricane tornado fell from the sky and crashed into the mountain forest. The shockwave caused destroyed large tracts of trees, raised smoke, dust, and sand. Are you okay? In the forest, there is a deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters at the bottom. Li Guanqi still held Han Mingyao in his arms, lowered his head and asked, "Did the counterattack just now affect you? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" No. No. Although Han Mingyao's face was slightly red, she did not take the initiative to break away from his embrace, and her hands were still holding tightly to the other person's white clothes. Although that guy Qing Mo is often unreliable, he is still right about one thing. The boy's arms are really warm. At this time, at the edge of the pit, Lin Xianbai, dressed in black, appeared silently, with his hands folded across his chest, looking at Li Guanqi hugging Han Mingyao at the bottom of the pit, with a complicated expression. It's outrageous. He believed that if he wanted to kill a third-level cursed spirit with the ancestral magic weapon of Tianshi Mansion, he would have to pay a small price. But he should be able to solve it. But there is no doubt that it would definitely be a battle. Bloody battle. Of course. According to Li Guanqi's plan, he didn't have to take action. But he, who doesn't need to do anything, is very nervous now when he thinks about the possibility of a 3-level cursed spirit appearing in Lugui Village. But what about the one who wants to take action? As the war was approaching, Li Guanqi not only didn't have the slightest worry, he even had the leisure to take the time to have an affair with a girl before the war. And he still wouldn't let go even after the battle was over. But what is even more confusing is, it can be clearly seen from the extraordinary rankings that Li Guanqi's current comprehensive level is LV38. And he has dual cultivation of spells and martial arts. The two complement each other. And his actual combat power in actual combat is definitely higher than the paper data. Facing the third-level cursed spirit, Li Guanqi did have the ability to deal with it nonchalantly and calmly. Think of this. Lin Xianbai's mood became even more complicated. He has been cultivating Taoism and cultivating Qi for more than 20 years, since he was young. He thought that he was already in a peaceful state of mind. But now that he thinks about it, how can he be in such a peaceful state of mind? It's just that since childhood, I have always been the best genius. Looking around, you can see all the mountains and small mountains, and you will naturally feel calm. But now, a genius better than him appears. Comparing people to each other is really infuriating. Lin Xianbai used to not understand why some people like smoking. But now, if conditions permit, he would also like to smoke one. Because in this world, there are indeed too many hacked up things that always make people feel sad. And they can't help but want to smoke a cigarette to relieve themselves. Hello! After thinking about it, Lin Xianbai couldn't bear it anymore and shouted to Li Guanqi at the bottom of the pit. Is it necessary to be so high profile? The forest is destroyed. I have to deal with a document related to forest protection when I go back. The wind controlling technique lands lightly on the ground. Isn't it? The forest protection documents are fake. It is true to make a bad noise and interrupt the hub between the two. Can't see? Li Guanqi asked in surprise, pointing to Han Mengyao in his arms. I am holding a girl, so I must be high profile. Lin Xianbai was speechless. What a convincing reason. Let's go! Li Guanqi changed his position and picked up Han Mengyao by the waist like a princess. Then he jumped more than 10 meters high and jumped directly out from the bottom of the pit. After arriving at Lin Xianbai's side, he put Han Mengyao down. Forehead. Lin Xianbai looked at Li Guanqi helplessly. I thought we were here to save people. I'm even a little nervous now. But why do you feel like you're here for an outing? And you can even find time to pick up girls? Because everyone in Lugui village is still alive and well. And Li Guanqi glanced at Lin Xianbai and chuckled. Confidence comes from strength. The 3 talented cursed spirit in Lugui village is not worth mentioning at all to me. Forehead. Lin Xianbai's expression was a little complicated. Although it is indeed me who asked you to save people. To be honest, even I am not 100% sure that the people in Lugui village are still alive. Anyway, I'm 100% sure. Because of my intuition. Li Guanqi smiled and raised his right hand, tapped his temple, then glanced at Han Mengyao and said in a deep voice, Follow me. Don't run around. Uh-huh. Han Mengyao nodded obediently. Then, Li Guanqi took her steps towards the front of the woods. Why do you always talk about intuition? Lin Xianbai followed up speechlessly. Hey, you used this excuse to fool me first. That's not an excuse, let alone a fool's errand. Me neither. The mountain forest in the night was originally extremely quiet. But first the tornado fell from the sky and broke the silence. And now there were the voices of 2 men talking one after another. The mountain forest is not big. Soon, Li Guanqi and his party of 3 arrived at the destination of their trip. They stopped. Looking around, there is a gray fog ahead. And deep in the fog, a village can be seen vaguely located in the mountains. The doors and windows of each house are locked. And there is not a single person on the streets in the village. Quiet. Deathly silence. Lugui village. Outside the gray fog in the village, there is a huge scorched earth pit. Presumably the missile launched by Peng Lai before. Unfortunately, even if it detonates outside the gray fog, the aftermath of the explosion cannot destroy the gray fog. Arrived at your hometown. Li Guanqi glanced at Han Mengyao beside him. Han Mengyao looked at the gray mist-shrouded Lugui village in front of her with a complicated expression. This village actually didn't have many good memories for her. Not to mention that the atmosphere here was still so weird. Han Mengyao? Remember what I just said? Li Guanqi looked down at Han Mengyao and said seriously. We always meet inexplicably. Either because of this or because of that. Fate always makes you and me meet. Once or twice, it was a coincidence. But now this 3rd time, it's not. I will figure out why. After I come out of Lugui village. Hey. As soon as these words came out, Han Mengyao was shocked. She quickly jumped up on the spot and raised her hands to wave, trying to cover Li Guanqi's mouth. You can't say it! You can't say it! We are about to go in and fight the cursed spirit. How can you set up this kind of flag? Well, it seems so. Li Guanqi was stunned for a moment, then took the second half of his sentence back. Indeed, no matter how confident you are, the flag cannot be set randomly. Call. Li Guanqi looked at the gray mist-shrouded Lugui village in front of him, took a deep breath, and smiled. Then let's go. Lugui village. It's time to go in. After saying that, Li Guanqi took the initiative to hold Han Mengyao's white and tender hand with his right hand and walked towards the strange and gloomy gray fog. Hey, wait, there's me too. Lin Xianbai followed them and reached out to grab Li Guanqi's left hand. After all, he would lose his way in the gray fog and had to maintain physical contact between the 3 of them. Hey. Spread your paws. Li Guanqi glanced at him in shock, then hit his left hand with disgust on his face. Brother, you're a man. I don't hold hands with men. You just grab my shoulder and that's fine. Lin Xianbai was speechless. The ancient said that you value sex over friends. It's true. The ancients are honest and don't bully me. The Taoist priest from Longhu Mountain shook his head helplessly. But he had no choice but to raise his right hand and firmly hold Li Guanqi's shoulder. 3 people. Just step into the gray fog outside Lugui village. Longhu Mountain. There are countless wonderful peaks and mountains. The interior of one of the peaks was hollowed out, and the world's top technological power was gathered to create a secret fortress, where countless people wearing Pumlai uniforms came and went, dealing with extraordinary events across the country. Here, it's Pumlai headquarters. Beep beep beep. At this time, a male member of Pumlai was sitting in front of the computer. He looked at a red warning that suddenly popped up on the computer screen. His eyes widened, and he quickly reached out and clicked on the screen. The holographic projection suddenly emerged from the screen and was enlarged twice, presenting various data in front of you. This. The man looked panicked and quickly clicked on the holographic projection again. Then the holographic projection quickly enlarged and turned into an 8-meter-high virtual image, presenting all the data to everyone around him. Minister. The man looked at a middle-aged man anxiously. The concentration of spiritual energy in Lugui village suddenly increased exponentially. It increased hundreds of times than usual. The spiritual power detector we installed went off the charts. What? The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He immediately picked up a communication device and shouted in a deep voice. Hurry and transfer to Director Lin. Something happened in Lugui village. Please wait. A female voice came from the other side of the communication device. But soon the voice became a little hesitant. We cannot contact Daoist Lin at the moment. His communicator has no signal. Outside Lugui village. Gray fog. Director Lin. Can you stop holding on so tightly? My shoulder hurts a little. I don't believe that a 2-level warrior with different blood would be scratched and hurt by the strength of an ordinary person like me. That makes sense. In the thick gray fog that made it impossible to see even one's fingertips, Li Guanqi, Han Mengyao and Lin Xianbai were walking side by side, all with solemn expressions. Even Li Guanqi, although he was teasing at this time, was actually just to reassure Han Mengyao. In fact, he had already stopped playing around and started to be 120% vigilant. The lion fights the rabbit with all his strength. Of course he could not care less outside the gray fog. But now that he was inside, he had to be wary of anything that might cause the ship to capsize in the gutter. After all, the simulator's simulated route does not overturn once or twice. Watch chess. At this time, Han Mengyao suddenly stopped, holding Li Guanqi's right hand tightly with both hands. Her pretty face turned pale. Did you hear anything? Li Guanqi also stopped, then turned to look at Lin Xianbai. The two looked at each other. They all saw a little solemnity in each other's eyes, because they heard nothing at all. It's okay if Lin Xianbai didn't hear it. Li Guanqi is a martial artist of different blood in the Liangyang realm, and his all-round abilities belong to the category of superhumans, including super hearing. The sound that Han Mengyao could hear, but he couldn't? Then it's not a matter of loudness. Mengyao. Li Guanqi directly reached out and put the petite girl into his arms, hugging her tightly, looking around at the gray fog with sharp eyes. Don't be afraid. I have everything. Now! What did you hear? Tell me. Me. Han Mengyao also opened her hands and hugged Li Guanqi's waist tightly. Her face became paler and her voice trembled. My head hurts so much, as if a needle is pricking me. And I also heard the sound of a swana. What a strange swana sound, so harsh. Also, there seems to be a child laughing or crying. There were boys and girls shouting together, shouting, Miss is back. He. Suddenly, the strange sounds of gongs, drums and swanas came from the depths of the gray fog, accompanied by bursts of laughter from boys and girls. Their sharp nursery rhymes directly drowned out Han Mengyao's voice. July and a half. Get married. My daughter was newly married and newly mourned. Her relatives and friends cried heartbrokenly. She made handmade paper figures to keep her company. She also made wedding dresses out of paper. Daughter, don't marry again. Daughter, don't marry again. Li Guanqi suddenly turned his head and looked at each other with Lin Xianbai, whose expression changed slightly. This time, they heard it too. Miss. Suddenly, a child's laughter sounded horrifyingly in my ears. Ah! Han Mengyao suddenly screamed. Li Guanqi suddenly turned his head, I saw a strange little boy appearing in the gray mist at Han Mingyao's feet. He was wearing a bright new green suit. He looked about 7 or 8 years old. His face was extremely pale, as if he had been smeared with a layer of white ash, and his cheeks were dotted with 2 bloody red dots. The lipstick on his lips was even more terrifying. The little boy lay on the ground like a spider, his head tilted 180 degrees, smiling, hee, at Han Mingyao, and stretched out his pale, skinny hands to grab Han Mingyao's ankles. Miss, big! Boom! Before he finished speaking, Li Guanqi stepped down hard, crushing the weird little boy's head. Your mother! Li Guanqi's face was expressionless. When he stomped on the boy's head, he did not forget to cover Han Mingyao's eyes. It's okay. Don't look. Look! Lin Xianbai suddenly shouted. I told you not to look. Hack! Look at it! Hearing Taoist Master Lin's unprecedented rudeness, Li Guanqi finally realized the seriousness of the matter. He lowered his head and looked at his feet, and his expression suddenly changed slightly. The mass of red and white flesh and blood gradually dried up, including the body of the headless boy, which also quickly shriveled up. Just a few seconds, the little boy turned into a thin piece of paper, and the bright green clothes on his body turned out to be just smeared paint. Li Guanqi frowned, but he didn't notice any fluctuations in spiritual power. Idiot! Lin Xianbai suddenly looked horrified, pointed at Li Guanqi's arms, and exploded again. Look at her quickly! Li Guanqi quickly lowered his head, and then his pupils shrank suddenly. Han Mingyao in his arms was originally supposed to be wearing a pure white short-sleeved shirt, but now she actually had a bright red wedding dress on her body, including a splendid red hijab on her head. The phoenix crown and harem are just like the dress of ancient brides on their wedding night. It's just that this wedding dress is so red that it's almost like blood. What is this? Han Mingyao quickly lifted off the red hijab and looked at Li Guanqi with fear on her face. When she lifted her face like this, Li Guanqi discovered that pink and red lips actually appeared on her face. Han Mingyao, who never wears makeup, now looks even more bright and charming under the makeup. But the problem is, where did the blood-red wedding dress come from? When did makeup appear on the face? Taoist Lin! Li Guanqi hugged Han Mingyao tightly and looked at Lin Xianbai beside him with an ugly expression. Twice. Lin Xianbai, a Taoist priest from Longhu Mountain, cursed twice. As for that, it was just a little paper boy, and a blood-red wedding dress suddenly appeared on Han Mingyao's body. Did it make him so shocked and frightened? What is fear? Fear comes from the unknown. Whenever these two things happen, Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai will not feel that there is a slight fluctuation in spiritual power and mental power. It is nothing more than a way to pretend to be a ghost. The problem is, no. Whether it was the little boy turning into a paper man or the sudden appearance of a blood-red wedding dress on Han Mingyao, when these two things happened, there was no fluctuation of spiritual power in the surroundings. Magical powers? No, that's not right. A magician needs spiritual power to perform a spell. Warriors of different blood need mental power to use their powers. When cursed spirits perform their powers, they will inevitably use both spiritual and spiritual power. The simultaneous use of spiritual power and mental power is also one of the most distinctive characteristics of the cursed spirit. But no. The appearance of the paper man and the wedding dress not only showed no fluctuations in spiritual power, but also showed no signs of spiritual power emerging. So what kind of power is this? Li Guanqi and Lin Xianbai were completely unexpected. And the unknown is the biggest fear. July and a half. Get married. My daughter was newly married and newly mourned. Her relatives and friends cried heartbrokenly. She made handmade paper figures to keep her company. She also made wedding dresses out of paper. Daughter, don't marry again. Daughter, don't marry again. Miss. Miss is back. The sound of gongs and drums. The sound of swanas. The strange nursery rhymes of boys and girls. And the terrifying laughter. These messy sounds are mixed together and seem to be getting closer from the depths of the gray fog. The sounds are getting clearer and clearer. Do not be afraid. Li Guanqi held Han Mingyao, who was wearing a blood-red wedding dress, tightly in his arms, looked down at the girl in his arms, and chuckled. You know, you are very beautiful now. Let me show you. After saying that, he made a secret with his left hand and summoned a water mirror. In the mirror on the surface of the water, Han Mingyao saw what she looked like at this time. She has a phoenix crown, long hair tied up in a bun, red lips, and beautiful makeup. She blinked. It's really beautiful, isn't it? Li Guanqi looked at her and chuckled softly. Don't be afraid. Just treat it as a rehearsal for the future wedding. After saying that, he raised his hand and put down the red hijab on Han Mingyao's head, covering her sight, and said with a smile, The bride cannot lift the hijab by herself. The groom has to hold the scale to lift it. Don't do it. Lift it yourself again. Then, the tenderness in Li Guanqi's eyes faded away. He hugged Han Mingyao, turned his head, and looked around at the gray fog. His expression was extremely ferocious, and majestic spiritual power began to erupt from his body. The pressure was rising steadily. Li Guanqi hates the magic spirits who pretend to be gods and ghosts. Just like the black monkey curse spirit encountered in Yuqing No. 1 middle school, it disguised itself as a female student who was forced to death by a rich man, and staged a drama of the resurrection of a female ghost. What is this behavior? This is using the tragedy of the deceased as a cover-up, but there is no need for the cursed spirits to cover up like this. They just find it interesting and fun. Damn it! Come out! Li Guanqi roared angrily, waved his hand and blasted out a surging wave of spiritual power, directly blasting into the depths of the gray fog in front of him. The spiritual attack was like a mud cow entering the sea, without making a single ripple. But that's not his purpose. It should be coming. Li Guanqi turned around quickly. As expected, just as he launched his attack forward, a black hole vortex appeared behind him, and the upper body of a paper boy emerged from it again, reaching out to grab Han Mingyao in his arms. Black hole vortex. The entrance to the realm of cursed spirits. Chapter 220, The Fate of Generations. Miss Hee. In the thick gray fog, behind Li Guanqi and Han Mingyao, a black hole vortex suddenly appeared, and a strange and playful little paper boy emerged from it. He stretched out his skinny, pale right hand towards Han Mingyao, who was wearing a blood-red wedding dress. Boom! Li Guanqi held the 5 fingers of his right hand empty, and instantly condensed a blue light spear composed entirely of spiritual power, which pierced the head of the little paper boy and inserted it into the black hole vortex. The spiritual light spear was stuck in the black hole vortex. It's like taking a piece of wood and blocking a closing valve. If the spiritual light spear is not broken, the entrance to the domain cannot be blocked. Zizizi. The black hole vortex is spinning crazily, and the spiritual light spear is being worn away rapidly. Lin Xianbai. Li Guanqi quickly picked up Han Mingyao with one hand, threw it directly to Lin Xianbai next to him, and roared, Take her out. Quickly. Now. After that, he made a secret with one hand, used the wind control technique, and summoned a large raging wind, which directly rolled up Lin Xianbai and Han Mingyao and threw them high into the sky. You can go out. Because the moment the entrance to the domain appeared, the power of the gray mist gradually faded away, and the ability to confuse directions disappeared completely. Hey, you bastard cursed spirit. It's no fun to marry a bride. Let me play with you. Li Guanqi turned to look at the black hole vortex in front of him. Gritting ferociously, he still held the spiritual light spear in his right hand, blocking the entrance to this realm and preventing it from closing. Then he made a secret with his left hand, bursting out with dazzling blue light, which condensed into a spiritual light ball. Boom! Li Guanqi slammed the spiritual light ball in his left hand into the black hole vortex. The burst of spiritual power instantly exploded the vortex and expanded the entrance area. Then, take this opportunity and step into it. The sky above Lugui village. Lin Xianbai, who was blown into the sky by the strong wind and flew out of the gray fog, adjusted his body in the air, made a hand seal with one hand, and also performed a wind control technique to support himself and Han Mingyao beside him. A strong wind blew. Lin Xianbai held on to the strong wind and took Han Mingyao back to the gray mist outskirts of Lugui village. At this time, the gray mist returned to calm, and Lin Xianbai could feel that Li Guanqi should have entered the realm of cursed spirits, and the gray mist's ability to confuse the sense of direction had also been completely restored. Can't go in anymore. If he took Han Mingyao in again, he didn't know what would happen. We should go! Lin Xianbai patted Han Mingyao's shoulder. But Guanqi is still inside. Han Mingyao, who was wearing a blood-red wedding dress and a red hijab, looked at Lin Xianbai anxiously. She didn't know what the material of the red hijab was. It was completely airtight. Not even a single gap in the fabric could be seen. She could only identify Lin Xianbai's position by sound. I have to protect you. Otherwise Li Guanqi will kill me. Wait! Why are you still wearing this thing? Lin Xianbai frowned. He always felt that there was something strange about this blood-red wedding dress and red hijab. As he spoke, he raised his hand to pull off this evil and filthy thing. Han Mengyao was so shocked that she quickly took 2 steps back, covering her beautiful red hijab with both hands. No! You can't lift it! Understood. Only Li Guanqi can lift it. Only then did Lin Xianbai remember the symbolic meaning of the red hijab. Although he retracted his hand, his brows became more and more furrowed. But Miss Han Mengyao, you must take off your wedding dress and red hijab. I always feel that this thing is eccentric. Then I'll do it myself, Han Mengyao said, and was about to lift off the red hijab. However, she stretched out her hand and pulled the red hijab, but found that she couldn't pull it off at all. No matter how hard she tried, she felt that her entire scalp was being pulled, which was extremely painful. Han Mengyao turned up the red hijab in surprise, then stretched out her hand to fumble around on her head, only to find a shocking discovery. The red hijab and the phoenix crown on her head seemed to have grown together with her scalp. Lin Xianbai next to him also noticed this scene, and his expression suddenly changed slightly. What happened? Han Mengyao was a little panicked and tried to grab the blood-red wedding dress on her body. But like the red hijab, the wedding dress seemed to have grown together with her flesh, and she couldn't take it off at all. If I take it off by force, I'm afraid the skin and flesh will be torn off. Should I tear it off by force? Han Mengyao looked at Lin Xianbai and said solemnly, I am a warrior of different blood. I can heal myself. Even if I tear off my clothes together with my skin can be restored quickly. In the current crisis, she has no pretense of being afraid of pain and blood. No. However, Lin Xianbai frowned and shook his head slightly, deep between his brows. The mystery of Tianyan divine strategy reminded him. After becoming a conjurer, his innate spells were combined with the Tianyan divine strategy, and his ability to foresee became even more powerful. His intuition is unmistakable. Don't tear it. Don't worry about the wedding dress. Lin Xianbai turned to look at Lugui village deep in the gray mist, his eyes solemn. We'll stay here. I have a hunch. Li Guanqi, I need you. Get out of here. The blood moon is in the sky. In the real Lugui village, dark red light shines on the heaven and earth. Li Guanqi made a secret with both hands and summoned a fire meteor spell, which directly blasted the temple in front of him into pieces, with sawdust flying and dust flying. This is a temple located at the end of Lugui village. It is probably the ancestral hall, where the ancestors of Lugui village are stored, according to the rewards given to him by the simulator. The entrance to the underground palace, where the 3 talented cursed spirit hides, is just below the ancestral hall. As for the villagers of Lugui village, after entering the realm of cursed spirits and arriving at the real Lugui village, many hypnotized villagers rush towards Li Guanqi. But they are just ordinary villagers who are delirious. Li Guanqi subdued them all without any effort, used his spiritual power to condense a blood rope, tied them all up, and tied them in the center of the village. Villagers, police officer, Ponglai night watchman, a total of 426 people. No casualties. All fine. To be honest, Li Guanqi didn't know why they were still alive. He couldn't think of any reason for the cursed spirit to keep them alive. But that's not important. He's not here to solve puzzles. He is here to kill. Boom! Li Guanqi once again used a wind control technique, summoning strong winds to hit the ruins of the ancestral hall in front, and swept away all the ruins of the temple. Then, on the empty ground, an iron floor appeared, with a steel lock on it, which seemed to require a key to open. Boom! Li Guanqi went up and kicked the headlock directly. It's really just an ordinary iron lock. In front of extraordinary beings, ordinary iron locks are just nonsense. Boom! Li Guanqi pulled up the pull ring of the iron floor with his left hand, then clasped the edge of the iron plate with his right hand, and directly removed the iron plate weighing several hundred kilograms, flung it dozens of meters, and hit the ground heavily. Then, what appeared in front of Li Guanqi was a deep and long underground staircase, with darkness at the end, as if leading to a terrifying abyss of H.L. entrance to the underground palace. Hello! Li Guanqi squatted on the edge of the stairs and shouted inside. So unconscious? Do I have to go in to find you? The deep stairs are filled with dead silence. Ah! Li Guanqi smiled, then took out one piece after another of red armor parts from the space ring. His hands turned into afterimages, and he quickly put them on. In the blink of an eye, he was fully armed, wearing a pair of red gold steel armor and a ghost-faced battle helmet, revealing only his cold blue eyes, filled with murderous intent. Red blood battle armor. although it made no difference to him whether he was wearing it or not. It was better than nothing. Then, Li Guanqi took out the snow tassel and ice gun from the space ring again to hit the snow. Then welcome me. Li Guanqi let out a chuckle, then held the ice gun in his hand, crushed the ground in an instant, and shot towards the depths of the underground palace. Nowadays, when he faces a 3-level cursed spirit, most of the time, it won't be a difficult and bloody battle, but crush. Just when Li Guanqi was getting the equipment from the space ring, the copper-yellow statue of the 6 strange bodhisattvas was still in the corner, with his eyes closed, looking normal. However, now, the statue of Lugui Bodhisattva quietly opened its eyes, with dazzling blood shining in its eyes. In addition, it also frowned slightly, seeming a little surprised. He moved his mouth, expressing silent confusion. Why? Is there another me? The concentration of spiritual energy has increased hundreds of times? Lugui village. Outside the gray fog, Han Mengyao, wearing a blood-red wedding dress, sat on the stone. Lin Xianbai stood next to her, put the high-tech ring on his left hand close to his ear, frowned and said, Don't worry about the black screen of the surveillance equipment in Lugui village. That was my order. What we want to talk about now is the concentration of spiritual energy. Question. When was it discovered? 2:16 and 32 seconds a.m. A female voice came from across the ring. Lin Xianbai was silent. 2:16 and 32 seconds a.m. This time point was basically the time when they entered the gray fog outside Lugui village. Taoist Lin. A voice came from the other end of the ring again. Although the display panel of the instrument exploded, it actually still has some detection capabilities. Just now, the concentration of spiritual energy in Lugui village seemed to have skyrocketed. Just now, Lin Xianbai looked unhappy. 23 seconds ago, the woman opposite the ring quickly said a specific number. Lin Xianbai looked solemn and rubbed the center of his brow with his left hand. It hurts. There is a constant needling sensation deep in the center of my eyebrows. He had never had such a precognitive situation before. Even when he almost had a car accident a few years ago, his precognitive ability had never conveyed this level of pain reminder. Li Guanqi. Lin Xianbai looked at the gray mist-shrouded Lugui village in the distance and gritted his teeth with an ugly expression. What will happen next? Headmaster? Han Mengyao walked down from the stone and looked at Lin Xianbai with worry on her face. What happened? Is Li Guanqi in danger? No. Lin Xianbai was silent for a moment, and then said, It will be okay. Don't forget, he is the first extraordinary person in the world and the strongest extraordinary person. He is the extraordinary king. Lugui village. Underground palace. Li Guanqi came down from the ancestral hall, walked through the deep underground stairs, and then came to another long corridor with no end as far as the eye could see. The tunnel has no light and no torches, but Li Guanqi can see in the dark without using light at all. He walked slowly in the corridor, because as he walked, he was still observing the mural reliefs on both sides and above the corridor. This relief corridor looks to have seen some age. The painting style of the mural reliefs is not abstract, even somewhat realistic, on the left and right sides, as well as the corridor dome. There are 3 sides. It seems that the order of the murals should be right, top, left, and then right, top, and left. Li Guanqi walked all the way and took in all the murals. Finally, after judging the content of the mural and a little bit of brainstorming, a tragic story that took place in ancient times slowly unfolded in Li Guanqi's mind. Long, long ago, there was a rich man in the village. Her daughter died suddenly on her wedding day. The rich man was so sad that he tied his daughter with paper and let the paper girl accompany him all day long. But her daughter died on her wedding day. And on what day are girls most beautiful? It must be the time to get married and wear wedding clothes. So the rich man gave his daughter a wedding dress made of paper. Then a long, long time passed. This rich man suddenly became a 6 strange bodhisattva statue with supernatural power. Forehead. Li Guanqi didn't know what the sand sculpture story was, but judging from the murals, it basically meant this. The story is still very long. Later, although the nearby county magistrate did not allow it, the people of Lugui village secretly worshipped Lugui Bodhisattva. The Lugui Bodhisattva has a rule. That is, every once in a while. Well, as for the specific time, Li Guanqi can't tell just by looking at the mural. Anyway, every once in a while, the villagers must dress an adult woman in a wedding dress and a red hijab to simulate the appearance of the daughter of Lugui Bodhisattva on her wedding day. and then send it to the underground palace to be presented to Lugui Bodhisattva as a daughter. Be the eldest lady of Lugui village. From beginning to end, this thing actually has nothing to do with getting married. This is the story of a father and his daughter. The background of the entire mural story almost unfolds under such a setting. There was a baby girl who was destined to be the next generation eldest lady from birth. But she was kept in the dark by all the villagers, and did not know that the next generation of eldest lady would be her. She grew up happily and became a graceful young girl. But his mother couldn't bear this. Some time before she was about to become the eldest lady, she told her everything, and then quietly sent her out of Lugui village. Then, the mother was burned alive by the villagers. In the forest outside the village, the escaped woman ran in panic, but accidentally fell and injured her foot. But at this moment, a handsome scholar passed by and saved her. The two fell in love at first sight. The woman told the whole story, and the scholar was determined to help her get rid of the fate of coming from Lugui village. The scholar who was originally going to Beijing to take the exam took the woman with him to the capital. It should be the capital. The mural shows an emperor in dragon robes sitting at the top, with scholars and a dozen people taking exams below. Judging from Li Guanqi's historical knowledge, the exam that the emperor could personally supervise was probably the imperial examination. The imperial examination is over. He was named a scholar, became an official in a small town, took his woman with him in that city, had 2 sons and a daughter, and lived a happy life. Haha. Is this the end of the story? If that were the case, then this story would not appear in the underground palace murals in Lugui village. The story is of course not over yet. Good times don't last long. A few years later, the woman and the scholar's 3 children all looked to be about 4 or 5 years old. At this time, the pursuers from Lugui village finally arrived. One night, the pursuers from Lugui village sneaked into the scholar's mansion, stunned the woman, the scholar, and their 3 children, tied them up, and took them back to Lugui village. Then, the people of Lugui village poured water on the woman and the scholar to wake them up, and then let them watch helplessly as their 3 children were burned alive. Then, let the woman watch the scholar being burned to death. The woman went crazy on the spot. But the people in Lugui village didn't care about the crowd. They stunned the woman again, dressed her up like a bride, and simulated the dress that Lugui Bodhisattva's daughter wore when she got married. Then she was carried deep into the underground palace and presented to Lugui Bodhisattva. Be a daughter. Her fate as the eldest lady could not be changed after all. The story ends here. Still not over. Who is the scholar? He went to the capital to take part in the palace examination and was named the imperial official on the gold list. He was suddenly killed. And of course, the government would investigate to the end, and soon found Lugui village. The last few paintings of the mural. A large number of soldiers and horses surrounded the village. The villagers fled to the ancestral hall. The officers and soldiers chased him to the ancestral hall. But at this moment, the 6 strange bodhisattvas in the underground palace appeared to show their power, and killed all the officers and soldiers. Then, under the guidance of Lugui Bodhisattva, the villagers of Lugui village migrated to another mountain and repopulate again. They secretly worshipped Lugui Bodhisattva and dedicated their daughters to it. The tragedy of the eldest lady in Lugui village has been repeated from ancient times to the present. The story of the mural ends here. Is this a tragedy? The person reading the story is Li Guanqi. From his perspective, this is of course a tragedy, and an infuriating tragedy. But the creator of the mural obviously didn't have such an idea. This hacking mural was painted by Lugui village himself. Judging from factors such as the style of the mural and the expressions of the characters, when the creator created this mural, the theme was very clear, and it was difficult to write it directly in words. Pride. Look! The eldest lady wants to betray Lugui village and go against her destiny as the eldest lady. How ridiculous and hateful. But our Lugui village is very powerful. We finally captured the eldest lady and burned all her husband and children outside. How powerful we are. Damn it! Li Guanqi stood at the end of the corridor, looking at the long mural behind him, his expression extremely ugly. This is the ancient Lugui village. What about the current Lugui village? Is this still the case? So, Han Mingyao's grandparents always want her to return to the village to get married this year. Could it be that I am stupid? Li Guanqi frowned, and suddenly felt the urge to rush out and kill all the villagers in Lugui village. Forget it. I'm just here to deal with the 3rd level curse spirit. I'll destroy that thing and regain the luck of this era. Li Guanqi shook his head to disperse these distracting thoughts, turned around, and looked at the giant copper-yellow door in front of him. At the end of the mural corridor is this door. There are many patterns engraved on the giant bronze door. After passing through 7 grooves of different shapes, it finally converges to a place that looks like a lock. There are also 7 movable rune protrusions next to it. Is it some kind of agency? As long as you get 7 items and combine 7 rune bulges, you can open the giant bronze door? Boom! Li Guanqi kicked out, and the terrifying force exploded, directly kicking the giant bronze door into pieces, sending smoke and dust flying into the sky. Isn't this nonsense? How could he spend so much time here solving puzzles and looking for things? There's something weird about this door. With an expressionless face, Li Guanqi walked through the collapsed bronze door and slowly walked into the smoke. The huge bronze door seems to be able to block the breath. Just now, he couldn't feel the breath of any cursed spirit. But now that the giant bronze door was shattered, he almost instantly noticed the existence of the 3rd-level cursed spirit. Just ahead, Li Guanqi stepped out of the smoke and dust. He finally came to the real Lugui village underground palace. As far as the eye can see here, there are all kinds of strange objects, such as a giant cauldron holding black things, a brazier burning with green flames, and a terrifying altar covered with strange runes. There are all kinds of things that people can't understand, but they feel very shocked. And the purple-black altar, right in the center, was one of the goals of Li Guanqi's trip. The 6 strange bodhisattva statues. A bronze-yellow statue of Lugui Bodhisattva stands in the center of the altar, under the green firelight of the surrounding green flame brazier. The heroic and masculine face of Lugui Bodhisattva also looked a little scary at this time. Hey, although the name of Lugui Bodhisattva is not pleasant, he is very good-looking. Is your green light worthy of this person? Li Guanqi smiled, clenched the snow gun in his hand, and walked towards the altar. Humanity. On the altar, behind the statue of Lugui Bodhisattva, a hoarse voice slowly came out. Immediately afterwards, under the illumination of green flames, the shadow of the 6 strange bodhisattva statues on the stone wall began to twist violently. In the blink of an eye, it spread to a height of 5 meters and transformed into a strange human form. Dark shadow. But it has 6 arms.